Chapter 1. The 3,000 Great Worlds. The Forbidden Sect. Chu Luo, the direct disciple, has trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the sect. According to the sect rules, he should be expelled. Within the Grand Palace, a frail youth knelt before the hall. The boy's appearance was not particularly handsome, yet he possessed a certain charm that was pleasing to the eye. His name was Chu Luo, and he was but one among the many who had traveled through realms. Seated above in the hall were several high-ranking elders of the Forbidden Sect. Among them, a white-haired elder bore a cold and piercing gaze. A palpable and terrifying pressure emanated from this elder, enveloping the entire hall in an oppressive atmosphere. He was the second elder of the Forbidden Sect, Zhao Sheng, revered in the outside world as the ancient sage of Lingxing. However, this second elder, Zhao Sheng, wore a look of displeasure towards Chu Luo. It was evident that the voice just heard had originated from him. Indeed, expel this troublemaker from the sect. Support the second elder. Absolutely. This menace should have been expelled long ago. This troublemaker has caused us enough grief. Now he dares to invade the forbidden grounds. Even Elder Enya cannot save him this time. Isn't it so? Even elders who trespass into the forbidden grounds face severe punishment. Behind Chu Luo, a group of core disciples looked on with expressions akin to that of wronged wives, seemingly eager for Chu Luo to be expelled from the sect. Chu Luo turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at this group of core disciples. Then, addressing the extraordinary middle-aged man at the forefront, he revealed a face of grievance, saying, "Sect Master, I did not intentionally trespass into the forbidden grounds. I was recently practicing a technique of evasion and miscalculated my direction, inadvertently teleporting into the forbidden area. I implore you, Sect Master, to discern the truth." The middle-aged man, the Sect Master of the Forbidden Sect, was Lin Feng, second elder. After all, Chu Luo is the only direct disciple of Elder Enya. Elder Enya is currently in seclusion. The matter of expelling Chu Luo should be deliberated after Elder Enya emerges. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, recalling Elder Enya's temper, feeling a headache coming on. If Elder Enya were to discover that his precious disciple had been expelled from the sect upon his return, it would surely cause an uproar. The other elders silently nodded in agreement. Sect Master, this sect rule was established by the Ancestors. Even that old ghost, Enya, cannot alter it. The second elder, Zhao Sheng, coldly snorted, his tone icy. Today, he was resolutely determined to expel the calamity that was Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. I say, second elder, is it not true that I merely visited your medicinal fields recently and plucked a few young spirit herbs? Must you harbor such a grudge against me? Chu Luo could no longer contain himself, throwing his hands up in exasperation, shrugging his shoulders. This old fellow was far too petty and vindictive. Silence. Do you dare to retort? Sect Master, expel this calamity from the sect at once. Mentioning his medicinal fields instantly ignited Chu Luo's anger. The spirit herbs he had painstakingly retrieved from the brink of death. He had planted them yesterday, only for this scoundrel to uproot them today. Which old fool wishes to drive my beloved disciple away? Boom! At that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout the Grand Forbidden Sect. Lin Feng, Zhao Sheng, and the several elders present all changed their expressions drastically. They immediately rose from their seats, shock evident on each of their faces. For that familiar voice was infused with an overwhelming divine authority. Master, upon hearing that familiar voice, Chu Luo felt an immense wave of relief wash over him, a slight smile gracing his lips. After traversing through realms, having lost both parents, he fortuitously encountered his master while journeying in the lower realm. After bringing Chu Luo to the Forbidden Sect, his master had remained in seclusion ever since. Now, it had been over a decade since Chu Luo had last seen his master. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the heavens and earth transformed, mountains and rivers quaked, and myriad phenomena manifested throughout the void of the 3,000 great worlds. Countless forces across the 3,000 great worlds were stirred. Gasp! New emperor-level powerhouses are being born amidst the myriad phenomena. Oh my, which force has given rise to another emperor-level powerhouse? That direction seems to be the Forbidden Sect, one of the top-tier sects. In an instant, innumerable reclusive old monsters emerge from their seclusions, gazing towards the Forbidden Sect, their eyes filled with apprehension and awe. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from the Forbidden Sect, an elderly man clad in dark robes gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect. Beside this elder stood a black-haired youth. The youth squinted slightly and spoke. "Master, shall we proceed to the Forbidden Sect?" The elder retracted his gaze, his expression slightly somber, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Nodding, "Let us go. Didn't you wish to challenge the direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect? I've heard that the Forbidden Sect will soon commence the selection of sequential disciples. It would be an excellent opportunity for you to test their mettle. Furthermore, it would be interesting to see which old fellow has ascended to the level of emperor." As the words fell, the elder waved his sleeve. A powerful force enveloped the youth beside him, and they vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the celestial phenomena above the Forbidden Sect were obliterated by an overwhelming force. Within the hall, a towering figure silently manifested. The figure was an elder. Whether it was the disciples present or the elders seated above, their expressions changed drastically. The elder who appeared in the hall was none other than Chu Luo's master. The third elder of the Forbidden Sect, Enya, revered in the outside world as the ancient sage of Enya. At this moment, Enya's aura was restrained, his gaze fixed upon Chu Luo, his brows furrowing as he instantly erupted in fury. Though he had not seen his beloved disciple for many years, he recognized Chu Luo at a glance. "Third elder, you have taken that step?" Sect Master Lin Feng regained his composure, his eyes brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Shang beside him looked as though he had seen a ghost, staring at Elder Enya with incredulity, mixed with a trace of envy and jealousy. Enya had no time to acknowledge Lin Feng. He approached Chu Luo directly. Chu Luo immediately displayed a look of grievance. "Master," before Chu Luo could voice his complaints, Enya seized his hand, erupting in fury. "Beloved disciple, how is it that you only have 2.5 years of lifespan remaining? Who has harmed you? Tell me, and I shall not only eradicate him, but also desecrate his ancestral grave. By my grandmother." "What?" Enya's words caused Lin Feng and the assembled elders to collectively change their expressions, their minds immediately focusing on Chu Luo. They discovered that Chu Luo truly had only 2.5 years left to live. Previously, all of these ancient sages have been focused on Chu Luo's trespass into the Forbidden Grounds. Chu Luo waved his hand, immediately leaning close to Enya's ear, whispering, "Master, no one has harmed me. I have merely been bored these past few years and practiced all 1,000 forbidden techniques of our sect. It's just that the forbidden techniques of our sect are too life-threatening." Enya was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Luo in disbelief, transmitting sound. "My goodness! Beloved disciple, you truly mastered all 1,000 forbidden techniques?" Chu Luo shrugged, nodding. Enya pulled Chu Luo into a corner and secretly transmitted, "Beloved disciple, I implore you for a favor." "Master, please speak." "Beloved disciple, participate in the sect's sequential selection. Best to become the number 0 disciple of the sect and assume the position of the sect's junior master." Chu Luo replied, Let me first see if I can remain and not be expelled from the sect. After all, I have breached the sect's rules." Enya immediately turned around, a cold smile appearing on his face. His gaze fell upon Lin Feng and the high-ranking elders, pulling Chu Luo behind him and coldly declaring, "Haha, beloved disciple, with me here, let us see who dares to expel you today. Beloved disciple, step behind me and witness how I engage in a war of words with these scholars." Ding! Acquired 10,000 protective values. The moment Enya's words fell, a prompt resonated in Chu Luo's mind. Chu Luo was taken aback, gazing at his master's imposing figure, as if he had discovered a new world. A smile crept upon his lips. Ever since he had traversed here, he had awakened the protector system. Upon awakening the protector system, Chu Luo had received the reward from the system's newcomer gift pack. From the newcomer gift pack, his comprehension was infinitely maxed out. From this point onward, his comprehension had become terrifyingly strong. Any martial arts techniques, with but a mere glance, can be effortlessly mastered. However, this is only attainable once one's comprehension reaches its zenith. Through meticulous research conducted by Chu Luo, it became evident that this system requires someone to step forward on its behalf to acquire the cherished guardian value. Within this system lies a marketplace, brimming with various miraculous elixirs, martial arts techniques, imperial weapons, and an array of divine physiques that have driven countless individuals to madness. Yet, all these treasures necessitate the expenditure of guardian value for acquisition. Furthermore, guardian value can also be utilized to directly elevate one's cultivation level. Consequently, after being brought to the forbidden sect by his own master, Chu Luo engaged in a series of reckless endeavors, desperately attempting to compel his rather unreliable master to emerge from seclusion on his behalf in order to procure guardian value. Unfortunately, upon his master's return, he immediately entered an impenetrable state of seclusion. Due to Chu Luo's various disruptive antics within the sect, he became the target of disdain among his peers. Realizing that none would come to his aid in the wake of his reckless behavior, and left with no choice, the guardian value eluding him, Chu Luo devoted himself to rigorous training. Prior to his seclusion, Enya discreetly left behind 1,000 forbidden techniques from the forbidden sect. With his comprehension fully realized, Chu Luo mastered all 1,000 forbidden techniques in a mere 2.5 years. He now possesses formidable strength. However, these forbidden techniques exact a heavy toll on one's life force. Each utilization demands a sacrifice of one's lifespan. As of now, apart from Chu Luo, no one within the forbidden sect has managed to grasp the entirety of these forbidden techniques. Chu Luo stands as a harbinger of forbidden might. Boom! A vast and overwhelming imperial might emanated from Enya, saturating the entire hall. The core disciples present immediately knelt in submission. Under this imperial pressure, aside from Sect Master Lin Feng, all other elders bent low, straining to muster their internal energies in resistance. In particular, Zhao Sheng found himself forcefully compelled to kneel before this imposing imperial presence, subjected to humiliation before so many disciples. Emperor! Indeed, Lin Feng and several other elders exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Enya had indeed ascended to the rank of emperor. The forbidden sect had gained yet another supreme emperor. The numerous core disciples, kneeling on the ground, gazed at Chu Luo with envy. An emperor's direct disciple. The thought alone was enough to stir profound jealousy. Clearly, it would be wise to avoid antagonizing this troublemaker in the future. Chu Luo was jolted from his stupor by the overwhelming imperial might of his master. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that his seemingly unreliable master would ascend to the rank of emperor. No wonder he had just acquired 10,000 guardian value. He chuckled to himself, realizing he would have to seize every opportunity to garner guardian value from his master henceforth. He suggested, "Old Zhao, wasn't it you old rascal, who insisted on driving my dear disciple away just now?" Enya ascended the steps and confronted Zhao Sheng with a mocking expression. It was well known that the second and third elders had never seen eye to eye, frequently exchanging barbs. However, Zhao Sheng could never have imagined that this old scoundrel, Enya, would surpass him in breaking through to Emperor first. Zhao Sheng felt as though he had lost a fortune. Sect Master Lin Feng sighed with a wry smile and urged, "Third Elder, it would be wise to temper your imposing presence. Otherwise, these disciples may find it unbearable." Lin Feng recognized that Elder Yin had indeed restrained some of his imperial might out of consideration for his position as Sect Master. Otherwise, everyone present, including this ancient peak saint, would have been compelled to kneel. Enya replied, Yes, Sect Master, my apologies. I was simply too exhilarated just now." With a strange chuckle, Elder Enya gradually reigned in his oppressive aura, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, His expression shifted as he turned to the just-risen Zhao Sheng, pointing an accusatory finger and berating him. "You old scoundrel. Asking you a question?" My dear disciple merely stumbled into the sect's forbidden grounds. He did not intentionally intrude. Are you, you old rascal, envious of my disciple's extraordinary talent and deliberately making things difficult for him? Be cautious when traversing the night in your old age. And when you sleep, it would be prudent to keep one eye open as a lookout, lest something untoward occur. The gathered disciples, including Chu Luo, were left utterly dumbfounded. Yet, witnessing Zhao Sheng being publicly chastised by his master filled Chu Luo's heart with joy. He thought to himself that after so many years apart, his master had finally shown some reliability. You uncouth buffoon. Elder Inya, don't think that just because you become an emperor, I fear you. The rules were established by our ancestors. Even if you are now an emperor, you cannot change that. Zhao Sheng was furious. This old fellow had humiliated him before so many disciples. Did he no longer care for his reputation? If he backed down now, how would he maintain his authority in front of these disciples in the future? "Oh dear," he lamented, "you ancient being, immortal for a millennium and unchanging for 10,000 years. It appears that you remain unconvinced, do you? The emperor excels in winning others over with virtue. Shall we engage in a contest once more?" Elder Inya rolled up his sleeves, exuding an air of readiness for confrontation. Zhao Sheng found himself at a loss for words, his confidence plummeting in an instant. Previously, when he was of the same realm as Elder Inya, he was no match for him. Now, the latter stood as a veritable emperor, rendering Zhao Sheng even more powerless. "Sect leader, look at him." Zhao Sheng seethed in frustration, unable to retort or retaliate, feeling utterly stifled within. The senior elders nearby dared not utter a word. Elder Inya, Lin Feng, Chu Luo, a group of disciples. Lin Feng smacked his lips, pondering for a moment before clearing his throat. Ahem. That Elder Zhao, as Chu Luo just mentioned, has inadvertently trespassed into a forbidden area while practicing a technique of evasion. It was not intentional, so let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? What do the other elders think? Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the other elders. The other elders, catching the glance of Elder Inya, nodded in agreement like chicks pecking at grains, thus endorsing Lin Feng's decision. "Master," Elder Zhao interjected with discontent, stating that no one should defy this rule. "If that is the case, then we must seek counsel from the ancestors." Elder Zhao was immediately dissatisfied, resolutely determined to expel Chu Luo from the forbidden sect. Today presented the perfect opportunity. He must rid himself of this little troublemaker. Otherwise, with that old rascal Inya as a backing, his medicinal fields might continue to suffer misfortune. "You old fool, I'll deal with you today." Seeing that Zhao Sheng was still pursuing his beloved disciple, Elder Inya's anger flared. He approached and delivered a punch to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng was sent flying, and upon rising, the disciples could see a dark bruise forming around his eye. It is worth mentioning that Elder Inya, considering their shared status as elders, had shown restraint. Otherwise, that punch could have easily ended Zhao Sheng's life. "Calm down, third elder." The other elders quickly intervened, pulling Inya and Zhao Sheng apart. "Hey, Inya, you scoundrel. How dare you strike me? Even if we consult the ancestors today, that brat must be expelled from the sect." Zhao Sheng, held back by two elders, began to curse without regard for Inya's esteemed status or his own. The scene descended into chaos. Devoid of the decorum expected from the upper echelons of a top-tier sect, to the disciples present, it resembled a group of elderly men squabbling like fishwives. The disciples stood by, akin to onlookers at a spectacle. If outsiders were present, they would surely be left in stitches. Who would have imagined that among the upper echelons of the forbidden sect, one of the foremost powers, such a farcical scene could unfold? Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. Being the sect master was truly exhausting. With a sweeping gesture, he enveloped the area in a powerful aura, isolating the disciples. "Enough," Lin Feng declared. "I shall now consult the ancestors regarding Chu Luo's punishment." Upon hearing this, a smug expression crossed Zhao Sheng's face. As long as he could get rid of Chu Luo, enduring that punch would be worth it. Before Elder Inya could retort, Lin Feng vanished from the spot. "Humph. If those old geezers remain obstinate, I shall personally enter the forbidden grounds and have a word with them. You old rascal had better pray that my beloved disciple is unharmed. Otherwise, I will find a way to ensure your precious disciple is expelled from the sect as well." Elder Inya scoffed dismissively. You may scoff, but my disciple is obedient and talented, a prodigy on the genius rankings, unlike your wayward disciple. If you dare to conspire against my disciple, the ancestors will not spare you. Seeing Elder Enya threatening him with his own disciple, Zhao Sheng was infuriated. The elders holding them back could only smile wryly. How did their sect's upper echelon come to include such eccentric elders as Zhao Sheng and Enya? Soon, Lin Feng reappeared in the Great Hall. He lifted the barrier. Chu Luo and the gathered disciples cast their gazes upon Lin Feng. The two elders, in accordance with the will of the ancestors, acknowledged that Chu Luo had indeed trespassed into the forbidden grounds unintentionally. Thus, it was deemed that Chu Luo had not willfully violated the Sect's regulations, and her inadvertent transgression was forgiven. Furthermore, as per the sentiments of the ancestors, the third elder, you are now the emperor of our forbidden sect and may ascend to the status of an ancestor. Do you wish to enter the forbidden grounds? Lin Feng smiled faintly and addressed Enya with mirth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly losing all vitality. With the ancestors having spoken, his hope of expelling this little troublemaker was rendered impossible. With an old troublemaker alongside a new one, he would have to keep a vigilant eye on his medicinal fields in the future. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting Zhao Sheng to seal his lips. He retrieved a pill to alleviate the swelling beneath his eyes. After all, it was a strike from an emperor, and the swelling was rather stubborn. Subsequently, Zhao Sheng paid no further heed to Enya and secluded himself to recuperate. Haha. Sect Master, please extend my gratitude to the ancestors on my behalf. As for my elevation to Ancestor, that shall be postponed for the time being. Over the years, I have yet to properly guide my dear disciple. Henceforth, I intend to personally instruct my beloved disciple to prepare for the imminent competition for the rankings. Additionally, I shall protect their path, facilitating their swift growth so they may bear the weight of our forbidden sect's younger generation. Enya's proclamation stirred a deep sense of envy among the core disciples present. The privilege of having an emperor safeguard one's path was a treatment reserved for the submasters of their sect, those of the zero-rank disciples. In the realm of the immortal imperial clans, such a privilege was typically bestowed only upon the sons of emperors. Chu Luo, as a direct disciple, astonishingly possesses the protection of a great emperor. Indeed, it is true, comparing individuals can be utterly exasperating. A smile graced Chu Luo's face, and a warm current flowed through his heart, although he had not seen Enya for over a decade. From the moment Enya rescued him and brought him to the forbidden sect, he had regarded him as family. Report. A disciple hurriedly entered the grand hall, cupping his hands in salute and speaking. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Chu Luo found himself utterly bewildered. The Crimson Flame Valley, much like his own forbidden sect, stood as one of the foremost powers within the vast expanse of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Their forbidden sect and the Crimson Flame Valley had always been at odds, with constant skirmishes between the two formidable factions. What could the ancient Saint of Flame Lord possibly want by coming to our doorstep? Was he seeking trouble? Upon learning of the ancient Saint of Flame Lord's visit, Lin Feng and the gathered elders turned somber. Particularly, the second elder Zhao Sheng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, seemed to recall something that darkened his expression further. How dare the people from Crimson Flame Valley approach our forbidden sect? Do they wish to provoke a war? Humph. The last time in a certain secret realm, the people from Crimson Flame Valley had been exceedingly arrogant. Had it not been for our esteemed disciple, Brother Bai Yuan, arriving just in time, our junior brothers would have certainly faced dire consequences. Speaking of Brother Bai Yuan, a sudden thought struck me. In that secret realm, the prodigy Han Wujie from Crimson Flame Valley was defeated by Brother Bai Yuan and, while retreating, had vowed to personally return to challenge him again. Could it be that this time, the ancient Saint of Flame Lord has brought Han Wujie specifically to confront our esteemed Brother Bai? It must be so. After all, Han Wujie is a disciple of the ancient Saint of Flame Lord. However, Brother Bai has been in seclusion for the past month. Hearing the discussions among the core disciples around him, Chu Luo suddenly comprehended the situation. He had indeed heard about it. The disciple referred to as Bai Yuan by everyone was the cherished pupil of second elder Zhao Sheng. Both Bai Yuan and Han Wujie were renowned prodigies listed on the prodigy rankings. The 3,000 Great Worlds are vast and teeming with powerful factions and exceptional talents. The prodigy rankings, established by the esteemed Tianji Pavilion, catalog the most formidable young talents across the realms and rank them accordingly. Those who make it onto the list are truly the cream of the crop. Yet, Chu Luo himself had not been included. The reason being, Ever since being brought to the forbidden sect by his own master, he had seldom left the sect and rarely engaged in combat, resulting in his strength remaining largely unknown within the sect. By the heavens, does the Crimson Flame Valley seek to be beaten? Sectmaster, should I go take care of that ancient saint of Flame Lord right now? I have long found him displeasing. Elder Inyan spat with fury, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he made a throat-cutting gesture. It was evident to all that Elder Inyan was not jesting. It should be noted that their third elder, Inyan, was not only fiercely protective of his own, but also a notorious troublemaker who feared nothing. If he found someone displeasing, he would engage without hesitation. Lin Feng sighed wryly and raised his hand, saying, Elder Third, let us not act hastily. Let us ascertain the intentions of this old fellow before making any moves. If we strike without understanding the situation, it would greatly harm our sect's reputation. The other elders present nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's words. Subsequently, Lin Feng instructed someone to invite the ancient saint of Flame Lord inside. The gathered disciples remained, and Chuluo chose to observe the unfolding drama. Soon, an elder clad in a crimson robe, accompanied by a remarkably handsome young man of extraordinary presence, entered the grand hall. The visitors were none other than the powerful representatives from Crimson Flame Valley, led by the ancient saint of Flame Lord. Indeed, it was Han Wujie. He had truly come to challenge Brother Bai Yun, but with Brother Bai in seclusion and the other prodigies either in retreat or away, what were they to do? Han Wujie is merely one individual. Does he truly believe himself invincible? He dares to act arrogantly on our territory. I shall be the first to challenge him. The disciples present whispered amongst themselves, casting hostile glances at Han Wujie. Hearing their murmurs, Han Wujie smirked, his expression one of utter disdain. Chu Luo scrutinized Han Wujie, feeling a twinge of surprise within. From the faint aura emanating from Han Wujie, he surmised the extent of his prowess, the fifth realm of Divine Soul. At such a young age to attain the fifth realm of Divine Soul, he truly deserves his reputation as a renowned prodigy on the talent rankings. Among the disciples present, it is unlikely that any could rival this individual. Elder Yin Jun, I wonder what brings you to my forbidden sect? At this moment, Lin Feng, seated at the head, exhibited none of the amiability he had shown earlier. He now radiated an overwhelming, awe-inspiring sanctity, resembling an ancient deity. His deep, commanding voice resonated throughout the hall. Meanwhile, Chu Luo observed that, regardless of the grievances between the second elder Zhao Sheng and his own master Inya, both had set aside their animosities. Their expressions now grave and focused intently on the ancient sage Yin Jun. Is this truly the formidable power of the higher echelons of the forbidden sect? Han Wuzhu, standing behind Yin Jun, felt the overwhelming pressure of the saints enveloping him, filling him with trepidation. However, he quickly composed himself, determination glimmering in his eyes. Yin Jun exuded a saintly aura, shielding Han Wuzhu from the oppressive force surrounding him. With a calm smile, he clasped his hands and addressed Lin Zhongzhu, saying, This unruly disciple of mine had previously made an agreement with your esteemed sect's prodigy Bai Yun to personally challenge him. Reluctantly, I have brought him here. I hope you will not take offense, Lin Zhongzhu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing's expression darkened, and he replied, Old Ghost Yin Jun, my precious disciple Bai Yun is currently in seclusion. Since your disciple has made a challenge to mine, let us postpone until another day. Learning that Bai Yun was still in seclusion, Han Wuzhu felt a pang of disappointment and resentment. Since Bai Yun is unavailable, may I inquire, esteemed seniors, if I might challenge any of your other prodigies? I recall your sect has 8 direct disciples. Stepping forward, Han Wuzhu bowed respectfully to Lin Feng and the assembled elders. In response, Lin Feng's countenance grew slightly somber, a similar unease reflected among the other elders. Unfortunately, the 8 esteemed elders of the forbidden sect, including Lin Feng's direct disciple, were all in seclusion, enhancing their strength for the upcoming selection of disciples. Except for Inya. The rest did not believe Chu Luo could stand against Han Wuzhu, given that Chu Luo's cultivation was merely at the first stage of the primordial realm. How could he possibly contend with Han Wuzhu, who was at the 5th stage of Soul Realm? Rebellious disciple, cease this folly. Withdraw at once. Yin Jun's ire surfaced, and he admonished Han Wuzhu sternly. Yes, replied Han Wuzhu, reluctantly retreating behind Yin Jun. Do not concern yourself, Lin Feng interjected. Young one, your arrival is indeed ill-timed. All the direct disciples are in seclusion. Should you wish to challenge, return at a later date. He waved his hand dismissively. Although Lin Feng and the elders were unfazed, The core disciples below felt immensely frustrated. They could not abide the situation. A challenger had come to their doorstep. Consequently, one core disciple stepped forward, bowing and stating, "Zhongzhu, I wish to challenge Han Daoyu. I implore your permission." "You?" Han Wuju scoffed, glancing at the core disciple, whose cultivation was at the first stage of Soul Realm, and chuckled derisively. "Spare yourself the embarrassment. You are no match for me." The audacity of this individual was beyond belief. Could he truly be so arrogant without the requisite strength? "My patience is wearing thin. Zhongzhu, I too wish to challenge this Han Daoyu." "I wish to as well." A chorus of core disciples clamored to Lin Feng, seeking his approval. Chu Luo stood aside, appearing as an onlooker. "Very well. Seizing this opportunity, let me demonstrate the disparity between you and true prodigies. The sect leader has granted permission. Let us convene at the plaza arena for a contest." Lin Feng initially intended to dissuade the raucous core disciples. However, he reconsidered. Perhaps allowing these disciples to witness the genuine disparity would not be entirely detrimental. "Elder San, I appreciate your assistance," sect leader Lin Feng remarked with a faint smile. "Haha," the elder replied. "A trivial matter." Buzz. The ominous crow grinned widely, a terrifying imperial might enveloping the entire venue in an instant. The emperor. Yanjun Gusheng's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixed on Elder Enya, filled with dread and trepidation. Yet, his expression soon regained composure. He had not anticipated that this old fellow had broken through to the emperor realm. This could spell trouble, Yanjun Gusheng thought inwardly. In the next moment, Han Wujie and the assembled disciples of the Forbidden Sect swiftly noticed the surrounding scenery transforming rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had transitioned from the grand hall to the edge of the plaza arena without realizing it. Is this the prowess of an emperor? Truly formidable. Fortunately, my master is here. In a corner, Chu Luo grinned broadly, his heart brimming with joy. With such an emperor as his protector, his future martial path could be navigated with ease. As Chu Luo lost himself in thought, the core disciple who had previously proclaimed his challenge to Han Wujie leaped onto the stage, glaring fiercely at Han Wujie. "Han Wujie, come and fight." Han Wujie glanced at his master. Yanjun Gusheng smiled slightly, advising, "Impudent disciple, do not harm this young friend. Merely engage in a spar." Han Wujie nodded and leaped onto the arena. "I am Wang Hao, a disciple of Elder Heir's lineage. Please enlighten me." Wang Hao brandished a spirit sword, his tone icy. Han Wujie, indifferent, crossed his arms and replied, "I have no interest in how you address me. Just make your move." "Insufferable. You are too arrogant." Boom. Wang Hao, incensed and thoroughly provoked by Han Wujie, took a step forward, thrusting his spirit sword as he charged. Buzz. Han Wujie's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing instantaneously before Wang Hao. With a sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Wang Hao's sword and retaliated with a punch. Before Wang Hao could react, his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing to the ground. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. As Wang Hao staggered to his feet, his countenance was blank, filled with despair. What terrifying speed! At this moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect finally emerged from their shock, collectively inhaling sharply. Lin Feng and the elders exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue, lost in their thoughts. Meanwhile, a smile graced Yanjun Gusheng's lips. It seemed that only a few direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect could contend with Han Wujie. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? On the arena, Han Wujie cast a disdainful glance at the disciples below, coldly declaring, "Curse you, I will challenge you." Another core disciple, unable to endure any longer, leaped onto the stage. But in the next instant, he too was sent flying by Han Wujie in a single move. "This is too much. I shall come forth and seek instruction." After this disciple's defeat, others followed suit. Yet predictably, every core disciple who stepped onto the stage was vanquished by Han Wujie's might. Aside from Enya and Lin Feng, Zhao Sheng and several other elders wore grim and displeased expressions. At times, they yearned to summon their beloved disciples to teach Han Wujie a lesson. He was simply too arrogant. As more and more core disciples fell to Han Wujie's overwhelming strength, the morale of the assembled disciples plummeted, their spirits sagging. The chasm between their capabilities and Han Wujie's was insurmountable, rendering them utterly incapable of posing a challenge. Noticing the dejected expressions of the disciples, Chu Luo, who had been observing from the sidelines, glanced at the haughty Han Wujie on the arena and furrowed his brow. As a member of the Forbidden Sect, he could not stand idly by while Han Wujie humiliated his sect in such a manner. Thus, with a flicker of thought, Chu Luo entered the system. An attribute panel immediately materialized in his mind. Host, Chu Luo. Cultivation, Primordial 1 Realm. Lifespan, 2.5 years. Comprehension, maximum level. Physique, none. Technique, Forbidden Mixed Origin Technique, 3rd layer. Guardian value, 10,000. Martial skills, Spatial Great Shift, Forbidden level. Blood Transmutation, Forbidden level. Great Void Mending Palm, Forbidden level. Note, the following 997 names of Forbidden level martial skills are omitted. Chu Luo gazed upon the 10,000 Guardian values and decisively accessed the system marketplace. His immediate priority was to replenish the remaining 2.5 years of his lifespan. Presently, he possessed an array of forbidden techniques, the execution of which necessitated the consumption of life essence. Should he fail to restore his lifespan, he would find himself on stage, unleashing forbidden arts. And without the intervention of Han Wujie, he would perish prematurely. Before long, Chu Luo discovered elixirs and pills capable of replenishing his lifespan within the system marketplace. In the vastness of the world, various techniques, spiritual medicines, and artifacts are categorized into levels: mundane, mysterious, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, sacred, imperial, and forbidden. The Forbidden Sect stands at the pinnacle of the 3,000 great worlds, boasting 1,000 forbidden techniques. Given my current prowess, I can merely withstand the potency of spiritual-grade elixirs at most. With a single thought, Chu Luo began to search for elixirs or spiritual herbs of the spiritual grade capable of restoring lifespan. Soon, her gaze fell upon a particular pill known as the longevity pill. This exquisite elixir has the remarkable ability to restore 300 years of life. However, it is a rare privilege that a warrior may partake of it only once in their lifetime. Any subsequent consumption would yield no effect. Moreover, the longevity pill requires merely 300 guardian values. Chu Luo made a decisive purchase. In the shadows, Chu Luo discreetly retrieved the longevity pill from the system space, cradling it in her hand. Boom! On the arena, just as another challenger was sent flying off the stage after a failed attempt, a figure swiftly ascended the platform, catching the disciple midair. The crowd was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the identity of the savior. It was none other than the very Chu Luo they had previously sought to expel. The rescued disciple, taken aback, could hardly believe that the person before them was indeed the one they had wished to drive away. With a smile gracing her lips, Chu Luo assisted the disciple to his feet and inquired, "Are you all right, junior brother?" "Fear not, Chu Senior. I am unscathed." The disciple expressed his gratitude, bowing to Chu Luo before stepping down from the stage. At this moment, all eyes in the arena were drawn to Chu Luo. What is this calamity doing up there? Is he daring to challenge Han Wujie? Surely, that would be courting death. Indeed, calamity, come down at once. Do not be reckless. Should your opponent falter, you may very well lose your life. Quite so. Although we harbor disdain for you, we cannot bear to watch you meet such a fate. Descend at once. Do not seek humiliation. When our esteemed senior brothers emerge from their seclusion, we shall regain our honor. The gathered disciples fervently urged Chu Luo. For as members of the same sect, they could not bear to witness him being humiliated by outsiders. Regardless of his shortcomings, he remained a direct disciple. No external force had the right to belittle the direct disciples of their sect, even if they were deemed inept. Young man, do not linger. You should rejoice in not being expelled from the sect this time. Do you dare seek a beating? At this juncture, Zhao Sheng, who had persistently targeted Chu Luo and sought his expulsion from the sect, spoke up thoughtfully. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, but then turned around with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with confidence. Chu Luo was acutely aware that Zhao Sheng, despite his disdain towards her and his desire to expel her from the sect, harbored a fundamentally kind heart. Had it not been for her frequent visits to Zhao Sheng's medicinal fields, he would not have targeted her so. Furthermore, had Zhao Sheng been a treacherous and malicious individual, the blow delivered by his master, Inya, would not have merely been a superficial strike to his eye. Hee. The old specter remarked, "Are you genuinely concerned about your precious disciple? Have you been possessed?" He chuckled, teasingly. "Go away. He is not my disciple. Why would I care? I fear he may bring disgrace upon our sect." Zhao Sheng retorted, disdain etched on his face. The throbbing pain around his eyes made him wish he could retaliate against Inya, but that was no longer an option. Inya grinned widely and stood, addressing Han Wujie's presence on the platform. "Little brat, since my beloved disciple wishes to challenge you, wait a moment. I shall return shortly." As soon as the words left his lips, Inya's figure vanished without a trace. At that moment, Han Wujie stood on the stage, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Chu Luo, utterly incredulous. The youth before him was, astonishingly, the disciple of the great Emperor Inya. This implied that he was also a direct disciple of the forbidden sect. Yet, how could he possess only the cultivation of the first stage? This boy was indeed Inya's disciple. Below the platform, the ancient sage Yin Jun was equally taken aback. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes as he etched Chu Luo's image into his memory. You are the cherished disciple of the great Emperor Inya? Han Wujie furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chu Luo intently. Chu Luo shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly and remarked, of course. What, do I not resemble a direct disciple? Han Wujie scoffed disdainfully, crossing his arms and coldly retorting, I am well aware of the direct disciples of the forbidden sect. Each of you possesses greater cultivation than yourself, and all are renowned on the talented one's ranking. How come I have never heard of you? You are no match for me. I suggest you leave at once. Otherwise, if I were to injure you, the ancient saint of the Yin Crow would seek me out for retribution. The ancient saint of the Yin Crow, within the vast realms of the 3000, is infamous for his protectiveness. Moreover, he possesses no principles. He would not hesitate to act against even the younger generation. Han Wujie certainly did not wish to attract the attention of that old madman, Yin Crow. Chu Luo smiled broadly, loosening her muscles and secretly gripping the longevity elixir in her hand. Rest assured, I assure you, even if you injure me, my master will not trouble you. Moreover, from this day forth, you shall remember my name. Furthermore, after today, your ranking on the talented individuals list will likely vanish. Chu Luo's words prompted the core disciples below to cover their faces in disbelief. This troublemaker seemed oblivious to the vast disparity in cultivation levels between herself and others, audaciously making such reckless claims. One could only hope she would not suffer too greatly in the impending confrontation. Humph. Very well. Today I shall experience the prowess of your direct lineage. Make your move. I shall grant you the advantage of one hand. Han Wujie, incensed by Chu Luo's remarks, wore a dark expression as he extended a single hand towards her. As Chu Luo's lips curled into a smile, he was in the midst of consuming a substance to restore his lifespan. An imperceptible wave emanated from the arena between the two. Shortly thereafter, the previously departed shadowy crow materialized upon the stage. Han Wujie was taken aback, involuntarily taking a step back. Master. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, curious as to why her master had come. She noticed that her master held a vibrant green spirit herb, emanating a faint yet enchanting glow. A powerful medicinal aura radiated from this herb. It was a divine medicine. The ancient sage Yin Jun in the audience noticed the spirit herb in Elder Inya's hand and gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the herb held by Elder Inya was a divine medicine. Vitality herb. Could it be? Elder Zhao's gaze fixated on the familiar divine medicine in Elder Inya's grasp. Seemingly recognizing it, he abruptly turned and swiftly departed the scene, heading straight for his mountain peak. The cursed old ghost Inya. In the next moment, everyone present heard a heart-wrenching roar echoing from the distant peak. It was evident to all that the divine medicine in Elder Inya's possession had a dubious origin. Little ghost, if you wish to battle my obedient disciple, just wait a moment. My dear disciple, consume this herb and restore your lifespan first. Elder Inya tossed the vitality herb to Chu Luo. Chu Luo gazed at the miraculous herb in her hand, imbued with astonishing medicinal power and vibrant vitality, swallowing hard. Master, do you think my mere 2.5 years of life are excessively prolonged? This is a sacred medicine. If I consume it, shall I not perish on the spot? Upon hearing this, Han Wujie and the ancient sage, Yin Jun below could not help but exchange bewildered glances. It was particularly Yin Jun who, at that moment, began to take notice. Chu Luoming, though still in the bloom of youth, has but 2.5 years of life remaining. Fear not, for I shall extract the potency of the medicine, leaving only the vitality to replenish your lifespan. Inyo approached Chu Luoming from behind, placing a solitary hand upon his shoulder. Chu Luo nodded slightly, discreetly stowing away the longevity elixir. Had he foreseen that his master would provide a sacred potion to replenish one's lifespan, he would not have procured the longevity elixir. That Han Wujie is it? Just a moment. Allow me to consume a pill to restore my vitality first. Otherwise, as we engage in battle, I might perish. And I would not want to unjustly implicate you. Chu Luo chuckled softly and promptly began to nibble on the sacred herb in her hand. The core disciples below could only smack their lips in astonishment. This was indeed a sacred herb. How could this reckless individual consume it in such a manner? It was nothing short of a waste. Boom. The moment Chu Luo swallowed the vitality grass, a tremendous surge of medicinal power instantly filled her entire being. Chu Luo felt as though she would burst from the overwhelming power of the medicine at any moment. At that instant, the shadowy raven behind her slightly raised its gaze. The hand resting on Chu Luo's shoulder emanated an unsettling force of attraction. The medicinal power that expanded within Chu Luo was entirely absorbed by the shadowy crow. Chu Luo felt an overwhelming sense of ease envelop her. The remaining 2.5 years of her lifespan had, in an instant, been fully replenished. Chu Luo secretly observed and discovered that his current lifespan had returned to 1,000 years. My dear disciple, do not bring shame upon your master. Show no mercy. If you happen to slay this lad, fear not, for I am here to protect you. Enya patted Chu Luo, then turned and stepped forward, instantly reappearing beside Lin Feng. All right, master, I have been waiting for your words. Chu Luo smiled broadly and kindly cautioned Han Wujie, friend, be careful. I am about to launch my attack. Humph. Without further ado, make your move. Han Wujie stood his ground, utterly unfazed, holding no regard for Chu Luo, who was merely at the initial realm. Boom. With a tremor coursing through her body, Chu Luo's abundant spiritual energy emanated from within. The ancient sage Yin Jun and the elders of the Forbidden Sect, sensing the potent spiritual force radiating from Chu Luo, were momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. Such a profound reservoir of spiritual energy. Hee, prepare to receive my strike. With a cold smile, Chu Luo swiftly formed hand seals. In the next moment, the pupils of the disciples constricted, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before their gaze, an expansive and boundless starry sky emerged behind Chu Luo. Within this celestial phenomenon, stars revolved and constellations shifted. In the blink of an eye, the twinkling stars were engulfed by a black hole. Instantly, a force that sent shivers through everyone emanated from the mysterious black hole. Following this, an enormous ethereal hand, adorned with countless stars and exuding immense power, surged forth from the black hole behind Chu Luo, ready to impose its dominance. This is the forbidden art of our forbidden sect, the great void overwhelming palm, gasped the disciples in awe. Goodness, this is indeed a forbidden-level technique. How could a mere troublemaker learn it? It was true. Even those renowned disciples who had ascended the celestial genius ranking found it exceedingly challenging to master a forbidden art. Oh dear, this fool. Why reveal his trump card right away? If this strike fails to subdue Han Wujie, he is destined to be defeated. As the colossal starry hand descended rapidly, the disciples present wore expressions of astonishment. No one anticipated that Chu Luo would command such a formidable martial art. The arena trembled violently beneath the weight of the starry hand. Impossible. Han Wujie's face was a portrait of shock. He had not expected this young man to wield such devastating power. Due to the incredible speed of the starry hand's descent, Han Wujie summoned a blazing spear. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his body, soaring towards the heavens and incinerating the void. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of all, the starry hand came crashing down, enveloping the entire arena. A terrifying explosion erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward like disturbances in water. Seal. Two high-ranking elders from the Forbidden Sect, who promptly intervened. They stepped forward, gesturing with their fingers to conjure a powerful spiritual barrier that sealed off the arena, sparing the surrounding disciples from calamity. Witnessing this scene, the ancient Saint Yin Jun's expression darkened. He had underestimated Chu Luo, and was particularly wary of the Forbidden Sect's martial arts. For a mere initiate realm practitioner to wield such power was astonishing. At the same time, Lin Feng and several elders of the Forbidden Sect observed the arena, their expressions varying, yet smiles crept onto their lips. Who would have thought this little fellow would master the great void overwhelming palm? Ha ha ha, though he lacks a special physique, his talent seems quite remarkable. No wonder the third elder took him as a disciple. It's clear now why this lad had only 2.5 years left to live. It was likely in pursuit of mastering the great void overwhelming palm. As Lin Feng and the elders chuckled, the higher-ups of the Forbidden Sect began to view Chu Luo in a new light. Just watch, esteemed leaders. My dear disciple will unveil even greater surprises. Enya grinned mischievously, hinting at the fact that his disciple had not merely acquired the great void overwhelming palm, but 1,000 forbidden arts. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the other elders were taken aback, their gazes shifting to the dissipating battlefield in anticipation. What other marvels could this young man possibly reveal? As the mist gradually cleared, a fiery crimson blaze surged skyward, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar dramatically. At that moment, the arena had vanished, leaving behind only shattered stones. Han Wujie found himself engulfed in flames, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Han Wujie was injured. What a formidable troublemaker. No. He's our brother Chu. Ah, yes. How could I speak carelessly? Brother Chu is remarkable. Glory to our forbidden sect. Some disciples noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Han Wujie's mouth, evidence of his injuries sustained beneath the might of Chu Luo's great overwhelming palm. Instantly, the crowd erupted with excitement. They understood that wielding their forbidden sect's martial arts came at the cost of their lifespan. A person willing to sacrifice their longevity for the honor of the forbidden sect earned the respect of all disciples present, even those who had previously harbored disdain for Chu Luo. Young man, if only your realm were a touch higher, I might not have been able to withstand your previous strike. Nevertheless, you have earned the right for me to give my all. Boom. Han Wujie's eyes blazed with fury, a murderous intent rising within him. When had he ever suffered such a significant loss? He leaped into the air, and the flames surrounding him erupted skyward, engulfing the heavens in flames. The terrifying heat instantly spread throughout the realm. In the center of the battlefield, Chu Luo observed as the debris melted under the unbearable temperature, transforming into molten lava. Chu Luo could not help but become serious. Indeed, each prodigy on the celestial ranking was far from ordinary. A heavy buzz resonated through the air as Han Wujie, suspended in the void, emanated intense fluctuations. In an instant, an endless realm of fire unfolded behind him. Within this boundless inferno, flames raged and scorched the heavens, tearing through the cosmos. A spectral figure, enveloped in divine flames, descended upon the earth, treading upon the myriad fires. In his grasp, he wielded a blazing spear imbued with sacred fire. What terrifying power! Is this the might of a celestial prodigy? Han Wujie possessed the sacred body of flames. This was the power that came with it. Brother Chu, surrender quickly. You are already formidable, urged one disciple. Yes, Brother Chu, hasten to give in. Do not engage recklessly with that individual. He possesses a sacred body. Witnessing this scene unfold in the void, the disciples below began to grow anxious for Chu Luo. Meanwhile, Yin Jun, the ancient sage, smirked coldly, already aware of the battle's outcome. Nevertheless, he was prepared to intervene and rescue Chu Luo at a moment's notice, for this was the territory of the forbidden sect. Should Han Wujie inadvertently slay Chu Luo, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Shadow Crow clan. Young one, to compel me to unleash my sacred body is a testament to your pride. Prepare yourself. The divine flame-suppressing spear. With a thunderous roar, Han Wujie unleashed his fury. The spectral figure behind him raised the divine spear, aiming it at the arena below to suppress his opponent. Chu Luo raised his head, a grin spreading across his face as he let out a long, defiant roar to the heavens. Come if you dare, I fear you not. I have declared that today. I shall unseat you from your lofty position on the celestial rankings. With a resounding crash, he exclaimed, break. With a thought, Chu Luo secretly expended the remaining protective value to elevate his realm. Boom. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Luo's aura ascended progressively. Boundless first realm, boundless second realm, boundless sixth realm. With the remaining protection value, Chu Luo's cultivation was elevated by 5 minor realms, propelling him directly to the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Everyone gazed at Chu Luo as if he were a monster, utterly astounded. To break through 5 minor realms in one breath. Could this truly be human? Even Han Wujie was taken aback by this spectacle. Come and fight. Blood-red floating pagoda finger. 9 nether cold bone finger. Soul-devouring evil god eye. Chu Luo sprang into the air, letting out a resounding cry that echoed throughout the entire forbidden sect. Amidst the astonished gazes of Lin Feng, the esteemed elders, and countless disciples, Chu Luo unleashed a breathtaking display of 3 forbidden arts from various sects in rapid succession. The air resonated with a thunderous roar as the spectacle unfolded before the multitude. Behind Chu Luo, 2 formidable manifestations emerged, one red and one white. Additionally, a dark phenomenon materialized behind him. Within this phenomenon, a pair of enormous crimson eyes, swirling with intricate patterns, appeared, exuding an eerie aura. A powerful mental force radiated outward. Chu Luo's eyes transformed into the sinister pair behind her, imbuing her with an extraordinary charm. Suddenly, a crimson and a white figure emerged, each extending a finger. 2 fingers, brimming with terrifying power, collided with the descending phantom of the blazing divine spear. The 2 formidable forces instantly reached a stalemate. What? How is this possible? Han Wujie could hardly believe the scene before him. A mere insect from the boundless realm had actually thwarted his attack. He was a prodigy from the prodigy rankings. It was simply intolerable. Damn it. Prepare to die? Huh. In a furious roar, Han Wujie unleashed his power to its utmost limit. And at the very moment he summoned his full strength, Chuluo's gaze sharpened as the intricate patterns within her crimson eyes began to swirl. An astonishing surge of soul power, intermingled with a formidable devouring force, erupted forth. Han Wujie remained oblivious until, suddenly, his body convulsed. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, mirroring the pair of crimson orbs behind Chuluo. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. Ah! Han Wujie cried out in agony, clutching his head and wailing in despair. The power within him dissipated in an instant. A resounding crash echoed as the fiery divine spear he wielded vanished into thin air. A gigantic finger, one red and one white, brimming with terrifying power, tore through the remnants of the burning void and charged directly at the plummeting Han Wujie. Disciple, Yin Jun, the ancient sage, reacted immediately, his fury palpable. In a flash, he appeared beside Han Wujie, swiftly shattering Chuluo's twin attacks with a mere gesture. At that very moment, Inya, Lin Feng, and several elders vanished from their positions, materializing beside Chuluo to shield her from harm. At this juncture, the onlooking disciples of the Forbidden Sect were utterly stunned. They gazed at Chuluo, who was now protected by their sect leader and elders, as if she were a monstrous entity. They could hardly fathom that the bane they had all condemned was so incredibly powerful. Even Han Wujie, of the Soul Realm, had been defeated. Reflecting on the recent events felt surreal, as though they were trapped in a dream. Ah! Yin Jun landed, cradling Han Wujie. The latter, hands clasped over his head, let out heart-wrenching cries. Disciple, what has happened to you? Yin Jun's heart raced with concern as he grasped Han Wujie's wrist. In the next instant, Yin Jun's expression shifted dramatically. He discovered a bizarre mental force within Han Wujie's body, rapidly consuming his very soul. Yin Jun immediately sprang into action, attempting to eradicate this peculiar soul energy, only to find that his ancient sage cultivation was utterly ineffective against it. What in the world is happening? Yin Jun's face darkened as he cast a glance at Chuluo, standing behind Lin Feng, a glimmer of ruthless intent flickering in his eyes. Yin Jun, your disciple has fallen victim to our sect's forbidden technique, the soul-devouring evil eye. This forbidden art is among the most heinous of all, and those struck by it will have their souls torn asunder, doomed to eternal oblivion. Fortunately, Chuluo's cultivation was relatively low, granting Han Wujie a slim chance of survival. Lin Feng explained calmly. What must be done to rescue him and eliminate this bizarre force? Yin Jun pressed. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Yin Jun, I fear I must disappoint you. I too am at a loss for a solution. Such forbidden techniques are known only to Chuluo within our sect. Perhaps only the Emperor could intervene and resolve this. Upon hearing this, Yin Jun turned his gaze towards Inya. Inya chuckled slyly, reveling in the misfortune. What do you want from me? This has nothing to do with me. Hurry and take your useless disciple back to your Crimson Flame Valley and seek assistance from your elders. How dare you challenge our forbidden sect with such inadequate skills? Who can you blame? Yin Jun's expression was one of utter dismay, yet he dared not retort. In this moment, Inya was an unparalleled emperor. If provoked, he could end Yin Jun without a moment's hesitation. Lord Lin, my prodigy from the Crimson Flame Valley, merely sought a challenge. We had previously agreed to a friendly contest. Yet this insolent fool has gravely injured my disciple. We demand an explanation from your sect. Yin Jun's voice was low and serious, his gaze fixated on Chuluo, who appeared disinterested, as if she were merely observing a spectacle. His murderous intent could no longer be contained. Sensing Yin Jun's hostility towards Chuluo, Lin Feng, Inya, and the high-ranking elders felt the air grow frigid. The atmosphere shifted, dark and foreboding, as the winds howled ominously. You dare demand an explanation from us, mere ants? When my palm strikes your face, consider it the Forbidden Sect's response to your Crimson Flame Valley. An overwhelming imperial aura surged from Inya, enveloping the heavens and earth. His presence grew colossal, casting a disdainful gaze upon Yin Jun, akin to viewing an insignificant insect. Yin Jun suddenly jolted, realizing his animosity towards Chuluo had been exposed. He immediately reined it in. An explanation? What if the Forbidden Sect chooses not to provide one? What can your Crimson Flame Valley do about it? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling intent, unabashedly mirrored by the elders at his side. Having witnessed Chuluo's extraordinary prowess, Lin Feng had already regarded her as a precious asset of their forbidden sect. Should this old fool remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to eliminate an ancient sage for the sake of entertainment. Chuluo, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Feng and the elders, couldn't help but shudder. She had never seen the usually affable sect leader display such a fierce demeanor. Ding! A notification echoed in Chuluo's mind. 5,000 protective points from the sect leader. 10,000 protective points from the Emperor Master. 5,000 protective points from the fourth elder. At that moment, as she observed the accumulating protective points, a smile of pure delight spread across Chuluo's face. Chuluo gazed at Han Wujie, who was lamenting while clutching his head, and a sudden inspiration struck him. He realized the swift method to accumulate protective value for his kin. If he were to subdue all the prodigies listed on the prodigy rankings, rendering them as miserable as Han Wujie, the elders would inevitably emerge to confront him. In such a scenario, his master would undoubtedly rise to his defense, just as they had today. Thus, the protective value would be his for the taking. He truly was a genius. Chuluo firmly resolved that once his strength grew a bit more formidable, he would challenge the prodigies listed on the celestial hero rankings. He addressed the esteemed Master Lin. I hope that when the ancestral figure of my Scarlet Flame Valley comes knocking, you will still possess such unyielding dominance. The ancient Saint Yanjun wore a grim expression as he seized Han Wujie beside him, turning to tear through the fabric of space and depart. The words of Yanjun were met with derision from the onlookers, as if to suggest that the forbidden sect lacked any ancestral figures. Well done, my dear disciple. Elder Enya turned to his cherished apprentice, giving a thumbs up, increasingly pleased with what he saw. Young man, I never imagined you were so adept at concealing your talents. You have even mastered the 4 ultimate techniques of our sect. However, do bear in mind the taboos surrounding our forbidden sect secret arts. Though each technique defies the heavens, their potency will escalate as your strength increases. And so too will the toll they exact. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using these forbidden techniques. At that moment, Lin Feng gazed at Chuluo with admiration. Their forbidden sect had unearthed yet another prodigious talent. Indeed, I will heed your counsel. Chuluo nodded slightly and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. In truth, he had already grasped the essence of the matter without Lin Feng's reminder, when he unleashed the grand void embracing Sky Palm at the initial stage. It cost him 50 years of his lifespan. However, after elevating his cultivation and employing 3 forbidden techniques, each strike astonishingly consumed 100 years of his life. At this moment, he had a remaining lifespan of 1,150 years. After ascending 5 minor realms, his original 1,000-year lifespan had increased by an additional 500 years. As Chuluo was lost in contemplation, suddenly, the earth trembled, and a golden light materialized in the heavens. Within the golden cloud, an ethereal leaderboard emerged, the Celestial Talents ranking. Chuluo was no stranger to this spectacle. Over the past decade, he had frequently witnessed the extraordinary phenomena accompanying the fluctuations of the Celestial Talents ranking. At this moment, countless powerful beings across the vast 3,000 realms beheld the manifestation of the Celestial Talents ranking. After a span of 2.5 months, the Celestial Talents ranking was once again undergoing changes. It was uncertain which prodigy had been ousted this time, as only 200 individuals from the entire 3,000 realms could be listed on the board. The recent frequent alterations in the ranking indicated the emergence of exceptional talents, heralding the dawn of a golden era. Under the watchful eyes of innumerable powerful entities and prodigies, Chuluo saw the name of Han Wujie from the Scarlet Flame Valley, ranked 150th, gradually fade away, replaced by the name of Chuluo from the Forbidden Sect. It was no surprise that a prodigy from the Forbidden Sect had emerged, for the Forbidden Sect was the foremost power in the 3,000 realms, aside from the 4 hidden imperial clans and the 4 ancient families. Indeed, even the 4 imperial clans and 4 ancient families, which had never made their presence known, might not necessarily rival the Forbidden Sect. However, this prodigy Chuluo from the Forbidden Sect was an unfamiliar name to many. Could it be that he was a newly risen disciple? It was highly probable, as discussions among the formidable factions unfolded. The Celestial Talents ranking gradually dissipated within the Forbidden Sect. Chuluo had not anticipated that he would inadvertently take the place of Han Wujie. This was bound to make him famous, was it not? Moreover, this turn of events aligned perfectly with Chuluo's aspirations. Once he gained notoriety, the distinguished talents on the rankings would naturally seek him out for challenges, sparing him the effort of searching for them across the world. He mused, fellow cultivator. Having observed for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself, is it not? Shall I, the sect master, have to summon you personally? At that moment, the disciples who had been on the verge of dispersing suddenly noticed sect master Lin Feng and the elders, all gazing upwards into the depths of the void. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising his head. Was there still the sixth hiding in the shadows? Ha! Boomed a hearty and aged voice. Congratulations, Master Lin. The forbidden sect has gained yet another prodigy. Following this, Chu Luo beheld an elderly man clad in a vibrant, colorful robe, his hair streaked with gray. Descending from the depths of the void before him, Chu Luo is acquainted with this elderly man. He is a senior elder from one of the foremost factions, the Dan sect, known as the ancient Saint Qing Dan. The Dan sect maintains a favorable relationship with their taboo sect, and the two sects frequently engage in interactions. During the years that Chu Luo spent within the sect, he encountered the esteemed Qing Dan ancient sage on several occasions. Hee, the old man chuckled. I have long since perceived your presence. I was merely waiting for you to reveal yourself, but it seems I must draw you out myself. The sinister crow cackled, rubbing his hands together. Ha! Could I, an old man, ever elude the keen eyes of the Enya ancient sage? Oh, pardon me. I should now refer to you as the Enya Emperor. The Qing Dan ancient sage laughed heartily, his demeanor towards Enya shifting from mere friendship to a deeper respect. Enough of your frivolous chatter. This is my well-behaved disciple. You, an old man skilled in the art of alchemy, ought to present my disciple with a proper greeting. By the way, my disciple requires elixirs that can restore his lifespan. The Enya grinned as he playfully solicited a gift from the Qing Dan ancient sage on behalf of Chu Luo. This scene left Lin Feng and the other elders utterly speechless. Even now that the third elder had ascended to the rank of emperor, he remained as shameless as ever. The Qing Dan ancient sage, well acquainted with Enya's temperament, promptly produced several vials of high-quality elixirs capable of revitalizing life, which he then handed to Chu Luo. Chu Luo graciously accepted the elixir, delightfully stowing it away. An elixir bestowed by an ancient alchemist of remarkable prowess undoubtedly spoke for itself in terms of its quality. Many thanks to the esteemed ancient alchemist Qing Dan. Chu Luo bowed in gratitude to the ancient sage Qing Dan. The ancient sage Qing Dan waved his hand dismissively, surveying Chu Luo from head to toe, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The fierce battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujie unfolded before his very eyes. It was difficult for him to fathom that the Chu Luo standing before him could triumph over the prodigious Han Wujie, ranked among the elite. The scene of Chu Luo breaking through 5 minor realms in a single breath was still vividly etched in the mind of the ancient sage Qing Dan. An awe-inspiring sight that left him astounded. Friend Qing Dan, what brings you here this time? One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Lin Feng inquired with a sudden smile. Ha ha ha. Indeed, there is a matter of great importance. Ancient sage Qing Dan laughed heartily. Oh, what is it? The elders expressed their curiosity, and even Chu Luo perked up his ears to listen. With a sigh, the ancient sage Qing Dan responded, recently, I have heard whispers that in the wild Tianjia of the northern plains, a secret realm belonging to an emperor has seemingly emerged. According to reports from powerful investigators dispatched by our Dan sect, the master of this emperor's secret realm is suspected to be an ancient ancestor of our sect who perished in distant lands. I anticipate that news of this emperor's secret realm will soon reach you as well. Once the news spreads, it will undoubtedly create a stir throughout the vast 3,000 realms. This ancestor, who met a sudden demise, was once extraordinarily brilliant, having created 2 types of imperial elixirs. However, he left no formulations for these elixirs within the sect. Yet, we are certain that he must have left behind the recipes. Therefore, following the decision of the elders within our sect, I have come to the Forbidden Sect, seeking the assistance of your talented individuals to help our Dan sect disciples enter the secret realm and retrieve the lost recipes. As you all know, our Dan sect disciples are generally no match for the prodigies on the elite rankings. Of course, we shall not ask for your aid without recompense. The sect will offer 16 sacred grade elixirs and 1 imperial elixir in return. At this point, ancient sage Qing Dan expressed a tone of resignation. Despite being one of the top-tier powers, the younger generation of the Dan sect was rather lackluster. In such a vast sect, only 1 prodigy had made it onto the rankings. I see. However, it is a pity that with the emergence of the Emperor's secret realm, all our direct disciples are currently in closed-door cultivation, Lin Feng lamented. The advent of the Emperor's secret realm is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Alas, the top prodigies of our sect are all sequestered, missing out on this grand chance. When the secret realm opens, the finest talents from various top-tier factions will surely converge. Ordinary disciples simply cannot compete with these exceptional beings. Ha ha ha. Fear not, Sect Master Lin, for there is still one here. Ancient Sage Qingdan glanced at Chu Luo. Chu Luo was taken aback. He merely wished to indulge in some gossip, yet the conversation had unexpectedly turned to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the assembly of elders were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, how could they have overlooked this young man? Although Chu Luo is merely at the initial stage, the mere recollection of him breaking through 5 minor realms in one breath stirs excitement among the crowd. Once this young man enters the Emperor's secret realm and seizes the opportunities therein, transcending to the spirit realm will be a matter of time. At that point, even when facing the top prodigies on the genius rankings, he will possess the strength to contend. They cannot afford to let this opportunity slip through their fingers at the Forbidden Sect. Chu Luo, would you be willing to lead the team into the Emperor's secret realm? This realm is replete with countless opportunities. However, if you wish to compete in the sect's ranking struggle, your current power may not suffice. Besides the secluded disciples, there are several core disciples who also rank among the top prodigies. Do you truly believe that, with your present abilities, you can surpass them? Lin Feng turned to Chu Luo and spoke with a smile. With a slight furrow in her brow, Chu Luo acknowledged the truth in Lin Feng's words. Despite the prowess of the core disciples present, none could match Han Wuji. Yet, among these disciples, there existed prodigious talents. They, however, were sequestered in their cultivation, striving to enhance their strength for the upcoming contest for the ranks. The contest for the ranks is the most grandiose event within the Forbidden Sect. The ranked disciples are the candidates for the next sect master and the esteemed elders. My dear disciple, it is wise to heed the words of the sect master. You must seize this opportunity. Inya pulled Chu Luo aside and spoke in a hushed tone. Very well, master. You must also attend, for I fear I may be targeted. Chu Luo nodded in agreement, accepting the responsibility of leading the expedition into the secret realm. Yet, deep down, he yearned to convey to his master, Master, your fierce protection is truly my greatest fortune. Of course, who would dare oppose you? I shall crush them to dust. Rest assured, I will accompany you when the time comes. The shadowy crow reassured Chu Luo, thumping its chest with unwavering confidence. Chu Luo nodded and turned to say, All right. Master, I shall go. Then, addressing the venerable Qingdan, he inquired, May I ask when we shall set off? The ancient sage Qingdan smiled faintly. With Chu Luo's involvement, he felt a sense of reassurance. He replied, Dear young friend Chu, if you have no pressing matters, we may depart tomorrow. Excellent. Thereafter, the ancient sage Qingdan engaged in light conversation with the others before taking his leave from the Forbidden Sect and returning to his own sect. Following the events of today's battle, Chu Luo once again gained renown for the entire Forbidden Sect, but this time it was a reputation of commendation. In this battle, Chu Luo preserved the honor of the sect. Disciples throughout the sect were engaged in discussions about the spectacular clash between Chu Luo and Han Wuji. As night fell, Chu Luo returned to the peak belonging to Inya, Ninxia Peak. Being the sole disciple of Inya, the peak was particularly desolate. In a vast courtyard, only Chu Luo remained. For over a decade, the nights had been accompanied solely by moonlight and fireflies. Nevertheless, Chu Luo had long since grown accustomed to this solitude. Late at night, seeing that his unreliable master had yet to return, he retreated alone to his chamber. Closing the doors and windows, Chu Luo focused his mind and entered the system. Chu Luo examined her attribute panel and discovered that the previously zeroed protection value had risen to 35,000. Chu Luo initially intended to leverage the protective value to transcend into the realm of the divine soul. However, he suddenly recalled the blazing sacred body demonstrated by Han Wuji today. As far as Chu Luo was aware, among the 9 direct disciples within the sect, only he lacked a unique constitution, while the other 8 possessed a remarkable sacred body. Furthermore, more than half of the prodigies listed on the talents ranking boasted similarly extraordinary physiques. Have sacred bodies become so commonplace that everyone possesses one? This simply cannot be. If I wish to grow stronger, I must acquire a sacred body or divine physique for myself. Chu Luo stroked her chin, resolved to explore the unique attributes available in the system's marketplace. She opened the section dedicated to these special physiques. Chu Luo was utterly astonished. The array of extraordinary physiques available in the system's marketplace was nothing short of dazzling. Each one, when chosen, possessed an awe-inspiring presence. However, the required protective values were exceptionally high. With his current possession of 35,000 protective values, he could only acquire the most rudimentary of spiritual bodies. Suddenly, Chuluo's attention was drawn to the most prominent section of physiques, showcasing the 10 most remarkable ones. These 10 physiques were, indeed, the legendary and formidable ones from the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms. Chaotic Divine Body, 5 million protective values, Void Divine Body, 4 million protective values, Primordial Sacred Body, 3 million protective values, Longevity Body, 2 million protective values. As he scrolled through, Chuluo was taken aback to discover that the system even included these legendary 10 physiques. Truly, it was worthy of being called the sovereign. Chuluo's gaze was captivated by the concept of the eternal body. Could it be that those possessing this physique could attain immortality? Thus, Chuluo accessed the details of the eternal body and was instantly filled with exhilaration. The description read, "Those endowed with this physique possess boundless lifespans, imperishable bodies, undying souls, and eternal youth." Just a few succinct words compelled Chuluo to make a resolute decision. No matter the cost, he must accumulate enough guardian value to exchange for the eternal body. Once he attained this form, would he not have the capacity to unleash forbidden techniques without restraint? The drawback of these techniques consuming lifespan would become utterly irrelevant to him. The terrifying prowess of forbidden arts enchanted Chuluo. He found himself dismissing ordinary martial skills, even those of imperial grade, as inadequate. Forbidden techniques embodied the very essence of violent aesthetics. Some of these techniques could not even be countered by an emperor. It seemed that future cultivation would rely solely on his own efforts. With his resolve firmly established, Chuluo exited the system, letting out a sigh. From this moment forth, he would tirelessly amass guardian value. 2 million guardian value merely required his master to intervene on his behalf 200 times, hardly a daunting task. With a fleeting thought, Chuluo settled into a meditative posture, channeling the forbidden primordial technique and commencing his cultivation. Meanwhile, within one of the most formidable factions, the Crimson Flame Valley, two figures stood respectfully before a moss-covered stone door deep within the sect. If Chuluo were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to recognize one of them as Han Wujie, who had fallen victim to the soul-devouring evil god's gaze. At this moment, Han Wujie appeared pale, his aura somewhat feeble, his eyes flickering with hatred. He vowed that if given the chance, he would surely eliminate Chuluo. "Youngster, the strange power within you has been largely eradicated. This force is quite peculiar, something we have never encountered before. However, you are no longer in danger. The remaining anomalous energy has been sealed for now. We shall return after some time," came a voice imbued with supreme authority from behind the stone door. "Thank you for saving my life, Ancestor." Han Wujie bowed deeply in gratitude. "Ancestor, the Forbidden Sect has been excessively overbearing. If it weren't for your intervention, I fear I would not have survived this day. I implore you to help us seek justice for my master and me." Beside Han Wujie, the ancient sage Yin Jun's face darkened at the mere mention of the Forbidden Sect. Moments later, the voice from behind the door echoed again. "Now is not the time to confront the Forbidden Sect directly. However, the disciple who employed such strange techniques cannot be spared. At such a young age, possessing such formidable skills, he must not be allowed to grow stronger, or the Forbidden Sect will become even more formidable." With a whoosh, as the words faded, a beam of light shot forth from the moss-covered stone door, penetrating Han Wujie's mind. He was momentarily stunned, his face lighting up with excitement. Within his consciousness, he discovered a technique of imperial grade. "This imperial art is bestowed upon you. The next time you encounter that lad from the Forbidden Sect, you must ensure his demise." The aged voice commanded again. "Thank you, Ancestor. I shall personally slay Chuluo," Han Wujie replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his tone icy. Beyond the stone door, there was no further response. Soon after, Yinjun led Han Wujie away from that place. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to many, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the 3,000 great worlds. In the northern plains, on the desolate Tianzhou, a hidden imperial realm was about to reveal itself. That very night, the skies above the 3,000 great worlds erupted in extraordinary phenomena, dazzling lights captivating the attention of countless factions. In an instant, numerous forces dispatched their strongest warriors to hasten to the northern plains. As dawn broke and the first rays of golden sunlight illuminated the land, the Forbidden Sect stirred. Chuluo awaited patiently beside a colossal void ship. Soon, a dozen core disciples gathered, each bowing respectfully to Chuluo, exclaiming, "Senior Brother Chu." The former derogatory term had been replaced, and their demeanor now radiated reverence. "Esteemed junior brothers." Chuluo smiled gently and returned the salute to the group with a clasped fist. These more than a dozen core disciples were about to accompany him into the Emperor's secret realm to vie for opportunities. By the way, esteemed junior brothers, have you seen my esteemed master? Chu Luo suddenly recalled that her master had not returned home last night. This morning, there was still no trace of him, leaving her in the dark about his whereabouts. As the departure time drew near, several core disciples exchanged glances, shook their heads, and clasped their hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Brother Chu, we too have not seen Elder San." Chu Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. Even with her master having attained the status of an emperor, he still exhibited such unreliability. At that moment, the crowd witnessed two streaks of light soaring from the depths of the sect, landing gracefully before them. Upon seeing the two figures, over a dozen core disciples respectfully clasped their hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Elder Zhao, Elder Si." Elder Zhao Sheng offered a slight nod, casting a cold glance at Chu Luo before stating, "Let us proceed. This expedition to the northern plains will be led by myself and Elder Si." Understood. The disciples eagerly ascended the ethereal warship. At this moment, Chu Luo finally regained her composure, her lips twitching uncontrollably, and she appeared utterly distressed. Chu Luo stepped forward and addressed the fourth elder. "Esteemed fourth elder, where is my master? Where has he gone?" The fourth elder, named Qin Yi, appeared to be a kindly old man. "He, young one, your master had urgent matters to attend to and left the sect quite some time ago." Before his departure, the third elder specifically entrusted me and the second elder with your protection. Time is of the essence. We must set out promptly. With that, Qin Yi and Zhao Sheng boarded the warship, leaving Chu Luo in a state of bewilderment. His esteemed master had abandoned him once again, proving to be utterly unreliable. What if Zhao Sheng, who harbored such disdain for him, conspired against him? At this moment, his only ally was the fourth elder. "Are you coming or not? If you don't, we shall depart without you." Zhao Sheng, noticing Chu Luo lost in thought, impatiently urged him. "I'm coming." Chu Luo retorted with irritation, having waited for them here since early morning, while they leisurely arrived just in time. Upon boarding the void ship, Chu Luo ascended, piercing through the abyss and vanishing into a rift in space. Within the dim tumult of the spatial currents, the colossal warship traversed swiftly. Chu Luo sat alone at the bow of the vessel, commencing his cultivation. The previous night, he had remained awake, dedicating himself to the profound comprehension of the Forbidden Sect's supreme technique, the Forbidden Primordial Art, relying on the enlightenment bestowed upon him by the system. Chu Luo has already comprehended the Forbidden Mixed Origin technique to the third level. She is on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck of the third level and ascending to the fourth. Chu Luo focused intently, her body shimmering with specks of golden starlight. A unique aura of Tao emanated from her. At that moment, the disciples aboard the warship were captivated by the scene. Senior brother Chu has actually cultivated our Forbidden Mixed Yuan technique to the third level. Impressive. Indeed, I had been stuck at the second level for over a decade, barely grazing the surface of the bottleneck. Wait, that can't be right. It seems senior brother Chu is attempting to comprehend the fourth level of the technique. This is inconceivable. It doesn't appear that the Forbidden Mixed Yuan technique has more than 10 levels in total. I heard that senior brother before entering seclusion, had only reached the third level as well. Surely, senior brother Chu is merely engaged in cultivation. It must be cultivation without a doubt. Yet senior brother Chu is one who has successfully mastered 4 forbidden ultimate arts. Given senior brother Chu's innate understanding, it is merely a matter of time before she steps into the fourth level. The core disciples began to discuss amongst themselves. Meanwhile, behind these disciples, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi had been quietly observing Chu Luo. They were astonished by the remarkable aptitude of this young individual. He had fully reached the bottleneck of the third level of the Forbidden Mixed Yuan technique and was now striving to break through to the fourth. Such talent had been overlooked in the past. Qin Yi's gaze shifted to the back of Chu Luo, exclaiming in awe. With his level of cultivation, he could clearly see that Chu Luo was attempting to break through the technique. Beside him, Zhao Sheng regarded Chu Luo, his eyes flickering with a complex expression. He had heard of Chu Luo's decisive victory over Han Wujie the day before. He never anticipated that Chu Luo could defeat a top contender on the talent rankings. She had preserved the dignity of their forbidden sect. Although Chu Luo had indeed committed many reckless acts in the past, Zhao Sheng could not help but acknowledge her prowess. Chu Luo has undoubtedly qualified to become the prodigy of their forbidden sect. Suddenly, a formidable wave of energy emanated from him. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped him, transforming into a series of pulsating golden runes that danced around him. As Chu Luo opened his eyes, these vibrant runes coalesced behind him, forming a circle of golden halos, reminiscent of a divine aura. Break. Chu Luo formed seals with her hands, contemplating for a moment. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. In the next instant, the dozen or so core disciples present were collectively struck with astonishment. They sensed that Chu Luo was channeling her techniques, fervently absorbing the sparse spiritual energy within the chaotic space. This formidable force of absorption made everyone acutely aware of the situation. Chu Luo has indeed transcended to the fourth level of his cultivation technique. Astonishingly, has he truly achieved such a breakthrough? It appears as effortless for him as quenching one's thirst. However, now that he has successfully transcended, what is he currently engaged in? A group of core disciples perceives the tremendous gravitational force emanating from Chu Luo's body, their expressions a blend of astonishment and bewilderment. This lad, Zhao Xing exclaimed, recognizing that Chu Luo intends to challenge the spirit realm. The turbulence of spatial currents renders spiritual energy scarce. This boy is utterly foolish. Zhao Xing accurately discerned Chu Luo's intentions and could not help but mutter under his breath in exasperation. Indeed, Zhao Xing's conjecture was correct. Chu Luo was indeed attempting to breach the spirit realm, although he was aware of the thin spiritual energy amid the chaotic spatial currents, which posed a significant hindrance to his breakthrough. He found himself at an insurmountable bottleneck in his cultivation and could no longer contain himself. Chu Luo operated the cultivation technique to its utmost limit, frantically siphoning the sparse spiritual energy in the surroundings. Damn it, this is disastrous. If the breakthrough fails, I will have no choice but to utilize my protective value to force it through. Chu Luo was beset by a throbbing headache. He yearned to accumulate protective value to exchange for the longevity body. Just as he contemplated employing this protective value to make a breakthrough, Zhao Sheng furrowed his brow, rising thoughtfully, and declared, Elder Qin, let us lend this young man a helping hand. Qin Yi was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Zhao Sheng. Before breaking into a smile, excellent. With a wave of their hands, a multitude of spirit stones soared from the spatial rings of the two, cascading around Chu Luo. As he beheld the ever-growing pile of spirit stones, Chu Luo was taken aback, turning to see Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi continuously releasing spirit stones, much to his surprise. What are you standing there for, you fool? Zhao Sheng scolded angrily. Breakthrough. Thank you, esteemed elders. A warm current coursed through Chu Luo's heart as she bowed respectfully to the two individuals. Then, her gaze sharpened as she channeled her powers. With a resonating hum, amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, the myriad spiritual stones scattered across the ground were swiftly drained of their essence, reduced to mere powder. The two elders urged her on, insisting that it was still insufficient. Chu Luo frantically refined the spiritual energy, addressing the two elders with urgency. This young man, striving to break through to the divine soul realm, requires such an immense amount of spiritual energy? Truly a peculiar being. Zhao Sheng gazed at the scattered powder in astonishment. Unable to contain his shock, the two of them had already expended over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. A dozen core disciples were now left utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Luo astonishingly absorbed the spiritual energy of 1 million spirit stones. How profound must his foundation be? As the spiritual energy surged, Chu Luo let out a long howl towards the heavens. Break. Boom. Spirit realm first stage. Spirit realm second stage. Before the gaze of the crowd, Chu Luo not only shattered his shackles, but also ascended to the second stage of the spirit realm in one breath. The core disciples were utterly stunned. They recalled that just yesterday, Chu Luo had broken through 5 minor realms. Today, he had reached the spirit realm. Moreover, he advanced 2 levels at once. Truly a prodigy. Thanks to the second elder. Thanks to the fourth elder. Chu Luo reigned in his formidable presence and respectfully bowed to Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Zhao Sheng curled his lips, responding with irritation. There's no need for thanks. Just refrain from visiting my medicinal fields in the future. By the way, do remember to return my spirit stones. Chu Luo's lips twitched, and she soon broke into a smile, shrugging her shoulders as she replied, Sure. The second elder could certainly seek out my master for that. Zhao Sheng's expression darkened, and he turned to enter the cabin. Watching Zhao Sheng's retreating figure, Chu Luo felt a sense of gratitude. Ha ha ha. Qin Yi chimed in playfully. Don't take it to heart, my friend. The second elder is merely being contradictory. How could he possibly care about such a trifling amount of spirit stones? Chu Luo nodded, silently etching the kindness of the two into her heart. To her surprise, she realized that she was beginning to harbor less disdain for Zhao Sheng. Just as their conversation unfolded, the void worship trembled, departing from the realm of space. As the worship emerged, Chu Luo beheld a magnificent and grand architectural complex. Majestic palaces with crimson walls and golden roofs soared into the clouds, nestled against the mountains. Between these palaces, figures flitted to and fro in flight. Beneath this colossal mountain range, an expanse of boundless spiritual fields came into view. Within these fields, various grades of spiritual herbs emitted a gentle glow, their potent essence permeating the air. Here lies one of the paramount forces of the 3,000 great worlds, the Pill Sect. A warship descended upon the plaza of a palace. At this moment, a group of disciples clad in colorful robes had long awaited in the square. Chu Luo observed that, aside from the familiar figure of the ancient Saint Qingdan, there was also a white-haired elder whom he had never encountered before. However, what piqued Chu Luo's interest even more was a young boy at the forefront of this group of Dan's sect disciples. The boy seemed to sense Chu Luo's gaze and immediately lifted his head. Their eyes met, and a flicker of hostility and unwillingness appeared on the boy's countenance. Chu Luo was taken aback, pondering whether this individual harbored some grave affliction. Had he inadvertently offended this person in some manner? The other party seemed to perceive his expression of defiance. It was a disciple from the Forbidden Sect. Remarkably, the Forbidden Sect had dispatched over a dozen core disciples. Look, that youthful figure must be the recently acclaimed prodigy on the celestial prodigy list, Chu Luo, right? It is said that his master is the ancient saint of the Shadow Crow from the Forbidden Sect. No wonder. For it is rumored that the ancient saint has already attained the status of a great emperor. A direct disciple of a great emperor. How astonishing. The disciples of the Pill Sect cast envious glances at Chu Luo, engaging in hushed whispers. The gazes directed at Chu Luo were brimming with admiration. Chu Luo smiled helplessly. Just a day ago, he was obscure and unknown. Now, he had become the talk of the town, the young man at the forefront of the dance sect. Upon hearing the whispers of the disciples around him, furrowed his brows, and his gaze towards Chu Luo grew increasingly displeased. Chu Luo cast a glance at the displeased youth before leading a group of core disciples alongside the two elders toward the plaza. Oh, why are there only these two friends? Where is the Emperor of the Dark Crow? The ancient sage Qingdan stepped forward with his disciples. Momentarily taken aback upon noticing the absence of the Dark Crow Emperor, filled with curiosity, Qini clasped his hands in greeting and elucidated, "Friend Qingdan." The third elder had an unexpected matter to attend to and could not come, so I, along with the second elder, shall take his place. The ancient sage Qingdan nodded in understanding, realization dawning upon him. That old fellow, the Dark Crow, has indeed made strides. I did not anticipate him reaching the realm of an emperor. I had hoped to engage in a friendly contest with him since he was to lead the team. It seems I shall have to seek another opportunity. At that moment, another figure emerged from behind the disciples of the Pill Sect, a white-haired elder clad in a colorful robe, who approached with an air of authority. The disciples of the Pill Sect parted respectfully, showing him their utmost reverence. Chu Luo was taken aback. He sensed no aura emanating from the elderly man. His divine consciousness probed, as if the other party did not exist at all. However, from the elderly man's earlier self-identification, upon learning that the elder was, like his master, an exalted emperor, Chu Luo was astonished. Having encountered the illustrious Emperor Yiming, elders Zhao Sheng and Qini promptly offered their respectful salutes. It turned out that he was none other than the esteemed Emperor Yaoming. Chu Luo's heart surged with astonishment as she curiously scrutinized the Emperor Yaoming. Renowned across the vast expanse of 3,000 realms millennia ago, Emperor Yaoming had, after ascending from the ancient sage to the status of an emperor, retreated into seclusion, seldom engaging with worldly affairs. Nonetheless, his legendary exploits continued to echo throughout the 3,000 realms. The two elders, Zhao Sheng, exchanged glances filled with intrigue. The involvement of Emperor Yao Ming by the Dan sect underscored the significance of the two lost alchemical formulas to the sect. A benevolent smile graced Emperor Yao Ming's face as his gaze settled upon Chu Luo, his eyes shimmering with a unique luminescence. "Little one, are you the direct disciple of the Incrow?" he inquired suddenly. Chu Luo immediately regained her composure, nodding respectfully and saying, "Yes, I am the junior, Chu Luo." The Emperor of Medicine narrowed his eyes, astonished within. At that moment, he sought to discern all that lay within Chu Luo, yet found himself utterly unable to penetrate her essence. All the celestial secrets of Chu Luo are shrouded by an unparalleled force. Should he attempt to force a calculation, he would undoubtedly suffer a backlash from this mighty power. The great Emperor Yao Ming remains unaware that this supreme force emanates from Chu Luo's own system, which actively conceals all of his celestial secrets. "Young friend Chu, your talent is astonishing and truly remarkable. No wonder that old rascal, Inya, chose you as his disciple. During this expedition into the secret realm, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after the disciples of our alchemy sect. Once Yao Ming regained his composure, he smiled gently and instructed the gathered disciples of the alchemy sect. Yes, Ancestor. The core disciples of the alchemy sect all nodded in agreement. Yet, the foremost young man displayed a look of discontent on his face. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Chu Luo clasped his hands and said, "Esteemed Emperor, I can only promise to do my utmost. That is all I need to hear." The Medicine Nether Emperor smiled gently and patted Chu Luo on the shoulder. This scene deepened the admiration of the core disciples of the Forbidden Sect for Chu Luo. Even the Medicine Nether Emperor held him in such high regard. "Ancestor, I have a request. I hope you will permit it." At that moment, the leading youth stepped forward, bowing his head with cupped hands. The Medicine Nether Emperor paused, noticing the expression on the boy's face. Glancing at Chu Luo, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and inquired, "What is it?" "Ancestor, I wish to spar with this newly ranked prodigy of the Forbidden Sect." The youth continued, "I originally intended to challenge Han Wujie to replace his ranking, but it seems this esteemed friend from the Forbidden Sect has beaten me to it. Therefore, I wish to test my skills against him and see if he truly possesses the ability to lead us." "Denchitsi, what nonsense are you spouting? You could never be a match for Chu Luo." The ancient sage of pure Dan interjected angrily, stepping forward to reprimand him. He had witnessed the battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujie yesterday, where even the holy body of Han Wujie was no match for the formidable Chu Luo. "Esteemed elder, I am not being reckless. I have heard that Chu Luo only possesses the cultivation of the primordial realm. I merely wish to verify whether he has the capability to lead us," Denchitsi remarked, casting a glance at Chu Luo and bowing once more. His words elicited knowing smiles from the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Today's Chu Luo was not the same as yesterday's. Denchitsi was likely unaware that their esteemed brother Chu Luo had just moments ago broken through to the soul realm. As this thought crossed their minds, the core disciples brimmed with anticipation, eager for Denchitsi to challenge Chu Luo. Upon learning that the youth's name was Denchitsi, Chu Luo instantly understood why the boy seemed so defiant. Denchitsi was the only prodigy of the Dan sect, ranked 151st, with a cultivation level on par with Han Wujie, 5th level of the Soul Realm. It was evident that he did not wish to acknowledge Chu Luo's superiority. The group of Dan sect disciples behind Denchitsi also grew excited, eager to witness the prowess of this newly ascended prodigy, to see if he truly was as formidable as the rumors suggested. It seems, young friend Chu, that Denchitsi does not hold you in high regard. What are your thoughts on this?" The Medicine Nether Emperor said with a slight smile, turning his gaze toward Chu Luo. Clearly, the Emperor was intrigued and had tacitly permitted Denchitsi's challenge. Observing this, Zhao Xing, Qini, and the ancient sage of pure Dan chose to remain silent. Chu Luo's face displayed a look of difficulty as he clasped his hands together and said, "Esteemed Emperor, should I take action? It would surely result in either death or injury. I fear that if I were to falter." Upon hearing this, Denchitsi furrowed his brow, a surge of anger rising within him. He believed that Chu Luo's reluctance stemmed from a fear of being unable to defeat him, thus attempting to dissuade him from the confrontation. What infuriated him further was the implication in Chu Luo's words that he was not his match. "Humph," Denchitsi retorted, his expression icy. "My dear friend Chu, there is no need for concern. Should I inadvertently meet my end at your hands, it would merely be a testament to my inadequacy. Rest assured, our Dan sect will not impose difficulties upon you." At this moment, Emperor Yao Ming also interjected, saying, "Young friend Chu, there is no need for apprehension. If any danger arises, I shall intervene. You may act with confidence." Seeing that even Emperor Yao Ming had spoken in such a manner, Chu Luo found it difficult to refuse any longer. It appeared that he had no choice but to subdue him through action. Chu Luo walked into the vast arena, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. He extended a finger and beckoned towards Denchitsi, saying, "Brother Dan, please make your move." This provocative gesture caused Denchitsi's blood pressure to surge, his expression darkening. A spiritual sword materialized in his grasp. "Brother Chu, I humbly seek your guidance." With a thunderous roar, Denchitsi's body trembled slightly as a formidable surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, conjuring a tempestuous wind that nearly knocked the onlookers off their feet. Such immense spiritual power. It was no wonder Denchitsi held a position just behind Han Wujie. His strength was nearly on par with Han Wujie's. Indeed, he is not a match for Brother Chu. That goes without saying. The dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect, sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Denchitsi, began to murmur among themselves. "Go, Brother Dan." The disciples of the Dan sect rallied to support him, their spirits high. Even Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi could not help but brighten their eyes, nodding in silent approval. This young man possesses remarkable talent. Behold my sword. With a sharp cry, Dan Qinzi stepped forward, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his blurred silhouette reappeared before Chu Luo, a sword enveloped in spiritual energy lunging towards Chu Luo's chest. Chu Luo was astonished by the speed of Dan Qinzi. Indeed, those who can ascend to the heavenly talents list are never to be underestimated. Chu Luo's speed was not to be underestimated. With a deft sidestep, he evaded Dan Qinzi's strike. A resounding crash echoed as a beam of sword light erupted from the spirit sword, shattering the ground of the nearby plaza. Dan Qinzi continued to swing his sword, relentlessly aiming at Chu Luo. Yet, each of his strikes was expertly dodged by Chu Luo. Why isn't senior brother Chu retaliating? The dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect were filled with confusion. The battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujia had certainly not unfolded in this manner. Upon hearing the perplexed murmurs of his junior disciples, Chu Luo couldn't help but ponder. He had unleashed a forbidden technique right from the start. Would the formidable Dan Qinzi be able to withstand it? What if, by some misstep, he inadvertently struck him down? After all, his master was nowhere to be found. With a hum, another swift sword strike came forth, which Chu Luo effortlessly evaded. Infuriated, Dan Qinzi coldly remarked, "Chu Luo, is evasion all you can do?" In response, Chu Luo grinned and gently shook his head, saying, "Brother Dan, unleash your full power. If you do not, I fear I might accidentally defeat you." Such audacity. The spectators, a group of core disciples from the Dan sect, were incensed by Chu Luo's words. Did he truly believe he could dominate Brother Dan so easily? Dan Qinzi's fury surged, his veins bulging as he declared, "Very well. Chu Luo, if that is your wish, then I shall oblige." With a thunderous crash, Dan Qinzi leaped into the air, treading upon the void. A surge of vibrant energy erupted from him, and beneath this force, thick vines, as wide as a man's thigh, suddenly burst forth from the ground, aiming directly at Chu Luo. Chu Luo Wei was startled, her form darting to evade. The vines seemed almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing her. It's the wood spirit body. It was said that Dan Zong's Dan Qinzi possessed a wood spirit body. The rumors were indeed true. A core disciple from a forbidden sect spoke with a grave expression. Brother Dan is unleashing his spirit body. If Chu Luo does not act swiftly, she will surely face defeat. A smirk emerged. Look at Brother Dan. Is he about to employ that technique? At that moment, a disciple familiar with Dan Qinzi's prowess suddenly paled. His gaze fixed intently on Dan Qinzi suspended in midair. Dan Qinzi formed intricate seals with his hands, a complex imprint materializing within his grasp. The spirit sword, hovering before him, radiated a verdant glow, with strange green runes dancing and entwining along its blade. Whoosh! A hum reverberated. Dan Qinzi pointed skyward, and the spirit sword soared into the heavens, vanishing into the clouds. Immediately, a formidable force enveloped the surroundings, summoning a tempest. The onlookers noted the trees on the mountains of Dan Zong swaying violently. Unbeknownst to them, emerald leaves fluttered through the air. Each leaf emanated a green luminescence, embodying the momentum of a falling sword. Boom! The sky was filled with green leaves, swept upward by the wind, merging into the clouds. Dan Qinzi's eyes shimmered with a green light as he gazed downwards. A terrifying power brewed from the depths of the firmament. Little did they expect that this young prodigy had mastered such a technique to this extent. Even the great emperor, Yao Ming, couldn't help but look up in admiration, nodding in approval. Boom! With a swift motion, Chu Luo shattered the pursuing vines with the back of his hand. As if sensing something, he suddenly looked up, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chu Luo, was this move truly worthy of being unleashed? Sin Luo sword tilt. Dan Qinzi let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, then pointed firmly at Chu Luo below. Boom! The onlookers beheld a colossal sword, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun, sweeping aside the clouds. It seemed to descend from the cosmos, a magnificent force pressing down. On the ethereal blade, green leaves framed the scene, representing the myriad of existence. The overwhelming sword intent swept through the realms, cascading from the heavens. It was as if this sword could quell demons and annihilate worlds. No one could withstand it. The disciples from both sects were collectively struck with terror, their expressions shifting dramatically. Come forth. Let us battle. Boom. Chu Luo let out a hearty laugh and leaped into the air. At this moment, his fighting spirit was completely ignited by Dan Qinzi's sword. In the next instant, everyone beheld a powerful and profound surge of spiritual energy soaring from Chu Luo's body into the sky, with hands forming intricate seals and eyes radiating a faint golden light. Chu Luo summoned an overwhelming energy. In an instant, the heavens transformed, engulfed in darkness. This lad. Forbidden ultimate technique. Even the Emperor Yao Ming was taken aback. As realization dawned upon him, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the core disciples of the Forbidden Sect were all rendered speechless. They understood that Chu Luo was invoking a forbidden ultimate technique, yet the phenomenon it produced was unfamiliar to them, unseen the day prior. This indicated that their senior brother was unleashing a novel forbidden move. Just how many forbidden ultimate techniques had this young man mastered? Elder Qini could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Zhao Sheng inhaled deeply, shaking his head slightly. It is worth noting that even he had only mastered 3 forbidden ultimate techniques of their sect, which had become his trump cards in battle. One can only imagine the immense difficulty in acquiring such forbidden knowledge. This young man had, within the span of 2 days, unleashed 5 distinct forbidden ultimate techniques. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a magnificent array of celestial phenomena rose behind Chu Luo. Within this spectacle, the cosmos unfolded, a swirling galaxy. The dance of sun and moon, the passage of spring to autumn, and the ebb and flow of tides, signifying the cycles of existence. A power imbued with an ancient essence coalesced from this spectacle. Suddenly, a phantom golden sword emerged from the manifestation, dominating the space around it. The moment this ethereal sword appeared, even the heavens and earth dimmed in its presence. The ancient void-cleaving sword. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Sheng and Qini could not restrain their exclamations. They were astonished that Chu Luo had even mastered this technique. Eons ago, they had witnessed an ancestor of the Forbidden Sect wield it but once, a strike that rendered the foremost powers of the 3,000 great worlds speechless. Though the might of Chu Luo's sword was not on par with that of their ancestor from years past, it still left the 2 elders in awe. The forbidden ultimate technique, the ancient void-cleaving sword. Chu Luo and Dan Qinzi simultaneously pointed with their fingers. 2 colossal sword phantoms collided fiercely. Boom. In the next moment, Dan Qinzi's complexion turned ashen. What? How is this possible? In disbelief, Dan Qinzi watched as his sword phantom, embodying the myriad of phenomena, shattered upon impact with Chu Luo's golden sword phantom, disintegrating into countless fragments that dissipated into the void. Dan Qinzi was struck by a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, the golden sword phantom, having shattered Dan Qinzi's sword phantom, continued to surge forward with formidable force, bearing down upon him with incredible speed. Dan Qinzi's pupils constricted, and an expression of despair crept onto his stunned face. This is bad. At this moment, Chu Luo's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Dan Qinzi's sword would be so utterly feeble. Once the forbidden technique was unleashed, he could not retract it. For once the attack was initiated, it slipped beyond his control. Senior brother Dan. The disciples of the Dan sect cried out in alarm. Several female disciples even covered their eyes. Just when everyone believed that Dan Qinzi was doomed, a towering figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Luo immediately felt a wave of relief. Ancestor. The disciples of the Dan sect exclaimed in astonishment. The individual before them was none other than the revered Emperor Yao Ming. Emperor Yao Ming extended a gnarled finger towards the oppressive golden sword shadow before him and lightly tapped it. With a hum, an invisible wave emanated from his fingertip. In the next moment, the immense golden sword shadow transformed into a cascade of twinkling starlight, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a sense of reassurance wash over them. Subsequently, Dan Qinzi and Chu Luo returned to the ground, and a chorus of cheers erupted from the dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Indeed, Junior Friend Chu is extraordinary, with you leading our sect's disciples. I am at ease, Emperor Yao Ming said with a gentle smile, nodding at Chu Luo. Haha. Chu Luoka smiled politely. Yet his mind was filled with murmurs of discontent. You are at ease now. That recent move cost him over a century of his lifespan. This loss was entirely unwarranted. It is all the fault of this meddlesome old man. As Emperor Yao Ming's words faded, he waved his hand, sending a vial of elixir hurtling towards Chu Luoka. That last technique you employed certainly took a toll on your longevity, did it not? Forbidden arts come with a price when invoked. Chu Luo caught the vial of medicine and opened it. A round, luminous pill, exuding a gentle glow, appeared before her eyes. Thank you, esteemed Emperor. Chu Luo revealed a dazzling smile, showcasing 8 pristine white teeth, and expressed her gratitude. Without hesitation, she consumed the pill on the spot. The century of vitality she had just expended began to gradually replenish, as she witnessed her lost years of life being restored. Suddenly, Chu Luo felt that the old man Yao Ming was quite amiable. Little one, do you now recognize the prowess of Chu Xiaoyu? Do you still believe that he lacks the merit to lead you? The Emperor Yao Ming turned to glance at Dan Qinzi, who was lost in thought, and spoke with earnestness. Dan Qinzi snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and clasped his fists, saying, I acknowledge my errors. Brother Chu, I have wronged you previously. During our expedition into the secret realm, my fellow disciples and I shall follow your guidance throughout. However, once my strength increases, I shall challenge you again. I hope that next time, I can withstand even a single strike from you, Brother Chu. Dan Qinzi approached Chu Luo and bowed sincerely in apology. Witnessing this, both Emperor Yao Ming and the ancient Saint Qing Dan felt a sense of relief. Although Dan Qinzi had faced defeat, he did not lose his martial spirit. His courage to confront failure bodes well for his extraordinary future. Brother Dan, you are too modest. When you come to seek my counsel next time, I shall certainly hold back and not put you in peril as I did today. Chu Luo smiled faintly and, similarly, cupped his hands towards Dan Qinzi. Ha. It is indeed my lack of skill. I cannot blame Brother Chu. Dan Qinzi returned the smile. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of both sects revealed smiles upon their faces. It is getting late. Let us set forth. Emperor Yao Ming nodded slightly, glancing at the sky, and spoke. Indeed, the disciples of both sects boarded the ethereal warship. With a wave of Zhao Sheng's hand, he tore through the fabric of space, guiding the vessel into the spatial rift, advancing towards the Northern Plains realm. The Northern Plains, located at the edge of the vast expanse of the 3,000 Great Worlds. After a month-long voyage aboard their warships, Chu Luo and his companions finally arrived at the Northern Domain. The Northern Domain, a desolate expanse, is home to the perilous Luotian Mountain Gorge, one of the numerous forbidden zones across the myriad realms. Deep within the mountains of Luotian, dangers abound, and even the saints dare not venture forth alone. In ancient times, it is said that the Luotian Mountain Gorge was once a colossal battleground, where a grand imperial war unfolded, resulting in the fall of a great emperor. The present-day gorge is a testament to the passage of time, shaped by the remnants of that monumental battle. At this moment, the celestial phenomena that had graced the region for over a month began to wane in the skies above the gorge. Meanwhile, within the surrounding mountain range, a spatial rift emerged, emanating a formidable aura. This rift was enveloped in a layer of pearlescent light, revealing glimpses of a mysterious world beyond. This spatial rift served as the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm. Outside the entrance, a multitude of formidable beings from various factions across the 3,000 Great Worlds had already congregated, along with disciples from different sections. According to the experts present, the entrance was on the verge of stabilizing. As the powerful figures waited with bated breath, an imperceptible spatial fluctuation resonated from the heavens above, and a rift opened. From within this rift, a massive warship emerged. The onlookers, having grown accustomed to such occurrences over the past month, were momentarily unfazed. Yet, upon witnessing this particular vessel, their expressions shifted. It was the warship of the Forbidden Sect. The formidable forces of the Forbidden Sect had arrived. To their surprise, disciples from the Alchemy Sect were seen accompanying the Forbidden Sect. While this alliance was not unexpected, it was curious that only the two esteemed elders, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, had come from the Forbidden Sect, as their renowned prodigies were conspicuously absent. The recognition of the ship sparked a commotion among the gathered strong. Countless gazes converged upon the warship, where Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the ancient sage Qing Dan, accompanied by their disciples, descended at the entrance to the secret realm. Meanwhile, the Emperor Yao Ming had long concealed himself in the shadows. So, this is the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm? It appears it is not yet fully stable. Chu Luo surveyed the entrance before her and spoke. Elder Qin Yi nodded slightly and explained, this secret realm is, in fact, the inner world of the fallen emperor. When a warrior ascends to the sage level, they can create a domain within themselves. As one's cultivation progresses, this inner world will gradually enhance and expand. However, the Emperor's secret realm before us is ensnared by prohibitions, permitting only those below the Nirvana realm to enter. Should a strong individual of Nirvana realm or above attempt to force their way in, the prohibitions will be triggered, leading to their annihilation. Ultimately, the secret realm will revert to the chaotic flow of space. The next manifestation in the mortal realm may be eons away. Upon hearing Elder Qin Yi's elucidation, Chu Luo and the other disciples were struck with understanding. No wonder the luminous membrane at the entrance elicited such a tingling sensation. Suddenly, a series of spatial disturbances echoed from the distant void. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. sensing a familiar aura. He raised his gaze toward a certain direction in the void, furrowing his brow before breaking into a cold smile. The spatial fluctuations emanating from the void once again drew the attention of numerous powerful individuals present. Before their eyes, several rifts in space opened, from which emerged colossal void warships. Upon seeing the flags raised atop these vessels, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was the formidable forces from other top-tier factions arriving. The Crimson Flame Valley, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the Lingqing Sect, the Puhua Sacred Land, the Yunmiao Sacred Land, the Extreme Emperor Sect, and the Undying Sect were all present. However, a curious thought arose. Why were the 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families absent? It was not so perplexing. The 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families held disdain for the emperor's secret realm. This realm was merely the internal world of an emperor who had long since perished. The emperor in question was no more, and with no legacy to inherit. It was not a tomb of emperors. Thus, their lack of interest was entirely understandable. Chu Luo's gaze flickered as he observed the warships hovering above. Among the pinnacle forces of the 3,000 Great Worlds, aside from their own Forbidden Sect, the Pill Sect, and the Crimson Flame Valley, there were also the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the Lingqing Sect, the Puhua Sacred Land, the Yunmiao Sacred Land, the Extreme Emperor Sect, the Undying Sect, the Shangwan Imperial Clan, the Ouyang Imperial Clan, the Situ Imperial Clan, the Morong Imperial Clan, the Ancient Yi Family, the Ancient Jiang Family, the Ancient Wang Family, the Ancient Ji Family, as well as the Dragon and Phoenix clans, amounting to a total of 19 top-tier factions, the 4 great imperial clans and the 4 great ancient families. Along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, have always been enigmatic and seldom intervene in worldly affairs. Chu Luo's gaze swept across the battle vessels of these elite factions, noting that each one had summoned at least 2 ancient saints, numerous great saints, and a multitude of youthful disciples. At that moment, Chu Luo suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent. Instinctively, he turned his attention towards the ships of the Crimson Flame Valley. On board, he recognized 2 familiar faces, the ancient Saint Yin Jun and Han Wuju. At this moment, both Yin Jun and Han Wuju were fixated on him, their eyes filled with a chilling malice. It is that little beast from the Forbidden Sect. Yin Jun's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. Boom. An invisible force surged towards Chu Luo in an instant. Damn, this old wretch. In an instant, Chu Luo felt the hairs on his body stand on end, and a surge of anger coursed through him. He had not anticipated that the ancient sage Yin Jun would resort to such treachery, daring to strike at him from the shadows. Humph! With a thunderous roar, he declared, Old Spectre Yin Jun, do you seek death? How dare you lay hands on a disciple of the Forbidden Sect? It has been many years since I last engaged in combat. Shall we exchange a few blows today? Just as the formidable power of Yin Jun approached stealthily, a familiar voice reached Chu Luo's ears, and immediately, a figure stepped in front of him, Zhao Xing. With a cold snort, Zhao Sheng effortlessly neutralized the power of the ancient sage Yin Jun. His expression was frigid, his murky eyes fixed intently on Yin Jun and his entourage. At the same time, Qin Yi also stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yin Jun, exclaiming, Old Ghost Yin Jun, as a venerable ancient sage, how dare you strike at a junior from the shadows? You relish confrontation, do you not? Come, let us engage in a duel. The commotion instantly captured the attention of everyone present, leaving numerous powerful factions astonished. The enmity between the Crimson Flame Valley and the Forbidden Sect was well known, typically manifesting only in conflicts among the younger generation. However, no one anticipated that today, Yin Jun would actually take action against a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. The leaders of several other top factions were equally taken aback, their gazes landing on the figure of Chu Luo, shielded by Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Who was this young man? What had provoked the ancient sage Yin Jun to act against him? The crowd murmured in disbelief. How shameless Crimson Flame Valley is, an ancient sage covertly attacking Brother Chu. Indeed, it was this old man who, accompanied by that worthless Han Wujie, had challenged the Forbidden Sect only to be bested by Chu Luo, harboring resentment ever since. The disdain for Crimson Flame Valley's lack of honor echoed among the core disciples standing behind Chu Luo, who whispered jibes in his defense. Although their voices were hushed, many strong figures caught wind of their words. It turned out that the young man was the newly emerged prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, having replaced Han Wujie just a month prior. No wonder they recalled his name, Chu Luo. But why did an ancient sage intervene in a dispute among juniors? Surely, there were matters unknown to us at play. Nevertheless, one could not deny that Yin Jun's actions earlier were undeniably disgraceful. Some powerful individuals present voiced their disdain. which reached Yin Jun's ears, darkening his expression. Confronted by the gazes of Zhao Sheng and Qini, his countenance shifted, and he chuckled. Old ghost Zhao Sheng and Qini, I merely wish to assess this young lad, Chu Luo, as he seems to have made notable progress in strength. I had no intention of causing him harm. As these words left his lips, the strong figures from various top factions merely scoffed. Even Chu Luo internally scoffed at the shamelessness of the ancient sage. Yet, a sense of elation blossomed within him. The moment Zhao Sheng and Qini stood up, his system notified him. 5,000 for protection from Elder Zhao Sheng. 5,000 for protection from Elder Qini. Is that so? Zhao Sheng and Qini exchanged cold laughs upon hearing Yin Jun's words. The next instant, the two ancient sages launched a simultaneous strike at Yin Jun from afar. In an instant, the heavens dimmed as a colossal aura of sanctity enveloped the arena, under the terrifying pressure exerted by the two ancient sages. All those weaker than them fell to their knees. The ancient sages from other top factions paled, hastily releasing their own auras to counteract the oppressive force from Zhao Sheng and Qini, allowing their own sect's members to breathe a sigh of relief. Yin Jun's complexion paled at the sudden assault from Zhao Sheng and Qini, his expression contorted with rage. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a powerful strike. Beside him, an elder clad in red, a fellow elder from the Crimson Flame Valley, reacted immediately. This elder was the ancient sage Ming Yin. The clash of four immense forces erupted, unleashing staggering power, shattering the void worship of Crimson Flame Valley. Several saints and great sages from Crimson Flame Valley waved their hands, ensuring the safe descent of their disciples. After the exchange, both Yin Jun and Ming Yin staggered back a step, their eyes ablaze with fury. How is it? Zhao Sheng taunted. It seems your strength has improved somewhat. We merely wish to test you. No need for anger. Elder Zhao Sheng retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. As the two elders made their move, Chu Luo's system once again chimed with notifications. 5,000 for protection from Elder Zhao Sheng. 5,000 for protection from Elder Qini. Chu Luo was nearly in fits of laughter, wishing fervently for the ancient saint Yin Jun to target him once more. Simultaneously, he glanced at the two elders, a warm sensation enveloping his heart. Are you, the Forbidden Sect, truly intent on waging war against our Crimson Flame Valley? The ancient saint Yin Jun's expression soured, akin to one who has ingested something foul, and he roared in fury. Since you have spoken thus, allow us to first eliminate the two of you old ghosts for some entertainment. This shall provide your Crimson Flame Valley with a pretext for war. Qini let out a cold chuckle, rolling up his sleeves, revealing a spiritual sword in his grasp. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng conjured a bronze cauldron in his hands. The spiritual artifacts in their possession radiated an overwhelming aura of Tao, while a chilling intent to kill enveloped the vast expanse, causing the temperature of the heavens and earth to plummet drastically. Everyone's countenance turned pale with fear and disbelief. The battle of the ancient saints was on the brink of eruption, saturating the atmosphere with a palpable sense of slaughter. Observing the immense might emanating from the two ancient saints, Zhao Sheng and Qin, the gathered powerhouses were both astonished and enviously regarded the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. It was said that the Forbidden Sect was protective of its own. However, none anticipated such an extent of devotion. The elders of the sect were willing to engage in a fierce fight to safeguard their disciples, even at the risk of inciting a sectarian war. You dare. The prospect of battle was met with defiance, as the ancient saints, Yin Jun and Ming Yan's expressions turned exceedingly grim. They had not foreseen the overwhelming strength exhibited by these two elders of the Forbidden Sect, nor could they have anticipated the situation escalating to this degree. Gritting their silver teeth, they too unleashed their formidable might. In front of such a multitude of powerful beings, retreating would lead the strong from the 3,000 great worlds to believe that Crimson Flame Valley had succumbed to the Forbidden Sect's intimidation. Just as everyone believed that the battle of the ancient saints was imminent, an elderly man donned in a blue robe, with a kind and benevolent demeanor, stepped forward and smiled. Esteemed friends of the Forbidden Sect, since this young friend has not sustained any injuries, and the two friends from Crimson Flame Valley have also endured a blow from you, let us consider this matter settled. With so many powerful beings present, should the battle of the ancient saints commence, it would certainly result in the suffering of innocents. Such a conflict would escalate into a larger-scale disaster for the 3,000 great worlds. Furthermore, the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm is about to stabilize. Chu Luo raised her head and discovered that the elder speaking was from the Lingqing sect, an ancient and revered elder of that sect. Indeed, several fellow cultivators. Taoist Lanqing spoke wisely. it would be prudent to temporarily set aside the grievances between your two great factions. After the Emperor's secret realm, you may pursue your desires as you wish. An ancient sage from the extreme Emperor Dao lineage also stepped forward, offering counsel. "Ha ha," retorted the ancient ghost of Lanqing. "Your Lingqing sect and the Crimson Flame Valley are essentially two sides of the same coin. Had it not been for my timely intervention, the prodigy Chu Luo from my forbidden sect would have fallen victim to the ancient and decrepit sage Yin Jun." His gaze, cold and piercing, bore down on the ancient sage of Lingqing sect, revealing his disdain. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, dissipating his imposing aura. "Nevertheless, Daoist Ling Kong of the extreme Emperor Dao lineage speaks the truth. After the Emperor's secret realm, should you desire battle, our forbidden sect shall gladly accept the challenge." "Humph," responded the ancient sages Yin Jun and Ming Yan, both letting out a dismissive snort as they released their overwhelming presence. Witnessing this scene, all the powerful beings present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Subsequently, Yin Jun and Ming Yan, accompanied by numerous disciples from the Crimson Flame Valley, moved closer to the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo cast a fleeting glance at the assembly in Qiyan Valley, her gaze inadvertently meeting that of Yin Jun Guxing and Han Wujie. Chu Luo smiled broadly and boldly raised his middle finger at them, a blatant act of provocation. She then turned away, disregarding them entirely. This scene did not go unnoticed by numerous powerful figures, many of whom began to take an interest in Chu Luo. "Little beast," Yin Jun, the ancient saint, remarked with a countenance as dark as water, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Is this the brat who defeated you, Han Shidi? He hardly seems impressive." Standing beside Han Wujie were two young men clad in crimson robes. One had crimson eyes that seemed to swirl with molten magma, while the other sported fiery red hair, radiating an aura of intense heat. These two were named Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu, both esteemed prodigies on the genius ranking, holding the 120th and 148th positions, respectively. In response to their tone, Han Wujie's expression darkened as he clasped his hands in respect. "These are indeed the ones. His name is Chu Luo." Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Luo's retreating figure. "Du and Tianyu, do not underestimate him. This little beast has mastered several forbidden techniques of the forbidden sect. Exercise caution," the ancient saint warned them. "However, the Ancestor has decreed that he must be eliminated at all costs. Your entry into the secret realm presents the perfect opportunity." "Understood," the elder assured. "We will ensure this brat meets his end without anyone being the wiser." Du Xing and Zhao Tianyu responded in unison. "Brothers, I wish for this little beast to be left for me to deal with. The humiliation he has brought upon me, I shall repay 100-fold," Han Wujie declared with a chilling demeanor. The two nodded, casting another mocking glance at Chu Luo. At that moment, Chu Luo sensed a coldness and turned back, catching sight of Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu's gazes. "Chu, we must be cautious once we enter the secret realm. Those two are Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu from the Scarlet Flame Valley, ranked 120th and 148th on the genius ranking. Beside Chu Luo," Dan Chenzi whispered a gentle reminder. Chu Luo smiled faintly and waved her hand, saying, "Brother Dan, rest assured, if they dare to cause trouble, I have ample means to deal with them." Within her heart, Chu Luo began to contemplate. If she were to eliminate all the disciples of the Qiyan Valley within the secret realm, would the ancient sage Yin Jun and the ancient sage Ming Yan not be furious? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Upon emerging, these two venerable beings would certainly not let it go unpunished. Wouldn't that mean she could gain merit for protecting her own kind? With this thought, Chu Luo resolved firmly. Should she encounter anyone from the Qiyan Valley, she would strike decisively. "Young one, once you enter the secret realm, if fortune presents itself and you possess the strength, seize what is rightfully yours. Do not fear, even if you must vanquish the opponent's prodigies. Upon your return, we two old fellows will stand beside you. If even we cannot safeguard you, then you must hope for the appearance of your deceased master." Just as Chu Luo was lost in a reverie, Zhao Xing turned to her and earnestly cautioned. Chu Luo was taken aback for a moment, a smile gracing her face as she clasped her hands in a gesture of respect towards Elder Zhao. "Disciple expresses gratitude to you, second elder. I sincerely apologize for any previous offenses. In the future, I shall refrain from plundering the spiritual herbs from your medicinal fields." With a huff, Zhao Sheng turned away without another word. Chu Luo rolled her eyes. "Oh, this old man still has a temper?" she thought, considering that she had already offered a sincere apology. However, she understood in her heart that, as Elder Qini had remarked, Elder Zhao Xing was merely sharp-tongued yet kind-hearted. Buzzing sounds filled the air. The entrance to the secret realm has stabilized. Let us go. At that moment, a powerful wave surged from the spatial rift entrance. The luminous membrane gradually transformed into a transparent state, yet it still exuded an aura of imperial might. Countless formidable beings at the scene rushed into the membrane without hesitation. Some practitioners of Nirvana realm and above also attempted to force their way in, only to be instantly annihilated by the terrifying force emanating from the membrane. Shall we enter as well? Chu Luo gave a gentle reminder. Soon after, he and Dan Shinzi, accompanied by their respective disciples, soared into the vast world behind the luminous membrane. Upon witnessing Chu Luo and his companions entering the secret realm, the three prodigies of the Crimson Flame Valley revealed cold smirks, and with dozens of their disciples in tow, they pursued closely behind. As Chu Luo and her companions stepped into the luminous membrane, she suddenly perceived the surroundings transforming at an astonishing pace. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the group of disciples beside him. To his astonishment, among the dozen core disciples who had accompanied him, only 6 remained. Additionally, Dan Shinzi and the other core disciples of the Dan sect had vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luo and these 6 core disciples found themselves amidst an unfamiliar mountain range. What on earth was happening? Where had the other brothers gone? It seemed that during our entry into the secret realm, we had been dispersed. The 6 core disciples turned back, only to realize that their fellow brothers had also disappeared. However, as disciples of a top-tier faction, the 6 remained composed, calmly analyzing the situation. They all turned to Chu Luo, and the leader among them spoke up. Brother Chu, what shall we do now? We will follow your lead. Chu Luo nodded slightly, just as he was about to instruct several disciples to use the Sect's token to contact the other scattered disciples. A rich and fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs suddenly wafted towards him. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback as she gazed into the distance. To her astonishment, nestled beneath the nearby mountains lay a vast medicinal herb field. Senior brother, look. It's a field of medicinal herbs. So many spiritual herbs. The quality of these herbs appeared to be quite exceptional. The 6 core disciples also caught sight of the herb field and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Let us hurry. Come with me to gather them. With a grand gesture, Chu Luo led 6 core disciples to soar towards the nearby medicinal field. Upon arriving at the field of herbs, Chu Luo discovered that the spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields were of at least the spiritual grade. This is spiritual soil. Chu Luo sensed the abundant spiritual energy within the spiritual field, causing him to furrow his brow. He crouched down and scooped up a handful of the soil, exclaiming in astonishment. He was no stranger to spiritual soil. There was a minuscule patch atop Elder Zhaosheng's main peak, which he treasured like a precious gem. Yet here, there lay an expansive expanse of spiritual soil. Ha! Brother Chu, we have struck it rich. With such a vast quantity of spiritual soil, if we bring it back to the sect, we shall never lack for spiritual herbs again. Several disciples were equally exhilarated. What are we waiting for? Let us commence the excavation. Dig deep, and leave not a single grain of spiritual soil behind. Upon regaining her composure, Chu Luo's face lit up with excitement as she hurriedly urged her disciples. Yes, the 6 disciples immediately rolled up their sleeves, intent on clearing the entire medicinal herb field. Who would have thought there was a medicinal herb field here? Oh, to her surprise, someone had already arrived ahead of them. Just as the 6 core disciples began to empty the herb field, leaving no patch of soil untouched, several figures suddenly soared from the distance. Descending upon the air above the herb field, Chu Luo looked up and discovered that there were 10 individuals descending from the sky. Among them were both men and women, all clad in identical attire. It seemed that these individuals were disciples from the same faction. Chu Luo's gaze subtly lifted, landing upon a young man at the forefront. Remarkably, this young man's cultivation was at the first level of the primordial stage. Among the other 9, possessed a cultivation level at the spirit realm's first or second stage, while the remaining 5 were at the boundless stage. We are disciples of the Forbidden Sect. We were the first to discover this place. Depart immediately. Boom. The 6 disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who were scavenging the medicinal field, immediately adopted a frigid demeanor upon noticing the 10 individuals in the void. At once, they unleashed formidable auras. All 6 core disciples possessed cultivation at the spirit realm. Most core disciples of the Forbidden Sect were at the spirit realm. Yet they could not enter the talented rankings, as some among them were several hundred years of age. The combined pressure from the 6 spirit realm cultivators subdued the approaching group. Forbidden Sect, the 10 individuals. Upon seeing the sect robes worn by Chu Luo and her companions, exhibited expressions of fluctuating emotions. The other 9 turned their gaze to the young man leading them. This young man was named Lu Feng, ranked 118th on the talented rankings, hailing from the Heavenly Gate sect within the 3,000 Great Worlds. Although the Heavenly Gate sect was not as formidable as the Forbidden Sect, it was still a significant power within its domain. It was rumored that an ancient emperor ancestor resided within the sect. Moreover, Lu Feng was the young master of the Heavenly Gate sect. Leave at once. The treasures of the Forbidden Sect are not easily acquired. Even if you manage to seize our spiritual herbs, can you truly carry them away? At the entrance of the secret realm, 2 ancient holy elders of our sect stand guard. If you wish to avoid bringing trouble to your own sect, I suggest you depart swiftly. Chu Luo smiled brightly and kindly advised a few individuals, the young sect master. The members of the Tianmen sect all turned their gaze towards Lu Feng, who stood at the forefront. Chu Luo and the others were no strangers to one another. Previously, outside the secret realm, it was due to Chu Luo that the Forbidden Sect nearly engaged in a war with the Crimson Flame Valley. The scene of the Forbidden Sect fiercely protecting their own left an indelible impression on them. The young sect master exclaimed, "This is spiritual soil." As Lu Feng contemplated giving up, a disciple from the Heavenly Gate sect suddenly noticed the rich spiritual energy emanating from the medicinal field and gasped in astonishment. Chu Luomei furrowed her brows, her eyes narrowing slightly as her hands, concealed within her sleeves, began to swiftly form seals. Lu Feng was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he astonishingly discovered that it was indeed spiritual soil. Such soil was exceedingly rare, regarded as a priceless treasure. He had not anticipated the existence of such an extensive area here. At this moment, a glimmer of greed flickered in Lu Feng's eyes. "Everyone, are we not leaving yet?" Chu Luo smiled broadly, her hands concealed within her sleeves as she addressed the crowd. In the midst of her speech, she subtly signaled to the 6 disciples. The 6 core disciples immediately understood and hurriedly began to gather the spiritual herbs and soil from the medicinal fields. A thought flickered through Lu Feng's mind, and he swiftly made his decision. Are you leaving? The spiritual soil is for all who see it. Unless your Forbidden Sect is willing to relinquish half of the spiritual soil, we will depart immediately. Lu Feng sneered, casting a glance at Chu Luo. "Oh, and what if we refuse?" With her eyes slightly narrowed, Chu Luo revealed a harmless smile. "Then you shall meet your demise." Lu Feng's expression turned icy, and an overwhelming force emanated from within him. The 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect beside him immediately unleashed their auras, enveloping the entire area. Primordial Realm. The 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect ceased their actions, drawing their weapons in preparation to confront the threat. "Do you dare to challenge our Forbidden Sect? Are you tired of living?" Offered a faint smile, yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered deep within her eyes. I know you. Your name is Chu Luo, isn't it? If we eliminate all of you here, the Forbidden Sect, no matter how protective they are, will remain oblivious to our actions. You all deal with those core disciples. I shall dispatch this young man and then come to your aid." With that, Lu Feng swiftly advanced, charging towards Chu Luo. "Yes, young sect master." Boom. The other 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect immediately surged towards the 6 individuals in the medicinal field, seeking death. The 6 core disciples leapt into the air, ready to confront the disciples of Tianmen sect. Meanwhile, Lu Feng approached Chu Luo with a face twisted in malice, closing in on her. A look of terror manifested on Chu Luo's face. Observing this, Lu Feng erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "Today, this young master shall remove you from the ranks of the celestial talents." Lu Feng, believing that Chu Luo was rendered foolish by his imposing presence, let down his guard. Just as he raised his palm to strike at Chu Luo's forehead, the previously terrified Chu Luo's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a grin. Forbidden ultimate technique, divine slaying venom. Boom. Chu Luo's eyes shimmered with a mysterious green light, while her hand, concealed within the folds of her robe, boldly emerged. Upon her palm danced a faint, ethereal green glow, entwined with peculiar runes. The moment Chu Luo extended her hand, the wild grass beneath her feet withered instantaneously. Her palm collided with Lu Feng's, resulting in a resounding boom. Chu Luo braced herself against Lu Feng's powerful strike, being forcefully pushed back several steps before finally stabilizing her stance. A tingling sensation coursed through her arm, and her blood surged tumultuously. What formidable strength! Chu Luo took a deep breath and shook her hands. "Ah, what have you done to me?" "Oh," came Lu Feng's heart-wrenching scream. Chu Luo looked up and saw Lu Feng rolling on the ground with his arms crossed. Strange green patterns slithered up his arm. Chu Luo approached Lu Feng, gazing down with a smile that revealed 8 gleaming white teeth, exuding an aura of innocence. "This technique. A forbidden secret art known as the god-slaying heavenly poison was unleashed silently and without a trace. It produced no fluctuations in aura or any visible phenomena. Moreover, this technique was inescapable and exceedingly malevolent. Those struck by it would be reduced to a puddle of blood within 10 breaths. With his current cultivation level, even a peak expert at the primordial stage would be doomed. It was, without a doubt, an essential move for a stealthy ambush. Such a vicious forbidden technique was among the hundreds of lethal arts concealed within the 1,000 forbidden secret techniques. Chu Luo was filled with skepticism. The creators of such malevolent techniques were undoubtedly a group of cunning individuals. Save me, Chu Luo. I realize my mistakes. Please help me with the antidote. Lu Feng found himself unable to channel any spiritual energy. The pain radiating from his arm pierced deep into his very soul. A hand grasped Chu Luo's shoe, pleading for mercy and agony. Gone was the demeanor of a youthful prodigy. Chu Luo shrugged helplessly and chuckled. I'm sorry, but I cannot decipher this either. Just lie back and await your fate. Chu Luo's words plunged Lu Feng into despair, his eyes brimming with venomous resentment, a fierce expression etching itself upon his face. With a fierce grip, he seized his poisoned arm and yanked forcefully, tearing his own limb from his body. Yet, at the very moment of severance, the blood gushing from the wound was not red, but green. In the next instant, Lu Feng's body became adorned with bizarre green patterns, and soon after, his flesh began to dissolve. Regret enveloped him as consciousness faded and vitality slipped away. Young Sect Master. The 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect engaged in battle. Notice Lu Feng, now reduced to a puddle of blood. Shock and horror washed over their faces. The momentary distraction allowed the 6 core disciples of the forbidden sect to seize their opportunity. Do you dare to lose focus? Die. Boom. The 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect fell victim to the onslaught of the 6 core disciples of the forbidden sect. Brother Chu. Impressive. After dispatching several foes, the 6 core disciples approached Chu Luo. Upon witnessing Lu Feng, now a mere pool of blood, they could not help but inhale sharply. Their gazes towards Chu Luo filled with reverence. Their brother Chu had, with the cultivation of the second realm of spirit, obliterated a prodigy of the initial realm. Should this news spread, few would believe it. Let us not linger. One urged. We must hurry, lest more come upon us. And you, Brother Tang, swiftly procure 2 medicinal herbs imbued with vitality. Chu Luo addressed the leading disciple, expressing his astonishment that the recently employed god-slaying venom had unexpectedly depleted 3 centuries of his lifespan. Excellent, exclaimed the disciple, who promptly entered the medicinal field and swiftly procured 3 vibrant spirit herbs brimming with life essence for Chu Luo. Chu Luo seized the spiritual herb and began to gnaw at it directly. The others continued to scour for herbs, skillfully digging into the spiritual soil. Their movements exhibited a remarkable finesse, indicating that the disciples of the forbidden sect had engaged in such activities frequently. Just as Chu Luo was directing several disciples in their excavation of the spiritual soil, unbeknownst to them, the celestial rankings re-emerged outside the secret realm. A resonant hum filled the air as the ethereal celestial rankings materialized in the sky. The powerful figures of various factions, who had been waiting outside, were taken aback and hastily looked up. They beheld a startling sight. The name Lu Feng of the Heavenly Gate sect had vanished from the 118th position, replaced by Chu Luo of the Forbidden sect. How could this be possible? Lu Feng was a cultivator at the primordial stage, was he not? Could it be that Chu Luo of the Forbidden sect was, in fact, a formidable being at the primordial stage? In just 1 month, this Chu Luo had caused 2 prodigies to be removed from the rankings. Indeed, from the original 200 prodigies, only about 180 remained on the list. To re-enter the rankings, they would have to wait for the next Celestial Rankings Conference. Countless powerful figures were filled with astonishment and deep reflection. How could this young wretch have accomplished such a feat? Yin Jun, the ancient saint, was utterly dismayed upon seeing Chu Luo's name positioned at 118. Among the 3 great prodigies that had entered the secret realm, the strongest, Du Xing, was on par with Lu Feng, ranked at 120. A sense of foreboding stirred within Yin Jun. Do not fret too much. Perhaps Lu Feng merely encountered another prodigy and was outmatched by that young wretch, consoled Ming Yin. The ancient saint. Yin Jun nodded slightly, convinced it must be so. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, upon witnessing Chu Luo's name at the 118th spot, were equally bewildered and filled with curiosity. How had this young man defeated Lu Feng, who was at the primordial stage? Had he resorted to forbidden techniques once more? At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry captured everyone's attention. They turned to see a man clad in a white robe, his face etched with sorrow. Cradling a shattered life token in his hands, his eyes ablaze with fury. This man was Lu Dayuan, the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate sect and Lu Feng's father. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Sheng and Qini exchanged glances, quickly grasping the truth. It turned out that this young man had not merely defeated Lu Feng, but had slain him. Forbidden Sect, provide me with an explanation. Lu Daoyuan's furious gaze bore down on Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, his voice echoing through the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of sanctity. Huh, scoffed Zhao Sheng. What are you barking about? An explanation? What need have we to explain ourselves to you? If one lacks the skill, they should refrain from embarrassing themselves. Speaking of which, your son was quite the waste, a primordial stage cultivator brought down by our Chu Luo. Now that he has gone, are you old fools scrambling to make excuses? With a derisive glance at Lu Daoyuan, Zhao Sheng's expression was one of mockery. The gathered elite figures could not suppress their smirks, shaking their heads at Zhao Sheng's audacity. His words were undeniably harsh. Lu Daoyuan was infuriated, struggling to contain his rage as his face turned crimson. What of it? Zhao Sheng retorted. If you wish for a duel, we two old fellows are more than willing to entertain you. If you manage to defeat us, you will have earned your victory. But should you lose, your life shall remain here. Qin Yi rolled up his sleeves, brandishing a spiritual sword once more. Humph. I hope that when our ancestors from the Heavenly Gate sect pay a visit, you will still maintain such arrogance. Lu Daoyuan, filled with sorrow and fury, swept away from the scene. Humph. Who among us does not have a few old relics? Zhao Sheng muttered, closing his eyes in meditation as he awaited the emergence of Chu Luo and his companions. Suddenly, a notification from the system jolted Chu Luo, who had just finished gathering herbs with several disciples. Chu Luo wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable value of protective instincts that had unexpectedly manifested. What could the two esteemed elders have been up to outside? Nevertheless, the acquisition of this protective value brought a sense of joy to Chu Luo, as it signified a step closer to the coveted exchange for immortality. Upon glancing back, Chu Luo surveyed the medicinal field, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The previous expanse of the herbal field had long since vanished, leaving only a vast pit in its wake. They had indeed excavated the entire medicinal field to the very depths. Behind her, 6 core disciples radiated with expressions of contentment. Suddenly, a powerful surge of aura resonated from beyond the distant mountain. Brother Chu, there is a battle underway. One of the disciples beside Chu Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Luo stroked her chin, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The Emperor's secret realm was rife with opportunities. Upon their arrival, they encountered rare spiritual soil. Ahead, powerful warriors were engaged in fierce combat, undoubtedly vying for fortune. A thought crossed her mind, and Chu Luo smiled broadly, intending to join the fray. Let us stealthily approach and observe. Chu Luo, accompanied by 6 core disciples, hastened towards the distant mountain. Upon their arrival at the summit, they beheld a valley where a fierce battle was underway among a dozen formidable warriors. Chu Luo recognized the disciples of the 2 supreme forces at a glance from their ceremonial robes. They hailed from the Linghai sect and the Yunmiao sacred land. Among them, one particular maiden caught his attention, a graceful figure clad in a flowing white gown, her beauty reminiscent of an ethereal fairy gracing the mortal realm. Her striking presence was accentuated by the exquisite curves of her form, which drew one's gaze irresistibly. Without a shadow of a doubt, Chu Luo surmised that this extraordinary and enchanting girl was a prodigy from the Yunmiao sacred land, for there were no men among their ranks. However, he was unfamiliar with her identity. In contrast, the opponent facing this maiden was a dashing young man dressed in a blue robe. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, establishing a palpable aura of dominance. At that moment, the young man stood poised in the void, wielding a cerulean spirit spear, with runes swirling around him, akin to a youthful divine sovereign exuding an aura of invincibility. With a single glance, Chu Luo discerned the realms of power possessed by the 2 combatants, both hailing from the Lingqing sect and the Yunmiao sacred land. They had attained the 6th level of the divine soul realm. Yet, it was evident that the maiden from the Yunmiao sacred land was gradually succumbing to disadvantage, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the other female disciples of the Yunmiao sect found themselves embroiled in fierce battles of their own. Chu Luo cast a fleeting glance at the battlefield between the 2 sides, only to have her gaze instantly captivated by a gray flower nestled deep within the valley. This flower emitted a subtle gray radiance, and its unique medicinal aura resonated with her, allowing her to perceive its presence from such a distance. To her astonishment, she recognized this gray bloom. It was the celestial-grade soul-nurturing flower. Chu Luo was utterly astonished. He recalled that Elder Zhao's medicinal field contained a single specimen. However, that particular soul-nourishing flower was merely a seedling, entirely incomparable to the one in the valley. It appeared that the prodigies of the two dominant factions were vying for this exceptional flower. The soul-nourishing flower is indeed a remarkable treasure. Its consumer not only enhances their spiritual power, but also restores their damaged soul. Such a precious item, how could he possibly let it slip away? Brother Chu. That is the esteemed fairy Yun Qianqian from the Cloud, Miao Holy Land. She ranks 125 on the prodigy list. The other individual is Luo Yu from the Lingqing sect, ranking 123. The 6 core disciples, hidden alongside Chu Luo, hurriedly alerted him upon recognizing the combatants. What? She is Yun Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was taken aback, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure of Yun Qianqian. Throughout the entire forbidden sect, who did not know of the affection shared between their brother by Yun and Yun Qianqian from the Cloud, Miao Holy Land. The direct disciple by Yun was renowned within the sect as a paragon of kindness, earning the utmost respect from all the disciples. On one occasion, Chu Luo visited Elder Zhao Sheng's medicinal field and was promptly caught by him. Fortunately, Baiyun was also present at that time. With Baiyun intervening, Elder Zhao Sheng merely scolded him harshly before casting him out, without further complicating matters. Since Yun Qianqian is Baiyun's companion on the path, he could not remain indifferent. What are you still hesitating for? Grab your weapons and lend a hand. Chu Luo regained her focus and addressed the 6 core disciples beside her. Oh, how audacious are the insignificant ones from Lingqing sect. Fear not, fair maidens of Yunmiao sacred land, for Li Kuei of the Forbidden Sect has arrived. Wang Sheng of the Forbidden Sect is also here. The 6 core disciples were momentarily taken aback, but they swiftly drew their weapons and charged forth towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chu Luo formed hand seals, and a potent wave of spatial energy began to emanate around her. Her gaze remained fixated on the soul-nourishing flower deep within the valley. The forbidden ultimate technique, spatial teleportation. Buzz. In an instant, Chu Luo's figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, both sides engaged in combat were taken aback, turning their gazes towards the mountain. 6 core disciples, exuding formidable authority, surged into the fray. The Forbidden Sect. How could the disciples of the Forbidden Sect appear here? Damn it, several disciples of Linghai sect grimaced, cursing under their breath. However, the few female disciples from Yunmiao sacred land, caught in a tough battle, displayed joy upon recognizing the newcomers as disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Sisters, they are allies from the Forbidden Sect. Fear not. Let us together repel these scoundrels from Lingqing sect. One female disciple, upon seeing the 5 core disciples from the Forbidden Sect join the battle, immediately rallied her fellow sisters. Boom. The female disciples from Yunmiao sacred land, alongside the 5 core disciples from the Forbidden Sect, launched a counterattack against the members of Lingqing sect. The Forbidden Sect. We fear you not. Boom. Several disciples from Lingqing sect, seething with rage, saw their opportunity to subdue the female disciples from Yunmiao sacred land thwarted by the unexpected intervention from the Forbidden Sect. The disciples of Lingqing sect rushed to confront them. Yet, at that moment, it was Lingqing sect that found itself at a disadvantage. Simultaneously, in the void above, Luo Yu, after repelling Yun Qianqian with a single palm strike, took note of the suddenly emerging disciples from the Forbidden Sect, his expression instantly darkening with fury. Yun Qianqian suppressed her surging blood, her complexion pale as she observed the scene. Upon seeing her sisters safe with the assistance of the disciples from the Forbidden Sect, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Yu, you scoundrel, dare to bully our senior brother Baizun Fairy. Taste my sword, Wang Sheng. Just then, another disciple from the Forbidden Sect, Wang Sheng, rushed to support Yun Qianqian, launching a surprise attack at Luo Yu with his sword. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, and the battle spear in his hand erupted with terrifying intent. How dare a mere spirit realm 4 disciple attempt a sneak attack? Boom. Luo Yu snorted coldly, countering with a sweeping strike. The immense force shattered Wang Sheng's spirit sword instantly. An invisible, overwhelming power collided with Wang Sheng's chest, causing him to grunt and stagger back to Yun Qianqian's side. Are you all right, my friend? Yun Qianqian extended her delicate hand to steady Wang Sheng. Cough, cough. I'm fine. I'm fine. Rest assured, Yun Fairy, our senior brother Chu has also arrived. Wang Sheng waved his hand, clearing his throat as he reassured Yun Qianqian. In the next moment, Wang Xing turned around, utterly bewildered. Huh? Where is senior brother Chu? Upon noticing that their senior brother Chu had not followed, Wang Xing's face was filled with confusion. Hearing this, both Luo Yu and Yun Qianqian were taken aback. Chu Luo and the others are now acquainted. After all, outside the secret realm. It was due to this very Chu Luo that an ancient saint war nearly erupted. Suddenly, Luo Yu seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around. His gaze directed towards the soul-nurturing flower. Unbeknownst to anyone, the previously vanished Chu Luo had silently reappeared by the soul-nurturing flower. Remarkably, none of the individuals present had the slightest inkling of his presence. With a deft flick of his wrist, Chu Luo skillfully retrieved the soul-nurturing flower, roots and all, and stored it within his storage ring. His movements were alarmingly proficient. Seeking death, a furious roar erupted from Luo Yu as the runes adorning his body emitted a faint glow. Brandishing his spear, he unleashed a powerful thrust towards Chu Luo from a distance. A phantasmal golden spear shadow, charged with formidable energy, tore through the air, producing a piercing hum as it rushed towards Chu Luo in an instant. Brother Chu, be cautious. Friend, watch out. The core disciples Wang Sheng and Yun Qianqian hastily cautioned Chu Luo. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Luo had already sensed the immense force approaching from behind. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air. Boom! The golden spear shadow descended, and a massive mushroom cloud erupted instantaneously. The violent energy radiated outward like ripples in water, causing nearby trees to snap in an instant. The disciples from the three major factions previously engaged in battle paused to turn and summon their spirits to shield against the residual force of the attack. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. The mountains deep within the valley had vanished without a trace. What a terrifying assault! Several disciples from the Forbidden Sect and a few female disciples from the Yun Miao sacred land inhaled sharply, their gazes filled with apprehension as they regarded Luo Yu's figure. What sort of monstrosities were these acclaimed talents? The potency of that recent attack had far surpassed the boundaries of the spirit realm. Heh, scoffed the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. With our brother Luo Yu here, your demise is inevitable. The core disciples of Lingqing's sect shared knowing smirks, their confidence bolstered. At that moment, Luo Yu descended from the void, landing before a few disciples of Lingqing's sect. His expression was as dark as stormy waters as he fixed his icy gaze upon the disciples of the Forbidden Sect and Yun Miao sacred land. The chilling intensity in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of the core disciples from the two factions. It is you. Surrender the soul-nurturing flower, or today all of you shall perish. Luo Yu's eyes glimmered with a ghostly golden light, and the golden runes upon his body re-emerged, enveloping the area in a frigid, killing intent. Heh, a mocking voice interjected from behind the disciples of the two factions. I merely plucked a little flower. Must you condemn me to death? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning around to find Chu Luo had somehow appeared behind them. Brother Chu. They had almost forgotten about his presence. What was there to fear? Their brother Chu could even take down those in the primordial realm. The female disciples of Yun Miao sect, too, recognized Chu Luo, their curious gazes lingering on him. Chu Luo stepped forward, revealing a broad smile that showcased his pristine white teeth, exuding an air of harmlessness. At that moment, a disciple named Wang Sheng descended alongside Yun Qianqian. Senior sister, are you all right? Upon noticing Yun Qianqian's pallid complexion, several female disciples expressed their concern. Yun Qianqian waved her hand dismissively, cast a fleeting glance at Luo Yu, and then, turning to Chu Luo beside her, cupped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Chu, for rescuing us alongside your fellow companions. Young Master Chu, you are no match for him, and I, too, am injured. Perhaps you should give them the soul-nurturing flower. Otherwise, it would be unfair to involve you all. Yun Qianqian felt a twinge of guilt. As soon as her words fell, mocking jeers emerged from the opposing disciples of Lingai's sect. Ha ha ha, at least you know your place. If you wish to avoid death, quickly surrender the soul-nurturing flower. Heh, what of the Forbidden Sect? What of the Yunmiao Holy Land? With senior brother Luo Yu here, you shall not leave with the soul-nurturing flower today. Faced with the derision from the Lingqing sect disciples, several disciples from the Forbidden Sect could no longer contain their indignation. You Lingqing sect miscreants, what have you to be so proud of? We have senior brother Chu with us. Fairy Yun, do not fear them. Luo Yu is nothing before our senior brother Chu. Senior brother, teach them a lesson. Yes, yes. Senior brother Chu, let them know the might of the Forbidden Sect. Senior brother, please take action. We can no longer endure this. These ruffians are too arrogant. The disciples of the forbidden sect, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, fervently implored Chu Luo to strike. Meanwhile, Yun Qianqian and several disciples from the Yunmiao Holy Land were perplexed, unable to comprehend why the disciples of the forbidden sect held such unwavering confidence in Chu Luo. In their perception, he possessed merely the cultivation of the second realm of divine soul. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at his several junior brothers, who seemed to know nothing but fighting all day long. Did he not expend effort in his endeavors? Ever since he triumphed over Han Wujia in the sect, he had engaged in numerous skirmishes along the way, without a moment's respite. Those who were aware regarded him as a prodigy of the forbidden sect, while those who were not might mistakenly view him as a mere beast of burden for the same sect. Chu Luo glanced at the leader. Luo Yu shrugged her shoulders, and with an innocuous smile remarked, "It is merely a little flower. It is not that serious. You may leave now. For I do not wish to engage in a confrontation at this moment. I fear that should I strike, it may inadvertently lead to your demise, which would be quite unfortunate." The words spoken by Chu Luo instilled a sense of awe among the disciples of the forbidden sect. Truly, he was their harbinger of calamity. Ahem, Brother Chu. Haha, what a remarkable figure Chu Luo is. No wonder he has earned the ire of those from the Crimson Flame Valley. It appears you have no intention of relinquishing the soul-nurturing flower. Boom. Luo Yu found himself both enraged and amused by Chu Luo's words. After a moment of contemplation, a formidable aura, representative of his peak in the spirit realm, surged forth from him. Golden runes filled the air, radiating astonishing spiritual energy. Luo Yu's eyes shone with golden brilliance as his body levitated into the air. In the next heartbeat, his form erupted in golden light. The spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius began to converge frantically around him. Subsequently, Luo Yu formed intricate seals with his hands, causing the runes to flicker. Golden light swirled around him, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena. Amidst this spectacle, countless spears materialized, their lethal edges glistening, ready to suppress the universe. A colossal phantom of a golden spear, hundreds of feet in length, burst forth from the void behind him, brimming with violent power. Hiss. Brother Luo truly wishes to annihilate them all. He actually unleashed this technique. Retreat. Several disciples of the Lingqing sect, witnessing the immense golden spear phantom, were filled with dread and hastily retreated from the valley. Sacred technique. Everyone, flee. I shall hold him back. Yun Qianqian's beautiful eyes narrowed as she gripped her spiritual sword, positioning herself before Chu Luo, staring intently into the void. Haha, can you escape? 10,000 Path Divine Spear. Die. Boom. Luo Yu brandished the long spear in his hand, commanding the terrifying golden spear phantom. With a single step, he charged directly towards the crowd. Under the influence of this overwhelming force, the very ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Quick, leave. Yun Qianqian clenched her silver teeth, preparing to face Luo Yu's strike with all her might. However, behind her, Chu Luo merely smirked, stepping forward decisively. Miss Yun, may I borrow your sword for a moment? Chu Luo snatched the spirit sword from Yun Qianqian's hands, transforming it into a streak of luminous energy that surged toward the approaching Luo Yu. Since you seek death, I shall merely grant your wish. Buzz. As Chu Luoma's gaze sharpened, a crimson radiance began to swirl within her eyes. In an instant, she bit her finger, allowing a droplet of blood to stain the spirit sword. Immediately, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the spirit sword in Chu Luoma's grasp transformed into a vivid scarlet hue. The next moment, a tempestuous, bloodthirsty, and eerie sword intent surged forth from her being, soaring into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the previously clear sky morphed into a realm of crimson. What terrifying sword intent is this? Yun Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief as her exquisite visage reflected sheer astonishment. At that moment, behind Chu Luoma, an endless blood-colored phenomenon materialized. Within the sanguine depths, myriad souls roared, and bones lay scattered ominously. A colossal blood-colored figure emerged from the apparition, wielding a blood sword, stepping forth amidst the white bones, exuding a formidable malevolence and astonishing power, cascading down like a waterfall from the heavens, enveloping Chu Luoma. At that instant, Chu Luoma and the towering figure behind her seemed to merge into one, resembling a deity of slaughter, having claimed the lives of countless beings. Luo Yu's expression turned to one of horror, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. How can this be possible? He could scarcely believe that a mere practitioner of the second realm of spirit could wield such terrifying power. Yet at this moment, Chu Luoma's figure had already approached him. In a fit of rage, Luo Yu summoned all his internal strength and cried out to the heavens, "Die!" With a resounding boom, the gigantic phantom of a golden spear erupted in dazzling brilliance. As Chu Luoma neared the golden spear's phantom, she swiftly raised the blood sword in her hand. Unleashing the forbidden ultimate technique, Blood Slaughter Sword. Boom. With a swift stroke, Chu Luo unleashed a sword strike. In an instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, and a blood-red radiance connecting the sky and the ground surged forth. Boom. The formidable golden spear shadow was cleaved in two by this terrifying blood-colored sword light. Buzz. It transformed into sparkling golden starlight, dissipating into the vast expanse. Yet, the fearsome sword light did not diminish in speed, resembling a celestial phoenix descending from the heavens. Under the horrified gaze of Luoyu, it gradually magnified. Finally, this blood-colored sword light flashed past Luoyu, cleaving a distant mountain in twain. At that moment, the world fell into silence. All eyes were fixed on the two figures suspended in the void. Several disciples of the forbidden sect gazed at Chu Luo, whose bloodlight was slowly fading. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and astonishment. Their senior brother Chu was nothing short of a killer on the celestial talent ranking, having eliminated yet another prodigy from the list. Moreover, it was with a forbidden technique they had never seen before. They could hardly fathom just how many forbidden techniques their senior brother had mastered. No wonder he was often seen consuming potions and frequenting the herbal fields of the second elder. Now, everyone finally understood the truth. Impressive, Yun Chanqian exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering, unable to suppress her admiration. Had she been in Chu Luo's place, she would certainly have been unable to withstand that strike. At this moment, Yun Chanqian comprehended why the disciples of the forbidden sect held such unwavering confidence in Chu Luo. Buzz. In the void above, Luo Yu's divine might dissipated entirely. The spear in his hand fell to the ground. A vertical blood mark appeared on his forehead, and the vitality within him rapidly faded. In his final moments, as he closed his eyes, Luo Yu gazed at the gradually blurring figure of Chu Luo, his heart filled with boundless regret. Subsequently, this once prominent figure, ranked 123rd on the celestial talent ranking, perished. As he observed his opponent fall into eternal slumber, Chu Luo finally felt at ease. This recent forbidden technique had cost him 300 years of his lifespan. Each strike exacted such a toll on his life. It seemed that moving forward, should he encounter ordinary techniques that caught his fancy, he would need to master a few as well, until he could exchange for the longevity body. Employing forbidden techniques was a matter of life and death. Senior brother Luo, the disciples of Lingqing's sect, who had prudently distanced themselves, stood at a distance with ashen faces, unable to believe the scene before them. They had not anticipated that senior brother Luo Yu would prove no match for this Chu Luo. As realization struck, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily fled from the scene. Chu Luo also took note of several fleeing disciples of the Lingqing sect, yet he refrained from intervening. Having already slain a distinguished figure from the Lingqing sect, he understood that he had incurred their wrath. The Lingqing sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Allowing these individuals to escape served to inform the sect that he was the one responsible for the death. In due course, some of the elder members of the Lingqing sect would certainly come to trouble him. He chuckled to himself. Such an encounter would enable him to accumulate more protective merit. With this thought, Chu Luo smiled contentedly, concealed his presence, and returned to the company of his peers. Those few Lingqing sect miscreants fled with remarkable swiftness, leaving him to wonder if they had undergone rigorous training. Indeed, they must have. The disciples of the forbidden sect also reacted, unable to suppress their laughter. Chu senior brother, look. Upon seeing Chu Luo's return, several core disciples eagerly rummaged through their storage rings. Soon, they produced 1 or 2 revitalizing herbs and presented them to Chu Luo. Senior brother Chu, these are the medicinal herbs we gathered earlier. Please consume them. We understand. The disciples winked at Chu Luo. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. There was something peculiar in that gaze. However, a warm current flowed through her heart as she broke into a smile, saying, "How embarrassing. These spiritual herbs must still be submitted to the sect." Chu Luo spoke, yet her hands took the spiritual herbs from several disciples and she began to gnaw on them, replenishing a portion of her lost lifespan. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. It was evident that senior brother Chu showed no sign of embarrassment. Observing the harmonious interactions among the disciples of the forbidden sect, Yun Qianqian could not help but smile. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Senior sister." Several disciples from Yun Miao's sacred land were taken aback in shock. "Miss Yun, are you all right? Quickly, bring the healing elixirs." Chu Luo was also taken aback and hurriedly expressed her concern. If all goes well, Yun Qianqian is likely to become their senior sister in the future. Several disciples from the Forbidden Sect immediately produced a collection of healing elixirs and offered them to Yun Qianqian, with a gentle wave of her hand. Yun Qianqian smiled sweetly and reassured, "Young Master Chu, do not worry. I am perfectly fine. It is merely an old ailment." With a mere thought, Chu Luo directed his attention towards Yun Qianqian, only to discover that her soul appeared to be damaged. Sensing his scrutiny, Yun Qianqian continued to smile and said, "It seems that young Master Chu has noticed. Not long ago, in my eagerness to advance, I attempted to forcibly break through my cultivation techniques, but alas, I encountered failure and injured my soul. Today, as I entered, I fortuitously stumbled upon the soul-nurturing flower, only to find that disciples of the Lingqing sect have also appeared here. Young Master Chu, might I offer an item of equal worth in exchange for the soul-nurturing flower?" At this point, Yun Qianqian hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Chu Luo and several disciples of the Forbidden Sect instantly comprehended the situation. It turned out that Yun Qianqian was already injured, which explained why she was no match for Luo Yu. Chu Luo regained her composure and broke into a smile, saying, "Since Miss Yun." Before Chu Luo could finish her words, Yun Qianqian gracefully flipped her hand, and a jade vial materialized in her palm. She earnestly stated, "Young Master Chu, this is a breakthrough pill, a high-tier earthly elixir. Although the value of the breakthrough pill does not surpass that of the soul-nurturing flower, I assure you that upon my return, I shall compensate with other spiritual herbs or elixirs. May I inquire, young Master Chu?" Chu Luo gazed at the boundary-breaking pill in Yun Qianqian's hand, his intention to gift her the soul-nurturing flower momentarily swallowed. He deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "Miss Yun, you are too modest. Although the boundary-breaking pill cannot compare to the soul-nurturing flower, you are indeed our senior brother Bai's beloved. Very well. I shall gladly trade with you." With that, Chu Luo promptly accepted the boundary-breaking pill from Yun Qianqian, anxious that she might change her mind. He then presented the soul-nurturing flower to her. Upon mentioning Bai Yun, a blush crept onto Yun Qianqian's cheeks as she hastily expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Chu." Subsequently, she consumed the soul-nurturing flower on the spot, refining its essence to restore her damaged spirit, while others stood guard around her. Observing this, Chu Luo contemplated seizing the opportunity to enhance his own strength. Accordingly, he ingested the boundary-breaking pill and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the secret realm, the list of prodigies reappeared, causing gasps of astonishment among the onlookers. They discovered that Luo Yu, ranked 123rd, had vanished from the list. On the side of Lingqing's sect, the expression of the ancient sage Lan Qing changed drastically as he flipped his hand, revealing a shattered life token, plunging him into deep sorrow. "Disciple, who could it be? Who has slain my disciple?" A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, infused with rage and murderous intent, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Many powerful figures instinctively turned their gazes towards the Forbidden Sect's Zhao Xing and Qin Yi, who exchanged uneasy glances, pondering if Chu Luo was the one who had dispatched Lan Qing's disciple. At this moment, Lan Qing's icy gaze fell upon the two elders. "What are you looking at?" Zhao Xing, unyielding, met Lan Qing's glare without flinching. "Do you suspect that my disciples are responsible for your disciple's demise? Do you possess any evidence?" Lan Qing's brow furrowed, his face etched with fury. Yet he remained uncertain if Luo Yu had truly fallen at the hands of the Forbidden Sect's disciples, especially since no one had taken his place on the list. "Humph. Once the other disciples from my sect emerge from the secret realm, we shall ascertain who is responsible for the death of my disciple. If it indeed transpires that your Forbidden Sect is to blame, I shall seek justice for my disciple, even if it means igniting the ancient sage war," Lan Qing declared coldly. Zhao Xing and Qin Yi exchanged knowing smirks, dismissing Lan Qing's presence. However, a flicker of concern passed through their eyes. If it truly was that Chu Luo who had slain this ancient sage's disciple, it could spell trouble for them. Besides the two from Lingqing's sect, the old ghost from Qian Valley and Mingyan also kept a vigilant eye on Chu Luo. At this rate, it may prove challenging for the two of us to confront them alone, Qin Yi conveyed discreetly. To be prudent, let us secretly gather reinforcements, just in case. If this chaos indeed stems from that young man, let his deceased master clean up the mess. Zhao Xing nodded in agreement, revealing a jade token from his sleeve. He decisively crushed it, feeling a surge of assurance. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the Emperor's secret realm, an oppressive heat enveloped the land. A vast expanse, devoid of life, lay beneath a sea of crimson flames. At this moment, the powerful figures from various sects who had entered the secret realm converged here. Their eyes fixated on the heart of the inferno. There, floating amidst the flames, was a pill cauldron from which torrents of red flames poured forth, emanating a faint imperial aura, indicating that this cauldron was indeed an imperial artifact. It's an imperial artifact. Many powerful practitioners sensed the faint imperial might radiating from the cauldron, prompting several cultivators at the primordial stage to greedily plunge into the flames, eager to seize the treasure. Yet, as soon as they stepped into the fiery depths, they were engulfed by the ferocious flames, leaving no trace behind. This grim spectacle jolted the onlookers back to reality. Senior brother, that is the burning flame cauldron from our Dan Sect's ancient texts. It belongs to the ancient alchemist. A disciple from the Dan Sect's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the cauldron amidst the flames. The ancient alchemist has indeed perished. Amidst the crowd, Dan Chenzi, having been separated from Chu Luo, was guided by a mysterious force, leading him and several core disciples from the Forbidden Sect, along with his own, to this location. However, shortly after his arrival, more powerful figures began to gather. Realizing this, Dan Chenzi's gaze fell upon several youths nearby, who were the prodigies from the top-tier sects, including the 3 prodigies from Qian Valley, accompanied by dozens of their disciples. With so many top-tier sect prodigies assembled, it would be a daunting task for him alone to reclaim their sect's burning flame cauldron. Junior brother, is there any way to contact Brother Chu? Perhaps he could lend us a hand. Our Dan Sect would be immensely grateful. Dan Chenzi earnestly implored a fellow disciple from the Forbidden Sect. Certainly, the disciple nodded, producing a sect token to attempt contact with Chu Luo and the others. Seeing this, Dan Chenzi felt a glimmer of hope. As he focused on the burning flame cauldron within the sea of flames, his eyes narrowed. According to his sect's ancient texts, the cauldron harbored a realm within. He surmised that if the ancient alchemist had indeed left behind an imperial pill recipe, it must be hidden within the world inside the cauldron. Thus, no matter the cost, he had to bring the burning flame cauldron back. Suddenly, as Dan Chenzi was lost in thought, the flames in the distance began to tremble violently. In the next moment, all present witnessed the cauldron quivering, radiating a faint crimson light. Instantly, an imperial might surged forth, causing many powerful figures and prodigies to kneel in reverence. What is happening? Fear gripped everyone. Yet, among the kneeling crowd, 2 figures stood out, remaining upright. One of them was Dan Chenzi. The other was a man in his late 20s, exuding an air of arrogance, who also emanated a faint imperial aura. The imposing aura of the emperor conjures an ancient sensation. Yet, there is no distinctive presence surrounding Dan Chenzi. Remarkably, he remains unaffected by this imperial might, leaving him bewildered. Meanwhile, a man beside several prodigies of Lingqing's sect casts a disdainful glance at Dan Chenzi. Noticing the man's gaze, Dan Chenzi reciprocates and realizes that he stands among the elite of Lingqing's sect. Could he possibly be a descendant of a great emperor from Lingqing's sect? As Dan Chenzi contemplates, the imperial pressure within the sea of flames converges, manifesting a majestic figure. This figure, with a sweeping gesture, gathers the crimson flames from the fire sea into his palm, surrounded by primeval phenomena. The towering presence is that of an elderly man with white hair. Dan Chenzi's pupils constrict, and he involuntarily exclaims, You are the ancient Dan Ancestor? Ha ha ha, the ancient figure replies, after all these years. My inner world has finally manifested, and I have awaited the presence of a disciple from Dan's sect. With a gentle smile and kind eyes, his gaze falls upon Dan Chenzi. Indeed, he is the master of this imperial secret realm, the ancient Dan Emperor. However, he currently exists merely as a remnant soul within this secret domain. Disciple of Dan's sect, Dan Chenzi pays respects to the Ancestor. Dan Chenzi finally understands why he is impervious to the Emperor's influence. It is likely due to the ancient Dan Ancestor's presence. Alas, the Ancestor laments, I did not expect the younger generation of my Dan sect to have fallen so low. From the Wang family. No wonder. The ancient Dan Emperor surveys the surroundings, his gaze landing on the other prodigies from top-tier forces, and he sighs in resignation. He soon notices the man emanating a similar imperial aura, which shields him from the Ancestor's pressure. The man smiles, seemingly unfazed by the ancient Dan Emperor's revelation of his identity, maintaining a proud demeanor. The crowd gasps in astonishment, realizing that this man is indeed from the ancient Wang family. Yet, how could a member of the ancient Wang family be associated with those from Lingqing's sect? Haha. The ancient Dan Emperor declares, This cauldron and my legacy are specifically prepared for the prodigies of my Dan sect. You may seek other opportunities. Within my inner world lies an abundance of precious spiritual herbs for your taking. The ancient Dan Emperor's authoritative voice resonates in every strong individual's ear as he reaches out toward Dan Shinzi. In an instant, both Dan Shinzi and the ancient Dan Emperor vanish from sight, along with the overwhelming imperial pressure. The sea of flames surges once more, erupting in a torrent of crimson fire. Wonderful. Senior brother Dan Shinzi has obtained the legacy of the ancient Dan Ancestor. Ha 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 indeed. Once senior brother Dan Shinzi emerges, his strength will surely soar. The excitement among the dozen or so Dan sect disciples rises. Conversely, a few scattered cultivators shake their heads in envy, some discreetly leaving to pursue other fortunes, while others remain, their eyes glinting with coldness. Humph. So it was predetermined. Han Wujia from Qiyin Valley glares at the burning cauldron in the fire sea, visibly displeased. Ha ha. A voice interjects. Do not be hasty, junior brother Han. That old fellow is merely a remnant soul, on the verge of dissipating from the world. Once he is gone, the ownership of this imperial artifact will be uncertain. However, before that, we must collect some debts. Du Sheng, standing nearby, sneers, his gaze turning to several disciples from the forbidden sect accompanying Dan's sect disciples. A glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, just as the three great prodigies of Qiyin Valley plan to teach the forbidden sect disciples a lesson. Several hurried figures appear from the distant sky. The newcomers are clad in the robes of Lingqing's sect. Among the dozen or so disciples from Lingqing's sect, two youths take protective positions beside the Wang family man. These youths, named Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong, are also prodigies of Lingqing's sect. Both at the initial stage of the primordial realm, ranking 116th and 119th on the prodigy list, respectively. Why are you all arriving now? Where's junior brother Luo? Ziyu notices the anxious expressions on the faces of the disciples and, not seeing Luo Yu, furrows his brow in inquiry. Previously, Luo Yu had communicated through the sect's token, informing him about discovering a soul-nourishing flower and encountering Yu Yao from the sacred land. Upon seeing the return of these disciples, Ziyu assumes that Luo Yu has succeeded. Senior brother Zhu, Luo Yu has fallen. One of the returning disciples exclaims in a panic. The words strike like thunder, leaving everyone stunned. Who would dare to slay even the prodigies of Lingqing's sect? What? Who did it? Jiyu and Lu Changkong's expressions shift drastically, realizing that someone has slain their esteemed junior brother Luo. It is crucial to note that Luo Yu is among their sect's top prodigies, the younger brother of Luo Qingxue. Moreover, the man from the Wang family standing beside them, named Wang Lin, is to marry Luo Qingxue. Wang Lin had only recently come with the Wang family to propose. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression darkens. It was Chu Luo from the forbidden sect. Another disciple promptly responds. How is that possible? When we were outside the secret realm, I saw Chu Luo had only reached the second stage of the spirit realm. How could he possibly be Luo Yu's opponent? Zhu Yu's face darkens. Senior brother Zhu. It is true. We witnessed it with our own eyes. The techniques he employed were terrifying. The disciples recall the moment Chu Luo struck down Luo Yu. Fear etched on their faces. Ziyu and Lu Changkong exchange glances, all eyes turning to Wang Lin. Meanwhile, as the disciples of Linghai sect disclose Chu Luo's actions, the disciples of the forbidden sect begin to slowly retreat. Where are the disciples of the forbidden sect headed? Just then, the three prodigies of Qiyin Valley block the path of the forbidden sect members, while onlookers from other forces eagerly anticipate the unfolding spectacle. Senior brother Zhu, senior brother Lu. These fellows wish to flee. Haha, this is perfect. We of Qiyin Valley hold a grudge against that brat. Let us capture them, and naturally, Chu Luo will come for them. At the forefront, Du Sheng coldly addressed Zhu Yu and the others. He had not forgotten the task assigned by the sect elder to eliminate Chu Luo within the secret realm. Indeed, brother Zhu, the forbidden sect is exceedingly despicable. Yes, it is time to avenge brother Luo. Humph. The forbidden sect has always been tyrannical. We have suffered their bullying in the secret realm before, and now we shall settle old scores along with new ones. At this moment, Zhu Yu and the disciples behind Lu Changkong echoed in agreement. Capture them. Lure that boy named Chu Luo here. Wang Lin raised his head, his gaze fixed coldly on several disciples of the forbidden sect, his expression chilling, eyes glinting with a frosty light. Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong slightly nodded, waving their hands. Subdue them. The dozen or so disciples behind them immediately brandished their weapons and charged towards the core disciples. Du Sheng also issued a command, and his own dozen disciples from Qiyin Valley surged forward. Excellent, excellent. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect will remember this. Everyone together. Brother Chu will arrive shortly. Let us clash with these ruffians. One disciple from the Forbidden Sect shouted angrily, leading a counterattack. Fellow disciples of the Forbidden Sect, do not fear. We are here to assist you. It must be said that the disciples of the Alchemy Sect displayed commendable loyalty, extending a helping hand at the first opportunity. The scene erupted into chaos as a fierce battle commenced. Zhiyu and Lu Chongkong furrowed their brows. The two moved in unison, personally entering the fray. As the battle ignited in the deepest part of the secret realm, Chu Luo, who was in the midst of a breakthrough in the valley, was also reaching a pivotal moment. A powerful aura erupted from Chu Luo, soaring into the sky. Brother Chu is about to break through. Several disciples of the Forbidden Sect sensed the fluctuations emanating from Chu Luo, their excitement palpable. With eyes abruptly opened, Chu Luo sprang to his feet. Break. Boom. In the next moment, several female disciples of Yun Miao's sacred ground gazed at Chu Luo as though he were a monster. They beheld his cultivation level ascend from the second realm of divine spirit to the third realm, then the fourth realm. A single earth-level breaking pill enabled him to break through 2 realms consecutively. Truly a prodigy. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect had long since grown accustomed to such spectacles. After breaking through to the fourth realm of divine spirit, Chu Luo's aura gradually began to wane. Chu Luo felt the surging power within, immensely satisfied. Young Master Chu truly is a genius. With the aid of the breakthrough elixir, he managed to transcend 2 realms. Impressive. At that moment, not far away, Yun Qianqian, who was mending her spirit, also opened her beautiful eyes and rose to smile at Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled broadly, witnessing Yun Qianqian regain her composure. Just as she was about to utter a few words, a disciple from the Forbidden Sect behind her suddenly changed countenance. With a flick of his hand, a Sect token materialized in his palm, radiating a faint glow. The disciple pointed at the token, and a stream of light penetrated it. In the next moment, the token erupted in brilliance, revealing a line of ethereal script. Brother Chu, hasten to the depths of the secret realm. An imperial artifact has been discovered. Urgent assistance required. Startled by the message, Chu Luo was taken aback. To his astonishment, there existed an imperial artifact within this great emperor's secret realm. Brother Chu. With the imperial artifact now revealed, it is certain that powerful figures from other factions have already arrived. We must depart swiftly to aid our fellow brothers. Several disciples urged eagerly. We shall accompany you. One added, Young Master Chu, should you wish to contend for the imperial artifact, I stand ready to assist you. As a token of gratitude for your kindness today, Yun Qianqian chimed in with a charming smile. Chu Luowei nodded slightly, clasped her hands together, and said, Then I extend my gratitude to Miss Yun. Please visit our Forbidden Sect more often to spend time with Brother Baiyun. Yun Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in response. Immediately thereafter, Chu Luowei and her companions hastened towards the depths of the Emperor's secret realm. Chu Luo and Yun Qianqian, accompanied by a group of junior disciples, hastened to the depths of the secret realm. As they stepped into this uncharted territory, a vast expanse of crimson flames unfolded before their eyes. The formidable guardians stationed at the periphery of the inferno appeared to sense their arrival. Turning their gazes toward the approaching group, another group has arrived. It is the celestial maiden of Yunmiao's sacred land. Look, there are disciples from the Forbidden Sect as well. That young man is Chu Luo. Chu Luo is here. Curiously, how did the celestial maiden come to be with Chu Luo? As the powerful figures present recognized the newcomers, they erupted in astonished exclamations. As the name Chu Luo echoed through the air, a subtle shift enveloped the atmosphere. The numerous formidable figures present exhibited expressions of anticipation and intrigue. Humph! So they have finally arrived. Han Wujie regarded the approaching silhouettes in the distance, his countenance darkening. A frigid glimmer flickered in his eyes. Beneath him lay a battered disciple of the Forbidden Sect, his face marred by bruises. Surrounding him were several other disciples from the Forbidden Sect and the Pill Sect, each marked by injury, yet miraculously devoid of mortal peril. Clearly, even the Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear Sect dared not execute these disciples from the Forbidden Sect and the Pill Sect on the spot. After all, 2 ancient sage elders from the Forbidden Sects to guard just beyond the secret realm's threshold, in the presence of so many witnesses. Executing disciples from either sect was a risk too great to take. Meanwhile, from the Spirit Clear Sect, Wang Lin, Zhu Yu, and El Changkong turned their gazes in unison towards the unfolding scene. Wang Lin's expression was as cold as frost, his eyes glinting with an icy light. The newly arrived Chu Luo, accompanied by several disciples, was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before them. Chu Luo and the others came to a halt, immediately noticing several junior disciples lying on the ground, as well as a dozen severely injured disciples from the Dan sect. With a slight furrow in her brow, Chu Luome's expression darkened. "Brother Chu, pay us no mind, just hurry and leave. The scoundrels from Qian Valley and Lingqing sect are utterly detestable." Upon seeing Chu Luo and her companions, several disciples of the Forbidden Sect, bruised and battered on the ground, immediately shouted a warning. "Brother, junior brothers, damn it. These ruffians are truly ruthless. How infuriating. Very well, Qian Valley and Lingqing sect, we shall remember this grievance." The disciples of the Forbidden Sect beside Chu Luo, upon witnessing their fellow brothers being mercilessly ravaged and severely injured by the individuals from the Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Purity Sect, were all consumed with indignation. Chu Luo cast a sweeping glance around, his gaze settling on Han Wujie, Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, Zhu Yu, and El Changkong, his expression remaining composed. Yet, beneath the surface, a flicker of murderous intent surged within his eyes. "Young Master Chu, be cautious. The three leaders of Qian Valley are renowned prodigies on the talent rankings, Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wujie. As for the two from Lingqing sect, they too are exceptional on the rankings, Zhu Yu and El Changkong. Both possess the cultivation of the primordial realm," Yun Qianqian remarked, her brows slightly furrowed, offering a warning to Chu Luo. Chu Luo nodded slightly. In his eyes, the names of these individuals had become inconsequential, for today, they were all destined to perish here. "Chu Luo, today, it seems you will not escape." Han Wujie coldly laughed as he kicked aside the Forbidden Sect disciple beneath his foot. "Han Wujie, you are courting death." The disciples of the Forbidden Sect surrounding Chu Luo were incensed by Han Wujie's actions. As they rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike, Chu Luo intervened, discreetly communicating with her fellow disciples. "My dear brothers, do not act impulsively. Leave this to me. You must find an opportunity to rescue our fellow disciples and those from the Alchemy sect, then retreat to a safe distance. I fear that I may inadvertently harm you in the ensuing chaos." Upon hearing her words, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were momentarily taken aback, but they soon nodded in agreement, suppressing the fury that simmered within them. Chu Luo cast a glance at Han Wujie, revealing a seemingly harmless smile. "A defeated opponent who was once so thoroughly vanquished that even your mother wouldn't recognize you dares to bark like a dog? You should have been put to death last time. The only reason you can stand here now is that some ancient relic from Qian Valley intervened to save your life. This time, there is no old fool Yin Jun to protect you." At these words, Han Wujie's fury surged, his countenance darkening to an extreme. He longed to rush forward and rend Chu Luo to pieces. The humiliation of his prior defeat at Chu Luo's hands lingered in his mind, and he felt a jolt of shock. This little wretch had only reached the beginning realm last time. In just a month, he had advanced to the 4th stage of Divine Spirit. No wonder their higher-ups sought to eliminate him. All of you from the Forbidden Sect are nothing but sharp-tongued. Arrogant fools. You, a mere 4th stage Divine Spirit, dare to speak so insolently? You insult my sect. Today, you shall pay the price." Du Sheng, standing before Han Wujie, stepped forward, his gaze frigid. An overwhelming aura from the 1st stage of Taichu enveloped the area. With a wave of his hand, the dozen disciples from Qian Valley surrounded Chu Luo and his companions. Chu Luo merely glanced at Du Sheng, maintaining his innocuous smile. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 hands concealed within his sleeves glimmered with black and purple hues, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. "Chu Luo, did you kill our junior brother Luo?" At that moment, Zhu Yu and El Changkong stepped forward, fixing their gazes on Chu Luo with accusatory intent. Meanwhile, the group of Lingqing sect disciples blocked their escape route alongside those from Qian Valley. Witnessing this scene, the other powerful figures present could hardly contain their glee. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were likely not to leave here unscathed today. Although the Lingqing sect and Qian Valley's members might hesitate to take their lives in front of so many witnesses, a severe beating was certainly in store for them. Perhaps they would even be stripped of their cultivation. Chu Luo gazed at Zhu Yu and LV Changkong, shrugged his shoulders, and chuckled. "Are you referring to that lad wielding the spear? Indeed, he met his demise by my hand. I had kindly warned him, yet he insisted on courting death. This cannot be held against me, you see." As soon as Chu Luo uttered these words, the disciples of Lingqing sect present were filled with indignation. Zhu Yu's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "As long as you acknowledge it, that suffices." "Chu Luo, Surrender yourself without resistance. The matter of you slaying our esteemed sect's direct disciple will be adjudicated by our higher-ups. All you need to do is obediently accompany us back to Lingxing's sect." Chu Luo shook her head and smiled playfully. "What if I say no? Would you dare to kill me? My master is a great emperor. If you so much as touch a hair on my head, you might find yourself confined to your sect for the rest of your life." Zhu Yu was taken aback, his expression darkening instantly. "You may not dare, but I certainly do. After all, you were the one who killed Luo Yu. You should take your own life. This would at least spare the Dark Crow Emperor of the Forbidden Sect some embarrassment. Otherwise, if I were to intervene, you would meet a most gruesome fate." At that moment, Wang Lin, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward, his face cold as he addressed Chu Luo. Chu Luo was taken aback, gazing at Wang Lin with curiosity, and then broke into a smile, saying, "Who are you? Are you out of your mind? You spout nothing but nonsense. Commit suicide? Why don't you go ahead and do it? For the sake of my master, you should take your leave right now. I have encountered foolishness before, but never one as absurd as yours, speaking without a shred of thought. Even a pig is wiser than you. Ha ha. Brother Chu, your reproach is splendid. Ha ha. This person may look presentable, but his words are devoid of sense. Who does he think he is? An emperor?" The disciples of the Forbidden Sect beside Chu Luo could not help but chuckle at this moment. Their senior brother, Chu, possessed a most melodious voice. The surrounding powerful onlookers were left in a state of stupor. They never expected that this disciple of the Forbidden Sect, merely at the fourth realm of the divine soul, would speak so boldly, daring even to insult the members of the ancient royal family. Truly courting death. Silence. Chu Luo, you are courting your own demise. This individual is Wang Lin of the ancient royal family. He is the grandson of the great Emperor Jinxia. To insult young Master Wang is to insult the great Emperor Jinxia himself. Even your master, Inya, would be unable to protect you." Zhu scolded furiously. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in astonishment as they turned their gazes towards Wang Lin. They had not anticipated that Wang Lin was, in fact, the direct grandson of the great Emperor Jinxia. "Haha, and so what?" Chu Luo retorted. "Even if he is the grandson, I would not hesitate to insult that old fellow. The great Emperor Jinxia himself." Chu Luo shrugged and exclaimed, "You seek your own demise. Eliminate him. In the event of trouble, my Wang family shall bear the consequences." Wang Lin was furious, his hands sweeping through the air with force. Boom. Both Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong trembled at the sudden intensity, just as the two were about to take action. As Chu Luo contemplated intervening, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from the depths of the tranquil sea of flames. Everyone was startled, lifting their gazes in unison. They beheld the crimson flames within the inferno surging once more, converging towards the burning flame cauldron. In an instant, the towering sea of fire was drawn into the cauldron, vanishing from sight. The next moment, a white figure erupted forth from the burning flame cauldron. Brother Dan. The severely injured disciples of the alchemy sect gasped in excitement upon recognizing the familiar silhouette. Boom. Immediately thereafter, the aura of Dan Qinzi surged rapidly. This individual was breaking through a realm. He had received the legacy of the ancient alchemy emperor. The powerful figures present sensed the energy radiating from Dan Qinzi, their expressions shifting noticeably. Some displayed a glimmer of greed, including Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wujia. Hee, a breakthrough in cultivation. What an opportunity. Du Sheng chuckled coldly, manifesting a spirit sword in his hand. At that moment, Chu Luo also took note of Du Sheng's actions, scanning the surroundings. He realized that everyone's attention was now fixated on Dan Qinzi. Chu Luomiao's eyes sparkled, and a subtle smile graced her lips. She immediately cast a glance at several disciples of the Forbidden Sect beside her. The disciples, upon receiving Chu Luo's gaze, were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, they comprehended her intention in an instant. Nodding in agreement, they prepared to execute the Forbidden Sect's ultimate technique, spatial displacement. With a sudden focus, Chu Luomiao's gaze sharpened. Her form trembling, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from her original position. Han Wujia, who had been intently observing Dan Qinzi, suddenly perceived a familiar figure materializing before him. He hastily diverted his attention from Dan Qinzi. In the next instant, a seemingly harmless smile appeared before his eyes. Han Wujia's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression shifted drastically. This time, even the Emperor cannot save you. The forbidden ultimate skill, the curse of the poisonous finger. Boom. Chu Luo broke into a smile, and a hand concealed within her sleeve swiftly extended. The fingers came together, aimed directly at the close proximity of Han Wujia. With a flick of her finger, a beam of black light erupted in an instant. Han, be careful. At this moment, Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu also reacted instantly. By the time the two noticed Chu Luo had already launched an attack on Han Wujie. Both were struck with terror, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of Chu Luo before Han Wujie. They had failed to perceive even the slightest hint of her presence. Such an eerie agility. They could never have anticipated that Chu Luo would choose this moment to strike with a surprise assault. How cunning indeed! In a fervor of wrath, the two summoned their immense powers and charged toward Chu Luo with murderous intent. At that moment, Han Wujie had no time to react. A dark beam of light instantly pierced into his body. "What have you done to me?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with agony. A violent pain surged through him, as if countless insects were gnawing at his bones. He could distinctly sense his life force and spiritual energy rapidly draining away, while an ominous black mist began to emanate from his flesh, signaling its gradual decay. Han Wujie's heart-wrenching cries drew the attention of everyone present. What is happening? What vile technique has Chu Luo unleashed? The gathered powerful beings gasped in shock, witnessing Han Wujie's rotting flesh and his desperate struggles on the ground, swallowing hard in disbelief. They cast wary glances toward the retreating figure of Chu Luo, their expressions filled with apprehension. "Junior brother Han, Chu Luo, you seek death." With a thunderous roar, Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu, consumed by rage, surged forward at breakneck speed, intent on confronting Chu Luo. With a sudden leap, Chu Luo sprang to her feet, her other hand concealed within her sleeve extending forth. All present beheld the deep violet radiance entwining her palm, accompanied by a crackling sound. Chu Luo smiled broadly, feigning an attack with his palm towards the approaching Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. The forbidden technique, the heart-devouring purple poison palm. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu, caught off guard, were immediately taken aback, halting their advance and retreating to the sides. Boom. What is this? My heart aches terribly. Please, kill me. I cannot endure this any longer. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it became apparent that Chu Luo's strike had not been aimed at Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Instead, his palm had targeted the dozen or so disciples from the Qiyin Valley and Lingqing sect who obstructed their escape. A violet, ethereal palm imprint erupted among the disciples of the two sects. Flecks of purple light penetrated the bodies of the disciples, causing them to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. This unexpected scene left everyone in utter disbelief. Taking advantage of the moment when others were unprepared, Chu Luo launched a surprise attack, and to add insult to injury, executed a cunning diversionary tactic. What a meticulous mind! Before the gaze of the onlookers, dozens of disciples from the two factions found their skin turning a ghastly shade of purple, gradually succumbing to lifelessness amidst their anguished cries. As for the prodigious Han Wujie from the Crimson Flame Valley, he had already been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. The entire sequence, from ambushing Han Wujie to executing a diversionary strike against the disciples of the two great forces, transpired within mere breaths. What an opportunity! Several disciples from the Forbidden Sect swiftly advanced, rescuing their battered comrade and a dozen disciples from the Pill Sect, and hastily retreated from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu from Crimson Flame Valley, alongside Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong from the Spirit Clear Sect, paid no heed to these disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Instead, their eyes glinted with bloodthirst, fixated on Chu Luo, who hovered in the void, brimming with unrestrained fury. Chu Luo, you seek your own demise. Boom. The four prodigies, Zhu Yu, Lu Chongkong, Du Sheng, and Zhao Tianyu, simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras. Armed with weapons, they manifested overwhelming phenomena. With a single step, they charged towards Chu Luo in the void. Zhu Yu, Lu Chongkong, and Du Sheng all possessed cultivation at the first stage of primordial beginning, while Zhao Tianyu stood at the pinnacle of the divine soul realm. The numerous powerful figures present were collectively struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated that events would escalate to such a dire state. In such a short time, both the Spirit Clear Sect and the Crimson Flame Valley had incurred significant losses at the hands of Chu Luo. In that moment, none present, be they independent cultivators or prodigies from other top-tier factions, dared to underestimate Chu Luo. Otherwise, they would meet the same grim fate as the now mangled Han Wujie. In the expanse of the void above, the tension hung thick in the air. Upon witnessing the four individuals charging towards her in unison, Chu Luo immediately whispered inwardly, "System. How many guardian values are required to break through to the primordial realm?" Chu Luo intended to utilize the system to swiftly break through to the primordial realm. Otherwise, With his current cultivation, facing 4 formidable talents simultaneously would be overwhelming. A cost of 10,000 guardian values was required. Upon realizing this expenditure, Chu Luo felt a pang of regret. After all, guardian values were not easily obtained. He still needed to amass 200,000 to exchange for the longevity body. However, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts any longer. Exchange. Chu Luo silently chanted a phrase, and with a flick of his wrist, a spirit sword materialized in his hand. As he beheld the 4 formidable talents charging towards him, Chu Luo let out a hearty laugh, brimming with ambition, and proclaimed, "Since you desire battle, let us engage. Break through the primordial realm." Boom. With a resounding cry, an astonishing aura erupted from Chu Luo, soaring into the heavens. A formidable power surged forth, overwhelming all in its path. The 4 eminent figures halted in their tracks, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed upon Chu Luo's figure. In the perception of the onlookers, Chu Luo, who had originally possessed only the cultivation of the 4th realm of divine spirit, had, in the blink of an eye, achieved consecutive breakthroughs of 2 minor realms, ascending to the 1st realm of primordial beginning. The crowd stood dumbfounded, their expressions a tableau of shock. This Chu Luo was truly a prodigy, breaking through with such ease. To add to the marvel, he accomplished 2 consecutive breakthroughs in one go. "Incredible!" exclaimed Yun Chanqian, who had been observing the battle. Her astonishment rekindled as she beheld Chu Luo's ascendance to the primordial realm. It is worth noting that Chu Luo had just transitioned from the 2nd realm of divine spirit to the 4th realm. Typically, at such a juncture, a person's realm would not yet be stabilized. Chu Luo has broken through once again. Eliminate him. Chu Luo, meet your demise. Jiu roared in fury, unleashing his formidable strength as he charged towards Chu Luo. The other 3 prodigies, having recovered from their shock, swiftly launched their assaults. Witnessing this scene, Yun Chanqian moved with purpose. Stepping forward, she declared, "Young Master Chu, I come to assist you." Buzzing sounds echoed as another voice rang out. "Do not fear, Brother Chu. I am here to aid you." Everyone turned to the source of the voice and discovered that Dan Qixi had also achieved a breakthrough. An aura emanating from him rivaled that of Zhu Yu and the others. He had reached the 1st stage of Taichu. Dan Qixi had astonishingly ascended 2 minor realms and entered the Taichu realm. His ranking on the prodigy list was destined for another revision, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. With his newfound power, Dan Qixi wielded a spiritual sword in one hand and a crimson alchemical flame in the other, charging towards the 4 great prodigies. Seeking death, as you commanded, Chong Kong, you handle Dan Qixi. Tianyu, you confront Yun Chanqian. Leave Chu Luo to me. Jiu and Du Sheng swiftly issued their orders. El Chong Kong of Lingqing Sect and Zhao Tianyu of Qiyin Valley immediately positioned themselves to intercept Dan Qixi and Yun Chanqian, preventing their aid. The fierce battle among the 4 prodigies erupted in the heavens. Meanwhile, Jiu and Du Sheng, enveloped in divine light and treading upon the void, advanced towards Chu Luo. Boom. The 2 appeared as youthful divine kings, one wielding a blazing longsword and the other a spiritual spear, their potent attacks combining to strike at Chu Luo. Chu Luo was momentarily startled, instinctively raising her sword to parry. Boom. With a swift motion, Chu Luo parried the attacks of the 2 assailants. In a seamless turn, he delivered a fierce strike with his sword. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng's eyes narrowed, their expressions betraying a sense of caution. Having witnessed Chu Luo's prior enigmatic techniques, they regarded him with considerable apprehension. To underestimate Chu Luo at this moment would be sheer folly. A thunderous clash ensued as both adversaries simultaneously countered Chu Luo's strike. "Aha! Come on, let us continue." Chu Luo smiled with a hint of provocation towards the 2 individuals, suddenly revealing a vial of elixir in her hand. This vial contained a potion capable of restoring one's lifespan. Chu Luo could no longer concern himself with the trivialities. He swiftly consumed the vial of elixir, chewing it a few times before swallowing. He discreetly activated his cultivation method, refining the medicinal power to restore his vitality to its fullest. "Humph, Brother Du, let us conclude this swiftly and eliminate this brat." Ziyu snorted coldly, his entire being emanating a formidable spiritual aura. "Excellent. Chu Luo, prepare to meet your end." With a thunderous step, both figures launched themselves forward, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they charged once more at Chu Luo. Chu Luo was undeterred, brandishing her sword and charging forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 3 streams of light collided rapidly in the sky. Powerful forces surged outward in every direction. Remarkably, Chu Luo had just broken through to the primordial realm, her foundation still unsteady, yet she could contend with Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, a testament to her formidable strength. Indeed, yet another prodigy had emerged from the forbidden sect. As long as Chu Luo does not fall, her future will be boundlessly promising. The assembled strong warriors gazed at the swiftly clashing lights in the void, their hearts filled with profound sentiments. Should Chu Luo emerge victorious today? Even if she merely managed to escape, it would mark a significant moment. The name of Chu Luo shall once again resonate throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Lin's countenance darkened like a turbulent sea. He lifted his gaze towards the figure of Chu Luo, who was engaged in battle, and a cold smirk unexpectedly graced his lips. In the next moment, Wang Lin's body trembled slightly as a surge of golden energy erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. Surrounding him, peculiar golden runes began to pulsate with vibrant energy, astonishing the formidable beings nearby. Second realm of primordial beginning. It was evident that Wang Lin's talent was formidable as well. Yet, regrettably, his age prevented him from entering the ranks of the prodigies. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have secured a place on the list. Indeed, those on the list must be under the age of 25. What does Wang Lin intend to do? Does he also wish to join the fray? Wang Lin paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he took a decisive step forward. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. A resounding crash echoed through the void. As the crowd looked up again, they saw Chu Luo and his companions swiftly separating. Hee, Wang Lin chuckled. You two truly deserve your status among the prodigies. Ordinary beings of the primordial beginning are simply no match for you. Chu Luo smiled broadly, her face adorned with a signature grin that exuded an air of harmlessness. At this moment, Zhiyu and Du Xing gritted their teeth, a surge of murderous intent rising within them. As two of the most distinguished talents, they found themselves unable to subdue Chu Luo in a 2-on-1 confrontation. If they failed to overcome her, the tale of their defeat would undoubtedly make them the laughingstock among their peers. Chu Luo, do not revel in your triumph. This move shall be your undoing. With a furious exclamation, Zhu Yu's body trembled with intensity. In the next instant, he brandished the spear in his grasp. An overwhelming aura of spear intent enveloping the heavens and the earth. The golden essence of his spear intent coalesced into a tangible form, manifesting as a divine halo behind him. Zhu Yu's eyes shone with brilliance as he leapt into the air, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. A wave of invisible spatial ripples undulated behind him, and in the collective gaze of the onlookers, they beheld a multitude of enormous spear phantoms, adorned with swirling golden patterns. Emerging from the ethereal ripples, each golden spear seemed to possess a life of its own, the mesmerizing patterns shifting and flowing with astonishing power, sending shivers down the spines of the assembled mighties. What terrifying strength! Is this truly the might that a practitioner at the initial stage can wield? Even the pinnacle of the initial stage would surely falter against such a strike. The spectators gasped in astonishment, their voices faltering in fear. Boom. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Following Zhu Yu's astounding assault, Du Sheng, unwilling to be outdone, unveiled his own trump card. Flames of crimson ignited around him, scorching the heavens with their searing heat. At that moment, Du Sheng radiated brilliance akin to a sun descending upon the earth, vibrant and blistering. Soon after, a colossal phantom of a figure wielding a blazing sword emerged from behind him, standing as a titan amidst a conflagration that seemed to suppress the cosmos itself. The mighty techniques of these two prodigies rendered the very heavens dim in their wake. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, yet her expression remained composed. In her eyes sparkled an unquenchable spirit of battle. Chu Luo sheathed his spiritual sword and swiftly formed hand seals. However, at that very moment, an enormous shadow suddenly enveloped the realm of the secret world. Everyone was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning their gaze towards Chu Luo's back. At this moment, a colossal golden manifestation, towering hundreds of feet high, descended behind him. This manifestation, with eyes like fierce diamonds and flames blazing upon its back, wielded 3 azure spiritual swords in its right hand and a crimson staff in its left, stepping down upon the world. With a fierce gaze, it embodied the unmoving king. Around Wang Lin, sacred script swirled as he raised his hand, casting a chilling smile. Senior Brother Chu, be cautious. Young Master Chu, Brother Chu, watch out. At this instant, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, observing from a distance, as well as Dan Qinzi and Yun Qianqian, who were engaged in battle, all changed countenance and exclaimed in alarm to warn him. Chu Luo suddenly turned around, his pupils contracting slightly. He, immutable king. Die. Boom. Wang Lin raised his hand and pressed down. The immutable king's avatar descended upon Chu Luo. A massive mushroom cloud abruptly surged upwards. Not good. Quick, retreat. The moment the mushroom cloud erupted, the numerous powerful figures present were taken aback, hastily fleeing the scene. Upon reaching a safe distance, they witnessed the nearby mountains being astonishingly flattened by the overwhelming force. Yet, this was just the beginning. The crowd looked up to see Zhu Yu and Du Sheng rushing towards the origin of the mushroom cloud, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. The two unleashed their long-prepared terrifying skills at the center of the mushroom cloud. Ling Yun's soul-settling spear. Fiery sky sword slash. Boom. Hundreds of illusory golden spears shot forth, accompanied by a blazing sword light engulfed in roaring flames. The two formidable skills struck the ground with a resounding impact. Boom. An astounding explosion erupted once more. The turbulent power surged forth like ripples in water, wreaking havoc in all directions. Those who had retreated to safety felt the explosive shockwave barreling towards them, forcing them to join forces to conjure a protective barrier of spiritual energy. Chu Shixiao, the disciples of the forbidden sect, already distanced from danger, gazed at the distant explosion with rage, their eyes bloodshot. They longed to rush forward and slay the ambitious Wang Lin, Zhu Yu, and Du Sheng. After a considerable time, the explosion gradually subsided. Countless powerful figures stared at the dissipating smoke, all shaking their heads and sighing. Alas, it was a pity for Chu Luo. Indeed, under such a terrifying attack, even a peak Taichu realm expert would find it hard to survive. However, Chu Luo could be considered a hero even in death. Indeed, even if Du Sheng and Zhu Yu joined forces, they could hardly subdue Chu Luo. Had it not been for Wang Lin's ambush, the outcome would have been uncertain. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng may have emerged victorious, yet they were aware that their triumph was undeserved. Alas, Wang Lin of the Wang family, employing a treacherous ambush, may be scorned, but the outcome was set. After today, the 3,000 great realms would surely be shaken. You are talking nonsense. Our Chu Shixiang will not die. Indeed. How could Chu Shixiang possibly be defeated by these trash? Yes, I also refuse to believe it. Chu Shixiang is a calamity to our sect. How could such a calamity perish? Hearing the discussions around them, a dozen disciples of the forbidden sect had red eyes. Throughout their journey, their Chu Shixiang had given them immense shock. They absolutely refused to believe he would perish. Nearby, the disciples of the Pill sect and the Cloud Miao Holy Land wore somber expressions, attempting to console the disciples of the forbidden sect. They could no longer sense Chu Luo's aura. It was likely he had fallen. Hiki, this brat has finally perished. Du Sheng gazed at the smoke below with a cold smile. Under the overwhelming assault of the three of them, not even a freshly advanced Chu Luo could survive, let alone a peak Taichu realm expert. Humph. This is the consequence of disrespecting my Wang family. Wang Lin suppressed his aura, waving his hand. His voice, mingled with spiritual power, resonated through the heavens, echoing in everyone's ears. Boom. At that moment, the battlefield where Dan Xinzi and Yun Qianqian were engaged erupted with a deafening sound. The crowd turned their attention, discovering that the clash between these two prodigies had also concluded. The Lingqing sect's prodigy, El Chong Kong, was heavily wounded and defeated by Dan Xinzi. Similarly, the prodigy of the Qian Valley, Zhao Tianyu, fell to Yun Qianqian's might. Chu brother. Dan Xinzi looked at the dissipating smoke, furious. Hee. Dan Xinzi, if you know what's good for you, hand over that cauldron. Given your status as a prodigy of the Pill sect, I will let you leave if you surrender the cauldron. Otherwise, I will have to seize it. Du Sheng was surprised to see Dan Xinzi defeat El Chong Kong. His eyes narrowed, casting a hostile gaze upon Dan Xinzi. Zhu Yu and Wang Lin similarly fixed their eyes on him. Humph. Kid, you cannot keep that imperial artifact. Unless you wish to die, hand it over. Wang Lin smirked, stepping forward. Boom. An immense ancient aura surged forth around him. Golden runes swirled about him, resembling a youthful divine king from ancient times. Witnessing this scene, Dan Xinzi's expression darkened. Facing Wang Lin, he felt little confidence in his ability to triumph. After all, the power Wang Lin had exhibited during the ambush on Chu Luo had instilled fear in him. Humph. This belongs to my Pill sect. Unless I perish, you shall not have it. Dan Xinzi's eyes sparkled with fiery determination, his body trembling. The formidable aura of the first realm of Taichu surged forth once more. Dan Xinzi was now prepared to fight to the death. Hiki, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Boom. Wang Lin scoffed disdainfully, stepping forward. Just as he was about to strike, suddenly, from the crowd observing from a distance, a warrior noticed that the smoke on the ground had completely dissipated, revealing a massive pit. However, there was no trace of Chu Luo's corpse. Not even a shred of his torn clothing could be seen. This warrior immediately exclaimed, "Everyone, look! There is no corpse of Chu Luo." His voice drew the attention of everyone present, who turned to the deep pit nearby. They found the pit utterly empty, devoid of anything. Could it be that Chu Luo is not dead? Logically, even if he had been blown to smithereens, there should be remnants of torn fabric or body parts scattered around. Yet, aside from the torn earth, there was nothing in the pit. Zhiyu, Du Xing, and Wang Lin were momentarily taken aback. All three looked down, their brows furrowing in confusion. Could it be that the brat truly survived? This is impossible, right? Buzzing. As the attention of the audience fixated on the deep pit, the entire secret realm trembled slightly. In the next moment, the very void of the secret realm turned crimson. The blood-red aura enveloped the sky like a tidal wave. This is murderous energy. Hiss. What is happening? Why is such terrifying murderous energy suddenly manifesting? Some warriors in attendance seemed to perceive the ominous crimson force enveloping the void, unable to suppress their astonishment. Simultaneously, a profound sense of foreboding arose within them. This is... Meanwhile, the previously heartbroken disciples of the forbidden sect gazed at the blood-red sky above, suddenly recalling something, their expressions igniting with excitement. The sorrow on their faces vanished in an instant. In the void above, Zhiyu, Du Xing, and Wang Lin found themselves gripped by an unexpected shift in the heavens and the earth, awakening a sense of vigilance within their hearts. A foreboding premonition arose within them, particularly for Zhiyu and Du Xing, whose eyelids twitched uncontrollably for reasons unknown. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped their thoughts. Suddenly, a voice, familiar to all, resonated through the cosmos, blood fiend swallowing heaven. The countenances of Zhiyu, Du Xing, and Wang Lin changed drastically. It's Chu Luo. That rascal is still alive. Du Xing's expression grew grave, filled with dread. He swiftly unleashed his mental energy, scanning the surroundings, but detected no trace of Chu Luo, which heightened his alarm. Crack. Boom. Buzz. Abruptly, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. Brother Du, be cautious above. Brother Zhu, watch out. The injured Zhao Tianyu and El Changkong noticed a gaping spatial rift forming directly above them. Their faces paled, and they shouted warnings. Startled, Zhiyu and Du Xing instinctively looked up, their pupils contracting in terror. Not good. Above them loomed a blood-red wormhole, spanning several miles in diameter, casting a shadow over all. A formidable gravitational force began to consume everything in its vicinity. Within the blood-red wormhole, a sea of blood surged, teeming with countless vengeful spirits. Wailing and howling. The horrifying scene instilled a paralyzing fear, sending chills down their spines. Zhiyu and Du Xing summoned all their strength, desperately resisting the terrifying pull. Yet the force proved too overwhelming, drawing their bodies inexorably toward the blood-red wormhole. Damn it! Brother Du, let us join forces to disperse this wormhole. Zhiyu urged in a panic. Understood. Boom. Break. The two unleashed astounding power once more, launching a combined assault far mightier than before. However, their attacks vanished into the blood-red wormhole without so much as a ripple. How is this possible? What kind of forbidden technique is this? Zhiyu and Du Xing's expressions darkened in an instant. They realized that if they continued down this path, they would surely be engulfed by the mysterious blood vortex. At that moment, the two prodigies from Lingqing Sect and Qian Valley finally revealed their fear before countless onlookers. Young Master Wang, save me, Zhiyu cried out, desperately looking toward Wang Lin, who was also gazing at the massive blood-red wormhole above, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and dread. The power emanating from the blood-red wormhole had long surpassed the limits of the primordial realm, far beyond his capacity to resist. Thus, he turned a deaf ear to Zhiyu's pleas for help, remaining unmoved. Witnessing Wang Lin's indifferent demeanor, Zhi was filled with despair, his heart seething with resentment toward Wang Lin. Everyone, look, that is Chu Luo. He is actually alive. Good heavens. How did he evade the terrifying attacks from Wang Lin and the others? Just then, from the throng in the distance, a blood river poured forth from the sea within the blood-red wormhole. Chu Luo was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of malevolence as he stepped forth from the depths of the blood sea. A seemingly innocuous and familiar visage captured the attention of all present. Chu Luo, how could this be possible? Zhiyu and Du Xing's faces turned ashen, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. Wang Lin was equally taken aback. His gaze locked onto Chu Luo with a mixture of astonishment and dread. How could this little wretch possibly unleash such a terrifying ultimate technique? Creating a spatial wormhole is an ability reserved for those above the saintly realm, is it not? This little wretch harbors a significant secret. Wang Lin cursed inwardly, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze as he regarded Chu Luo. His expression shifted, the corners of his mouth curling into a peculiar smile. He thought to himself that once he emerged from this ordeal, he would ensure that the powerful members of his family apprehended Chu Luo. He was determined to uncover the secrets that lay within him. I told you that Senior Brother Chu could not possibly be defeated by this rabble. Senior Brother Chu is truly remarkable. I never expected him to master the fearsome blood-devouring heaven technique. At this moment, the more than a dozen disciples of the Forbidden Sect erupted in excitement upon witnessing Chu Luo emerge from the wormhole. Their senior brother, a scourge for a millennium, was indeed not so easily vanquished. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were captivated by Chu Luo's extraordinary talent. The blood-devouring heaven technique was a forbidden ultimate skill that had been imparted to them by the elders of their sect. Not even the ancestors had managed to master this technique. Is this truly your power, Brother Chu? Dan Xinzi gazed in astonishment at Chu Luo within the blood-red wormhole, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It seemed that during their earlier sparring, he had vastly underestimated him. Chu Luo showed restraint. Had he unleashed this move at that moment, his opponent would have lacked even the courage to resist. He remarked, earlier, I enjoyed watching you two strike at me with such enthusiasm. Now, it is my turn. Chu Luo smiled coldly at Zhu Yu and Du Xing. Had it not been for his timely use of the forbidden escape technique, they might have fallen victim to Wang Lin's treachery. Contemplating this, Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at Wang Lin, who was standing aloof in the distance, and mentally noted him as a target destined for demise. Wang Lin had long been inscribed in his little ledger. Once he dealt with these two, he would seek retribution against that sly old fox. Chu Luo's life motto is to repay grievances on the spot, never allowing them to fester overnight. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, Chu Luo slowly raised his palm under the gaze of countless onlookers. At the instant his hand ascended, a tumultuous sea of blood surged violently from the wormhole behind him. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng strained to resist the terrifying gravitational pull, swallowing hard, their faces betraying sheer terror. The two were genuinely frightened. Chu Luo, my master is an ancient sage of creation. If you kill me, my master will not let you off the hook. Indeed, Chu Luo, my master is the ancient sage of the underworld flames, and he is right outside. Should you take my life, my master will not spare you either. At this moment, Zhu Yu and Du Xing invoked the names of their masters in a desperate attempt to instill fear in Chu Luo. Upon hearing their words, a dozen disciples from the Forbidden Sect burst into laughter. These two were facing imminent death, yet still dared to threaten their senior brother Chu Luo. Were they unaware that Chu Luo's master was the newly ascended emperor of their sect? An ancient sage pales in comparison to an emperor. Bah, my master is indeed an emperor. Die. Boom. Chu Luo was amused by the words of the two individuals. Raising her hand toward them, she made a swift grabbing motion through the air. The blood-red wormhole behind her erupted with an even more terrifying force of attraction. In an instant, the bodies of the two were drawn into the ominous vortex behind Chu Luo. Thud. Two piercing screams reverberated through the heavens and echoed in the ears of all present. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Zhu Yu and Du Xing were transformed into a mist of blood. Thus, two great prodigies met their demise. Shortly thereafter, the blood-red wormhole behind Chu Luo quietly dissipated, and the sanguine hue of the world gradually faded. Wang Lin's countenance darkened, fixating on Chu Luo, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Just as everyone believed the fierce battle had reached its conclusion, Chu Luo suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a hand gesture of an ancient seal. Prohibited mastery. The distortion of time and space. With a sudden surge of intent, Chu Luo unleashed another strike, her palm, adorned with enigmatic seals, reaching out toward Wang Lin from afar. Wang Lin, taken aback, abruptly regained his senses. Yet at that moment, he found himself enveloped by a mysterious force. In the next instant, he realized that the scenery around him was shifting at an alarming pace, and in the blink of an eye, to his utter horror, everything transformed before his eyes. The seemingly harmless smile of Chu Luo was right before me, mere inches away. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Wang Lin was about to respond with words, a sudden explosion occurred. Chu Luo gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch to Wang Lin's abdomen. Blood erupted from Wang Lin's mouth as his body was propelled to the ground like a cannonball. In that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. On a distant hill, three remarkably young youths gazed in awe at Chu Luo's retreating figure, each inhaling sharply in astonishment. These three were also prodigies listed on the esteemed talents ranking. The leader, clad in white robes resembling a celestial being, was Ling Xuanzi, a gifted individual from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, possessing a cultivation of the first realm of primordial beginning. Flanking him were two other prodigies hailing from the Extreme Emperor and Immortal Dao lineages, having observed the battle for quite some time. The prodigy from the Extreme Emperor lineage could not contain his thoughts, exclaiming, "Ling, this Chu Luo is extraordinary. Not only is his combat prowess formidable, but his decisiveness in battle is equally striking. He is someone to befriend, not to offend." The prodigy from Lingqing Sect and Qiyin Valley added, "Chu Luo can dispatch his foes without a hint of hesitation. Such a ruthless individual is not one to provoke. It is highly probable that Wang Lin will soon follow in the footsteps of Zhu Yu and Du Sheng." Previously, the three had entertained the notion of seizing the imperial artifact from Dan Jinzi, but now reconsidered their ambitions. Ling Xuanzi observed Chu Luo's silhouette, his eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue, a subtle smile gracing his lips as if contemplating some scheme. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Wang Lin lay gravely injured from Chu Luo's devastating blow, struggling to regain his composure amidst the excruciating pain. Chu Luo had already descended before Wang Lin. With a resounding thud, she delivered a powerful kick to Wang Lin's dantian. He emitted a blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The agonizing cry sent shivers down the spines of all present, each one inwardly exclaiming at the brutality of her methods. "You have destroyed my cultivation." Wang Lin, enduring excruciating pain, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he sensed the vanishing spiritual energy within him, his face turning ashen. Chu Luo smiled broadly, placing one foot upon Wang Lin's chest, and said with a playful tone, "How does it feel to be ambushed? Damn it, if it weren't for my numerous strategies, you would have truly triumphed today. Throughout my life, I have despised you the most." "Chu Luo," Wang Lin spat, "if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Haha. If you choose to spare me, believe me, your fate will be dire." His face contorted with rage, he laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with boundless resentment and malice. "Oh really? You think I hesitate to take your life? You dare to threaten me? Very well, I shall grant your wish." Chu Luo shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Suddenly, he caught Wang Lin off guard and sent him flying with a swift kick. A resounding crash echoed as Wang Lin was propelled several meters away, collapsing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. At that moment, Wang Lin appeared utterly depleted. "Ha! Come on, come and kill me," he roared at Chu Luo, laughter tinged with madness. The spectators, numerous formidable warriors, could not help but shake their heads in disbelief, convinced that Wang Lin, having lost his cultivation, had succumbed to madness. Chu Luo revealed her signature smile, and a spiritual sword materialized in her grasp. "It is well known that your ancient aristocratic families have always been shrouded in mystery and power, striking fear into the hearts of all in the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. Today, however, I, the young master, shall break new ground before this multitude. I shall slay you today, to entertain the crowd." As soon as Chu Luo's voice fell, she raised her hand and struck a sword strike at Wang Lin. With a thunderous roar, a swift beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at Wang Lin. This scene left the other powerful figures from various factions swallowing hard. Awestruck by Chu Luo's ruthlessness and decisiveness in battle, they silently cautioned themselves never to provoke this formidable Chu Lao Lu in the future. Just as the sword light was about to cleave Wang Lin, a familiar imperial pressure emanated from his body once more. The sword light emitted by Chu Luo was instantaneously crushed by an overwhelming pressure. "Ha! Chu Luo, you are doomed." Witnessing the resurgence of imperial might within himself, Wang Lin's eyes glinted with malice as he laughed maniacally towards the heavens. He had been provoking Chu Luo to slay him, solely to awaken the life-preserving mechanism left within him by his grandfather, the great emperor of evil suppression. With a resonant hum, an aura of imperial power enveloped the world. In the next moment, a beam of light surged skyward from Wang Lin's being. Following this, an ethereal and majestic figure loomed between heaven and earth. This apparition shimmered with resplendent radiance, manifesting extraordinary phenomena, akin to a supreme deity. The onlookers collectively raised their gazes, and only then did they discern that this ethereal figure was that of a white-haired elder, the great emperor of evil suppression. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd as they beheld this magnificent spectral presence. Chu Luo was equally taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, internally cursing. He thought, what a colossal blunder. He never anticipated that this elderly figure would possess a means of self-preservation embedded within Wang Lin. Truly, he was a doting grandson. In future encounters with individuals of such imperial lineage, one must exercise caution. Grandfather, he has crippled my cultivation, Wang Lin exclaimed vehemently, directing his ire at the silhouette of the Jinxia Emperor. Upon hearing this, the apparition of the Jinxia Emperor abruptly pivoted, observing the barely conscious Wang Lin. His murky eyes brimmed with unfathomable fury. Grandson. The Jinxia Emperor's silhouette radiated murderous intent as he swiftly turned, his gaze icy as it fixated on Chu Luo. In that instant, the entire secret realm was suffused with the terrifying aura of the Jinxia Emperor's wrath. Even Chu Luo could not suppress a shiver at that moment. Elder, please allow me to explain. There may have been a misunderstanding between Wang Xiao and myself. Chu Luo smiled broadly, discarding the spiritual sword in her hand, and slowly retreated. At that moment, she was filled with trepidation. How could that scoundrel Wang Lin possess a life-preserving measure from the great emperor? Why was she not informed of this? Had she known in advance, she would have simply rendered Wang Lin incapacitated. Once outside, she could have summoned her master to eliminate this wretch. It was a grave miscalculation. The gathered powerful figures, observing the scene, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This Chu Luo. Her ability to change her demeanor was swifter than turning the pages of a book. Hee, she chuckled. A misunderstanding, perhaps? Let this emperor also misunderstand and flay you alive, lighting the lanterns of heaven upon your demise. Boom. The phantom of the evil suppressing great emperor let out a cold laugh and ruthlessly reached out towards Chu Luo. In an instant, Chu Luo found himself ensnared by an irresistible force. What the hell? The old man, devoid of martial ethics. As the colossal phantom hand loomed closer, Chu Luo erupted in a furious tirade. Brother Chu. The disciples of the forbidden sect, witnessing the scene from afar, were equally taken aback. Yet, in that moment, they were utterly powerless. However, just as the ethereal hand of the great emperor of suppressing evil was about to descend upon Chu Luo, boom, under the astonished gazes of all present, a formidable aura of divine power emanated from Chu Luo, and in the next moment, an astonishing force of imperial might erupted from him. The ethereal giant hand projected by the phantom of the evil suppression emperor was instantly shattered by this overwhelming energy. Following this, a voice of unparalleled authority resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Dare to harm my beloved disciple, you old wretch. Today this emperor shall slay your grandson and sever the roots of your lineage. With a thunderous roar, blood surged into the sky from Chu Luo's being. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent ethereal figure appeared above him, exuding an imperial majesty that enveloped the world. The sheer magnitude of this presence left all present breathless. Master. Upon raising his gaze, Chu Luo was greeted by a familiar visage, and an overwhelming joy surged within him. He had not anticipated that his esteemed master had also embedded a life-preserving measure within him. When had this transpired? How had he remained oblivious to it? The protective value from the great Emperor Master surged by 10,000. At that moment, a notification from Chu Luo's system resonated once more. Chu Luo's lips curled into a smile, as the tension in her heart finally dissipated. The onlookers were genuinely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Surprisingly, the esteemed Chu Lao Lu possesses a life-preserving talisman bequeathed by a great emperor. Is this truly the Shadow Crow Emperor? The Forbidden Sect indeed stands as the pinnacle of power. Humph! Though the Shadow Crow Emperor has recently ascended to greatness, the exorcising evil emperor has long held that title. From a considerable distance, the martial artists of various factions, suppressed by the emperor's might, began to converse among themselves. Some harbored doubts regarding the Shadow Crow Emperor's capabilities. Fear not, my obedient disciple, exclaimed the ancient figure, his ethereal form merely a manifestation of an assault. What I have bestowed upon you is but a fraction of my true power. Should you dare to harm my beloved disciple, I shall eradicate your lineage today. The Shadow Crow Emperor's apparition regarded the exorcising evil emperor's specter with derision and disdain. Humph! Shadow Crow, do you dare? You are but a newly ascended emperor. If anything befalls my grandson, my true form shall descend immediately. The exorcising evil emperor declared, his countenance darkened with fury. In response to this threat, the Shadow Crow Emperor merely chuckled, dismissing it entirely. Uh-huh. Did you not expect this, old relic? I, too, possess the protective means of an emperor. Were you not just brimming with arrogance? Come, attempt to slay me. Chu Luo smiled broadly, defiantly provoking the illusory figure of the town evil emperor. With his esteemed master, the emperor, by his side, Chu Luo felt an overwhelming sense of power coursing through him. Little beast, the town evil emperor's face darkened to an extreme chill. A terrifying, murderous intent surging forth. How could a dignified emperor be insulted by a mere insect? Boom. Old ghost, just a moment ago. You dared to strike my obedient disciple. Now, prepare to receive a blow from me. At that moment, as the shadowy figure of the dark crow emperor loomed above Chu Luo, he seized the fleeting moment of distraction from the evil suppression emperor and launched a sudden assault. With a swift motion, the dark crow emperor raised his hand, unleashing a powerful strike aimed at the phantom of the evil suppression emperor. The overwhelming force of the emperor's might caused the very secret realm to tremble violently, as if it could scarcely endure the dark crow emperor's formidable power. The surrounding landscape began to collapse and shatter. The phantom of the evil suppression emperor was taken aback, a look of alarm crossing his features. Damnable dark crow specter, he bellowed in fury, hastily retaliating with a sweeping gesture. The clash of their terrifying powers reverberated throughout the secret realm, rendering the previously ethereal figure of the evil suppression emperor even more insubstantial. Ha! The specter of the evil suppression emperor is on the brink of collapse. The dark crow emperor laughed heartily, relentlessly assaulting the phantom. The evil suppression emperor had hoped to muster his last reserves of strength to forcibly extract Wang Lin, but the dark crow emperor offered him no respite. Enraged yet cornered, the evil suppression emperor could only defend himself. Should his phantom be shattered, his grandson Wang Lin would undoubtedly be in grave peril. The cataclysmic forces unleashed by their duel engulfed the secret realm, causing it to begin its descent into ruin. This is bad. The secret realm is collapsing. A sense of urgency filled the air. Flee. The oppressive aura of the two emperors dissipated, and the gathered warriors, sensing the imminent disaster, turned in terror, racing towards the exit. However, Chu Luo and the disciples of the forbidden sect remained oblivious to the chaos. Meanwhile, the remaining prodigies of Lingqing's sect, El Changkong, and the last of the Qian Valley's elites, Zhao Tianyu, took advantage of the turmoil to escape towards the exit of the secret realm. Brother Chu, we must leave. This place is about to collapse. At that moment, Dan Shenzi surveyed the surroundings and urgently called out to Chu Luo, who was not far off. As Chu Luo turned around, he quickly responded, Dan brother, Miss Yun, I kindly ask you both to escort the disciples of the forbidden sect away first. I am determined to confront that scoundrel. How dare he scheme against me? Fear not, I have a plan to escape. Dan Shenzi and Yun Chanxian nodded in agreement. Since Chu Luo claimed to have a means of escape, he surely possessed the capability to do so. With the shadow of the dark crow emperor looming, they had no cause for concern. The dozen or so disciples of the forbidden sect also acted decisively, following the two prodigies to swiftly evacuate the secret realm. After everyone had departed, Chu Luo approached the weakened Wang Lin, who was now filled with sheer terror. Chu Luo, please spare my life. I can offer you anything you desire. My grandfather is an emperor. I possess imperial-grade techniques, martial skills, and divine elixirs. Just say the word, and I will provide them. If only you grant me mercy. Upon hearing Wang Lin's desperate plea, Chu Luo couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Has your mind been befuddled? By eliminating you, wouldn't I still acquire all those treasures? As the cherished grandson of the eternal elder of the exorcism sect, you must possess a wealth of valuable items. Upon hearing these words, despair flooded Wang Lin's eyes. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Luo struck without hesitation, delivering a powerful blow to Wang Lin's crown. With a piercing scream, Wang Lin collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chu Luo was acutely aware that individuals like Wang Lin would never change, not even in death. If he were to spare Wang Lin's life, upon his return to the Wang family, he would undoubtedly send formidable adversaries to seek retribution. Given that enmity had already been established, it seemed more prudent to eliminate him now, thereby averting future troubles. Consequently, Chu Luo seized Wang Lin's spatial ring with satisfaction, relishing the spoils. Grandson, in the ethereal realms, the figure of the Jinxia Emperor, engaged in combat with the Yin Crow Emperor, suddenly sensed a disturbance. He turned abruptly to discover Wang Lin lifeless on the ground, devoid of vitality. Enraged, the Jinxia Emperor bellowed, "You wretched beast, I shall slay you." With a swift motion, he directed his wrath toward Chu Luo, launching a palm strike from afar. Annihilate. Boom. Just as the Jinxia Emperor was about to unleash his attack upon Chuluo, the Yin Crow Emperor's apparition erupted in fury. Channeling the overwhelming power of the Great Emperor, he struck the Jinxia Emperor's figure. Buzz. The Jinxia Emperor's apparition was abruptly dispersed. Ah, you old beast, Yin Crow, and you, wretched creature. Await my vengeance. I shall undoubtedly avenge my grandson. As the Jinxia Emperor's figure was shattered by the blow from his master, his voice, filled with boundless fury and resentment, reverberated throughout the secret realm. At this moment, Chuluo let out a sigh of relief. Humph. My dear disciple, do not fear. Your master is here. This old fool cannot harm you. Quickly, depart from this place. It is on the verge of collapse. My true self shall arrive shortly. The shadow of the Yin Emperor comforted Chuluo with these words. With a swift wave of his hand, a powerful force enveloped Chuluo, transforming him into a streak of light that shot towards the impending exit of the collapsing secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the atmosphere was tense. The ancient sage of Lingqing's sect, Lan Qing, along with another high-ranking elder, the Sage of Creation, descended into the void, accompanied by a throng of great sages and saints. An overwhelming aura of sanctity enveloped the heavens, saturated with a terrifying intent to kill. Additionally, the ancient sages Yin Jun and Ming Yan from Qian Valley, along with several great sages and saints, also took to the skies. The powerful figures of these two factions were ablaze with uncontainable fury, surrounding elders Zhao and Qin. A holy war was on the brink of eruption. The other formidable figures present felt the tension rise. Not long ago, the Tianjiao rankings had appeared several times. The talent ranked 106, Shu Yu, had been replaced by Chu Luo, who was ranked 118. Upon witnessing this, the two ancient sages of Lingqing's sect immediately realized that Zhu Yu's demise was the doing of Chu Luo. They even speculated that the previous incident involving Luo Yu might also have been orchestrated by Chu Luo. Furthermore, the talent Du Sheng from Qian Valley had also vanished from the rankings. As soon as Du Sheng's name disappeared, it was discovered that his life token had shattered, indicating his fall within the secret realm. Consequently, the first suspects for both Yin Jun and Ming Yan were none other than Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. This led to the current standoff. Elders Zhao and Qin, if your Forbidden Sect does not provide an explanation to our two sects today, we shall demand an answer through combat. The Sage of Creation declared, his expression icy and filled with wrath. Humph, your disciples simply lack skill. Must it be that only your disciples are permitted to strike, while those of the Forbidden Sect are not allowed to retaliate? Their deaths were deserved. You old fools cannot handle the game, can you? Now that the young are gone, the old wish to intervene? If that is the case, then the Forbidden Sect shall play along. Let us cease with the words and engage in battle. Elder Zhao brandished a small cauldron, an overwhelming force radiating from him, causing the four ancient sages of the two top factions to shift in their demeanor. Ha! Allow me to lend you my strength. The ancient sage, Qing Dan, laughed heartily, appearing beside elders Zhao and Qin. Qing Dan, this matter does not concern your dance sect. Depart at once, or do not blame us for our rudeness. Ming Yan's expression darkened, thunderous in his rebuke. Hiki. Ming Yan, why waste breath on this old fool? Let us engage. With a resounding boom, the ancient sage Lan Qing's killing intent surged, his astonishing power soaring into the heavens. The other powerful figures present hastily retreated. None could have anticipated that the ancient sage war, dormant for over a millennium across the 3,000 great worlds, would erupt today due to a disciple from the Forbidden Sect. However, just as both sides were about to clash, the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm trembled violently, seemingly on the brink of collapse. This scene caused all present to change countenance. Even the four ancient sages from Lingqing's sect and Qian Valley were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, disciples from various factions and rogue cultivators surged forth from the entrance of the secret realm. Upon seeing their returning disciples, the elite of the top factions collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Tianyu, Changkong, the four ancient sages from Qian Valley and Lingqing's sect were startled to see Zhao Tianyu and El Changkong escape. The two talents quickly returned to the side of their sect as powerful members. Meanwhile, the ancient sage Qing Dan, along with elders Zhao and Qin, observed Dan Chenzi leading the disciples from their two sects out. Yet, the absence of Chu Luo was immediately noted by Zhao and Qin, causing their brows to furrow. At that moment, Elder Lan Qing inquired of the returning El Changkong, Changkong, what of the other disciples? All eyes turned toward the Lingqing sect. Gathering his thoughts, El Changkong addressed the dozen or so disciples from the forbidden sect, Elder Si, Zhiyu, junior brother Luoyu, and the other disciples all perished at the hands of Chu Luo. Furthermore, even Wang Xiao is likely in dire straits. What? Upon hearing that Wang Lin might have also fallen at Chu Luo's hands, the expressions of Lan Qing and the Sage of Creation shifted dramatically. Yet in the next moment, smiles crept onto their faces. Elder Ming Yin, senior brother Du, junior brother Han, and all the disciples who entered have perished at the hands of Chu Luo. Moreover, Dan Xinzi has received the legacy of the ancient Dan Emperor, along with an imperial artifact. At this revelation, Zhao Tianyu from Qian Valley erupted in anger. The shockwaves of this statement rippled through the other powerful figures present. It was indeed true that the fallen talents of Lingqing's sect and Qian Valley had been slain by Chu Luo. This young man from the forbidden sect was truly extraordinary. No wonder elders Zhao and Qin were so concerned about him. However, upon learning that Dan Xinzi possessed an imperial artifact, the gazes of many powerful figures turned towards him. The ancient sage Qing Dan narrowed his eyes, instinctively shielding Dan Xinzi behind him. Boom! The four ancient sages, Lan Qing, the Sage of Creation, Yin Jun, and Ming Yan, stepped forward, their overwhelming presence radiating with intent to kill. Old Zhao, do you have any final words? The evidence is irrefutable. Today, even if you two old fools stand here, you cannot protect that little beast, Chu Luo. Lan Qing thundered. Zhao and Qin exchanged glances, their expressions grave. They had not anticipated that Chu Luo would prove to be such a formidable force, having slain so many talents. Why had they not noticed his extraordinary potential before? Just then, the entrance to the secret realm collapsed completely. In that instant, a streak of light shot forth from the entrance just in time. As the light faded, a figure emerged, causing all present to freeze in astonishment. Chu Luo, little beast, you have finally emerged. Upon seeing Chu Luo, the four ancient sages from the two factions immediately locked their sights on him, unleashing their formidable powers in a lethal assault towards him. Chu Luo was suddenly startled, his heart filled with indignation. How dare these old codgers resort to such treachery, launching a surprise attack? Boom! At that moment, two imposing figures once again stood before Chu Luo, intercepting the overwhelming force descending upon him. If you four old geezers wish to lay a hand on Chu Luo, you shall first have to step over us two old fellows. From Elder Zhao, a protective aura surged, granting an additional 5,000 in defensive power. From Elder Qin, another 5,000 was bestowed. Humph! Elder Lan Qing, seething with rage, declared. In that case, Taoist Yin Jun and Taoist Ming Yin, let us join forces to deal with these two old geezers first. And then we shall capture that little brat Chu Luo. Agreed. The two ancient saints, Yin Jun and Ming Yin, nodded in unison, their murderous intent surging. We fear not your four old ghosts. Elder Zhao roared, as celestial phenomena radiated around him. Chu Luo gazed at the retreating figures of the two elders, a warm current flowing through his heart. Yet, an undeniable anxiety began to rise within him. Where, he pondered, was his unreliable master, the great emperor? Buzz. Gentlemen, cease at once. Just as everyone anticipated an eruption of conflict in the ancient saint war, an ancient voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, the skies darkened, and the winds shifted. An overwhelming imperial might instantly envelop the realm. Upon sensing this familiar imperial pressure, Chu Luo suddenly recalled that they had another great emperor, the sixth elder, lurking in the shadows, the medicine emperor of the Pill sect. At this moment, both Elder Zhao Sheng and Elder Qin could not help but exhale in relief. Imperial might. Hissing, they acknowledged the presence of a great emperor concealed in the shadows. The identity of this great emperor from the forbidden sect remained unknown. This sudden surge of imperial pressure left the formidable powers present in a state of shock. Everyone assumed that the forbidden sect had secretly dispatched a mighty emperor to accompany them. The four ancient saints from the two dominant factions were also taken aback by this imperial force, their expressions turning grim in an instant. Buzz! An invisible wave surged forth. In the next moment, all present beheld the emergence of the medicine emperor, a figure with white hair, a kindly visage, and an aura replete with imperial might. Standing before Qin Yi and Zhaosheng, medicine emperor, the many powerful figures present recognized him at first glance. They had not anticipated that this emperor was, in fact, the medicine emperor of the Pill sect. It had been ages since he last graced the world, yet here he was today. Medicine emperor, the ancient saint of Blue Qing stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect towards the Medicine Emperor. He then spoke with measured dignity. This matter pertains to the grievances between the Forbidden Sect and our Spirit Purity Sect. I implore you, Great Emperor, not to intervene. The action taken by the ancient saint of Blue Qing astonished all present, including Chu Luo. How could the ancient saint dare to address the Medicine Emperor in such a manner? Had this old fellow's mind been muddled? For it is said that beneath the Great Emperor, all are but ants, a notion not to be taken lightly. Chu Luo was filled with curiosity about what could possibly grant Lan Qing the audacity to speak so boldly to the Emperor of Medicine. The Emperor of Medicine shook his head slightly, a serene smile gracing his lips as he remarked, as a disciple of the Pill Sect. I am grateful for the care shown by my young friend Chu during this expedition into the secret realm. It is inconceivable that I would allow anyone to harm you. My dear friend, upon hearing these words, the disciples of various factions present cast envious glances towards Chu Luo. Lan Qing, his gaze flickering, took a step back and chose to remain silent. Yet, in the next moment, the Emperor of Medicine raised his head slightly, gazing into the void above Lan Qing and the ancient sage of creation, and calmly declared, Friend Baikong, why not reveal yourself? At this pronouncement, the expressions of those present changed dramatically as they followed the Emperor's gaze. Suddenly, a powerful and unfamiliar pressure from another emperor enveloped the heavens and the earth. It appeared that the sixth emperor was also in attendance. Chu Luo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He had not anticipated that, aside from the Medicine Emperor, there would be another emperor lurking in the shadows. Truly, it seemed that the presence of schemers was particularly abundant today. Hiki, medicine friend? It has been many years since our last meeting. Before them, beside the venerable Blue Qing ancient saint, an elderly man with a hunched back appeared silently. Upon recognizing the old man's visage, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi could no longer maintain their composure. Hiss, that is one of the ancestors of the Lingqing sect. The Emperor Baikong. It was astonishing that Emperor Baikong had also descended into the mortal realm. What on earth was happening today that even emperors were manifesting? Some martial artists present immediately recognized the identity of the old man, their astonishment palpable. At that moment, Chu Luo finally comprehended who had provided the Blue Qing ancient saint with such confidence earlier. It turned out to be this old fellow. The Blue Qing ancient saint chuckled coldly. The reason Emperor Baikong had appeared here was due to Wang Lin's involvement. Upon learning that Wang Lin intended to accompany them to the secret realm, the higher-ups of the Lingqing sect had specifically summoned Emperor Baikong to follow, to prevent any mishaps from befalling Wang Lin. Yet, what the Blue Qing ancient saint and his companions had not anticipated was that Wang Lin had still perished within the secret realm, slain by Chu Luo's hand. You troublesome lad from the Forbidden Sect, you elude my perception. Since you have killed our sect's prodigy, you shall accompany me. I shall not make it difficult for you. A stay of 200 or 300 years in the dungeons of the Lingqing sect will suffice. Emperor Baikong chuckled ominously, his gaze fixed upon Chu Luo, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, the two esteemed elders, instantly darkened in countenance. Emperor Baikong, I have already stated that today you shall not take away young friend Chu Luo. As for the future, I shall not interfere. The Medicine Emperor emanated an overwhelming pressure, counteracting the imperial might of Emperor Baikong. Hehe, Medicine, you alone cannot impede me. Those I wish to take, you are not capable of stopping. Emperor Baikong cast a knowing glance at the Medicine Emperor, before revealing a broad, yellowed grin. Boom. You old relic of the Lingqing sect. You intend to take my beloved disciple? And imprison him for several hundred years? At that moment, a voice, steeped in fury, reverberated from the distant horizon. This ancient voice was laced with boundless killing intent and resounding imperial pressure. In the next instant, a streak of blood light surged forth, descending upon the void above the assembly. It was the Enya ancient saint of the Forbidden Sect. No, now he was the Enya Emperor. Hiss. The Enya Emperor has come as well. My heavens, because of Chu Luo alone, 3 emperors have made their appearance today. TSK, TSK, TSK. The powerful warriors present all gazed upwards at the arriving Enya Emperor, unable to restrain their astonishment. Meanwhile, the Blue Qing ancient saint, the Zaohua ancient saint, and Emperor Baikong all displayed a change in expression upon witnessing the arrival of Enya, their faces paling significantly. Especially the Blue Qing ancient saint and the Zaohua ancient saint, who looked as though they had just consumed something foul. Master, you have finally arrived. Chu Luo's heart finally settled as he could not help but shout, ha ha ha. My dear disciple, are you unhurt? The Emperor of the Shadow Crow focused his gaze on Chu Luo, and, Upon realizing that Chuluo was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Old Shadow Crow, had you arrived any later, you would have had to go find your disciple at the Lingqing sect. Furthermore, since you are here, you shall be responsible for the mess your disciple has caused. Elder Zhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, casting a displeased glance at the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. Hee. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow chuckled, turning his attention to the Emperor of the Void, and coldly remarked, Old Medicine Ming, keep an eye on my people from the Forbidden Sect. Should anyone else dare to intervene, suppress them first. Rest assured, I will not make it difficult for you. Once I am free, I shall deal with these old fools who bully the younger generation. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow's gaze sharpened as it flicked towards the ancient saints behind the Emperor of the Void. At that moment, the ancient saints from both factions felt a chill run down their spines, a foreboding sense of dread washing over them. Ah, the Emperor of Medicine Ming responded. Do not worry. With me here, they cannot harm young Chuluo. Well then, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow continued. Those who dare to bully my dear disciple will face the consequences in the void beyond. If you lack the courage, I shall annihilate every single one of you from the Lingqing sect today. Boom. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow stepped forward, manifesting in the void. In an instant, the skies above the vast 3,000 worlds darkened ominously. Following that, an overwhelming tide of bloodlust enveloped the universe. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he trod upon the vast sea of malevolence. Around him, the laws of the universe became chaotic, and the great Tao roared. A colossal manifestation of the Emperor arose, towering millions of feet high, as he stood upon the boundless sea of blood. Akin to the sovereign of myriad realms, the terrifying intent to kill solidified, locking onto the Emperor of the Void. This scene left the onlookers in a state of shock. Unable to regain their composure for a long while, they took a collective breath, filled with horror as they gazed at the Emperor's manifestation above, their scalps tingling with fear. None could have anticipated that the Emperor of the Shadow Crow would initiate a battle of emperors simply to defend his disciple's honor. Realizing this, the powerful figures present gazed upon Chuluo, who was equally astonished, filled with envy. They too wished for a master as protective as he. Meanwhile, many reclusive powerhouses from the 3,000 worlds were also stirred by this terrifying commotion. Who had initiated the War of Emperors? It was none other than the Emperor of the Shadow Crow from the Forbidden Sect. Hiss. This old fellow, having just ascended to emperorhood, dared to instigate a war of emperors. Who could confront him? Little did they know, this elder from the Forbidden Sect had cultivated such formidable malevolence. How many lives had he claimed? The expression of the Emperor of the Void darkened instantly. He suddenly looked up, his eyes overflowing with boundless rage. He never expected that a mere newly ascended emperor would dare to challenge him. What a bold move by the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. A mere newcomer to emperorhood dares to initiate a battle against me. Since you seek conflict, I shall oblige you today. I shall claim your emperor's blood. Staining the heavens red, the Emperor of the Void roared in fury, sweeping his sleeve as he stepped forward. Boom. An even more terrifying manifestation of the Emperor rose between heaven and earth. As this Emperor's manifestation appeared, the surrounding space-time warped and twisted. With every gesture of the Emperor of the Void, the great Tao trembled. Elements and myriad laws intertwined, coalescing into a divine halo that loomed over the Emperor's manifestation. Ha! Old Void, is that all you have? Come, let us battle. Boom, boom, boom. The grand figure of the Emperor of the Shadow Crow loomed in the void, looking down with a cold smirk. Behind him surged an endless tide of blood, overwhelming and suppressing all realms. Then, in the gaze of countless beings from the 3,000 worlds, the two supreme emperors vanished into the expanse of heaven and earth. Boom. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the void beyond the 3,000 worlds. Following that, two immense forces surged forth like tidal waves, sweeping across the skies of myriad realms. Beneath the destructive might of these two emperor-level powers, the void of the 3,000 worlds was obliterated. The entire 3,000 worlds was instantaneously shrouded in darkness, with fragments of space shimmering faintly like stars. This scene resembled the end of the world. How terrifying. Is this the dread of an emperor? Beneath an emperor, all are but ants. Countless powerful figures displayed expressions of terror, staring blankly at the sky, which continuously repaired the shattered void. Although many powerful beings could not witness the battle between the two emperors, the overwhelming force unleashed by their clash instilled a sense of despair. One can only imagine how fierce the confrontation between these two emperors was. From the protective value of the Emperor Master, an additional 10,000 points were granted. At that moment, Choluo's system chimed in with a notification. Yet, Chuluo remained focused on the heavens, filled with concern. Fear not, young one. I have quarreled with your master for many years, and I have known him well during this time. While I cannot claim to fully understand that old rascal, one thing I am certain of is that your master, like you, harbors many sly thoughts. Moreover, he is quite fearful of death. Unless he has sufficient confidence, he will not act recklessly, Elder Zhao said, standing beside Chuluo, gazing upwards at the sky, speaking slowly. Chuluo was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Elder Zhao Sheng, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Was the second elder actually praising him? Thank you, but there is no need for such flattery next time. Chuluo nodded slightly, her inner anxieties easing at last. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Sect's sacred grounds, two aged figures materialized upon a colossal stone. One elder, with hair as white as snow and a gentle countenance, exuded an air of refined elegance with every gesture. The other, however, was clad in tattered garments, his hands, face, and feet smeared with dirt. Resembling a beggar from the mundane world, the kind that could easily be seen on the streets with a rickety bowl and a stick. The disparity in their dispositions was stark. At that moment, both elders gazed towards the battlefield beyond the realm. How dare those who provoke our forbidden sect? Chuckled the disheveled elder. The third elder has just ascended to the rank of emperor, yet he faces the ancient and formidable Baikong. He seems to be at a disadvantage. Once the third elder begins to falter, I shall intervene and give that ancient one a surprise. A sinister grin crept across the ragged elder's face as a gnarled wooden stick materialized in his hand, eager to engage. You strike without caution. Should you awaken those slumbering old-timers within, you will have to bury them anew. Such a cowardly ambush is beneath you. The refined elder cast a disdainful glance at his disheveled companion. Just as the latter was about to retort, he suddenly noticed something, rolling his eyes. Old fool, do you truly believe you are qualified to criticize me? Can you even release the forbidden power you have amassed? The refined elder awkwardly concealed his hand, which had revealed special runes, and cleared his throat. Ahem. Oh, our third elder is rather impressive. The outcome is clear. There is no need for us two ancient ones to interfere. His eyes sparkled as he observed the distant battlefield, a joyful smile gracing his lips. The disheveled elder also tucked away his gnarled stick, expressing astonishment. Indeed, our third elder is remarkable, having severely wounded the ancient Baikong at the emperor level. Truly impressive. Not only the third elder is extraordinary, his prized disciple is no ordinary individual either, the refined elder exclaimed. The disheveled elder paused, then inquired, is the third elder's disciple the same one who mistakenly intruded last time? The refined elder nodded. Indeed, that very lad. He has mastered the first 1,000 forbidden techniques. When he attempted to secretly learn the remaining 2,000 upon entering, I promptly halted him and expelled him. With his lifespan, had he gazed upon those remaining techniques a moment longer, he would surely meet his demise. Goodness, that lad has comprehended all of the first 1,000 forbidden techniques. What a prodigy! The disheveled elder gasped, instinctively turning his gaze towards a massive stone tablet not far behind them, inscribed with the names of 3,000 forbidden techniques. It dawned upon him that the Forbidden Sect possessed not a mere 1,000 techniques, but an astonishing 3,000. Indeed, what a prodigy! Alas, this lad lacks the longevity. Otherwise, our Forbidden Sect would undoubtedly give rise to an extraordinary being in the future, the refined elder lamented, shaking his head in regret as he gazed towards the desolate sky. His vision transcending the shackles of time and space, catching sight of Chuluo, who was gazing up at the heavens alongside Zhao Sheng. Buzzing sounds filled the air. The battle of the emperors had concluded. Who emerged victorious? As tranquility gradually returned to the world, countless gazes turned towards the celestial expanse. Chuluo also gazed at the celestial dome. In the next moment, a figure returning from the void beyond space caused his expression to change dramatically. This figure, emerging from the outer void, was none other than the Emperor of the Void, Baikong. Baikong had triumphed. At this moment, the assembled powerful beings realized who had returned, their faces shifting in astonishment as they exclaimed, The ancient sage of blue clarity and the ancient sage of creation erupted into laughter, their joy palpable. Wait, the old ghost, Baikong, was injured. At this juncture, Elders Zhao Sheng and Qini narrowed their eyes, discerning the ominous signs. The ancient sage of blue clarity and the ancient sage of creation appeared to have grasped something as their smiles abruptly froze. Everyone beheld the hastily returning Emperor Baikong, his left arm conspicuously absent. At the site of the wound, an ominous surge of bloodthirsty power was corroding the Emperor's spilled blood. Bai Kong's expression darkened, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. Ancestor, the ancient sage of blue clarity and the ancient sage of creation cried out in unison. The weakened imperial might descended as Bai Kong soared above them. With a sweeping gesture, he enveloped the ancient sage of blue clarity, the ancient sage of creation, and a dozen or so great sages and saints from the Lingqing sect in a powerful force. Let us depart. With that, Emperor Bai Kong swept everyone up and tore through the fabric of space. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they vanished into the spatial rift. We must leave quickly. Just as the onlookers were coming to terms with the situation, the ancient sage of flame from the Scarlet Flame Valley suddenly seemed to recollect something, his face paling. In a state of panic, he alerted the dazed ancient sage of Nether Flame and the powerful saints behind them. The ancient sage of Nether Flame snapped back to reality. And alongside the ancient sage of flame, they hastened their escape with their followers. They are all fleeing. Did everyone see that? The Emperor Bai Kong has lost an arm. Could it be? Buzz. The many powerful beings present appeared to have reached a realization, their gazes rising in unison. A figure, emanating overwhelming murderous intent and a terrifying aura of bloodthirst, descended from the void above. Master. Upon seeing this imperial presence, Chu Luo's heart soared with joy. Especially upon witnessing his master, unharmed and intact, he knew his master had emerged victorious. By heavens, that old fellow is remarkably swift. He must have trained for this. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow in the void cursed vehemently, his chest heaving. He then dissipated his overwhelming aura and returned to the side of Chu Luo and his companions. In that moment, the other powerful beings present gazed in awe at the back of the Shadow Crow Emperor, their hearts shaken. They had not anticipated that this newly ascended Emperor of the Shadow Crow could defeat the Emperor Bai Kong of the Lingqing sect. It was truly inconceivable. Master, you are formidable. Chu Luo stepped forward and, upon discovering that her master was unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She gave the Ing Crow Emperor a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, he chuckled. Ah, my dear apprentice, you are unaware that while that old fellow possesses some strength, it is hardly sufficient to rival me. Had he not fled so swiftly, I would have surely taken down an emperor today to entertain you. The Ing Crow Emperor placed his hands on his hips, a triumphant expression adorning his face. He seemed quite pleased with Chu Luo's praise. In that moment, the Ing Crow Emperor exhibited none of the aloofness or cold authority typically associated with a being of his stature. Instead, he emanated the warmth of a friendly old neighbor. Chu Luobai cast a glance at his master, who displayed no humility whatsoever. The old fellow, can you not boast for a moment? If slaying an emperor were so simple, you wouldn't have let that old ghost escape. Elder Zhao Sheng curled his lip and retorted, you old man, can you not speak? If you remain silent, no one will take you for a mute. Seeing Zhao Sheng's usual banter, Emperor Inya responded with a raised voice. Humph. Zhao Sheng let out a light snort, choosing not to reply further. This exchange caused Chu Luo and Elder Qin Yi, who were watching from the sidelines, to shake their heads in amusement. The daily bickering of the two elders eased the tension, prompting a few disciples from the forbidden sect to stifle their laughter. Friend Inya, your combat prowess is unparalleled. I admire you greatly. If you have time, do visit my alchemy sect. We could engage in a discussion. At that moment, Emperor Yaoming stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Ah, friend Yiming, you are too kind. If time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit to your alchemy sect. Emperor Inya replied with a smile. This exchange caused the expression of the ancient sage Qing Dan, standing behind Emperor Yaoming, to shift slightly. This old fellow coming to their alchemy sect could spell trouble. Well then, since the matter of the secret realm has concluded, we can return. The Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear sect will not let this go easily. We must report this matter to our sect leader and prepare for the subsequent actions of these two formidable factions, Elder Qin Yi reminded. Emperor Inya nodded slightly, fully aware that these two sects would not rest easy. Moreover, his beloved disciple had just slain the proud talents of both sections. At this moment, Chu Luo suddenly remembered that he had not only killed the elites of these two factions but also Wang Lin. The Wang family would undoubtedly seek vengeance as well. However, noticing the multitude of people present, he decided to keep his thoughts to himself, knowing that his master was already aware. Let us depart. I shall return now, Emperor Inya announced, and together with Emperor Yaoming and the disciples of the two sects, they boarded the same void warship and set off through the air. As the powerful figures from the Forbidden Sect and Alchemy Sect departed, others from the top factions also began to leave with their respective disciples. Once numerous factions had vacated the area, a young man clad in white stood on a slowly ascending void warship. Gazing intently in the direction where the forbidden sect had departed, his eyes gleaming with determination. This white-clad youth was none other than Ling Xuanzi, the prodigy of the Tianji Pavilion. Master, I have made my decision. I wish to choose Chu Luo from the forbidden sect as my protector. If Chu Luo serves as my protector, my chances of becoming one of the Tianji children will increase significantly, Ling Xuanzi remarked with a slight smile. Beside him stood an elderly man with white hair, the renowned ninth elder of the Tianji Pavilion, Xuanji Ancient Sage. Xuanji Ancient Sage furrowed his brow, casting a gaze towards the direction of the forbidden sect, and said with a resigned smile, "Disciple, are you certain you wish to choose this young man as your external aid? He is as unruly as his master, and I fear he may bring you trouble." Ling Xuanzi chuckled and replied, "Master, you did not witness his prowess when he decisively killed Zhu Yu and Du Xing. With Chu Luo's assistance, my chances of becoming one of the Tianji children will undoubtedly increase. Currently, among those on the prodigy rankings, none can rival Chu Luo." Upon hearing this, Xuanji Ancient Sage contemplated for a moment, realizing his disciple's firm resolve. He cautioned, "Since you insist on choosing Chu Luo, I shall find a time to accompany you to the forbidden sect. However, we must wait until they resolve their impending troubles. The Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear sect will certainly not let this matter rest easily. The 3,000 Great Worlds are about to witness some excitement. The grand era is approaching, my dear disciple. You must seize the opportunity to enhance your strength. The Ancestor stationed at the borders of the Dark Sea recently sent word that the connection between our 3,000 Great Worlds and the ancient ruins of the Dark Sea will open in 5 years. The ancient ruins cycle every 100,000 years, and another 100,000 years has come upon us. Thus, the ancestors of the pavilion have decided to unite all top factions of the 3,000 Great Worlds in 2 years for the Prodigy Ranking War. The ancient ruins in 5 years will rely on you prodigies." Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanzi's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "No wonder none of the top prodigies from other factions attended the Secret Realm event. They must all be preparing for the Prodigy Ranking War in 2 years." Xuanji Ancient Sage nodded and waved his hand, causing the Void Warship to soar into the air, as various factions returned. In the Tianmin domain of the 3,000 Great Worlds, a medium-sized realm, the most powerful sect was Tianmin Sect. Within the Tianmin domain, countless smaller sects existed, all subordinate to the Tianmin Sect. At this moment, in a secluded part of a floating island within the Tianmin Sect, Lu Daoyuan, the sect leader who returned from this, kneeled before a moss-covered, sealed stone door. His face was filled with rage and despair, his eyes glimmering with an intense hatred as he addressed the stone door. "Ancient Ancestor, my disciple Feng has fallen at the hands of a wretch named Chu Luo. That little scoundrel is a disciple of the Forbidden Sect's Inya Old Ghost. I intended to seek an explanation from the Forbidden Sect, but those old ghosts have been too arrogant. Ancestor, Feng is also your disciple." As soon as Lu Daoyuan finished speaking, the moss-covered stone door began to tremble violently. The entire floating island shook in response. Boom. In the next moment, an overwhelming imperial might shattered the heavy stone door. Instantly, the entire Tianmin domain was engulfed in tumultuous winds and darkened clouds, a supreme imperial aura pervading the atmosphere. From within the dark cave emerged a bald elder, his face twisted in fury, exuding a terrifying imperial presence. "Ancestor." Upon seeing this elder, Lu Daoyuan hastily stood and respectfully bowed. This elder was none other than the founder of the Tianmin Sect, the Tianmin Emperor. Is it true that Feng perished at the hands of a disciple from the Forbidden Sect? The Tianmin Emperor's face was filled with fury as he pondered coldly. "Absolutely," Lu Daoyuan replied. "Feng's ranking on the prodigy list has been replaced by that little scoundrel from the Forbidden Sect." Boom. The Tianmin Emperor's body trembled, and a chilling murderous intent radiated from him, causing even Lu Daoyuan to shudder involuntarily. What a Forbidden Sect! Do they truly believe they are the apex of power from 100,000 years ago? If not for the Forbidden Sect's contributions during the Battle of the Dark Sea, would they still hold the title of the top faction? Humph, absurd. The destruction of my direct disciple and the severing of my legacy cannot go unpunished. Rest assured, I shall visit the Forbidden Sect and seek justice for Feng. The great Emperor of the Heavenly Gate gazed coldly towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect, musing in a low voice. Lu Feng was his most esteemed direct disciple. The fall of Lu Feng signified that he would need to seek another exceptionally gifted successor. Otherwise, his profound skills would be lost to oblivion. Currently, his cultivation had stagnated, and his lifespan was nearing its end. The great emperor contemplated seizing this opportunity to demand certain items from the forbidden sect, hoping to break through to a higher level of cultivation. Despite his formidable power, he too could not attain immortality. As his thoughts lingered, the great emperor stepped forward and vanished from his location. Meanwhile, in a vast realm far removed from the 3,000 great worlds, a world established by powerful emperors, lay the ancestral grounds of the ancient royal family. Deep within this ancestral land, in a dim and expansive cave, a unique world unfolded. Small floating islands hovered within, each occupied by a figure seated in meditation. Suddenly, on one of these islands, an elder opened his eyes wide in fury and leapt to his feet. Cursed forbidden sect! Cursed shadow crow! Cursed wretched creature! The overwhelming imperial might surged from his form, causing the atmosphere within the royal family's realm to shift dramatically, with thunder booming in response. This ancient and enraged voice echoed throughout the entire royal family world. What is happening? The voice belonged to the ancestor of the exorcising evil emperor. Many powerful members of the royal family were startled by this sudden surge of imperial pressure. Countless individuals turned their gazes towards the depths of the ancestral land. In a grand palace, a middle-aged man donned in a dark robe, with thick brows and large eyes, abruptly rose from his seat. His attention also drawn to the depths of the ancestral land, his brow furrowing. This man was Wang Outyan, the head of the royal family. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing from sight. At the same moment, within the cave of the ancestral land, the figure exuding immense imperial might radiated a fierce aura, his eyes glimmering with sorrow and intent to kill. This individual was none other than the exorcising evil emperor himself. What transpired? The other figures seated in meditation on the surrounding islands were also awakened by the exorcising evil emperor's presence. An elder from a nearby floating island inquired, looking at him. The exorcising evil emperor's eyes shone with cold light, his expression darkening as he spoke icily. My beloved grandson has been slain by a lowly wretch from the forbidden sect. At this revelation, the faces of the gathered ancestors changed dramatically, their expressions turning grim. They understood that only the exorcising evil emperor and his grandson Wang Lin remained of this lineage. With Wang Lin's demise, it meant the potential extinction of their bloodline. The forbidden sect. Do they truly believe they can kill members of the Wang family without consequence? One elder remarked coldly. Indeed, another elder added. Our family has seldom interacted with the world. Those ignorant may mistakenly believe we fear the forbidden sect. It is time we make our presence known in the 3,000 great worlds. Let our first confrontation be with the forbidden sect. Exorcising evil, I shall accompany you. So the world knows we of the royal family are not easily vanquished. Moreover, it would be prudent to ascertain just how many of those old fellows from the forbidden sect remain after all these years. The elder beside the exorcising evil emperor slowly rose, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The exorcising evil emperor nodded in agreement, and together they stepped out, their figures vanishing from the cave. Just as they emerged, Wang Outyan also appeared alongside them. Exorcising evil ancestor, Wang Outyan exclaimed. Ming Wang ancestor. He was taken aback upon seeing the two great ancestors appear. What has transpired? Head of the family, my grandson has fallen. The exorcising evil emperor's voice was heavy with sorrow. What? Wang Outyan was momentarily stunned, his countenance darkening. He had recently dispatched powerful family members to accompany Wang Lin to propose marriage at the Spiritual Clarity Sect, never anticipating that Wang Lin would perish. Who was responsible for this? He inquired. The Forbidden Sect. The exorcising evil emperor replied coldly. Wang Outyan was taken aback, then nodded slowly, as realization dawned upon him. Ancestors, shall I summon the family strong to declare war on the Forbidden Sect immediately? It is time for the world to recognize the prowess of our ancient royal family. No. Head of the family, that would be unnecessary. The two of us shall handle it. The exorcising evil emperor waved his hand dismissively and stepped forth, vanishing from the royal family's ancient realm. Ming Wang emperor followed closely behind, as Wang Outyan watched the two great ancestors depart towards the forbidden sect. His eyes glinted with icy determination. Meanwhile, as the Heavenly Gate sect and the royal family began to mobilize, the formidable emperor of the Spiritual Clarity sect, Bai Kong, and his entourage returned to their sect. The higher-ups of the Spiritual Clarity sect, upon learning of the events, were infuriated. Soon after, two additional emperors from the Spiritual Clarity sect emerged, leaving the sect. Following them, in the Crimson Flame Valley, two red-haired elders discreetly departed without alerting anyone. Above the space where the Alchemy sect resided, a spatial rift quietly opened. Suddenly, a colossal warship, enveloped in an aura of terror, surged forth from the rift, slowly descending upon a plaza within the alchemy sect. This ship carried the returning Chu Luo and his companions. Ha! Friend Shadow Crow, esteemed elders, and young Chu. I am truly grateful for your assistance this time. The Emperor of Medicine Ming expressed his heartfelt thanks to Chu Luo and his companions. Indeed. The Shadow Crow Emperor replied with a grin. Friend Ming, you mentioned gratitude, and I happen to have a small request for your assistance. The Emperor of Medicine Ming, taken aback, quickly responded with a smile, you need but ask, and I shall certainly assist within my capabilities. The Shadow Crow Emperor nodded slightly, producing a spatial ring from his hand and tossing it to the Emperor of Medicine Ming. Upon sensing the contents of the ring, the latter's expression shifted, for within it lay dozens of sacred herbs and several divine herbs, all capable of restoring one's lifespan. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, typically found only in perilous domains. Indeed, these herbs were specially sought for my dear disciple in those treacherous lands, the Shadow Crow Emperor explained. I am aware that your alchemy sect possesses a remarkable pill known as the Sacred Longevity Pill. This elixir possesses a gentle potency and can be compounded to extend one's lifespan. I cannot place my trust in others to concoct this elixir, so I must trouble you. My friend, the Emperor of Shadow Crows rubbed his hands together as he spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback, especially Chu Luo, who gazed at his slightly hunched master with a heart full of emotion. It turned out that the reason his master did not accompany him to the Emperor's secret realm was that he ventured into the abyss to seek spiritual herbs that could replenish his lifespan. The Emperor of Medicine stowed away his storage ring and, with a respectful gesture towards the Emperor of Shadow Crows, assured him, rest assured, I shall personally concoct this elixir. Subsequently, I will send it, along with other medicinal pills, to the Forbidden Sect. Haha, thank you so much. The Emperor of Shadow Crows returned the gesture with a slight bow, then waved his hand grandly. The warship once again took to the skies, departing from the alchemy sect and heading towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect. Thank you, Master, for all that you have done for your disciple. Chu Luo secretly transmitted a message to the Shadow Crow Emperor, expressing heartfelt gratitude. The Shadow Crow Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a lewd smile, responding telepathically, Oh? When did my obedient disciple become so sentimental? Have you been possessed? Quickly, let me have a look. Chu Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation. His master, as expected, could never be serious. Ha ha ha, the master chuckled. I was merely jesting. Over the years, I have been so engrossed in seclusion that I have never provided you with guidance on your cultivation path. My dear disciple, your talent is such that even I feel inadequate in comparison. Therefore, I cannot intrude excessively upon your martial journey. All I can do is safeguard your growth. If you insist on expressing your gratitude, then strive to become the first disciple of our sect, the future deputy master of our Forbidden Sect. When the time comes for the current master to step down, you shall ascend as the leader of our Forbidden Sect. At that point, your master shall enjoy the fruits of your success. The Shadow Crow Emperor smiled faintly, transmitting his thoughts discreetly. Chu Luo nodded, resolutely determined to seize the position of the zero-sequence disciple and ascend to the role of the junior master of the Forbidden Sect. During an intimate conversation between the master and disciple, the warship arrived at the Forbidden Sect. Within the Grand Hall, Lin Feng and several elders welcomed the returning Chu Luo and his companions. Seeing Chu Luo and the group of disciples return safely brought Lin Feng great satisfaction. However, when Lin Feng and the attending elders sensed Chu Luo as current cultivation level, they were utterly astonished. This young man had ventured into the Emperor's secret realm and had experienced a breakthrough to the first stage of Primordial Realm? How extraordinary! At that moment, the other elders regarded Chu Luo as if he were a rare treasure, contemplating whether they should claim him for themselves. Yet, in the next instant, they were deterred by the intimidating gaze cast upon them by the Shadow Crow Emperor. Chu Luo, it seems you have made significant gains during your journey in the secret realm, Lin Feng remarked with a slight smile, expressing his satisfaction towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo revealed a radiant smile, stepping forward to clasp his hands in respect. Master, my journey into the secret realm has indeed yielded significant rewards. As his words settled, Chu Luo beckoned, and the 6 disciples behind him advanced, unveiling their spatial rings. In the next moment, a mound of spiritually infused soil appeared before all. Alongside the soil, a collection of spiritual herbs lay stacked. This is spiritual soil, exclaimed second elder Zhao Sheng, his excitement palpable. You found this in the secret realm, and didn't even mention it to me. I've been guarding you outside the realm all this time. Zhao Sheng, nearly drooling at the sight of the abundant spiritual soil, crouched down, cradling it in his hands. He inhaled deeply, his face betraying a mix of exhilaration and rapture. Even Lin Feng and several other elders were visibly moved by the sight of the towering mound of soil. The rarity of such soil left them astounded that Chuluo had acquired so much during his expedition. Ha! Zhao old fool, look at your lack of ambition. It's merely a pile of soil, and my dear disciple is presenting it to the sect. In the end, it will be you who manages it. The Emperor of the Shadow Crows regarded Zhao Sheng with disdain, deliberately mocking him. Bah! Zhao Sheng retorted, springing to his feet. Shadow Crow old ghost. If you're so capable, don't you dare step foot in my herb fields again. As the two prepared to bicker further, Lin Feng swiftly interjected, All right. Let us entrust this spiritual soil to the second elder. Chuluo, you've made a valuable contribution to the sect. Speak up, what reward do you seek from the sect? With a broad smile, Chuluo quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, This is merely the duty of a disciple. No reward is necessary. However, during my time in the secret realm, I may have caused some trouble that could implicate the sect, and I hope the sect will not hold it against me. Upon hearing this, those present were momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter and remarked, Isn't it merely that you eliminated a prodigy of the Lingqing sect within the secret realm? What a trivial matter. The people of the Lingqing sect are simply outmatched. You dispatched them without hesitation. Even if they come seeking retribution, you need not worry, for the sect master, the elders, and your esteemed master are here to protect you. Previously, the fierce battle between Emperor Inya and Emperor Baikong had certainly stirred Lin Feng's attention. It was not difficult for him to deduce that this young one had likely stirred up trouble once more within the secret realm. Coupled with the recent emergence of the prodigy rankings, he easily surmised that Chu Luo had indeed vanquished a prodigy of the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo nodded slightly and continued. Apart from the Lingqing sect, I inadvertently killed Du Xing and Han Wujie from the Qian Valley. Lin Feng and several elders exchanged glances, recognizing the troublemaker in their midst. It's nothing to worry about. After all, it's just Qian Valley. What harm could come from two major factions joining forces? Lin Feng, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, while acquiring the spiritual soil, I encountered Lu Feng, a prodigy from the Tianmen sect. He came with his followers to seize it, and in a moment of carelessness, I also ended his life. Chu Luo nodded slightly. Lin Feng remarked, It's nothing. It's merely the Tianmen sect. He waved his hand and took a deep breath. My dear disciple, you seem to have overlooked one detail. You also ended the life of a young scion from the ancient royal family. At that moment, the Emperor Inya seemed to recall something and promptly added, Oh right. I almost forgot. Master, in the secret realm, I was compelled to slay someone who claimed to be from the ancient royal family. Chu Luo hastily supplemented Lin Feng's words. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient royal family, Lin Feng nearly lost his footing. Boom. Chu Luo, little beast, come forth and accept your demise. At that moment, a voice imbued with murderous intent resonated from the heavens above the forbidden sect. Subsequently, an overwhelming imperial might envelop the entire void of the forbidden sect. Lin Feng and the assembled crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Feng exclaimed to the fourth elder, Qin Yi, fourth elder, hurry and summon the Ancestor. Without hesitation, fourth elder Qin Yi turned and, with a single step, vanished from sight. Upon sensing the familiar imperial might enveloping the forbidden sect, Chu Luo could not help but curse aloud. That old ghost from the Wang family, the bane of evil, has actually come knocking so soon. Let us depart. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and led the group out of the grand hall. Chu Luo hurriedly followed suit. At this moment, outside the grand hall, countless powerful figures and disciples from various sects gazed upward into the void. There, the heavens crackled with thunder, and an imperial might surged forth, enveloping an expanse of countless miles. The formidable aura astonished the forces across the vast 3,000 great worlds. Which great emperor has descended upon the world now? They murmured. Alas, with the arrival of a new era, emperors frequent the mortal realm, and chaos is about to reign again in the 3,000 great worlds. That direction seems to lead to the forbidden sect. It is rumored that within the emperor's secret realm, disciples of the forbidden sect have slain the prodigies of the Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear sect. Could it be that the emperors of these two great factions have come to demand an explanation? Indeed, it must be. Come, let us go and witness this. Numerous powerful figures from various sects stealthily made their way towards the forbidden sect. Even some reclusive elders from different sects were stirred, casting their divine senses into the fray. At this moment, above the forbidden sect, a multitude of potent divine senses converged. With a crack, As Chu Luo accompanied Sect Master Lin Feng and others to the Grand Hall's exterior, gazing upward, an intense and formless wave of energy erupted in the void. Following this, a colossal spatial rift shattered endlessly, stretching for thousands of miles. From this rift emerged two towering emperor manifestations, each tens of thousands of feet tall. Stepping forth from the void and casting their gaze downward, their imperial might overwhelming. In that instant, the realm surrounding the forbidden sect became chaotic, with the laws of the great Tao, elemental energies, and everything else thrown into disarray. It was the town evil emperor of the Wang family and the Ming Wang emperor. Heavens, how did the ancient Wang family's emperor descend into the world? And why have they sought out the forbidden sect? I heard whispers that Chu Luo, within the secret realm, had slain a member of the Wang family, who happened to be the grandson of the town evil emperor. Indeed, this Chu Luo is quite the troublemaker. What misfortune for the sect. Indeed, it is fortunate that it is the forbidden sect. Had it been any other sect, they would have been annihilated countless times over. However, before the many powerful figures of the 3,000 great worlds could finish their thoughts, suddenly, after the appearances of the town evil emperor and the Ming Wang emperor, several other terrifying imperial presences surged from the distant skies. In the next moment, 5 formidable figures, riding upon their emperor manifestations, descended upon the skies above the forbidden sect. In the blink of an eye, the entire realm trembled violently under the weight of their terrifying power, as if even heaven and earth could scarcely bear the oppressive force emanating from these emperors. That is the Tianmen emperor of the Tianmen sect. Alongside him are the Tianhua emperor of the Crimson Flame Valley, the Bathing Fire emperor, the Wine Saint emperor of the Spirit Clear sect, and the Wuchan emperor. Heavens, has this Chu Luo transgressed the heavenly laws? Has he provoked 3 top-tier powers and a first-rate faction, summoning 7 emperors to his doorstep? By my mother, if Chu Luo can escape calamity today, he shall be unparalleled, destined to be renowned throughout the 3,000 great worlds. How could this be possible? Unless the forbidden sect is prepared to fight at all costs. Even the Enya emperor cannot protect Chu Luo. At this moment, within the forbidden sect, as countless powerful figures were struck with shock, Lin Feng and the elders found their mouths twitching uncontrollably in response to the 7 emperor figures looming above their sect. Yet, the keen observer would notice that there was not a trace of fear in Lin Feng and the elders' eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng and several elders simultaneously turned their gazes towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo's expression was one of embarrassment and helplessness. It seemed that this time, he had truly overstepped his boundaries. Could the sect withstand this? My dear disciple, do not worry. This is merely a trivial matter. You just need to remember that our forbidden sect is exceptionally powerful. At that moment, the voice of his master resonated in Chu Luo's ears. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback as he turned to his esteemed master, who seemed to have discerned his unease. In a tone of confusion, Chu Luo inquired, Master, just how powerful is our sect? After all, there are 7 great emperors present. Perhaps I should accompany them to avoid bringing trouble to our sect. Fear not. My dear disciple, the master chuckled reassuringly. Today, even if 7 great emperors were to descend, or even 10 or 20, they could not take you away. You need only understand that our forbidden sect possesses an unfathomable strength, one formidable enough to stand against the entirety of the 3,000 great worlds. The Dark Crow Emperor smiled broadly, secretly conveying his thoughts. Chu Luo widened his eyes, feeling a profound shock within. If this were true, he could act with complete confidence in the future. Esteemed seniors, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The sect leader, Lin Feng, stepped forward, gazing up at the 7 terrifying imperial manifestations with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Humph! A cold expression crossed the face of the Xinye emperor, who let out an angry grunt. A torrent of imperial might surged forth, swiftly descending upon Lin Feng and his companions. Lin Feng and the elders present felt a heavy pressure settle upon their shoulders, just as the overwhelming force of the Xinye emperor was about to crush them. The Enya emperor stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the group, letting out a peculiar chuckle. In the next moment, a vast aura of power emanated from the Enya emperor, countering the oppressive force of the Xinye emperor. Witnessing this scene, the 6 other emperors, Ming Wang, Tianmen, Tianhua, Yuhua, Jiuxing, and Wuchen, simultaneously advanced a step. Humph! The 6 potent forces, imbued with murderous intent, surged toward the Enya emperor. Yet, in the following instant, the assembled emperors were collectively astonished. The oppressive might of the 7 emperors did not cause the Enya emperor to falter. He successfully withstood all 7 forces. The expressions of the 7 emperors darkened, their gazes fixated on the Enya emperor with a sense of disbelief. Could this old fellow truly be a recently ascended emperor? Impressive. In his heart, Chu Luo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that his own master possessed such formidable prowess. With sheer strength alone, he repelled the oppressive might of 7 great emperors. Even Lin Feng and the assembled elders could not help but cast their gazes toward the imposing figure of the Shadow Crow Emperor. The Shadow Crow Emperor raised his head to regard the 7 great emperors in the void above. A cold smile playing on his lips. My sect leader has inquired of you. Do you old fool suffer from deafness? The voice of the Shadow Crow Emperor resounded through the heavens and the earth, showing no deference to the 7 great emperors. Humph! The Ancient One, relinquish that little beast. Chu Luo, the Emperor of Restraining Evil, was the first to speak, his tone grave. Indeed, surrender Chu Luo. He has slain the prodigy of our Lingqing sect. If you do not hand over Chu Luo today, your forbidden sect must provide our Lingqing sect with an explanation. The Wine-Stained Emperor, leading the Lingqing sect, fixed his gaze upon Chu Luo, his intent to kill palpable. And I, from the Crimson Flame Valley. Chu Luo has slain the prodigy of my Crimson Flame Valley. If this matter is not resolved today, our grievances with your forbidden sect shall remain unresolved. The Emperor of Heavenly Fire from the Crimson Flame Valley declared fiercely. Moreover, I from the Heavenly Gate sect. My disciple met his demise at the hands of Chu Luo. This matter warrants an explanation from your forbidden sect. The Heavenly Gate Emperor chuckled coldly, joining in, as the words of these several emperors echoed. All disciples of the forbidden sect present could not help but look towards Chu Luo, silently giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Brother Chu Luo, truly formidable. Chu Luo felt the piercing gazes of numerous disciples upon her, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. She lifted her gaze towards the 7 revered emperors suspended in the void, mentally noting down their names alongside the influential factions. When this young master ascends to the status of emperor in the future, she shall certainly pay each of them a visit to collect her debts. Those who struck at the young ones, these ancient beings merely leaped forward. They exhibit not an ounce of the grandeur befitting true emperors. The old specter from the Heavenly Gate, I advise you to take your leave. Your paltry sect is no larger than a sesame seed. And your inept disciples attempted to seize the opportunities of my beloved apprentice within the secret realm. Outmatched, they were swiftly dealt with by my beloved apprentice. I have yet to seek trouble with your Heavenly Gate sect, yet you, old fool, have come knocking on death's door. Recognize the situation and depart swiftly, or else I shall personally lead my forces to obliterate your Heavenly Gate sect. The Een Crow Emperor unleashed a torrent of curses at the solitary Heavenly Gate Emperor. This outburst from the Een Crow Emperor brought immense relief to Chu Luo, as the protective instincts from her esteemed Emperor Master surged by a staggering 10,000 points. Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart brimming with joy. The Heavenly Gate Emperor was subjected to a scathing reprimand by the Een Crow Emperor, rendered momentarily speechless, his countenance darkening instantly, revealing his displeasure. The Een Crow Emperor, dismissing the Heavenly Gate Emperor, turned his gaze towards the Jinxia Emperor and the other 2 eminent powers, sneering. And what of you ancient relics, immortal for millennia and unchanged for eons? If I refuse to surrender my cherished disciple, what will you do? Ha ha ha. What will you do? Today, I shall declare war on your forbidden sect. The Jinxia Emperor laughed furiously, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping the heavens and earth. Our Lingqing sect stands resolute. So too does my Qian Valley. If Chu Luo, this wretched child, is not surrendered, let there be battle today. The emperors of the 2 foremost powers spoke in unison. Their voices echoed throughout the cosmos, heard by countless formidable beings watching the scene unfold. Many of these powerful figures were left aghast. They had not anticipated that the 3 supreme forces would choose to engage in war over a disciple of the forbidden sect. Moreover, this declaration of war emanated from the utmost emperors. At this moment, the myriad forces across the 3,000 great worlds were filled with both trepidation and curiosity regarding how the forbidden sect would respond. The onset of warfare among so many emperors would undoubtedly spell catastrophic destruction for the myriad beings dwelling within the 3,000 worlds. Then let the battle commence. The Een Crow Emperor scoffed, unperturbed by the threats posed by the multitude. He was determined to protect his disciple at all costs. With a thunderous roar, the Een Crow Emperor unleashed a vast imperial power. A blood-red emperor's avatar ascended from him. The protective value from his master surged by 10,000. Master, Chu Luo, witnessing his mentor's resolve to fight fiercely on his behalf, felt a surge of emotion. Gazing at the 7 emperors above him, his eyes glinted with murderous intent. He vowed that the day he ascended to emperor status would also mark the downfall of these 7 old wretches. Simultaneously, Lin Feng and several elders stepped forward. Their faces somber. Chuluo is a disciple of our forbidden sect. He has done no wrong. It is your disciples who are simply outmatched. Since you desire battle, our forbidden sect shall not shy away. Lin Feng raised his head, his expression resolute, devoid of fear. Indeed, let there be war. Ha ha ha. What of the three prominent powers? Since you wish for conflict, let it be. Our forbidden sect has never feared you. The elders, emboldened, stepped forth to confront the 7 emperors above, each voicing their defiance. Fight! Fight! Countless disciples of the forbidden sect, inspired by their leaders, raised their arms in fervent unison, vowing to engage in battle against the 3 eminent sects. The protective value from sect leader Lin Feng surged by 5,000. The protective value from the second elder surged by 5,000. The protective value from the 5th elder surged by 5,000. The system of Chuluo continued to emit notifications, while countless powerful beings in the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds were rendered utterly astonished. No one anticipated that the forbidden sect would exhibit such ferocity. To protect a mere direct disciple, they were willing to engage in conflict with the 3 foremost powers. In that moment, certain formidable individuals finally comprehended the reason behind the forbidden sect's enduring legacy. What a formidable sect indeed! If that is the case, let this emperor be the one to ignite the flames of war today. You shall all pay a grievous price. With a thunderous roar, the emperor of suppressing evil unleashed his wrath, and the imperial manifestation behind him revealed countless extraordinary phenomena. You possess a staggering audacity. Who instilled in you the courage to flaunt your might within my forbidden sect? At that instant, an ancient voice, imbued with supreme authority and suffused with boundless murderous intent, resonated from the depths of the forbidden sect's forbidden grounds. In the next moment, the entire sky was shrouded in darkness, akin to the depths of night. Chuluo was taken aback, instinctively turning around. The revered ancestors of the forbidden sect were finally emerging into the world. A resonating hum filled the air as 2 immense forces surged forth from the depths of the forbidden sect, ascending toward the heavens. In the next moment, a golden pathway illuminated the surroundings, and myriad phenomena unfolded in a mesmerizing dance. Within these extraordinary manifestations, countless deities and demons gazed down upon the world, their feet poised above the flowing rivers. From the astonishing spectacle, 2 remarkably towering figures stepped forth. Chuluo cast a glance and beheld 2 figures, each embodying a distinct aura of elderliness. One was clad in white, with hair to match, exuding a refined and amiable demeanor. The other, in disheveled attire, radiated a sense of irreverence and world-weariness. It is him. Chuluo's gaze fell upon the cultured and affable elder, and she could not help but exclaim inwardly, "It is this old man." Previously, when she was practicing the final forbidden technique of escape, she miscalculated her direction and mistakenly transported herself deep into the forbidden zone. Within that realm, she beheld a stone tablet, upon which was inscribed the records of 3,000 forbidden techniques. Chuluo only learned at that moment that the forbidden sect's esoteric arts were not merely 1,000, but a staggering 3,000. He had intended to seize the opportunity to transcribe the remaining 2,000 forbidden techniques when an elder appeared, unceremoniously lifting him and casting him out of the sacred ground. The elder who expelled him was none other than the elegantly refined Ancestor. Is that the old ghost of Xiao Cheng? The old ghost of Yuan? Upon the sudden appearance of these 2 venerable figures in the skies above the forbidden sect, the expressions of the evil suppression emperor and the 6 other distinguished emperors shifted momentarily. However, in the next heartbeat, their countenance returned to normal. The 7 emperors directed their consciousness with fervor towards the depths of the forbidden sect's sacred ground. Yet, within those depths, a formidable force obstructed their probing. Indeed, it was the Xiao Cheng emperor and the Yuan emperor of the forbidden sect. 100,000 years prior, in the Battle of the Dark Sea, these 2 emperors had wreaked havoc, achieving remarkable feats for our 3,000 great worlds, instilling such fear in those from the Dark Sea that they have yet to dare make a move since. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years, these 2 emperors still remained? Astonishingly, there was not a trace of deathly energy upon them, indicating that their strength had grown even more formidable since that time. These 2 were the latest generation of ancestors from the forbidden sect, leaving one to ponder whether the predecessors still existed. If the ancestors who preceded them were still alive, the ambitions of the 7 emperors today would likely come to naught. Who knows? The multitude of powerful beings observing this scene erupted in a stir upon witnessing the appearance of the 2 ancestors of the forbidden sect. Some reclusive old ghosts, upon seeing these two, could not help but recall the cataclysmic battles of 100,000 years ago, their gazes filled with reverence. Ancestors, Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, leading the gathered elders and disciples in a respectful bow towards the two venerable figures. Chu Luo also paid his respects. There is no need for excessive formalities, Sect Master. The old ancestor, Zhaochen, clad in white, smiled at Lin Feng and the others before his gaze settled on Chu Luo. Young man, these 7 troublesome fellows were summoned by you, were they not? You little troublemaker. The beggar-like Dao Yuan old ancestor, wielding a wooden staff, also directed his attention toward Chu Luo. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes as he spoke with a hint of annoyance. The two venerable ancestors paid no heed to the grim expressions of the 7 mighty emperors across from them. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo scratched his head, shrugged his shoulders, and offered an awkward smile. Old ancestors, you can't fault me for this. If I had not retaliated, I would have been slain by their disciples. I simply did not anticipate that the prodigies of these top-tier factions would be so inept in battle. Old ancestors, you must advocate for me. As soon as Chu Luo's voice fell, the two venerable ancestors burst into laughter, declaring, "Ha ha ha! You young lad, splendid indeed. This is the very demeanor of a disciple of the forbidden sect. Fear not, no matter who arrives today, they shall not harm you. Not just you, but any disciple of our forbidden sect. If anyone falls to the hands of their peers, it is merely a testament to their inferiority. Should you be attacked, and the elders from the opposing side dare to bully you, we, the ancient ones, shall rise to teach them a lesson." The voices of the two ancestors resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The disciples of the forbidden sect were moved to tears, fervently calling out the names of their elders, feeling incredibly fortunate to belong to such a lineage. Aha! Jinxie, Mingwang, Tianhua, and Jiusheng. You 4 have achieved great success, breaking through to the 4th realm of the Great Emperor. However, even though you are 4 4th realm Great Emperors, do not think for a moment that you can inflict any harm upon the disciples of the forbidden sect. If you know what is good for you, it would be wise to retreat now. I have no desire to spill blood today. At this moment, Dao Yuan, the elder, cast a glance towards the 7 great emperors, his gaze settling upon the 4 at the forefront as he grinned. As for the remaining 3, Tianmin, Yu Hua, and Wu Chun, though they were indeed genuine great emperors, they seemed utterly insignificant in the eyes of the 2 elders, for their cultivation levels were merely at the 1st and 2nd realms of the great emperor. Humph! Dao Yuan, you old ghost, after all these years, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. You 2 have only managed the 4th realm of the great emperor after all this time. How do you presume to stand against my 4 4th realm great emperors? Jinxie, the great emperor, scoffed coldly, his killing intent palpable. Upon hearing Jinxie's words, countless formidable beings recognized the cultivation level of the 2 venerable ancestors of the forbidden sect, 4th realm of the great emperor. Even Chu Luo could not help but twitch his mouth slightly. He had thought these 2 elders were far superior to these 7 old fellows. It turned out they were of the same realm as Jinxie, Tianhua, Jiusheng, and Mingwang. The opposing side had a clear numerical advantage with their 4 4th realm great emperors, not to mention the presence of Tianmin, Yu Hua, and Wu Chun as well. How dare these 2 elders act so arrogantly? Chu Luo originally believed that his arrogance was unparalleled. However, it seems that these 2 ancestors from the forbidden sect are even more audacious than he. Are these truly the only 2 ancestors we have, esteemed Sect Master? If there are others, please do summon them forth. I fear that these 2 might be overwhelmed by their opponents. Chu Luo felt a twinge of unease and discreetly communicated with the sect leader, Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he cleared his throat and replied telepathically. Fear not, young one. Our 2 ancestors were once renowned as invincible in their realm. However, Lin Feng too began to harbor doubts. He pondered the peculiar behavior of Elder Qin Yi. Why had he summoned only these 2, the weakest of their ancestors? As the leader of the sect, he was well aware of their foundation. Could it be that those ancient beings in the Forbidden Grounds had truly succumbed to eternal slumber? He resolved to investigate personally at the earliest opportunity. Dao Yuan, why waste breath with these ancient specters? You know their true nature. They are merely remnants of bygone defeats. Another confrontation will surely remind them of their errors. The elegant and affable ancestor Shaochen let out a cold chuckle, brandishing a long spear. With a single step, he traversed the void beneath him, and in an instant, he manifested a colossal imperial avatar, appearing in the outer void. Very well, defeated foes, prepare for battle. Ancestor Dao Yuan also chuckled, vanishing from sight only to reappear above the forbidden sect in the outer void. Shaochen, Dao Yuan. Let us engage. Today, we shall vanquish you both, he declared, rallying his fellow allies. Friends, let us unite to strike them down. The formidable Zhun Xie Emperor bellowed in fury. Agreed. The air crackled with energy as he took a step forward, summoning an immense imperial avatar that surged toward the outer void. The other 6 emperors swiftly followed in Zhun Xie Emperor's wake, their own imperial avatars propelling them onward. In an instant, the entire sky of the 3,000 great worlds was shrouded in terrifying power. The boundless void above shattered under the pressure of their might, revealing a dim and formless expanse. Fragments of space, akin to sand and mud, scattered throughout the void, giving the entire realm the appearance of a cataclysm. Countless beings were left trembling in terror. Fortunately, these emperors had chosen the outer void as their battlefield. Had they opted for the 3,000 great worlds, it would have surely led to widespread devastation among the living. As the system prompted once more, Chu Luo examined his attribute panel and discovered that his protective value had accumulated to an impressive 145,000. He was yet another step closer to redeeming the longevity body. My dear disciple, remain steadfast by the sect master's side. I shall assist the ancestor. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the ominous Crow Emperor, observing the battlefield, noticed that his 2 great ancestors were being besieged by 7 adversaries. Thus, he cautioned Chu Luo before stepping forth, riding a blood-red imperial avatar, soaring into the void of the outer realm to join the fray. Boom. At that moment, on the battlefield in the void, the Fire Emperor, the Blazing Emperor, the Dustless Emperor, and the Heavenly Gate Emperor were relentlessly attacking the Elder Zayakin. Meanwhile, the Evil Suppression Emperor, the Bright King Emperor, and the Wine Sage Emperor surrounded the Dao Source Elder. The 2 battlefields erupted with titanic imperial avatars, their presence casting shadows across the cosmos, unleashing countless paths of divine law to subdue the endless domain. The terrifying force of their attacks shattered the infinite void, turning stars within tens of thousands of miles into mere dust. The clash between these formidable emperors was fearsome, their powers colliding and wreaking havoc deep within the chaos of the outer realm. The might of the emperors stirred the chaos, inciting dread. The Elder Zayakin, wielding a battle spear, resembled an ancient demonic god of conquest, unmatched in combat. Faced with the combined might of 4 emperors, he displayed no signs of yielding. At this moment, the Elder Zayakin was stripped of his previous elegance, replaced solely by an aura of bloodlust and slaughter. The longer the battle raged, the more frenzied he became, exuding an invincible presence. Confronted with the Elder Zayakin's terrifying combat prowess, the 4 emperors wore expressions of grave concern. As the battle continued, the once venerable Heavenly Gate Emperor began to entertain thoughts of retreat. In contrast, the Dao Source Elder, alone against 3 Four-Realm Emperors, appeared slightly disadvantaged. Nevertheless, the Dao Source Elder remained resolute. The wooden staff in his hand radiated black flames, incinerating an expanse of millions of realms. His masterful staff techniques conjured myriad illusions. With a single strike, gods and demons trembled. The very ground beneath him collapsed. Countless powerful beings across the 3,000 great worlds gazed through the barriers, witnessing the 2 battlefields deep within the void of the outer realm. How formidable! These 2 old geezers retained their former grandeur, exclaimed several elders within the Pill Sect, including the Emperor Yuming. Clearly, the others were also esteemed ancestors of the Pill Sect. Alas, that old coot Dao Source, while incredibly powerful, is struggling against 3 Four-Realm Emperors. It won't be long before he falls, one elder lamented, pondering the fate of the other elders from the Forbidden Sect. Is it possible they have perished? If not, why did they delay in appearing? Dao Source is on the brink of collapse. The leading elder of the Pill Sect, observing the Dao Source elder's desperate struggle, sighed heavily. The other elders nodded in agreement. Just as everyone marveled at the astonishing combat prowess of the 2 ancestors, the ominous Crow Emperor suddenly manifested on the battlefield. Elder, this emperor has come to assist you. The Crow Emperor intended to relieve some of the pressure on the Dao Source Elder. However, the Dao Source Elder, repelling the trio of attackers with a powerful swing of his staff, glanced at the Crow Emperor and said, "This emperor can still endure. Go assist Zayakin." The Crow Emperor hesitated, casting his gaze toward the battlefield of Zayakin. Suddenly, he noticed the Heavenly Gate Emperor attempting to retreat. With a grin, he stepped forward. "Heavenly Gate Old Ghost, did you not desire an explanation from the Forbidden Sect? I shall provide it now. Die. Boom. Curse Crow Old Ghost. Perish. Boom. Blocked from retreat." The Heavenly Gate Emperor was enraged, retaliating fiercely alongside the Crow Emperor, thus forging a 3rd battlefield. As this unfolded, The Bright King Emperor seized the moment when the Dao Source Elder was distracted, unleashing the ultimate technique of the Wang family. A colossal figure of the immovable king, towering hundreds of thousands of feet, descended. The Dao Source Emperor was taken aback, his staff engulfed in black flames. He retaliated with a strike. Boom. The immense and destructive force of the immovable king was shattered by his blow. In the instant the immovable king was vanquished, the Wine Sage Emperor appeared before the Dao Source Emperor, swiftly conjuring a towering illusory giant, brimming with formidable power, enveloping the Dao Source Elder. The expression of the Dao Source Emperor shifted drastically. Ha! Dao Source Old Ghost, today marks your demise. The Evil Suppression Emperor, having appeared behind the illusory tower imprisoning the Dao Source Elder, unleashed a terrifying strike. Elder. In that moment, Lin Feng and the assembled elders of the Forbidden Sect finally changed countenance, exclaiming, "Damn it! This old fool lacks martial ethics. Is ambushed the way of an emperor." At this moment, Chu Luo could no longer restrain herself and burst forth with a stream of curses. However, just when everyone believed that the Dao Yuan Ancestor was about to fall victim to a surprise attack from the Evil Suppression Emperor, deep within the most forbidden area of the Forbidden Sect, in a desolate expanse, a tomb mound constructed of purple bricks shimmered with an ethereal violet glow. These purple bricks contained a unique power, seemingly not of this ordinary world. Suddenly, the tomb mound, crafted from these purple bricks, erupted explosively. Within it emerged a bronze coffin. With a soft rumble, the bronze coffin gradually opened. An unparalleled force surged forth from within, soaring into the void beyond the realms. This overwhelming power, which sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it, moved with an astonishing speed, appearing instantaneously behind the Evil Suppression Emperor, ready to strike. The Emperor, sensing the impending danger, was taken aback and swiftly turned to look. His pupils dilated in shock, and he hastily evaded, with a resounding crash. This terrifying force shattered the illusory giant tower that had imprisoned the Dao Yuan Ancestor. The Ancestor quickly stepped back, glancing towards the depths of the sect's forbidden area with a grin. Who is it? At this moment, the Evil Suppression Emperor, the Wine Saint Emperor, and the Bright King Emperor all ceased their actions, their gazes directed towards the forbidden sect of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Simultaneously, the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the Fiery Bath Emperor, and the Dustless Emperor, who were besieging the Elder Shaochen, also halted, their attention drawn to the depths of the 3,000 Great Worlds behind Elder Shaochen. The fiercely battling Yin Crow Emperor and the Heavenly Gate Emperor were likewise startled by the earlier formidable power, pausing their conflict and focusing their sights on the Forbidden Sect. At this juncture, not only did all the powerful emperors from the void beyond the realms redirect their attention, but even numerous strong individuals from the entirety of the 3,000 Great Worlds turned their gazes back towards the Forbidden Sect. Had the Sect Master dispatched other ancestors to intervene? As Chu Luo gazed toward the Forbidden Realm, he instinctively spoke. Lin Feng nodded slightly, a wave of relief washing over him. At last, these ancient beings have decided to take action. In the next moment, a voice, steeped in age and laced with lethal intent, resonated. Throughout the ages, as countless generations fade away, only my eternal forbidden sect remains immortal. Once this ancient voice echoed, a figure appeared silently in the sky above the forbidden sect, a venerable elder clad in white, with strands of white hair mingled within his dark locks, wielding a spiritual sword. This elder exuded a suffocating aura, accompanied by a palpable atmosphere of death. Upon seeing the elder's visage, Emperor Jinxia was momentarily taken aback, and the powerful beings from the 3,000 realms could not help but narrow their eyes in astonishment. Notably, the 7 members of Emperor Jinxia displayed unmistakable wariness. Who is this elder of ours, master? Is he truly all right? Chu Luo inquired, observing the dense aura of death emanating from the white-clad figure, feeling a sense of foreboding. It seemed as though their esteemed ancestor was not long for this world. At that moment, Lin Feng also lifted his gaze to regard the elder, his brow furrowed in confusion. He is one of the ancestors of my forbidden sect, Zhangyu. Yet, I cannot fathom how he has come to be in such a state. Lin Feng quietly relayed to Chu Luo Zhangyu. For many years, Chu Luo has traversed this realm, yet it is only now that she has heard the name of this ancient ancestor. It seems that the ancestor of Burial Jade existed in an era long past. Otherwise, one would not find such an overwhelming aura of death surrounding him. Burial Jade. Indeed. It is Burial Jade. The Sword River has witnessed the rise of Burial Jade. How astonishing that even the Emperor of Burial Jade has emerged into the world. The Emperor of Burial Jade was renowned throughout the vast 3,000 worlds even during my time as an ancient sage. How could the Emperor of Burial Jade be engulfed in such an abundance of deathly energy? Alas, while the lifespan of an emperor is extensive, if one remains unable to break through, they shall inevitably succumb to the mortal realm. It appears that Burial Jade is merely a century old at most. In 100 years, this old fellow will surely meet his end. Even Burial Jade has entered the phase of decline, and I can only surmise that those ancient beings within the Forbidden Sect have long since perished. With the arrival of the 7 emperors, we have finally glimpsed the current strength of the Forbidden Sect. Indeed, the Forbidden Sect has fallen into decay. Burial Jade is but a remnant of the 2 ancient spirits, Shaoqin and Dao Yuan, from the previous generation, though some even older beings may still linger. They are likely to remain hidden, for should they venture forth, they would face inevitable demise. The lifespan of the old ones within the Forbidden Sect is shorter than ours. These ancient beings have engaged in ceaseless battles and frequently employed forbidden techniques, resulting in significant depletion of their lifespans. Once the Forbidden Sect is completely diminished, I shall watch how they manage to preserve their 1,000 forbidden techniques. Numerous hidden old monsters have emerged to secretly observe the battlefield. Upon learning of the current plight of the Emperor of Burial Jade, many of these ancient beings displayed covetous expressions. The forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect have left countless individuals yearning for possession. It is precisely due to the Forbidden Sect's accumulation of 1,000 forbidden techniques that its legacy has endured through the ages. However, these hidden old monsters understand that now is not the opportune moment. Even though some ancient relics of the Forbidden Sect are on the verge of demise, should they be pushed to desperation, those ancient beings might risk their own extinction to strike back, which would spell disaster for their respective factions. In the void above, Ancestor Burial Jade raised his gaze slightly. In the next moment, the fabric of the void that had been torn asunder by imperial power was restored to its former state beneath an even more terrifying force. With just a glance, he quelled the tumultuous energies above and mended the shattered void. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of countless hidden ancient beings, instilling in them a profound sense of trepidation. How formidable! Chu Luo could not help but exclaim. The prowess of their ancestral figure, the Ancestor of Burial Jade, was beyond comprehension. The ancient royal family, Lingqing Sect, Chihua Valley, and an insignificant sect. How audacious of you! Who bestowed upon you the audacity to provoke my Forbidden Sect? The Ancestor of Burial Jade, clad in flowing white garments, seemed to float without wind, his gaze piercing. The battlefield beyond the realm unfolded before him. His voice, resonant and chilling, echoed like the ancient bells of a bygone era, sending a slight sting through the eardrums of the evil-suppressing emperor and his companions. Despite the vast distance, the 7 emperors felt the Ancestor of Burial Jade was almost beside them. In an instant, beads of cold sweat broke out on their backs, their resolve nearly faltering. It was known that the Burial Jade Emperor was a legendary figure even in their time. Now, even though the Ancestor of Burial Jade was shrouded in an aura of death, his current state revealed the precarious situation of the Forbidden Sect. The decline of the Forbidden Sect was imminent, perhaps within a century. After a century, the Forbidden Sect would no longer stand as a rival to these top-tier forces. 6th Realm Emperor. Retreat. The evil-suppressing emperor reacted swiftly, warning the Mingwang Emperor beside him. The two turned to flee immediately. The Tianhua Emperor and Jiuxing Emperor also caught on quickly, alerting their respective Bathed in Fire Emperor and Wuqing Emperor. The several emperors swiftly turned, tearing through space to escape. The flight of the emperors from the 3 supreme forces jolted the Tianmin Emperor into realization. However, just as he reacted, the Yinya Emperor was quicker, launching a surprise attack. You old wretch, perish! Boom! The Yinya Emperor unleashed a powerful palm strike, severely injuring the Tianmin Emperor. Despicable! You dare to ambush me! The Tianmin Emperor cursed angrily, spitting out imperial blood. Yet, before he could recover, the Xiaoqing Ancestor and Daoyuan Ancestor had already arrived. The 3 emperors surrounded the Tianmin Emperor, cutting off all routes of escape. At that moment, the Tianmin Emperor was filled with regret. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. Boom! The Tianmin Emperor roared, bracing himself against the onslaught of the 3. Meanwhile, high above the Forbidden Sect, the Ancestor of Burial Jade watched the emperors fleeing deeper into the universe. A cold smile gracing his lips. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly believe my Forbidden Sect is so weak? As soon as his words fell, the Ancestor of Burial Jade raised his sword and intoned into the void. Forbidden Supreme Technique, one sword crossing the Star River. Boom. With that, he slashed his sword toward the void. A blinding radiance erupted from the spiritual sword in the Ancestor's hand. In an instant, this sword light expanded tremendously, enveloping the entire 3,000 great worlds, bursting forth into the void. Countless powerful beings looked up, their eyes widening in terror, their bodies trembling, fear evident on their faces. A sword river, unfathomably vast, materialized before all. Within this river, a terrifying sword intent became tangible, roaring and surging. The sword river, composed of sword chi, shimmered with lights akin to stars, illuminating the entire sky of the 3,000 great worlds. Boom. The sword river raced forward, shattering the void and distorting time and space. Good heavens! Ancestor, do you wish to annihilate us? The two ancestors, startled by the sword river that surged forth from the 3,000 great worlds, hastily warned the Xiaocheng ancestor and Daoyuan ancestor to flee. As they escaped, they did not forget to strike the distracted Tianmen ancestor, propelling him into the sword river. Damn it! The Tianmen ancestor, filled with immense rage and sorrow, emitted a piercing scream as he was swept into the passing sword river. Boom. Soon, this sword river tore through space, transcending its constraints, and pursued the several emperors fleeing into the depths of the void. Boom. In the next moment, a deafening roar resounded from the depths of the void. Dazzling sword light burst forth from the chaos beyond, illuminating the universe of the 3,000 great worlds. The astonishing force caused violent tremors throughout the 3,000 great worlds. After a long while, tranquility returned to the world. The ancestor of burial jade smirked slightly. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly thereafter, blood clouds enveloped the 3,000 great worlds, phenomena manifesting. Blood rain poured down in torrents. The fall of an emperor brought sorrow to heaven and earth. An emperor has fallen. It was the Tianmen ancestor, who had just been ambushed by the Enya emperor and plunged into the sword river of the ancestor of burial jade. Indeed, we can no longer sense the presence of the Tianmen ancestor. The great era approaches, and emperors fall. Alas, the great era is also a chaotic era. Before this great era has fully descended, emperors have already fallen. This great era will likely be more tumultuous than ever before. Countless powerful beings gazed at the falling blood rain, sighing in lament. In a chaotic world, even emperors must bleed to stain the heavens, let alone other warriors. The ancestor of burial jade sheathed his spiritual sword, his aura of death thickening further, as if he were about to sit in meditation for eternity. This scene did not escape the notice of many scheming old monsters hidden in the shadows. Master, our ancestor, though shrouded in death, why did he expend his lifespan to unleash the forbidden supreme technique just now? Chu Luo inquired with a sense of bewilderment. Lin Feng also shook his head, his heart brimming with confusion. Subsequently, the myriad powerful entities withdrew their divine senses from above the forbidden sect. The venerable ancestor Zhang Yu descended before the crowd. At this moment, Ancestor Xiaocheng, Ancestor Daoyuan, and the Emperor Enya returned to the sect as well. Ancestor, Lin Feng and the elders bowed respectfully to Ancestor Zhang Yu. The venerable ancestor waved his hand, a smile gracing his features, and remarked, "There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master. Ancestor, have you entered the phase of the 5 declines of heaven and man? Perhaps you should visit the sect's treasury and select some divine herbs." Lin Feng expressed his concern, mentioning the aura of death surrounding Ancestor Zhang Yu. Even Ancestor Xiaocheng and Ancestor Daoyuan cast peculiar glances at him. Ancestor Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze toward Chuluo, smiling mysteriously as he said, "Little one, you possess remarkable talent. In the future, when seeking opportunities outside, do so with abandon. Do not let today's events weigh upon your mind. A great era approaches. Seize what should be seized and contend for what must be contended. Should any old wretch dare to bully you, rest assured, we old fellows are not yet gone." Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Disciple understands." He expressed his gratitude for the care bestowed upon him by the ancestor and the sect. "In the future, when I am outside, I shall undoubtedly uphold the honor of the sect." The venerable Zhang Yu nodded slightly, observing Chu Luo with increasing satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the assembled elders were equally astonished. Their esteemed ancestor Zhang Yu actually held such regard for this young man. The nearby Enya emperor was nearly beaming with joy. His beloved disciple had garnered the attention of the sect's elder, a triumph that surpassed even his own ascension to emperor. "Young one, devote yourself to your cultivation. The future of the forbidden sect may very well rest upon your generation." Zhang Yu chuckled. He then turned and stepped forth, returning to the sacred grounds of the sect. The esteemed ancestors, Zhaochen and Daoyuan, cast an additional glance at Chu Luo before following Zhang Yu's lead. "Everyone may disperse now. Lin Feng finally relaxed his tense demeanor and addressed the crowd before vanishing from sight. The other elders also departed in their own ways. Chu Luo gazed into the depths of the forbidden land, reminiscing about the sword strike of the ancestor of burial jade, still awestruck by its profound impact. Chu Luo came back to his senses and decided to return to Nian Xiao Peak for a moment of relaxation. After all, his journey through the Emperor's secret realm had exhausted him greatly. Moreover, he intended to take this opportunity to replenish the lifespan he had depleted. Having frequently employed forbidden arcane techniques within the secret realm, he had yet to restore the lifespan he had lost. Subsequently, amidst the adoring gazes of numerous disciples, Chu Luo and the Emperor of the Shadow Crow returned to their respective peaks. Meanwhile, within the forbidden grounds of the Forbidden Sect, the newly arrived Ancestor, Zhang Yu, radiated a faint glow. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Ancestor Xiaoqin and Ancestor Dao Yuan, the deathly aura surrounding Zhang Yu vanished entirely. His skin regained its elasticity, and the white strands of hair atop his head gradually returned to their original black. In the blink of an eye, the once-aged Zhang Yu transformed into a young and handsome man, clad in white, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. It turned out that Zhang Yu's previous state was merely an act. He had deceived everyone. However, Ancestor Xiaoqin and Ancestor Dao Yuan appeared unfazed by this revelation. Ancestor, why did you choose to disguise yourself in such a manner? Dao Yuan inquired, perplexed. Zhang Yu smiled broadly and gazed into the void, stating, another grand era is on the horizon. With the advent of this great age, myriad prodigies shall emerge. If I and the Forbidden Sect project too much strength, those self-righteous factions will hesitate to act against us. Consequently, the prodigies of our generation may miss out on vital tribulations. Only by presenting a facade of decline can we deter these arrogant factions. Though they may not dare to confront us old-timers openly, they will undoubtedly devise ways to stifle the younger generation of the Forbidden Sect. Thus, our young talents will have their trials. Oh, I see, Xiao Chun and Dao Yuan responded, finally comprehending the situation. Then, Ancestor, will you continue your slumber? Xiao Chun asked. Zhang Yu shook his head slightly, addressing the two. With the grand age approaching, I shall no longer remain in slumber. That lad named Chu Luo is extraordinary. If he does not meet an untimely fate, the Forbidden Sect is likely to give rise to another remarkable existence. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin and Dao Yuan nodded in agreement. Therefore, I shall not slumber, but rather safeguard the young talents of our Forbidden Sect. Besides that lad named Chu Luo, there are several other gifted individuals within the sect. You too must begin to discreetly protect these young ones. Zhang Yu instructed. Xiaoqin and Dao Yuan nodded and bowed respectfully before departing. Zhang Yu slowly turned, a smile gracing his lips. Before him lay 100 burial mounds constructed of purple stone bricks, each housing a bronze coffin. In the depths of the ancestral land of the ancient Wang family, two frail and disheveled figures returned to their cave dwelling. Upon their arrival, all figures on the small floating islands within the cave rose to their feet. The two figures were none other than the previously fleeing Emperor of Evil Suppression and the Emperor of Brightness. However, at this moment, the Emperor of Evil Suppression bore a gruesome wound on his chest, with terrifying sword energy continuously invading his body. Beside him, the Emperor of Brightness had lost one of his arms. Witnessing their dire conditions, the elders of the Wang family fell silent. They had secretly observed the earlier battle of emperors. The appearance of Emperor Zhang Yu had indeed taken them by surprise. They hadn't anticipated that he had not yet perished. Despite his unmatched prowess in battle, the frequent use of forbidden techniques had depleted his lifespan, yet he had managed to endure until now. At most 100 years. After that old fellow will surely pass on. Inform the family head. Our ancient Wang family must enter the world. Moreover, let the family's prodigies venture out of the ancient realm for training. Since the old immortals of the Forbidden Sect are nearing their end, we must not allow the younger generation of the Forbidden Sect to thrive. Indeed, let our young ones go forth and extinguish the future of the Forbidden Sect. Everyone, let us first assist the Emperor of Evil Suppression and the Emperor of Brightness in expelling the sword energy from their bodies. The elders of the Wang family promptly took action, beginning to purge the terrifying sword energy from the two emperors. A similar scene unfolded in Lingqing Sect and Qian Valley. Although Zhang Yu's sword had not slain the four emperors, Emperor of Heavenly Fire, Emperor of Scorching Flames, Emperor of Wine, and Emperor of Dustless, their injuries were graver than those of the Emperor of Evil Suppression and the Emperor of Brightness. Both Lingqing Sect and Qian Valley would have to pay a hefty price to heal their ancestors' wounds. simultaneously, following the great battle of emperors within the Forbidden Sect. The three top-tier powers, the Wang family, Lingqing Sect, and Qian Valley, fell into silence, offering no response to the outside world. Yet, outside, a tremendous uproar had already ensued. The names of Emperor Zhongyu, Emperor Shaoqin, and Ancestor Dao Yuan resounded throughout the 3,000 Great Worlds. Alongside the Emperor of Shadow Crow and the instigator of this conflict, Chu Luo. Today, Chu Luo's name was known far and wide across the 3,000 Great Worlds, eclipsing even some of the top prodigies on the hero ranking. In the Tianmin realm, within the Tianmin sect, the sect master Lu Daoyuan sat in the main seat. His expression forlorn, his eyes devoid of life. Below him stood 5 elders of the Tianmin sect, 2 of whom were ancient sages, while the remaining 3 were great sages. In total, the Tianmin sect had only 3 ancient sages, including Lu Daoyuan. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. The fall of the Emperor of Tianmin had taken them all by surprise. The ancestor of the Tianmin sect was their only elder and the sole emperor safeguarding the sect. With the Emperor of Tianmin gone, the sect had plummeted from a first-rate force to a second-rate one. "What shall we do now, sect master?" inquired the leading ancient sage elder, glancing at the dejected Lu Daoyuan. Lu Daoyuan pressed his temples, visibly troubled. "What else can be done? Issue a decree from today onwards. The Tianmin sect shall retreat from the world. We shall initiate a protective seal for the sect. All disciples and elders are forbidden from leaving the sect without permission." "Understood, sect master." Just as the 5 elders were about to leave the hall, a terrifying force enveloped and sealed the skies above Tianmin's sect, cutting them off from the outside world. Lu Daoyuan and the 5 elders' expressions changed drastically. "It is an enemy attack. Quickly, follow me to confront them." Lu Daoyuan's face darkened as he led the 5 elders outside the hall. At this moment, under the oppressive weight of the holy might, the disciples within Tianmin's sect were already thrown into chaos. Lu Daoyuan looked up at the void, his expression grim as he called out, "Which esteemed friend has come to my Tianmin sect?" Buzz. As his words fell, a spatial rift opened in the sky above Tianmin sect. Following this, 3 towering figures, embodying ancient sage manifestations, stepped forth from the rift. Behind these 3 magnificent figures were 10 great sages and 10 sage-level powerhouses. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daoyuan and several elders of the Tianmin sect felt their spirits plummet to the depths of despair. The Forbidden Sect. Lu Daoyuan's expression darkened considerably. Indeed, the formidable beings emerging from the rift in space were none other than high-ranking members of the Forbidden Sect. At the forefront stood 3 ancient saints, comprised of 2 elderly men and a captivating woman, whose allure had not waned with time. These 3 were esteemed elders of the Forbidden Sect, renowned throughout the world: Elder Qingyi, Elder Xiaozhu, and Elder Jifeng. "You dare?" Lu Daoyuan's countenance turned frantic. The 8 elders of the Forbidden Sect were legendary across the 3,000 Great Worlds. Aside from the current Emperor Inya, the remaining 7 elders were all at the pinnacle of the ancient saint realm. Lu Daoyuan could scarcely fathom that the Forbidden Sect would dispatch 3 peak ancient saints and do so with such swiftness. Humph! A mere first-rate power dares to provoke the Forbidden Sect. Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous roar, the elder in the green robe lowered her stunning gaze, her exquisite visage radiating an icy aura. Subsequently, Qingyi, Xiaozhu, and Jifeng, alongside a multitude of great saints and holy beings, launched their assault. The following day, the Tianmin sect was annihilated by this mysterious force, causing a sensation throughout the realm. As for the identity of this enigmatic power, all the formidable beings were acutely aware. It was the Forbidden Sect. On the peak of Ningxia. Upon returning, Chu Luo secluded herself in her chamber. At this moment, golden Sanskrit characters danced upon her form, emanating a unique rhythm that permeated the air. Suddenly, Chu Luo's eyes flew open. A resonant hum echoed as the golden Sanskrit characters vanished in an instant. Chu Luo smiled broadly, clenching his fist. He lowered his gaze and picked up a jade tablet from beside the bed. On this jade tablet was inscribed the character for king. Within this tablet resided the divine martial art of the Wang family, the Immutable King. This technique, the Immutable King, was discovered by Chu Luo while he was sorting through Wang Lin's storage ring. At that time, he had witnessed Wang Lin executing this move. Although it could not compare to the Forbidden Sect's ultimate techniques, its potency was nonetheless commendable. Should he encounter the prodigies of the Wang family again, he would employ this technique against them. "Is Brother Chu here?" At that moment, a disciple's voice echoed from outside the room. Chu Luo was taken aback, for it was quite rare for disciples to seek him out for guidance on the teachings of Xia Feng. Chu Luo rose from his seat and opened the door to step outside. A core disciple awaited him, their face alight with admiration upon seeing Chu Luo. They hurriedly spoke. "Senior Brother Chu, the sect leader requests your presence in the main hall." "The sect leader is looking for me?" Chu Luo inquired. "Is there something of importance?" Curiosity piqued. Chu Luo inquired. The core disciple shook his head but leaned closer to Chu Luo, whispering, "Senior Brother Chu, early this morning, the ancient sage of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, accompanied by his disciple, the Calculator, came to pay a visit. They are currently in the Grand Hall." "Senior Brother Chu, you haven't had a confrontation with the Calculator, have you? Are they here to trouble you now?" "The relationship between the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and our forbidden sect is reasonably cordial. Perhaps you should consider hiding for a moment while I inform the sect leader of your absence." Chu Luo cast a serious glance at this disciple. This junior brother is quite capable. However, reflecting on the journey through the secret realm, it seems that I have never laid a hand on a disciple from the Tianji Pavilion. No need for concern. I shall investigate the matter myself. Perhaps the other party is not here to cause me trouble after all. Upon regaining her composure, Chu Luo was just about to make her way to the main hall when she noticed that the disciple appeared to have something more to express, hesitating between words. "Is there something else on your mind, Junior Brother Tang?" With a raised brow, Chu Luo inquired. He had some recollection of this junior disciple, Tang He, with whom he had ventured into the secret realm of the Great Emperor. The memory of their time extracting spirit soil, particularly Tang He's ruthless and unyielding approach to every inch of land, remained vividly etched in his mind. Tang He scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he said, "Brother Chu, the situation is this. A few of us junior disciples are planning to undertake some training in the Monster Mountain range of Southern Heaven. We were wondering if you might be available to join us, as your presence would greatly enhance our sense of security. Of course, if you're unable to come, we completely understand." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Luo realized that he had indeed been rather unoccupied lately. Thus he acquiesced to Tang He. "Very well. When shall we depart?" Tang He, upon receiving Chu Luo's consent, was instantly filled with exuberance. "No rush, no rush. Let us first wait for Senior Brother Chu to meet with the sect master. Should any matters arise for Senior Brother Chu, you may attend to them first. We are more than willing to wait." Chu Luo nodded slightly, then bid farewell to Tang He and proceeded to the main hall. Upon stepping into the main hall, Chu Luo soon discovered that his master and the other 7 elders were present. In a corner of the grand hall sat an unfamiliar elder, accompanied by a young man clad in white. At this moment, the gazes of both the elder and the youth were fixed upon him. The elder and the youth were none other than the esteemed Xuangu ancient sage and the Ling Xuanzi of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. "Sect Master." Chu Luo withdrew her gaze and bowed to Lin Feng, who sat at the head of the table. "Chu Luo, I have summoned you today because the young diviner from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion wishes to enlist your assistance in becoming one of the Heavenly Machine Masters. What are your thoughts on this?" Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, playfully winking at Chu Luo. Not only Lin Feng, the sect leader, but even the Emperor of Shadows and several elders present exchanged knowing glances with Chu Luo, as if they were fervently hinting for her to accept the proposal. Chu Luo was taken aback and instinctively glanced at the spirit calculator. The spirit calculator of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was akin to the sequenced disciples of their forbidden sect. Attaining the title of spirit calculator signified a future as an elder or the master of the sect. However, Chu Luo found himself puzzled as to why this spirit calculator sought his assistance as an external ally, especially since he had never interacted with the spirit calculator before. It seemed the spirit calculator discerned Chu Luo's confusion. He stepped forward and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, addressing Chu Luo. "Brother Chu, I am the spirit calculator. Within the great emperor's secret realm, I witnessed your formidable prowess and unparalleled combat skills, which left me in deep admiration. Thus, I wish to forge a friendship with you at my earliest convenience. Coincidentally, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is about to commence the selection of a spirit calculator, and I find myself lacking in strength. Yet, I am eager to compete and require an external ally's assistance. Hence, you are the first to come to my mind. And I have come today to seek your companionship. Additionally, I would like to request you to be my guardian in this endeavor." Upon hearing the spirit calculator's explanation, Chu Luo finally understood. This fellow wished for him to serve as his bodyguard and enforcer. He stared blankly at the spirit calculator and asked, "Is that all?" The spirit calculator was equally bewildered, not comprehending Chu Luo's implication, and replied vacantly, "There is nothing more." Chu Luo cast a glance at the spirit calculator. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with the spirit calculator. Secondly, there existed no camaraderie between them. Thirdly, there was no tangible benefit to be gained. Such matters were entirely a matter of personal choice. As for Chu Luo, he would not engage in even the slightest involvement. Lin Feng, in the assembly of elders present, all seasoned and cunning, immediately discerned Chu Luo's thoughts. They shook their heads in unison, recognizing that this young man was astonishingly akin to his deceased master, utterly incapable of enduring any form of loss. Without paying heed to the puzzled gaze of Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo turned directly to Lin Feng. Just as she was about to articulate her refusal, in the ears of Chu Luo, he suddenly heard the secret transmission of his master. Good disciple, quickly agree to this young man. By assisting him in becoming one of the celestial mechanists, you shall have the opportunity to enter the heavenly spirit pool. The heavenly spirit pool is indeed a treasure. My dear disciple, this morning, the old man Xuanji brought news that in 2 years, the top forces of the 3,000 great worlds will unite to hold the talented ranking battle, re-establishing the list of the most gifted individuals. Furthermore, the ancient divine relics will be unlocked in 5 years. Our sect leader plans to postpone the selection of ranked disciples until after the talented ranking battle. Entering the heavenly spirit pool is a splendid opportunity for you to enhance your strength. Seize this chance. Do not hesitate, for I shall protect your path. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the selection of ranked disciples in the sect had been postponed. Nevertheless, since even his master had declared the heavenly spirit pool to be extraordinary, it must indeed be remarkable. Thus, with hands clasped, Chu Luo immediately turned to the calculating sage. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation, revealing a broad grin with 8 gleaming white teeth as he enthusiastically exclaimed, "Ah, it is you, Brother Ling. What a pleasure to meet you. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Today, seeing you in person, you truly stand out among the rest. Brother Ling, we are like old friends upon first meeting. Your matters are now my concerns. I hereby agree to this, rest assured. I shall exert every effort to assist you in becoming one of the celestial mechanists. Whoever dares to obstruct you shall meet their demise." Chu Luo was filled with exuberance, as if the diviner before him were his long-lost brother. The diviner, taken aback by this unexpected enthusiasm, momentarily stood in a daze. Then, with a joyful smile, he clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Brother Chu. From this day forth, you shall be my esteemed brother. Should you ever find yourself in need, I shall certainly do my utmost to assist you." The onlookers, witnessing Chu Luo's sudden change in demeanor, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Particularly, the ancient sage of mystery showed a slight tremor in his countenance. This lad, indeed, was akin to that old ghost, Inya. One could hardly deny their mentor-student bond. "Aha!" Chu Luo exclaimed. Well said, well said. I wonder, dear Brother Ling, when shall we set forth?" Chu Luo inquired. "If Brother Chu has no other matters to attend to, we may embark at once. There are but 2 days remaining until the selection by Tianjizi." The spirit calculator spoke. Chu Luo nodded, just as he was about to accompany Ling Xuanzi and Xuanji Gushing to the Tiangui Pavilion. Emperor Inya produced a blood-red jade talisman and 2 vials of elixirs, tossing them to Chu Luo. "My dear disciple," he said, "I am now an emperor, and should I accompany you to the Tiangui Pavilion, it may lead to certain inconveniences. Take this talisman. If you encounter any old wretches who dare to bully you, my avatar shall come to your aid. As for these 2 vials of elixirs, they contain the sacred longevity pills crafted for you by Emperor Yao Ming." Upon seeing this, Chu Luo's eyes sparkled as he stowed away the jade tablet and elixirs. After all, the protective value he obtained from both his master's true form and his avatar remained the same. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated an old fool from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to dare to bully him. The disciple shall remember this. Chu Luo clasped his hands in respect towards the Emperor of Shadows. The diviner beside him, upon hearing the words Shinshodan, was filled with envy. Chu Chu's esteemed master treats him exceptionally well, presenting him with a sacred grade elixir at the very outset. He, too, yearns for a mentor of such caliber. Alas, his own master remains a considerable distance from breaking through to the realm of the Emperor. Consequently, Chu Luo followed the ancient saint of mysteries and the calculator away from the forbidden sect. A day later, the ancient saint of mysteries escorted Chu Luo to the stronghold of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. As they emerged from the spatial rift, dozens of colossal floating islands unfolded before Chu Luo's eyes. Shrouded in mist, these islands boasted sprawling mountains and magnificent palatial structures built into the hillsides, resembling a celestial paradise. This was none other than the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, one of the foremost powers among the 3,000 great worlds. Beneath these floating islands lay an immense city, stretching endlessly across the horizon, akin to a colossal beast resting upon the vast earth. This city, known as Tianji City, was directly governed by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The families of the pavilion's disciples resided within its bounds, alongside various affiliated factions. Today, Tianji City has emerged as one of the renowned cities within the 3,000 Great Worlds, attracting martial artists from all corners. My disciple, please escort young friend Chuluo to settle in Tianji City. Remember to return to the sect on time tomorrow for this election. I shall return to the pavilion now, instructed the ancient saint of mysteries. Understood, master. I shall remember. Chuluo replied promptly. With that, the ancient saint took a step forward, soaring towards one of the floating islands. Brother Chuluo, let us rest in the city for a while. I will also show you around Tianji City, the calculator said with a smile. Chuluo nodded slightly. He had heard of Tianji City, yet had never visited it until now. Today was fortuitous, as he seized the opportunity to explore this renowned city. Thus, Chuluo followed the diviner into the bustling metropolis. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the city's splendor. Warriors from various regions thronged the streets, while vendors lined both sides, offering an array of spiritual herbs, elixirs, martial techniques, and rare curiosities that dazzled the eye. As Chuluo and the diviner leisurely wandered, a sudden commotion erupted in the city. Countless people looked up to the sky and beheld a magnificent beast descending from above, a Tianlin horse. Good heavens! It was indeed a Tianlin horse. Who was the woman atop its back, riding such a precious creature? Legends spoke of the Tianlin horse possessing a trace of dragon blood, suggesting that this woman was not of ordinary lineage. Chuluo, witnessing the majestic creature's approach, felt a surge of astonishment. This beast looked truly formidable. Perhaps he could persuade his master to procure one for him. It was said that the Tianlin horse, like dragons, possessed the ability to traverse the void. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. The crowd realized that the Tianlin horse was descending rapidly, and onlookers began to scatter in panic. Yet, in that moment, a 5- or 6-year-old girl stood transfixed, gazing at the approaching beast. Little one, move aside. The nearby warriors rushed forward to pull the child away. But it was too late. The golden hooves of the horse were already poised to land atop her head. Instinctively, countless warriors shut their eyes, unable to bear the impending scene. Forbidden art, spatial shift. Just as the golden hoof was about to strike the girl, a massive black void appeared behind her. From within, an ethereal hand emerged, imbued with remarkable power, enveloping the child in an instant. Thud. Boom. The Tianlin horse's hoof struck the ethereal hand, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. In the next moment, the immense force from the hand sent the horse's hooves bouncing away. The Tianlin horse neighed in alarm, rearing backward. The woman on its back turned pale, her delicate hands gripping the reins tightly as she yanked sideways, preventing the horse from toppling over. The raised hooves fell to the side, while the ethereal hand clutched the girl and pulled her into the void behind. You seek death for startling my Tianlin horse. I shall spare your life for the price of an arm. The woman glared coldly at Chuluo in the distance, her voice laced with arrogance and icy disdain. Upon hearing her haughty and frigid tone, the surrounding warriors, who had been keeping their eyes shut, slowly opened them. Following their gaze, they saw Chuluo cradling the little girl. Chuluo completely disregarded the woman, offering solace to the tearful little girl in his arms. The surrounding warriors were taken aback, bewildered by how Chuluo had managed to rescue the child in such a perilous situation. It was evident that an ordinary person would have been incapable of such a feat. Even the astute diviner beside him could not help but cast an admiring glance towards Chuluo. Brother Chu, what remarkable skill! The diviner exclaimed in astonishment. Chuluo's recent actions further solidified his conviction that selecting her as his protector was indeed the wisest choice he could have made. Child. At that moment, a woman rushed out from a nearby shop. Mother. The little girl, upon spotting the woman, flailed her arms, yearning for her comfort. Observing the child's reaction, Chuluo was certain that this woman was the girl's kin. He thus entrusted the child to her, advising, "Do keep a closer watch on her next time." Thank you. Benefactor. The woman took the little girl, wiping away her tears, and hurriedly departed. Are you deaf, or what? Just then, the woman on the back of the Tianlin horse, noticing Chuluo's disregard, immediately darkened her expression. A formidable and overwhelming force emanated from her, causing the surrounding warriors to gasp in astonishment. No one had anticipated that this young woman possessed the cultivation of the 5th stage of primordial beginning. It was rumored that she was Yu Qixing, ranked 79th on the talents list, known as the Fairy of the Yi clan. What? She is Yu Qixing? The prodigy of the ancient Yi family. Was it not said that the ancient aristocratic families seldom intervened in worldly affairs? Surely. The fairy was invited by the talents of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to serve as a protector. After all, tomorrow the pavilion would conduct the selection of the Heavenly Mechanism prodigy. As a protector, should the individual she guards become one of the Heavenly Mechanism prodigies, it is said that both the prodigy and their protector would gain entry to the celestial spirit pool of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. No wonder the Yi family has emerged. Isn't that the prodigy of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the spirit calculator? Indeed, it is. But who is that young man beside him? Unclear. He must be the protector invited by the spirit calculator, and he appears to be no ordinary figure. Upon overhearing the murmurs of those around him, Chu Luo cast another glance at Yu Qingxing on horseback. He had not anticipated that this audacious woman was, in fact, a prodigy of the ancient Yi family. At this moment, Chu Luo suddenly realized that the individuals from these ancient noble families shared a common disposition. Beside him, Ling Xuanzi's expression also darkened. He had not anticipated that someone within the pavilion could actually enlist Yu Qingxue as a guardian. It seemed that this selection of Tianjizi would prove to be more challenging than he had initially envisioned. Chu Luo broke into a smile, her face adorned with an innocuous expression as she stepped forward. The martial artist present assumed that Chu Luo had also recognized Yu Qingxing as a member of the ancient Yu family and intended to concede and ingratiate herself. However, to their surprise, the next moment unfolded unexpectedly. S expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at and unleashed a torrent of vitriol. You insane woman, your entire family must be deaf. Though your exterior is lovely, your heart is as venomous as a serpent. That innocent child was nearly brought to ruin by your actions. And you would have me sever my own arm? Have you been struck by a door? Truly. It seems that those from your ancient lineage have hidden themselves away so long that their minds have decayed. Have you solely cultivated your beauty, neglecting the cultivation of your intellect? Such thoughtless words spill from your lips, leaving me utterly embarrassed on your behalf. Chu Luo's frenzied outburst left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, the spirit calculator behind her gazed at Chu Luo's figure with an expression full of admiration. Chu Xiang possesses remarkable eloquence. Who is this young man? He dares to insult not only Fairy Yi but also the entire Yi family. I cannot fathom why. But there is a certain exhilaration in his words. Hush, are you out of your mind? Be cautious, or Fairy Yi will hear you, and it will be your end. Ah, indeed. At this moment, Yu Qingxue, momentarily stunned by Chu Luo's scolding, suddenly regained her composure. Her expression darkened, and a murderous intent surged forth. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to demean her in such a manner. A vicious glint flashed in Yu Qingxue's beautiful eyes as she boldly declared to Chu Luo. How dare you insult me, the young lady, and you dare to slander the Yi family? Today, I will let you experience the torment of being unable to seek life or death. The sect behind you, along with your kin, shall also face my wrath. Forbidden arts. Shadow shifting. Forbidden arts, bloodthirsty demonic poison. Before Yu Qingxue could finish her words, Chu Luo silently invoked a thought, and in an instant, his figure vanished. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared atop Yu Qingxue's steed. Though she was at the fifth realm of Taichu, she could not detect Chu Luo's terrifying velocity. By the time she sensed it, a hand swiftly loomed large in her horrified gaze. The next moment, crack, boom, the crowd heard a crisp sound, and then all present watched in astonishment as Yu Qingxue was hurled from her mount. A few pristine white teeth, stained with blood, scattered into the air. At this instant, the world fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief, gazing at Chu Luo, who stood triumphantly atop the Tianlin steed. Even the fortune-teller gaped, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock and admiration. Chu Luo displayed an innocent smile as he gazed at Yu Qingxue, who had been sent flying by his slap. With a cheerful tone, he remarked, "Those who court disaster are often the most loquacious. Not only do I dare to berate you, but I also possess the audacity to strike you." As Chu Luo's voice faded, none noticed the fleeting glimmer of a faint red light that passed over Yu Qingxue's face from the palm of his hand, silent and imperceptible. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he calmly produced a vial of elixir. This vial contained the sacred longevity pill, meticulously crafted for him by his master, the esteemed medicine emperor. Upon uncorking the vial, an overwhelming aura of restriction enveloped the opening. Chu Luo lowered her head and beheld a bottle brimming with plump, thumb-sized Xingqiu pills. It appeared that the vessel contained at least several dozen of them. A peculiar wave of energy emanated forth. How astonishing it is to possess so many Xingqiu pills. Chu Luo gasped in astonishment. In front of countless onlookers, he revealed a precious elixir. In the next moment, the overwhelming force of the restrictive barriers, along with the aura emanating from the sacred grade pill, instantly brought all present back to their senses. They all turned to Chu Luo, astonished, exclaiming, "Who on earth is this young man? What audacity he possesses to challenge even Fairy Yi. Such ruthlessness, striking like a viper and catching her off guard. What kind of technique did he just employ? His speed is utterly terrifying. Look everyone, he is holding a sacred grade pill. My goodness. This young man dares to confront a member of the Yi family, and he casually produces a sacred grade pill. Who is he, truly?" Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Chu Luo flashed a grin at those around him. Indeed, a sacred grade pill. Would you like to seize it? Chu Luo's words rendered everyone present speechless, their eyes rolling in disbelief. Although some among them had already displayed a glimmer of greed, reason cautioned them that this youth, who could stand alongside the esteemed diviner and strike Yicheng Shui, was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. He must possess significant connections. Moreover, they were in the territory of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Chu Luo smiled faintly and tossed the sacred elixir into his mouth. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. He unleashed 3 forbidden techniques in succession, and the 1,200 years of vitality he had expended were instantly restored to their fullest extent. Chu Luo was astonished. With these sacred longevity pills in hand, before he exchanged for the longevity body, he could finally unleash his ultimate abilities without restraint. Indeed, when crafted by an emperor, the quality is assured. Chu Luo carefully tucked away the elixir. At that moment, Yicheng Shui, who had been sent sprawling by a strike, unsteadily rose from the ground. The onlookers turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, their lips twitching with incredulity as they inhaled sharply. This young man truly possessed a merciless hand. Did he not understand the value of cherishing beauty? Yicheng Shui's once exquisite visage was now marred, with one side swollen grotesquely, a prominent handprint glaringly evident. A searing pain coursed through her, and a row of her front teeth had vanished, leaving her mouth stained with blood. This scene struck the spectators as somewhat ludicrous. They felt an urge to laugh, but stifled it. "You," she exclaimed, "I want you dead." Yicheng Shui glared at Chu Luo, her voice escaping in a breathy hiss, filled with venomous rage. "Hey." Chu Luo noticed the venomous gaze of Yicheng Shui, a faint smile curving her lips. Just as Chu Luo was poised to raise her hand and invoke the forbidden technique she had secretly infused into Yicheng Shui's body, a chilling voice, laden with fury and intent to kill, resonated in the ears of the onlookers, exclaiming, "Shui, do not move." Chu Luo could not help but feel a sharp pain in his eardrum. In the next moment, a spatial rift opened above Yicheng Shui's head. Following that, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, adorned with a pair of colossal snowy peaks, descended from the rift. The magnificent snowy mountains were so grand that even Chu Luo couldn't help but steal a few glances. They were truly immense, seemingly capable of crushing him effortlessly. As for the surrounding warriors, their expressions were already filled with astonishment. Yet, a terrifying aura emanated from this woman, enveloping the heavens and the earth. Every warrior present averted their gaze, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. That was the forgetting emotion ancient saint of the Yi family, Yi Loi. Oh. So the forgetting emotion ancient saint is indeed the protector of Yicheng Shui. If this young man lacks a protector behind him, he is doomed today. Just wait and see. With the forgetting emotion ancient saint's appearance, the background and identity of this young man will soon be unveiled. At that moment, as the warriors anticipated, Yi Luai had already landed beside Yicheng Shui. And Yicheng Shui was taken aback, not expecting her relative to appear at such a time. There was a rule within the Yi family that the protectors of the family members should not interfere unless in life-threatening situations. Yi Luoi's expression turned icy, the chilling intent of murder locking onto Chu Luo. How wicked this little beast is. Yi Luoi pondered for a moment before striking her palm against Yicheng Shui's back. And Yicheng Shui was somewhat puzzled. "Shui, do not move. This little beast has just stealthily cast a most venomous technique within your body." Yi Luoi spoke coldly. "What?" Yicheng Shui's face paled, and she then looked at Chu Luo, her gaze filled with resentment and murderous intent. Chu Luo sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yi Luoi. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, a smile graced his lips. This was precisely the essence of the moment. The familiar formula, the recognizable flavor. It seemed he could almost detect the scent of protective instincts. However, what astonished Chu Luo was that the bloodthirsty dark poison, a technique so covert, had been uncovered by the ancient witch Yiluai. Thus, with a fleeting thought, Chu Luo discreetly detonated the bloodthirsty dark poison he had implanted within Yi Qingshue's body. Boom. Just as Yiluai was about to completely eradicate the silent, mysterious force within Yi Qingxue, the residual strange energy suddenly erupted. It transformed into bizarre patterns, merging into Yi Qingshue's qi. Yi Qingshue's face turned ashen in an instant, releasing a piercing scream. A wave of intense pain surged from the depths of her soul. Fortunately, Yiluai had just managed to eliminate a significant portion of the unactivated forbidden technique's enigmatic power. Otherwise, Yi Qingxue would have perished on the spot. It was a forbidden technique. You little beast, you belong to the forbidden sect. Yiluai's expression tightened as she sensed the eruption of that strange forbidden power within Yi Qingxue. She turned her gaze sharply towards Chu Luo, her murderous intent palpable. What? This brat is a disciple of the forbidden sect. Good heavens, he can't possibly be the direct disciple of the forbidden sect. Chu Luo, can he? It must be him. Only that audacious fellow would dare to strike at someone from the ancient aristocratic families. Indeed, he must be Chu Luo without a doubt. I heard that he even dared to slay the grandson of the supreme emperor of the Wang family. TSK. The recent imperial war was ignited solely by this young man. The assembled martial artists regarded Chu Luo with expressions of awe, as if he were a creature of legend. Chu Luo shrugged, revealing an innocuous smile, and addressed Yiluai, "Fairy sister, I find myself at a loss to comprehend your words. Do not presume that because you are an ancient sage of the Yi family, you can slander me at will. As a disciple of the forbidden sect, I pride myself on being honorable and upright. How could I possibly resort to such insidious, nefarious, and despicable tactics? Old woman, fairy sister, do not cast such unfounded accusations upon me." In that moment, no one noticed. In her sleeve, Chu Luo concealed a blood-red jade token within her palm. Humph. Yiluai snorted coldly, her hand abruptly exerting force upon Yi Qingxue. A terrifying surge of power coursed into Yi Qingshue's body. In the next instant, Yi Qingshuo gasped for breath, her pallid face gradually regaining its color. Yiluai swiftly withdrew her hand. A strange, blood-red energy was extracted from Yi Qingshuo by Yiluai. Yi Qingshuo let out a sigh of relief. Yiluai's delicate hand caressed Yi Qingshue's face, instantly restoring the swollen side of her cheek, bruised by Chu Luo's strike, to its former state. However, the tooth that had been knocked out by Chu Luo had yet to regrow. End of the clan, incapacitate him, but do not kill him. I wish to torment him thoroughly. Yi Qingshue's eyes brimmed with resentment and malice as she pointed at Chu Luo and exclaimed fiercely. Yiluai nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes glinting with murderous intent as she coldly remarked, "At such a tender age, your disposition is already so malevolent. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the forbidden sect. I shall spare your life, lest it be said that I, the Holy One, bully the weak. However, I will strip you of your cultivation as punishment." Upon hearing Yiluai's words, Chu Luo inwardly scoffed at her audacity. How brazen! Is this not the very definition of bullying the weak? This old woman possesses an astonishingly thick skin. Moreover, who truly embodies malice? Boom. Yiluai's gaze sharpened. An overwhelming holy might surged forth, bearing down upon Chu Luo. Brother Chu. The countenance of the spirit calculator behind Chu Luo changed dramatically. He pondered anxiously about why his master had yet to make an appearance. Yiluai had descended, and it was inconceivable that the elders within the pavilion were unaware. Just as the surrounding warriors believed that Chu Luo was surely doomed this time. Chu Luo immediately raised the blood-red jade token in her hand, crying out in terror, "Master, help me. Someone is bullying your disciple." Boom. The blood-red jade token in Chu Luo's grasp emitted a dazzling crimson light. Following that, an unparalleled imperial might instantaneously envelop the entire city of Tianji. Countless powerful beings within Tianji city, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of this imperial presence, collectively knelt down. The overwhelming imperial pressure. Hiss, which supreme emperor has descended? In other parts of Tianji city, numerous warriors gazed in astonishment, their expressions filled with dread as they looked towards the direction of Chu Luo. At this moment, within the scene, Yi Luo Yi's aura, which contained hidden strength, was instantly shattered by this terrifying imperial pressure. Wretched being, how dare you bully my beloved disciple? Above Chu Luo's head, a blood-red phantom materialized, revealing the avatar of the Shadow Crow Emperor. The Emperor's gaze sharpened as he directed a fierce rebuke at Yi Luoi. Emperor. Both Yi Luoi and Yi Qingsnou's expressions shifted dramatically, particularly Yi Qingsnou, who was utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that this forbidden sect disciple before her would possess the protection of a mighty emperor. Boom. And, in the brief moment of Yi Luoyi's distraction, the Shadow Crow Emperor's avatar suddenly struck out with a palm toward her from afar. The force of this strike, meticulously controlled by the emperor, sent Yi Luoyi flying through the air. Witnessing this scene, Chu Luo erupted into laughter. The protective value bestowed by his emperor master surged by 10,000. At that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence. Countless martial artists present gazed at the emperor's avatar hovering above Chu Luo, swallowing hard. Indeed, as the rumors had suggested, the Shadow Crow Emperor was fiercely protective of his disciples. Today, they finally witnessed it firsthand. Even the emotionless ancient saint of the primal Yi clan was sent flying with a single slap. Truly, a testament to the quality of a master reflects upon their disciple. Behind Chu Luo, the diviner finally sighed in relief, accompanied by a genuine sense of envy towards her. A grand scoundrel and a petty rascal. My cherished disciple shall not be bullied by you. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow cast a cold glance at Yi Qingxue and unleashed a torrent of curses. Under the Emperor's icy gaze, Yi Qingxue felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her breath caught in her throat, and she involuntarily stepped back. Simultaneously, the overwhelming authority of the Shadow Crow Emperor surged forth with astonishing speed, reaching the Tiangong Pavilion. Outside the Tiangong city, in the void, an elderly man with white hair bore a grim expression. Accompanying him was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, known as Yuswanzi, a prodigy of the Tiangong Pavilion. Had it not been for Yuswanzi surpassing the age of 25, he would undoubtedly hold a prominent position on the prodigy list. The elder beside Yuswanzi was his master, the 8th elder of Tiangong Pavilion, the ancient sage of spirit transformation. Yi Qingxue had been summoned as a protector by Yuswanzi. Upon her arrival in Tiangong City, both the ancient sage of spirit transformation and Yuswanzi had noticed that the ancient sage's pressure, emitted when Yi Luoyi descended, was secretly intercepted by the ancient sage. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the pavilion would have been alerted to the presence of an ancient sage. However, the imperial might of the Shadow Crow Emperor was beyond the capacity of a single ancient sage to withstand. Master, what shall we do now? Yuswanzi furrowed his brow and inquired. The pavilion master and the elders must have noticed this as well. Let us go? The ancient sage of spirit transformation pondered for a moment before waving his hand, leading Yuswanzi out of the void. Within the Tiangong Pavilion, a refined middle-aged man was engaged in discussion with several elders in a grand hall. This elegant man was the pavilion master, the ancient sage of Tianyu. The elders present were the senior members of the Tiangong Pavilion, including the master of Yuswanzi, the ancient sage of mystery. Suddenly, the gathering was interrupted as everyone sprang to their feet, astonishment etched on their faces. Pavilion master, this imperial might belongs to the Shadow Crow Emperor of the Forbidden Sect. The ancient sage of mystery sensed the familiar presence and quickly addressed the pavilion master. He recalled that when Chu Luo arrived at the Tiangong Pavilion, the Shadow Crow Emperor had bestowed upon him a jade token. Now, with the Emperor's pressure manifesting in Tiangong City, it was likely that Chu Luo was in peril. Let us go and meet the Shadow Crow Emperor. The pavilion master of Tianyu nodded slightly, rising from his seat and vanishing in a single step. The elders promptly followed suit. Back in Tiangong City, after being struck and sent sprawling by the Shadow Crow Emperor, Yi Luoyi staggered to her feet amidst the gazes of numerous martial artists. The two towering snow-capped mountains bore the marks of her disgrace. At that moment, the crowd was collectively taken aback, for Yi Luoyi now bore a resemblance to Yi Qingxue earlier. Half of her exquisitely crafted visage was reddened and swollen. A glaring palm print seared into her cheek. The searing pain brought her immense humiliation. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists present could not help but twitch their lips. Did these master and disciple not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? No wonder both remained single. You, Shadow Crow Emperor, do you truly wish to wage war against my Yi family? Yi Luoyi exclaimed, both startled and furious, addressing the Shadow Crow Emperor. Heh, the grand scoundrel retorted. What are you to speak to me in such a manner? Boom. The Shadow Crow Emperor laughed coldly, his gaze locking onto the just risen Yi Luoyi, who was instantly subdued by the Emperor's oppressive might, kneeling before him. And war? How would that concern me? Just days ago, my forbidden sect engaged in a skirmish with the Wang family. What is it? Do you wish to generously offer one or two of your Yi family members to entertain our esteemed ancestor, Zhang Yu? Do not think that because you hail from the Yi family, I would refrain from ending your life. That last strike was merely to grant your family some face. Otherwise, Would you still have the breath to converse with me? The Shadow Crow Emperor chuckled as he regarded the kneeling Yi Luoyi, feeling the murderous intent emanating from the Emperor. Yi Luoyi was drenched in cold sweat. Great Emperor, please do not be angered. At that moment, two figures materialized before Yi Luoyi and Yi Qingxue. These were the ancient sage of spirit transformation and Yu Xuanzi, who had been lurking in the void of Tiangong City. Upon their appearance, the crowd erupted into a flurry of commotion. The ancient sage of spirit transformation stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the Shadow Crow Emperor. Heh, old fellow. Have you finally decided to show yourself after hiding for so long? Had my cherished disciple been harmed by this wretch, even if Tiangong Pavilion intervened, you would have found it difficult to escape my wrath. The Shadow Crow Emperor's phantom cast a sidelong glance at the ancient sage of spirit transformation, his gaze dark and profound. Upon hearing this, all the powerful figures present exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chu Luo also comprehended the implications behind her master's words. No wonder the higher-ups of the Tianji Pavilion had delayed their arrival. It turned out this old fellow was secretly orchestrating things. Chu Luo noticed the Yu Xuanzi beside the Ling Yin ancient saint and discreetly conveyed a message to the Ling Xuanzi beside him, saying, Ling Xiong, will that individual also participate in your Tianjizi selection tomorrow? At that moment, Ling Xuanzi finally comprehended why his master had yet to arrive. Observing the duo of Ling Yin ancient saint and his disciple, he subtly nodded and replied through thought transmission, Chu Xiong, this person is named Yu Xuanzi, a disciple of the 8th Elder. It seems that Yi Qingxue is indeed an external aid invited by Yu Xuanzi. Although Yu Xuanzi has not made it onto the talented one's ranking due to his age, his prowess should not be underestimated. Chu Luo revealed an innocent smile and nodded, mentally noting the presence of the Yu Xuanzi. Since the other party was also one of the competitors, it would indeed simplify matters. The Great Emperor jested. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the Great Emperor's avatar, I naturally understood that young friend Chu would be unharmed, hence refraining from intervening in the matters of the Great Emperor. However, Great Emperor, the forgetting emotion ancient sage is a member of the Yi family. Should she fall within our heavenly machine pavilion, we would find it difficult to explain to the Yi family. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Ling Yin ancient sage's eyes as he respectfully addressed the Shadow Crow Great Emperor. At this moment, behind Ling Yin ancient sage stood Yi Qingxue and Yi Luoyi, both of whom dared not utter a word. Even though they harbored boundless resentment and fury within, they could only suppress it for the time being, fearing that Shadow Crow Great Emperor might take their lives. The Shadow Crow Great Emperor scoffed, seemingly indifferent to the words of Ling Yin ancient sage. Ha ha ha, the Shadow Crow Great Emperor remarked, with the manifestation of my avatar, we have failed to offer a proper welcome. I hope for your forgiveness. At that moment, a faint laughter resonated through the air, and then several figures appeared out of thin air, descending before the crowd. It was the master of Heavenly Jade Pavilion, along with several senior elders from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. To everyone's astonishment, they had personally come forth. The whispers of the surrounding people filled the air. Chu Luo's gaze settled upon the leader of the Tianyu Pavilion. Is he truly the master of Tianyu Pavilion? Chu Luo had previously only heard of the lord of the Tiangui Pavilion, but had never encountered him in person. The lord of the Tiangui exclaimed. Were it not for my avatar's absence, my dear disciple would have fallen victim to these two wretches today. Moreover, has your 8th elder accepted some form of compensation from that woman, Yi Luoyi? Before my avatar arrived, this old fellow merely watched the spectacle without intervening. Just as I was delivering a well-deserved reprimand to that woman, your esteemed 8th elder conveniently stepped in. Tell me, old man, did that woman reward you with some nocturnal pleasures? The face of the Yin Crow Emperor shifted more rapidly than the turning of a page, his once imposing demeanor evaporating into a lewd and inquisitive expression directed at the Lingyan ancient sage. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The gathered crowd was astonished that a supreme emperor would utter such words. However, as they recalled earlier events, they wondered if the Lingyan ancient sage truly shared an intimate connection with Yi Luoyi. A flicker of gossip ignited in countless eyes as they gazed at the two, whose expressions were as grim as if they had consumed something foul. Behind the Yin Crow Emperor, Chu Luo struggled to suppress her laughter, silently giving her master a thumbs up. Such a clever maneuver. Although it was inappropriate to chastise the Lingyan ancient sage in the presence of so many high-ranking officials from Tiangui Pavilion, it was quite delightful to see him discomfort. Your Majesty, please do not jest. I assure you, my relationship with the forgetting emotion ancient sage is entirely innocent. This is merely a misunderstanding, The Lingyan ancient sage retorted through gritted teeth, suppressing his overwhelming fury. Yiluai, meanwhile, was nearly apoplectic with rage. Her gaze fixed on the Yin Crow Emperor and Chu Luo, her animosity reaching a boiling point. The newly arrived lord of the Tianyu Pavilion and the other elders present could only shake their heads in dismay. "Oh, Eighth Elder, why did you provoke this old scoundrel?" At that moment, the Xuanji ancient sage reflected on his life's most distressing moments. He struggled to keep his lips from curling into a smile. He had never seen eye to eye with the Lingyan ancient sage. Yet witnessing his humiliation at the hands of the Yin Crow Emperor brought him greater joy than his own disciple being selected as one of the Tiangui. Previously, the Xuanji ancient sage had believed that the Lingyan's choice of Chu Luo would lead to trouble, but now he wholeheartedly supported his disciple's decision. The lord of the Tianyu Pavilion, bemused, glanced at the Yuan Xuanzi and Yi Qing Snow before turning back to the Lingyan ancient sage, quickly piecing together the situation. However, as a senior elder of the Tiangui Pavilion, he did not wish to further embarrass his colleague. Thus, he addressed the Yin Crow Emperor with a respectful gesture. "Your Majesty, today indeed reflects our Tiangui Pavilion's oversight. However, since the two from the Yi family are our invited guests, they should be treated with the same regard as young friend Chu and Your Majesty. Furthermore, as our selection of Tiangui candidates approaches, I kindly ask for your leniency." With a mischievous grin, the Yin Crow Emperor replied, "Ah, Tianyu, your words are as sweet as honey. No wonder you were chosen by those old fogies. Very well. I shall grant your Tiangui Pavilion some face." With a wave of his hand, he dissipated the oppressive aura that had been bearing down on Yi Luoi. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the lord of the Tianyu Pavilion replied. "Eighth Elder, do hurry and escort the two from the Yi family to settle in Tianji City." "Yes, Pavilion Master." The Lingyan ancient sage took a deep breath and bowed, leading the resentful Yi Luoi and Yi Qing Snow away. However, just as Yi Qing Snow attempted to lead away the Tianlin horse, the Yin Crow Emperor cast a sidelong glance at her, a lewd smile creeping across his face. "Little girl, you bullied my dear disciple, and now think to leave so easily? I have taken a liking to that Tianlin horse. If you wish to reclaim it, have your old fellows from the Yi family come and ask me." Yi Qing Snow and Yi Luai erupted in indignation, yet they dared not voice their anger. Who was truly the bully here? The Yin Crow Emperor, unfazed by their expressions, cheerfully commanded, "My dear disciple, lead the horse." "Of course, master." Chu Luo revealed 8 gleaming white teeth, his smile more radiant than the brightest star. He scampered over to Yi Qingxue, grinning widely as he implored, "Fairy Yi, kindly release your grip from the reins of my steed." Yi Qingxue regarded Chu Luo with an expression of disdain, wishing fervently to peel away his audacious facade. "Swear," Yi Luai interjected, gently shaking his head at Yi Qingxue. "Humph." Yi Qingxue scoffed, reluctantly loosening her grasp on the reins before turning away with palpable reluctance. The Tianlin horse had been tamed by her for quite some time. Once tamed, it would remain loyal to its master for life. She refused to believe that Chu Luo could ever master it. Surely, the horse would return to her in due course. With that, Yi Qingxue departed alongside Yi Luoi. "He, the shadow of the Yin Emperor remarked, my dear disciple has just arrived at your Tianji Pavilion and has already been wronged. I am quite concerned. Therefore, my true self shall grace Tianji Pavilion tomorrow to protect my cherished disciple. You have no objections, I trust?" The pavilion master of Tianyu was taken aback, then responded with a respectful bow, "Ha ha ha, we eagerly await the emperor's arrival." The Yin Emperor nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Chu Luo, who was affectionately caressing the Tianlin horse, and said with a smile, "My dear disciple, should anyone dare to bully you again, do not hesitate to summon me. Furthermore, I entrust the care of my steed to you." The Yin Emperor winked at Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled broadly, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "All right. Rest assured, master." The ethereal figure of the Shadow Crow Emperor smiled faintly, gradually fading away under the gaze of countless onlookers. The oppressive aura of the Emperor that had pervaded the city of heavenly secrets dissipated alongside him. The surrounding martial artists sighed in relief, shakily rising from the ground, primarily due to their legs being numb from kneeling for so long. Tianyu and several elders from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion exchanged a deep glance with Chu Luo, a flicker of astonishment shimmering in their eyes. Subsequently, they, along with the other elders, turned and vanished from sight. "Disciple, make sure to get along well with young friend Chu. Young friend Chu, I entrust my disciple to you for tomorrow's selection by Tianjizi." The departing Xuanjizi called out to Ling Xuanzi. He then produced a celestial-grade spiritual herb from his hand, tossing it to Chu Luo with a cheerful smile. Chu Luo took the spiritual herb and discovered it was of heavenly grade. Immediately, he stowed it away and respectfully addressed the ancient sage of mysteries, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, that Ling Xiong will undoubtedly become one of the celestial seers." In truth, there was an unspoken thought lingering behind his words, should it not come to pass. Let it be as though he had never uttered it. The ancient sage of mysteries nodded in acknowledgement, then with a single step, vanished from sight. "Ling Xiong, I shall trouble you tomorrow," Ling Xuanzi said to Chu Luo, bowing respectfully with a smile. After today's events, Ling Xuanzi felt increasingly confident in Chu Luo's strength. After all, even Yu Qingxue, who was at the 5th realm of Taichu, had been struck by Chu Luo. One might wonder, among the top prodigies on the list, who could possibly rival Chu Luo? Such is the way of things. Chu Luo waved his hand, gazing at the magnificent Tianlin horse before him, growing increasingly fond of it. Suddenly, he paused, sensing several strands of murderous intent. Whirling around, he cast his eyes towards the source. In the distance, at the entrance of a tea house behind a crowd, 2 strikingly handsome youths were staring at him with piercing gazes. From their attire, Chu Luo instantly recognized them. The garments they wore were those of the Qian Valley and the Lingqing sect. Beside him, Ling Xuanzi also noted the change in Chu Luo's expression. Following his gaze, he was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he solemnly remarked, "Brother Chu, the individual from Qian Valley is Xiao Xinge, ranked 78th on the genius list. And the other is Zhao Kongming from Lingqing sect, ranked 86th. I never expected that these 2 would also be invited. This selection for our pavilion's Tianjizi is likely to be the most intense one in history." Chu Luo narrowed her eyes slightly, meeting the gaze of the 2 individuals in the distance, and revealed her signature harmless smile. Chu Luo felt that the people from Qian Valley and Lingqing sect were like flies in a dung pit, their presence ubiquitous. If these individuals dared to provoke him tomorrow, he would not hesitate to ensure that these 2 great factions would suffer the loss of 2 more prodigies. After all, his master would personally descend the following day. He was unafraid. Noticing the gazes directed at him by Chu Luo and his companion, Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming both let out a cold snort and turned to leave. "Xiao brother, I never expected to encounter that little wretch, Chu Luo here," Zhao Kongming exclaimed. "Our sect's higher-ups have issued orders for us, the direct disciples, to eradicate this little wretch from the forbidden sect if we encounter him outside." However, the speed Chu Luo displayed earlier was indeed frightening. Even Yi Qing Snow of the 5th realm of Taichu couldn't react in time. Recalling Chu Luo's terrifying speed, Zhao Kongming felt a sense of trepidation. Beside him, Xiao Xinge nodded slightly, pondering, "I did not anticipate that this little wretch, merely at the 1st realm of Taichu, could possess such terrifying swiftness. Qian Valley has similarly commanded us direct disciples to slay Chu Luo on sight." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming was momentarily taken aback, a smirk forming on his lips as he mused, "Xiao brother, how about we join forces tomorrow?" He continued, "I have heard that the first trial of the Tiangong Pavilion selection involves entering the secret realm of the Mingkong, created by the great emperor. Within that realm, we might have the opportunity to eliminate him." Xiao Xinge nodded in agreement, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. However, to ensure greater security, we could seek out some allies." "Who?" Zhao Kongming inquired, intrigued. "Xiao Xinge replied with a sinister grin, "The enemy of our enemy is naturally our ally. The ancient Yi family, Yi Qing Snow. Additionally, I have heard that someone from the Tiangong Pavilion has invited the prodigy from the Wang family, Wang Xiaojia, to serve as a protector in battle." At these words, Zhao Kongming's eyes brightened, and he too revealed a devious smile. Watching the 2 depart, Chu Luo merely curled his lip. "Ling brother, let us find an inn to settle down for the time being." Chu Luo grasped the reins of the Tianlin horse and addressed Ling Xuanzi, "Very well. Brother Chu, please follow me. Let us visit the Tianxiang Pavilion. It is the finest establishment in Tianji City." Ling Xuanzi eagerly invited. Chu Luo slightly nodded. Just as she intended to lead the Tianlin horse away, the creature suddenly halted, letting out a piercing neigh. It seemed to resist her command, tossing its head from side to side, attempting to break free from her grip. "Oh, you wretched beast! You dared not defy me when my master was present. Why do you now choose to resist me?" she exclaimed. "Will you accompany me or not?" Chu Luo rolled up his sleeves and flashed a grin at the Tianlin horse. "Roar." The Tianlin horse responded with a thunderous bellow, its voice imbued with a hint of draconic resonance. Truly, it was a creature with a trace of dragon lineage. However, in the next moment, the Tianlin horse found itself on the receiving end of a hefty slap from Chu Luo, almost toppling over. Before one could discern when it happened, a spirit sword appeared in Chu Luo's hand, poised against the horse's neck. Leaning closer to the Tianlin horse's ear, he whispered with a smirk, "O dear steed, do not take offense. You are but a delicacy in the realm of mortals. Steamed, fried, braised, or stewed, choose your fate." With a chuckle, he continued, "I know well that as a spirit beast, with your divine soul cultivation, you must have awakened your intelligence." Upon hearing this, the Tianlin horse fell silent, its large eyes reflecting panic and fear. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the Tianlin horse suddenly knelt, lowering itself to the ground. It reached out to tug at Chu Luo's garment, indicating its willingness for him to mount. Witnessing this scene, many formidable figures in attendance took a long while to comprehend the situation. Was it not said that once a Tianlin horse was tamed, it would recognize only one master for life? Heh, Chu Luo chuckled. You certainly have some sense. Chu Luo smiled as she sheathed her spiritual sword. She gracefully seated herself upon the saddle of the Tianlin steed. Let us go, dear spirit. Holding the reins, Chu Luo smiled at the still-dazed Ling Xuanzi. Oh, splendid. Brother Chu, follow me. Upon regaining his composure, Ling Xuanzi took the lead, while Chu Luo leisurely followed on his celestial steed. Onlookers regarded the departing duo with a sense of oddity and discomfort, as if Ling Xuanzi of the Tianji Pavilion resembled nothing more than a mere groom to Chu Luo. Not far away, in a quainton's loft, a young maiden adorned in a golden gown sat by the window, observing Chu Luo atop the heavenly steed, a faint smile gracing her lips. This young lady, with ruby-red lips and pearly teeth, possessed enchanting eyes and a delicately sculpted visage as if fashioned by divine hands. 3,000 strands of silken hair cascaded down to her waist, an embodiment of breathtaking beauty. Indeed, Chu Luo was as audacious as the rumors suggested. However, witnessing Yi Qingshuang being outmatched by him brought her a sense of delight, as she smiled softly. Beside her stood a man clad in white. Captivated by the brilliance of her smile, feeling as though the world around him dimmed in comparison, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his depths. This man, known as Ling Xuzi, ranked 101st among the prodigies of the Tianji Pavilion. As for the enchanting maiden, she was none other than Jiang Luoli, the formidable protector he had invited. When he had extended the invitation to Jiang Luoli, he never anticipated her acceptance as his guardian. What shall we do if we encounter this Chu Luo tomorrow? Ling Xuzi pondered, furrowing his brow in concern. His previous speed is something I cannot hope to match. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Jiang Luoli's lips curled into a smile as she reassured him. Fear not, my friend Ling. Should we cross paths with Chu Luo? I shall handle him with ease. Then I shall rely upon you, Miss Jiang, Ling Xuzi replied, a knowing smile crossing his face as he felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Chu Luo struck Yi Qingxue, and the Shadow Crow Emperor's manifestation arrived, fiercely protecting his kin and reprimanding the emotionless ancient sage. This incident swiftly spread, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, echoing throughout the entire Tianji city. Under the guidance of the spirit calculator, Chu Luo soon arrived at the bustling heart of Tianji city. A grand tavern came into view, which was none other than the finest establishment in Tianji city, Tianxiang Pavilion. As Chu Luo rode the Tianlin steed, he and Ling Xuanzi had just arrived before the Tianxiang Tower. The surrounding pedestrians, upon seeing Chu Luo and his magnificent steed, instantly gathered in awe. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. It is Chu Luo. Who would have thought he would come to Tianxiang Tower? He is a disciple of the great emperor and has even dared to offend the Yi family. With such status and strength, what issue could he possibly have residing here? Well, it's not that he has a problem, but perhaps you are unaware. The one he slapped, Fairy Yi, is also staying at Tianxiang Tower. Oh, I see. But that's not all. It is rumored that Bai Xuanzi has invited the prodigy from the ancient Wang family, Wang Xiaojie. Some have even claimed to have seen Wang Xiaojie within the confines of Tianxiang Tower. Chu Luo previously incurred the wrath of the Wang family and the forbidden sect by slaying the grandson of the Jinxie Great Emperor, which ignited an imperial conflict. What do you suppose will transpire when all those whom Chu Luo has offended gather in the same establishment? If a conflict were to arise, I can only imagine that Boss Lu of Tianxiang Tower would weep inconsolably in the restroom. These individuals are no trifling characters, and their backgrounds are far beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. The discussions of the onlookers reached the ears of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi. Ling Xuanzi, casting a glance at Chu Luo seated upon the steed, tentatively suggested, Brother Chu, shall we perhaps consider another establishment? There are more than just Tianxiang Tower and Tianji City. Chu Luo smiled faintly and said, Brother Ling, this tavern suits my taste perfectly. What is it? I traveled 1,000 miles to assist you, and you are reluctant to let me indulge in the delights of Tianxiang Tower? No, 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 Ling Xuanzi clarified. Brother Chu has misunderstood. I merely fear that your presence might cause some discomfort, especially since Yi Qingxue is also residing at Tianxiang Tower. Chu Luo shrugged and waved her hand, saying, rest assured, as long as we are not awkward, it is others who will feel awkward. Let's go. As Chu Luo dismounted and led the Tianlin horse towards the Tianxiang pavilion, a rotund middle-aged man with a protruding belly suddenly rushed out from within. Upon seeing Chu Luo and the majestic Tianlin horse behind him, his expression fell instantly. How could this scourge have arrived at his establishment? This corpulent figure was none other than Lu Shoucai, the proprietor of Tianxiang Pavilion. Boss Lu, please prepare a splendid guest room for my esteemed friend, Chu. With a deft flick of his wrist, Ling Xuanzi produced several heavy bags of spirit stones. The sight of these weighty stones made Lu Shoucai gulp nervously. However, as if recalling something, he rubbed his hands together, a contrite look crossing his face. Master Ling, your timing is unfortunate. All the guest rooms are currently occupied. Perhaps, Master Ling, you could accompany this esteemed Chu to another establishment? Ling Xuanzi turned to Chu Luo, inquiring about his opinion. Upon hearing the proprietor declare that there were no available rooms, Chu Luo was about to suggest to Ling Xuanzi that they seek accommodations elsewhere. Just then, a martial artist strode past them and entered the Tianxiang Tower. Young lad, prepare a splendid guest room for me, and accompany it with fine wine and exquisite dishes. Certainly, esteemed guest, came the cheerful response of the waiter. A room was arranged, and a table laden with sumptuous food and drink was soon prepared within the bustling tavern. Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi's gazes swiftly converged upon Lu Shoucai. Lu Shoucai, I shall promptly dismiss the waiter from earlier. Chu Luo broke into a smile, instantly comprehending Lu Shoucai's intentions. Ahem, young Master Ling and young Master Chu. Allow me to explain. Lu Shoucai had yet to finish his words. Chu Luo seized the pouch of spiritual stones from Ling Xuanzi's grasp and stuffed it into Lu Shoucai's arms, simultaneously handing him the reins. With one arm wrapped around Lu Shoucai, she leaned in close to his ear and said coolly, take good care of my horse. If it runs away, I shall break your legs. Also, my horse does not eat grass. It only consumes spiritual herbs, so manage that accordingly. Having delivered her commands, Chu Luo strode confidently into the Tianxiang building. Ling Xuanzi glanced at Lu Shoucai, who stood there in a daze, and shook his head in resignation before following Chu Luo. Lu Shoucai, staring at the spiritual stones in his embrace, displayed a smile that was more lamentable than tears. It was unclear whether he was crying or laughing. Perhaps he was experiencing a bittersweet joy. Upon entering the Tianxiang Tower, Chu Luo indeed sensed a familiar aura emanating from one of the guest rooms. It seemed that this particular room belonged to Yi Qingxue. However, a formidable barrier had been established at the door, exuding an air of sanctity. Furthermore, Chu Luo detected the presence of powerful restrictions at the doors of several other guest rooms as well. It appeared that the selection of Tianjizi by the Tianjai tomorrow would not be as straightforward as Chu Luo had anticipated. The arrival of Chu Luo left several diners present in a state of astonishment. However, Chu Luo paid no heed to these onlookers. Lu Shoucai, with utmost courtesy, arranged an exquisite feast for both Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, personally attending to their needs, anxious not to offend this living embodiment of authority. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chu Luo bid farewell to Ling Xuanzi, who returned to the Tiangui Pavilion. Once Ling Xuanzi departed, Chu Luo intended to retreat to his guest room for rest. However, upon recalling that Yu Qingxue was also present in the Tianxiang building, he instructed Lu Shoucai to escort him to the backyard where the Tianlin horses were nurtured. The forbidden supreme art, to bind beasts and imprison spirits. Chu Luo executed a forbidden technique on the Tianlin horse. Among the 1,000 forbidden arts, this particular skill, beast binding and spirit capturing, is specifically designed to subdue spiritual beasts, whether it be the formidable spiritual beasts that have taken on human form, or the even more powerful dragon and phoenix clans. Once ensnared by this technique, they are doomed to be eternally controlled by the practitioner. Not even an emperor can easily break free from its grasp. Chu Luo was uncertain about the origin of this particular technique, attributed to some obscure figure. Nevertheless, it was precisely what he needed at this moment. He chuckled, you shall never return to the Yi family. Stray from my side, and you shall meet your demise. Just follow me with complete assurance. With a gentle smile, Chu Luo affectionately patted the head of the Tianlin horse. After consuming a sacred longevity pill, she turned and returned to her chamber. The Tianlin horse sensed a connection with its spirit and lowered its head, gazing at the inferior mortal-grade spiritual herbs in the trough. Shaking its head repeatedly, its once vibrant eyes now appeared listless and devoid of energy. Upon returning to her chamber, Chu Luo firmly closed the door. To ensure utmost security, she summoned the avatar of the Shadow Crow Emperor using a jade token. She instructed the avatar to establish protective wards within her room. With the divine wards personally laid by her esteemed master, she felt a profound sense of safety. Chu Luo harbored no fear of that old woman Yi Loi, launching a covert ambush under the cover of night. Once the avatar of the Shadow Crow Emperor vanished, Chu Luo entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in another room of the Tianxiang Tower, Yi Snow learned of Chu Luo's presence within the establishment. Why not discreetly eliminate that Chu Luo? She is utterly intolerable, Yi Snow declared fiercely, recalling the humiliation she had suffered earlier that day, wishing she could flay Chu Luo alive. Sitting beside her, Yi Luoyi wore a dark expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an endless murderous intent. Swear, that little wretch is far too cautious. He summoned that old crow, personally setting up a barrier in his room. Leaving me powerless, Yi Luoyi replied coldly. Not long ago, when she probed Chu Luo's room with her spirit, she was met with a formidable and haunting force of restriction. Had she not swiftly withdrawn her consciousness, that power would have likely ensnared her. Are we simply to let this go? Yi Snow asked, momentarily taken aback and filled with reluctance. Yi Luoyi snorted softly, narrowing her eyes. How could that be possible? This little wretch, along with that old crow, has dared to humiliate us so thoroughly. I will never allow this to pass without retribution. By the way, did that diviner not mention that the first trial will take place in the secret realm crafted by those old geezers at the Tianji Pavilion tomorrow? I heard that the Wang family's prodigy, Wang Xiaojia, has also been invited as a guardian by the Tianji Pavilion. You might consider teaming up with Wang Xiaojia to deal with that little wretch. I'm sure he would be more than willing to ally with you. As for that old crow, you need not worry. I shall return to my family now and summon an esteemed ancestor of the emperor level. By then, even if you slay that little wretch, the old crow will not be able to harm you. Yi No nodded, a glint of venomous intent flashing in her eyes. A tranquil night passed quietly. The following morning, within his guest room, Chu Luo was enveloped in a radiant golden light. Chu Luo slowly opened her eyes, and the radiance enveloping her suddenly dissipated. Chu Luo stretched lazily and rose to open the door. The barrier within the room dissipated accordingly. Chu Luo stepped out of the room and sensed that the prohibitions of several guest rooms from the previous day had vanished. The guest rooms were now vacant, including the one occupied by Yi Snow. It seemed that these individuals had all hurried off to the Tianji Pavilion. Thus, Chu Luo swiftly made his way to the backyard, where he beheld the Tianlin horse, munching on spiritual herbs, and a smile spread across his face. Chu Luo sprang up and mounted the celestial unicorn. Just as he was poised to embark on his journey, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. This person was none other than Yi Snow. What have you done to my celestial unicorn? Yi Snow glared at Chu Luo, her voice laced with indignation. Not long ago, she had intended to set off for the heavenly machine pavilion, but upon seeing a young attendant carrying a bundle of spiritual herbs into the backyard, she followed him and, to her surprise, discovered her celestial unicorn. Yi Snow initially planned to lead the unicorn away, only to find that it obstinately refused to accompany her. In fact, the celestial unicorn nearly harmed her in its resistance. Miss Yi, what makes you think your celestial unicorn would deign to respond to your call? Chu Luo smiled broadly, her expression radiant as she addressed Yi No. Humph. This unruly creature, the Tianlin horse, was originally my cousin Yiming's steed. He later gifted it to me. And should you fail to recognize your place and return it, you shall await your doom when my cousin Yiming emerges from his seclusion. Yi No retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of Yiming from the Yi family. He was renowned as the strongest prodigy, ranked among the top 10 on the Young Talents list, famously known as the Young God King. She never anticipated that this foolish horse beneath her was once the mount of the Young God King Yiming. She smirked, fair lady Yi. It seems that my palm strike yesterday did not instill in you a sense of propriety. With your beauty, it appears today shall be a spectacle indeed. Chu Luo smiled, her eyes shimmering with a frosty glint. Gradually, she raised her hand. Yi Snow was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of apprehension crossing her beautiful eyes. She too harbored intentions of eliminating Chu Luo right then and there. However, upon further reflection, she realized that her clan's matriarch was absent. Should this little wretch summon the Shadow Crow Emperor, she would find herself without a protector. Humph. Just you wait. Yuqing's nose scoffed coldly, turning on her heel and leaping towards the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Chu Luo had indeed intended to eliminate Yi Qingxue just moments ago. However, after invoking the Jade token yesterday to summon his master for the purpose of establishing a barrier, the token had shattered. The power that his master had imbued within the Jade had been completely exhausted. Upon reflecting on the presence of Yuqing Snow and the old woman Yi Luo beside her, Chu Luo restrained himself from taking action. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Luo had departed from Tianji City the previous night. Let us proceed, foolish steed. As Chu Luo tugged on the reins, the celestial steed soared into the sky, ascending towards the immense floating island above Tianji City. Watching the departure of this living embodiment of death, Lu Shouzai from Tianxiang Tower sank into his chair, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The previous night had been fraught with anxiety, fearing that Chu Luo, this living harbinger of doom, would once again clash with Yu Qingxing. Now, it seemed that these calamity bringers had finally taken their leave. Before long, Chu Luo, astride the celestial steed, arrived at the floating island of Tianji Pavilion. The sight before him left him momentarily stunned. All around the floating island, countless disciples of Tianji Pavilion stood in attendance. At the center of the largest floating island's plaza floated several smaller islands, each adorned with a stone chair. Seated upon these chairs were imposing figures radiating an aura of sanctity. Tianji Pavilion's leader, Tian Yu, along with the 9 esteemed elders, occupied the central seats. Additionally, there were ancient sages from other prominent factions present. Gathered in the plaza were nearly 2,000 formidable individuals. Among them, half were young disciples of Tianji Pavilion, while the other half comprised youthful powerhouses from various other factions. It was evident that these individuals, akin to Chu Luo, were invited external reinforcements by the outstanding talents of Tianji Pavilion. Ah, that is the celestial steed. Chu Luo has arrived. Wait, is that really Chu Luo? I heard he faced off against Yu Qingxing in Tianji City yesterday. The celestial steed he rides was seized from Yu Qingxing. Haha, I was present at the scene yesterday. Not only did he take Yu Qingxing's celestial steed, but he also struck her with a slap. And when the ancient sage of unrestrained emotions appeared to reprimand him, this sly one summoned his imperial master, and even the sage received a slap in return. Indeed, Yu Qingxing should have known better than to provoke him. It said this fellow dares to slay even the grandson of the evil suppressing emperor of the Wang clan. Who would have thought he would be considered an external aid? If we encounter him in the arena, let us keep our distance. Exactly. It is rumored that this individual kills without hesitation and spares no one. As nearly 2,000 spectators raised their gazes, captivated by the celestial steed, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Some cast their eyes towards a particular direction, where Yu Qingxing wore a grim expression, her delicate hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh, a clear indication of her deep-seated animosity towards Chu Luo. At that moment, Chu Luo, suspended in the air, became the focal point of attention. Even the numerous figures on the smaller floating islands directed their gazes towards him. Chu Luo, upon the back of the celestial steed, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The discussions among the crowd reached his ears. What a farce! When had he ever devoured anyone? And without salt? How could one possibly consume anything? Just then, Chu Luo sensed several chilling intentions directed at him. Following this malevolent aura, he noticed figures on 3 of the floating islands regarding him with icy disdain and subtle murderous intent. Among them were 2 elderly men he recognized well. Both were familiar faces from Qian Valley, the ancient sage Yin Jun, and from Lingqing's sect, the ancient sage Lan Qing. As for the remaining ancient sage, without needing to ponder, Chu Luo could easily deduce that this old fellow must originate from the Wang family. Chu Luo's conjecture proved to be accurate. The remaining ancient sage, who harbored murderous intent towards him, hails from the Wang family, revered in the outside world as the ancient sage of extreme heaven. So he is Chu Luo, is he? The ancient sage of extreme heaven fixed his gaze upon Chu Luo, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The patriarch of the Wang family has issued a decree. Since the old-timers of the Forbidden Sect are not easily dealt with for the time being, they shall instead eradicate the younger generation of the Forbidden Sect. The prodigies of the Wang family are to ensure the annihilation of any prodigy encountered from the Forbidden Sect. Chu Luo cast a fleeting glance at the ancient saints from the 3 major powers who regarded him with murderous intent. Then, with a playful smile, he mounted his celestial steed and descended upon the square. Foolish horse, find some grass to graze upon. Just wait for me. Chu Luo dismounted and gently patted the head of the Tianlin horse. The Tianlin horse shook its head and galloped off into the distance, heading towards another floating island to graze. Brother Chu. At that moment, Ling Xuanzi, who had been in the square, approached Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled lightly and exchanged a few pleasantries with Ling Xuanzi. At that moment, Chu Luo's attention was suddenly drawn to Yi Qingxue. Beside her stood a strikingly handsome young man, who gazed at him with a subtle smile. However, within the depths of the young man's eyes glimmered a faint, chilling light. Chu Luomei furrowed her brows. No, is this fellow unwell? It seems I have not offended him in any way. Ling, who is that person? Chu Luo inquired. Ling Xuanzi was momentarily taken aback, following Chu Luo's gaze and noticing Yi Qingxue, along with the young man beside her. Brother Chu, that individual is the external aide summoned by our esteemed Tianjiao, by Quanzi. It is Wang Xiaojie from the ancient royal family. Ling Xuanzi whispered. Chu Luo nodded slightly, a smile breaking across his face. So they are from the Wang family. That explains everything. He then raised both middle fingers towards Yu Qingxing and Wang Xiaojie, before turning away, choosing to ignore them. Wang Xiaojie's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a frosty light as he calmly remarked, "Is he indeed Chu Luo? Miss he?" Yu Qingxing's face was equally cold as she affirmed, "Indeed, it is this little beast. His methods are rather peculiar and should not be underestimated. Young Master Wang, we must join forces to eliminate him in the first trial of the secret realm. Otherwise, my resentment will remain unresolved." Wang Xiaojie scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. Huh, Miss Yi, he is merely at the initial stage of the primordial realm. There is no need for such complications. If we encounter him in the secret realm, I alone shall suffice. Yu Qingxing glanced at Wang Xiaojie, choosing not to press the matter further. She had initially shared his belief, but after enduring that strike from Chu Luo, her perspective had shifted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Haha. It seems this emperor has not arrived too late. At that moment, a formidable imperial aura enveloped the heavens. A voice echoed from the celestial expanse, followed by the sudden appearance of a towering crimson figure in the void. Hiss! It was the Shadow Crow Emperor. The Shadow Crow Emperor had indeed descended in person. Upon recognizing the visitor, all eyes in the square turned towards Chu Luo. With a subtle smile gracing Chu Luo's lips, the expressions of the ancient sages, Yin Jun and Lan Qing, on the floating island darkened instantaneously. They had not anticipated that the ancient being, Enya, would deign to personally descend. This development posed significant trouble. Ha! Emperor Enya, please take your seat. Tian Yu rose and cordially invited the emperor. The imposing presence of Emperor Enya receded as he stepped forth, swiftly appearing upon a seat on the floating island. Crossing his legs with a smirk. Noticing the ancient sages Yin Jun and Lan Qing, he leered. What a pleasant surprise to encounter old acquaintances. Last time, you two managed to escape rather swiftly. I wonder if you can repeat that feat this time? Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the brows of Yin Jun and Lan Qing, their faces paling at the implication. Was this ancient being harboring intentions towards them? Tian Yu and the elders of the Tianji Pavilion silently shook their heads in dismay. Tian Yu then addressed the gathered crowd in the plaza, his voice resonating with authority. Now that everyone is present, I hereby announce the commencement of the Tianji selection process. This time, we shall select only 7 disciples from our esteemed pavilion. Those who successfully qualify as Tianji, along with their chosen guardians, shall gain entry to the Tianling pool. Furthermore, I must declare that during this selection, no disciple may harm their fellow brethren, lest they forfeit their eligibility. Should any grievances arise between guardians, the Tianji Pavilion shall remain impartial. However, if a guardian wishes to withdraw from participation, our powerful members will ensure their safety. Moreover, no external forces shall interfere with the Tianji selection. His proclamation stirred a wave of excitement throughout the plaza, particularly resonating with the powerful ancient sages from various top-tier factions present on the nearby floating islands. As Tian Yu's words settled, the 9 elders of the Tianji Pavilion rose, forming intricate seals with their hands. They pointed towards the skies above the plaza, and in an instant, a spatial portal emerged, revealing a vast world beyond. Tian Yu's gaze flickered as he addressed the 1,000 disciples of the Tianji Pavilion gathered in the plaza. Within the secret realm, there lie 100 unique divination stones, each divided into numerous fragments scattered throughout the expanse. Should you find even one fragment, it will guide you to the remaining pieces, allowing you to assemble a complete divination stone. Once you successfully deduce the secrets contained within, you shall advance to the next stage. If all 100 stones are deciphered, 100 individuals will progress, while the rest shall face failure. Now, go forth. The moment Tian Yu's command echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Chu Luo felt the intensity of the Tianjizi selection process was overwhelming. Most of the 1,000 disciples participating were core members, with only a few being direct disciples. The first stage would eliminate over 900 of them. Quickly, let us proceed. In an instant, as Chu Luo was momentarily lost in thought, several core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, accompanied by their summoned guardians, surged into the secret realm. Observing this, the remaining participants hastened to follow suit. Brother Chu, we should enter as well, lest we lose our advantage, urged Ling Xuanzi eagerly. Chu Luo nodded gently, and the two stepped forward, heading towards the entrance of the secret realm above them. Soon after, the floating island square was left desolate, devoid of any presence. Only the countless disciples from both the inner and outer sects remained on the surrounding floating islands, gazing upward at the secret realm. At the same time, Tian Yu, along with a multitude of elders and the ominous Crow Emperor, also lifted their heads, observing the actions of those within the secret realm. A hum resonated as a wave of ethereal spatial fluctuation emerged beneath the foot of a mountain range. The figures of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi quietly materialized. Chu Luo lifted his gaze, surveying the emptiness above, before casting a glance around his surroundings. With a hint of disappointment, he remarked, "It is astonishing that, akin to the Emperor's secret realm, your higher-ups have dispersed us into various locations within this mystical world." Ling Xuanzi nodded in agreement, his expression revealing a trace of disheartenment. "Brother Chu, it appears that fortune has not favored us. Upon our entrance, we have yet to encounter any fragments of the divination stone." Chu Luo smiled gently and reassured. "It's all right, Ling brother, rest assured, you will undoubtedly succeed in your advancement. By the way, Ling brother, where is the Tian Xuanzi from your Tianjij? I did not see him in the square earlier. Will he not participate in the selection for Tianxizi?" The celestial prodigy, as mentioned by Chu Luo, is none other than the illustrious Tian Xuanzi from the esteemed Tianji Pavilion, ranked 13th on the list of exceptional talents. The astute Ling Xuanzi chuckled softly and elucidated as they strolled together. "Dear brother Chu, you may be unaware, but our esteemed senior brother Tian Xuanzi, along with another remarkable figure from our pavilion, senior brother Shin Xuanzi, have already been designated as Tianjizi. They are currently in seclusion, thus exempt from this selection process." He continued. "In total, our Tianji Pavilion boasts 9 Tianjizi. Excluding the 2 predetermined slots, we are now selecting 7. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder he had not observed such a top-tier prodigy participating in the selection. It turns out the sect had already made arrangements for them. Suddenly, as Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi continued their animated conversation, a powerful surge of energy resonated from ahead. It appeared that a battle was underway. With excitement, Ling Xuanzi exclaimed, "Aha! The shards of the divination stone have indeed manifested. Come, let us stealthily approach and witness the spectacle." Chu Luo smiled broadly, donning the calculating device, and stealthily made her way towards the source of the combat disturbances. Soon, the two arrived behind a grand tree. They beheld a clearing ahead where 2 core disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, along with their respective external aides, were engaged in fierce battle. In the grasp of one disciple lay a shard of the divination stone, emitting a faint glow. These core disciples and their aides all possessed the cultivation of the spirit realm. It was a shard of the divination stone. To her astonishment, it was none other than junior brother Feng Yu who had obtained it first. "Brother Chu, since we have discovered the shard, shall we intervene and seize it?" Ling Xuanzi exclaimed in surprise, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Just as he was about to act, he was halted by Chu Luo, who said, Brother Ling, why the haste? Let them fight it out. Your other junior brother and his protector are no match for Feng Yu. Once they are done, we can deal with Feng more efficiently. Wouldn't that be simpler? Otherwise, if we intervene now and they join forces, it will require us to expend much more effort." Ling Xuanzi paused, nodding in agreement. Boom. On the battlefield, the core disciple Feng Yu repelled his opponent with a palm, sneering, "Junior brotherly, you are no match for me. Why waste your time here? If you persist, I shall not be courteous." Hearing this, the other core disciple's eyes flickered, displaying a hint of unwillingness. However, he could do nothing but concede. Feng Yu spoke wisely. Since he was not his match, why squander time? Thus, with a heavy heart, the disciple turned and departed with his protector. As Feng Yu watched them leave, joy illuminated his face upon gazing at the shard in his hand. Ha! Let us swiftly utilize this shard to locate the remaining pieces. The protector accompanying Feng Yu was a genius from a first-rate power. Though he had not made it onto the list of prodigies, he had nonetheless broken through to the 6th stage of the spirit realm at merely 30-something years of age. Indeed, just as Feng Yu prepared to follow the shard's guidance to search for the remaining pieces, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Gentlemen, please wait. We are here to rob you." Feng Yu was taken aback, and both he and his protector turned around, only to find their expressions changing dramatically in the next moment. Chu Luo, the cunning one, emerged slowly from behind the great tree, accompanied by the spirit calculator. Chu Luo, senior brother's spirit calculator. Feng Yu's expression shifted dramatically, his heart lamenting his misfortune. How did he happen to encounter Chu Luo? The prodigy from a first-rate force beside Feng Yu also became exceedingly tense. The exploits of Chu Luo have recently become the talk of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Within these realms, Chu Luo has acquired a moniker, the Slayer of the Talented rankings. The number of prodigies who have perished at his hands has nearly reached a significant count. Chu Luo smiled broadly, and an overwhelming force emanated from her being. In the next moment, sacred patterns appeared on her body, shimmering with golden light. Behind her, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Then, under the horrified gazes of Feng Yu and the Guardian, a towering golden Dharma form, over 100 feet tall, ascended majestically. The fierce countenance of the Vajra, the immovable one, was revealed. The terrifying power radiating from it struck even the diviner with awe. Is this not the Wang family's ultimate technique, the immovable one? He had witnessed Wang Lin perform it once in the Emperor's secret realm. Let us be friends, shall we? Hand over the fragments of the divination stone, and I shall safeguard them for you. If you prefer otherwise, I possess a modicum of knowledge in martial arts. Chu Luo extended his hand, curling his palm towards Feng Yu with an expression that radiated innocence. Confronted with such a terrifying martial technique from the outset, both Feng Yu and his accompanying guardian paled instantly. This formidable power was beyond their capacity to withstand. Reluctantly, Feng Yu cast the shards in his hand towards Chu Luo, accompanied by the guardian, turning to depart. Meanwhile, onlookers outside the secret realm beheld the majestic statue of the immovable king rising behind Chu Luo. Isn't that the Wang family's ultimate technique, the immovable king? Indeed, how could Chu Luo possess the Wang family's immovable king? Moreover, it appeared he wielded it with remarkable proficiency. The well-informed disciples of the Tianji Pavilion were left in utter astonishment. Many of them instinctively cast their gazes towards the ancient sage, Ji Tian, seated upon a stone chair. Not only the disciples of Tianji Pavilion, but even the master of Tianyu Pavilion and several elders from Tianji Pavilion were equally astonished, stealing furtive glances at Ji Tian, whose countenance was darkened with fury. It is worth noting that the Wang family's ultimate technique, the immovable king, was never meant to be shared with outsiders. Should anyone outside the family master it, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the Wang family's formidable warriors. Chu Luo, this young man, has brazenly violated all the taboos of the Wang family. Oh dear, my beloved disciple possesses extraordinary talent. Ancient ghost of the extreme heavens. Do you not find my disciple's technique, the unmoving king, rather impressive? Does it not carry the essence of the Wang family's practitioners? I dare say. The younger generation of your esteemed family cannot wield it as adeptly as my disciple does, can they? The Emperor of Shadows sat with one leg crossed over the other, deliberately smiling at the ancient saint of the extreme heavens. The ancient saint's countenance was as if he had consumed something foul, filled with both shock and fury. He immediately began to speculate. Chu Luo must have acquired the immovable king from Wang Lin. Thus, the ancient saint of extreme heavens discreetly conveyed this matter back to his family through a communication jade tablet. Humph! The ancient saint of extreme heavens scoffed, paying no heed to the Emperor of Incro. His gaze fixated on Chu Luo within the secret realm, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He was well concealed. Observing the ancient saint of extreme heavens being vexed, the Emperor of Incro couldn't help but chuckle, unabashed by the presence of other powerful figures from top-tier factions. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Chu Luo dissipated the immovable king behind him and handed the shattered fragment of the divination stone to Ling Xuanzi. Upon receiving the fragment, Ling Xuanzi looked at Chu Luo with admiration, exclaiming, I never expected you, Brother Chu, to have mastered even the immovable king of the Wang family. Truly impressive. Chu Luo smiled broadly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, what is there to admire? It is merely that group from the Wang family who treat this martial technique as a treasure. This so-called divine technique of the unmoving king pales in comparison to the profound secrets of my forbidden sect, falling woefully short. The Wang family's ultimate skills require little more than mere intellect, do they not? Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanzi's lips twitched uncontrollably, feeling a profound sense of insult. He let out a wry smile and thought, if only I could possess even half of Brother Chu's insight. Chu Luo smiled gently, patting the shoulder of Ling Xuanzi, and encouraged, do not underestimate yourself. Gold will inevitably shine. Wouldn't you agree, Tizi? Ling Xuanzi nodded, but suddenly felt that there was something amiss with Chu Luo's words. Who exactly is Tizi? Chu Luo gazed at the fragments of the divination stone in Ling Xuanzi's hand and suddenly inquired, Ling, are the disciples of your Tiangui pavilion seeking external assistance solely to aid in acquiring these divination stone fragments? Ling Xuanzi nodded and replied, indeed. Furthermore, once we assemble a complete divination stone, we must decipher the celestial secrets left by the higher-ups to advance to the next level. However, during the process of divination, it is inevitable that other disciples may attempt to seize our findings. Thus, we seek external assistance not only to aid in locating the fragments but, more importantly, to safeguard our peace of mind during the divination, preventing interruptions from other disciples who might attempt to seize the divination stones. Chu Luo suddenly realized, nodding in understanding. A spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Ling brother, I have conceived a brilliant idea, she exclaimed. Without allowing Ling Xuanzi a moment to respond, she took his hand and led him away. Chu Luo, accompanied by the spirit calculator, meandered through the mystical realm. During their wanderings, they encountered disciples engaged in a fierce struggle for fragments. Seizing the opportunity, the cunning Chu Luo, accompanied by the spirit calculator, either stealthily pilfered the shards amid the chaos of combat or, akin to their initial encounter, emerged to rob the weary combatants once both sides had inflicted considerable harm upon each other. Alternatively, they would stealthily approach the disciples who had just obtained the fragments, incapacitating them along with their guardians. In less than half a day's time, Chu Luo assisted the spirit calculator in gathering 6 fragments of divination stones, with each type of stone represented by a single shard. Seeing that the time was nearly ripe, Chu Luo led the spirit calculator to a secluded valley. Brother Chu, we only require a fragment of a predictive stone. Why do we need so many different fragments? The spirit calculator, puzzled by Chu Luo's intentions for bringing him to this place, inquired. Chu Luo gazed at the 6 shards of the divination stone in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. Placing them upon a nearby rock, he elucidated, Ling, since these fragments possess the ability to guide, why should we toil in search of them? As soon as someone acquires shards of the same divination stone as ours, they will inevitably seek us out. These 6 distinct shards serve as our bait. We need only to patiently await the catch. At these words, Ling Xuanzi's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how had he not thought of that? Brother Chu is truly astute. Upon hearing Chu Luo's plan, Ling Xuanzi's admiration for him grows ever stronger. At this moment, Ling Xuanzi finds himself filled with anticipation. Which 6 unfortunate souls are soon to gather the fragments of these 6 divination stones? Consequently, the 2 discreetly concealed themselves, preparing to wait for an opportune moment. After a span of 2 or 3 hours, suddenly, from the distant horizon, 2 formidable auras rapidly approached. Brother Chu, they are coming. Ling Xuanzi, hidden in the shadows, kept a vigilant watch on the 6 fragments. Sensing the 2 approaching auras, he hastily roused the slumbering Chu Luo. Upon sensing the 2 distinct auras, Chu Luo broke into a grin and promptly signaled Ling Xuanzi to conceal his presence. Soon after, 2 streaks of light descended into the depths of the valley. As the light dissipated, 2 youthful figures emerged. It's him. Haha, Chu Luo chuckled, recognizing the unfortunate coincidence. Among the newcomers, one was indeed Wang Xiaojia, the prodigy from the Wang family whom he had encountered in the plaza. The other youth beside him was the talented Bai Xuanzi from the Tianji pavilion. At this moment, Bai Xuanzi held a nearly complete divination stone in his hand, with the final shard tantalizingly close at hand. Strangely, how could there be 6 fragments of divination stones here? It felt as though someone had deliberately placed them in this location. Bai Xuanzi furrowed his brow, an instinctive wariness creeping into his mind. Haha. What is so strange about this? If you comprehend the advancement sooner, I can also enter the Tianling pool to enhance my strength alongside you. Wan Xiaojia scoffed dismissively, considering Bai Xuanzi overly cautious. Haha. Ling, leave this Wang family fellow to me. You can handle Bai Xuanzi. After all, he is your fellow disciple. And with your pavilion master watching from outside, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to harm him. Chu Luo discreetly communicated with the spirit calculator. The spirit calculator smiled faintly, his spirit sword already drawn from its sheath. Chu Luo swiftly formed seals with her hands. At that moment, Wan Xiaojia stepped forward and seized the 6 fragments before him. He selected one and tossed it to Bai Xuanzi with a cold smile, saying, What danger is there? Begin the deduction. Bai Xuanzi caught the last fragment. However, just then, a familiar voice echoed. Forbidden absolute art. Great heaven plucking heart palm. Boom. Bai Xuanzi's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, Brother Wang, be careful. Wang Xiaojie abruptly turned around. A familiar figure appeared before his eyes, followed by a blood-red phantom hand that expanded infinitely in his pupils. Boom. The blood-red phantom palm struck Wang Xiaojie. A towering mushroom cloud, hundreds of feet high, erupted instantaneously. The overwhelming violent force flattened the entire gorge. Bai Xuanzi was also thrown away by this ferocious energy, utilizing the powerful shockwave from the explosion. He quickly distanced himself from the epicenter. Yet, before Bai Xuanzi could stabilize himself, a spirit sword suddenly attacked from the front. He was taken aback, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand to block. Bang! The tremendous force made Bai Xuanzi stagger. Ling Xuanzi. Bai Xuanzi's pupils contracted sharply as he recognized the familiar face before him. Boom. Just as Bai Xuanzi was still in shock, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through his abdomen, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite caught in a gust of wind. The deduction stone he had just assembled was also sent flying, perfectly caught by Ling Xuanzi. Ling Xuanzi. Bai Xuanzi rose from the ground, releasing an astonishing aura as he glared at Ling Xuanzi, filled with fury. Brother Bai, I shall graciously accept this deduction stone. Ling Xuanzi pocketed the stone and retreated into the rising dust. Boom. Just then, as Ling Xuanzi vanished into the dust, he sensed an extremely weak aura emanating from the center of the explosion, dispersing the smoke. Startled, he quickly withdrew to the side of Chu Luo, who was holding 5 fragments of deduction stones. However, upon sensing the feeble aura emanating from the large pit, Chu Luo felt a wave of disbelief. Logically, that palm strike should have claimed Wang Xiaojie's life. Why? Brother Wang. Bai Xuanzi's expression darkened slightly, his eyes flashing with caution. But when he saw Wang Xiaojie emerging from the pit, bloodied and with tattered robes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, you little beast. I will kill you. Wang Xiaojie's eyes burned red as he glared at Chu Luo, his heart ablaze with rage. At that moment, both Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi noticed that beneath Wang Xiaojie's ragged clothing, he was surprisingly clad in a soft armor. This armor emitted a faint glow, suggesting it was of no low grade, at least of heavenly quality. It seemed that the force of his earlier strike had been mostly absorbed by this armor. Otherwise, Wang Xiaojie would have long since met his end. Nevertheless, keen-eyed Chu Luo noticed the armor was already cracked. Brother Wang, do not act impulsively. Bai Xuanzi hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to dissuade Wang Xiaojie. Get lost. You little beast, today I shall slay you. Wang Xiaojie violently shoved Bai Xuanzi aside. With a flip of his hand, a jade vial appeared. He poured out a pill exuding astonishing medicinal power and swallowed it. In the next moment, Wang Xiaojie's injuries visibly healed at an alarming rate. Boom. Wang Xiaojie swiftly formed seals with his hands, golden Sanskrit appearing around him. The terrifying power of the 5th realm of Taichu surged forth uncontrollably. Soon after, a familiar golden Dharma form rose behind Wang Xiaojie, surrounded by golden light, treading upon heaven and earth. The fearless king. Little beast, die. The fearless king. Wang Xiaojie roared in fury and leaped into the air, charging towards Chu Luo and Bai Xuanzi atop the fearless king. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie was blinded by rage. Chu brother, we must flee. Ling Xuanzi urgently reminded Chu Luo. Ling brother, find a place to hide and deduce the heavenly secrets. Once I send him to meet his end, I will come to find you. Chu Luo issued a brief command. With a similar leap, he charged towards Wang Xiaojie, who was advancing with the formidable presence of the immovable king. Without uttering a word, Ling Xuanzi turned and departed, for he had unwavering faith in Chu Luo's strength. Chu Luo smiled broadly, her hands forming intricate seals as golden Sanskrit patterns emerged upon her body. In the next moment, a statue of the immovable wisdom king rose behind her. What? How could you possess the ultimate technique of my Wang family? Wang Xiaojie exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the divine figure behind Chu Luo. Hee, followed by a thunderous roar. Chu Luo let out a cold laugh. Instantly, she summoned the formidable Dharmakaya of the immovable king behind her, colliding fiercely with Wang Xiaojie's own manifestation. An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the air, followed by the emergence of a terrifying mushroom cloud rising steadily. Observing the silhouettes of the two shrouded in dust and smoke, Bai Xuanzi furrowed his brow, then sighed helplessly, deeming Wang Xiaojie to be exceedingly irrational. He has also heard of Chu Luo's remarkable deeds. Chu Luo is indeed a ruthless individual, one who dares to strike even Yi Qingshan. Should Wang Xiaojie face defeat, Chu Luo would undoubtedly show no mercy. Contemplating this, Bai Zhuanzi turned to leave, choosing to disregard Wang Xiaojie. Instead of entangling himself with Chu Luo, he preferred to seize the opportunity to search for other fragments, as the divination stone was not limited to just that one piece. Moreover, he had no desire to foster enmity with Chu Luo. Haha, you little beast. I possess the ancient body of Vajra. Before long, the dust settled, revealing Wang Xiaojie's figure. At that moment, Wang Xiaojie's muscles shimmered with a golden radiance, exuding an ancient aura, while around him manifested the celestial phenomena of a bygone era. However, Chu Luo's presence had vanished without a trace. Wang Xiaojie assumed Chu Luo was no match for him and had been consumed by the earlier explosion. My friend, you may be celebrating a tad prematurely. Forbidden Supreme Techniques, the Annihilation Lotus. Forbidden Supreme Techniques, the Devouring Heavenly Poison. Boom. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Xiaojie's expression drastically altered, and he instinctively looked up, his pupils constricting in shock. All he could see was the vast expanse of the heavens above him. The figure of Chu Luo emerged unexpectedly, accompanied by a colossal, dark purple illusory lotus that radiated a devastating power. It swiftly descended upon him with an overwhelming force. As this dark purple lotus passed, the very fabric of space trembled, and the clouds dissipated. Wang Xiaojie was filled with terror and disbelief. He could not fathom how this insignificant creature, with merely the cultivation of the first realm, could unleash such a terrifying attack. Was the forbidden technique of the forbidden sect truly so formidable? Meanwhile, disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and guardians from various factions within the secret realm gazed in astonishment at the enormous dark purple lotus. I surrender. Faced with the annihilating lotus looming above him, Wang Xiaojie finally revealed a look of sheer horror, urgently shouting to the heavens. Chu Luo was taken aback. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted as she softly uttered, "Explode." In an instant, a dark purple lotus flower erupted. Wang Xiaojie gazed in despair at the radiant explosion before him. A deafening roar echoed throughout the secret realm. Immediately, a mushroom cloud, towering hundreds of feet, ascended. The surrounding landscape, including mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees, was obliterated in an instant. Outside, Tianyu and the 9 elders rose in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that this Chu Luo, possessing merely the cultivation of the first stage, could unleash such a terrifying technique. Xiaojie, how infuriating. Xiaojie had clearly surrendered. Why did Chu Luo still choose to act? It was obviously intentional. The Lord of Tianyu exclaimed, "You elders failed to intervene in time. If anything were to happen to Xiaojie, your Tianji Pavilion must provide an explanation to the Wang family." The ancient sage of Jitian abruptly stood, his face darkened with fury. "Hey, what do you mean by intentional? Watch your words, old man. What do you mean by intentional? At that moment, my obedient disciple was in the heavens, while your Wang family's boy was underground, separated by such a distance that it was impossible to hear." The Emperor of Inya crossed his legs, a smile gracing his face. "You." The ancient sage of Jitian's face flushed crimson with rage, yet he dared not retort in front of the Emperor of Inya. Just then, within the secret realm, a formidable imperial might emanated. Buzz. Sensing this imperial aura, the Lord of Tianyu displayed a look of delight. Their venerable ancestor from Tianji Pavilion had made a move. Seeing this, Tianyu and the elders finally felt at ease. At this moment, within the realm of secrets, an overwhelming imperial presence enveloped the entire world. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, only to witness a fireball ascending and then dissipating in an instant. Following this, an elderly man with white hair appeared, cradling the bloodied and grievously injured Wang Xiaojie. At that moment, Wang Xiaojie's complexion was ashen, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. The golden light flowing through his muscles gradually faded, replaced by wisps of black lines. Observing this scene, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief. This fellow would no longer be able to act so defiantly in the future. The elder, who was cradling Wang Xiaojie, was evidently a formidable emperor himself. With a gentle wave of his hand, the majority of Wang Xiaojie's injuries began to heal progressively. The forbidden sect's devouring body poison. This young man possesses a truly ruthless method. The elder, sensing the terrifying poison within Wang Xiaojie's body, could not help but cast a glance at Chu Luo. Noticing the elder's gaze, Chu Luo displayed an innocent smile, scratching his head in apparent embarrassment, resembling a child who had erred. However, the elder was also astonished by Chu Luo. At such a tender age, he had managed to learn 2 formidable forbidden techniques from the sect. Regaining his composure, The elder extended his hand and lightly tapped Wang Xiaojie's chest. He then shook his head in resignation and turned his attention back to Chu Luo, saying, "Little one, this young man had just surrendered. Why did you resort to such lethal measures?" Chu Luo's face displayed an expression of bewilderment as he exclaimed, "Ah, did he surrender? Perhaps the wind above was too strong, and I did not hear clearly." The elder gazed at Chu Luo, revealing a smile imbued with profound meaning, as if to say, "Do you think I believe you?" Subsequently, the elder paid no further attention to Chu Luo and vanished with the unconscious Wang Xiaojie in his arms. In the next moment, the elder appeared before the ancient sage of extreme heavens, cradling Wang Xiaojie. "Xiaojie." The ancient sage of extreme heavens hastily took Wang Xiaojie, probing with his divine sense. And his expression changed drastically. He discovered that Wang Xiaojie's indestructible ancient body had been ruined. "Ancestor." At this juncture, Tian Yu and several elders from the Tianji Pavilion approached. The elder nodded and addressed the ancient sage of extreme heavens. "I acted in time to save this young one's life. However, his surrender came a tad too late. Although I intervened promptly, he was still affected by the explosion's force. Nevertheless, I have preserved his life, and he is currently out of danger. Yet, this young lad has been afflicted by the forbidden sect's devouring body heavenly poison. Even I can only suppress it. You must take him back and have those old fellows from your Wang family take action." "What? Devouring body heavenly poison?" The ancient sage of extreme heavens was filled with murderous intent as he glanced at Chu Luo in the secret realm, gritting his teeth. During the eternal ancient era, their Wang family had a great emperor who was rendered powerless by the devouring body heavenly poison. Ultimately, that emperor, unable to bear the blow of his debilitation, chose to end his own life. "What did you say, old man?" Just then, a chilling aura of killing intent sent a shiver down the spine of the ancient sage of extreme heavens. In his fury, he had forgotten that the Crow Emperor was still present. Thus, he turned to the elder and expressed, "Thank you, Emperor of Opportunity, for your intervention." After speaking, the ancient sage of extreme heavens tore through the rift in space, carrying the unconscious Wang Xiaojie away. The Emperor of Opportunity turned and cupped his hands respectfully toward the Crow Emperor before vanishing in a single step. In that moment, the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion on the surrounding floating islands were left astounded. Truly, they were the assassins of the talented rankings. Had it not been for their ancestors' intervention, Chu Luo had undoubtedly eliminated yet another prodigy from the ranks. The young ones lack skill, and the old dare to insult my cherished disciple. Sooner or later, I shall deal with this old man." The dark Crow Emperor smirked, entirely unconcerned. The master of Tianyu Pavilion and the assembled powerful beings could only laugh in disbelief. A protective instinct from the Emperor's master surged, granting an additional 10,000 points. Upon hearing the notification from within his system, Chu Luo paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Just as he intended to reach out to the oracle, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air. In an instant, several familiar yet formidable auras emanated from various directions. The next moment, beams of light rushed forth from all sides, revealing their true forms. Chu Luo. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Luo's lips twitched uncontrollably as he flipped his hand, conjuring 5 distinct shards of divination stones that floated in his palm. Surrounding him were none other than the illustrious Yi Xingshu from the Yi family, the remarkable Xiao Xinga from the Crimson Flame Valley, and the distinguished Zhao Kongming from the Lingqing sect. Additionally, there was an exceptionally beautiful woman among them. Upon observing this woman, Chu Luo found her to be quite remarkable. The talented individuals accompanying her from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion each held a piece of a divination stone, nearly 1 fragment shy of completion. Each of them lacked a single shard, precisely the 4 pieces that remained in Chu Luo's possession out of the 5. What a coincidence! "Hiki, do you all desire the fragments? Allow me to bestow them upon you." Chu Luosi remained unfazed, offering a faint smile to the group. She then turned swiftly, propelling herself in a particular direction, forcefully casting the shards in her grasp. Several fragments soared forth like shooting stars, racing towards the depths of the secret realm. "Pursue." Chu Luo observed that the woman, accompanied by a prodigy of the 3rd stage of the primordial beginning, hastened in pursuit of the fragments. Chu Luo let out a sigh of relief. The woman before her was none other than Jiang Luoli from the Jiang family. "You all hurry along. I will join you shortly." At that moment, Yu Qinsno, Xiao Xinga, and Zhao Kongming each exchanged contemplative glances with their respective prodigies from the Tianji Pavilion. The 3 Tianji Pavilion geniuses swiftly grasped the intent of Yu Qinsno and her companions. Consequently, they hastened to pursue the fragments. In the next instant, Yu Qinsno, Xiao Xinga, and Zhao Kongming encircled Chu Luo with malevolent gazes. Humph, little beast, today I shall exact my vengeance, Yi Qingsno declared, her expression icy as she shot a mocking smile at Chu Luo, her eyes glimmering with boundless murderous intent. Hell, what? Do you intend to overwhelm me with numbers? Chu Luo smiled faintly, casting a glance at Xiaoxinga and Zhao Kongming. In the depths of her sleeve, a Xingqiu pill materialized. You little beast. Today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Xiaoxinga manifested a spiritual spear, her gaze languidly fixed upon Chu Luo. While assisting the prodigies of the Tianji Pavilion in their quest for the fragments of the Prophecy Stone, Yi Qingshui approached the two of them, proposing an alliance against Chu Luo. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoxinga and Zhao Kongming agreed to join forces. Their decision spurred by the commotion caused by Chu Luo's world-ending technique, the Annihilation Lotus. They sought her out and, indeed, discovered her presence. Boom. Yi Qingshui's body trembled slightly as the formidable aura of the fifth realm of Taichu emanated from her. Xiaoxinga and Zhao Kongming also revealed their immense power. The three surrounded Chu Luo, and a fierce battle was imminent. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the ominous Emperor of Shadow Ravens displayed a furious countenance as he gazed at the Flame Lord Ancient Sage of Chien Valley and the Spirit-Clear Sect's Ancient Sage. Lan Qing, his voice dripped with menace. Very well, very well. I shall grant the Tianji Pavilion a modicum of respect. You two had better never leave the Tianji Pavilion for the rest of your lives. Otherwise, haha. Faced with the Emperor of Shadow Raven's overt threat, the expressions of the Flame Lord Ancient Sage and Lan Qing Ancient Sage darkened considerably. Yet, they dared not retort or contemplate departing from the Tianji Pavilion. Fearing that the old wretch was not merely jesting, Chu Luo broke into a smile, promptly swallowing the sacred longevity pill in her hand. The protective value from the Emperor Master increased by 10,000. The system of Chu Luo emitted yet another notification. However, at this moment, Chu Luo found little reason for joy. Come on, my friend, isn't this a bit excessive? We harbor no enmity. Why must you drive me to my demise? Chu Luo suddenly wielded a spirit sword, a smile gracing her lips. Die. With a thunderous roar, Yi Qingsno, brandishing her own spirit sword, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Chu Luo. She charged forward, sword in hand, intent on slaying her. Meanwhile, Xiaoxinga and Zhao Kongming swiftly followed suit, encircling Chu Luo with lethal intent. Startled, Chu Luo leaped up, narrowly evading the combined strike of the three adversaries. Now suspended in midair, Chu Luo's expression turned frosty. Very well, very well. If you wish to play this way, then I shall indulge you. Chu Luo let out a cold smile, raising his sword in an instant. A resonant hum echoed as an unparalleled sword intent filled the heavens of the secret realm. The sky darkened and swirled with ominous clouds. In the next moment, a vast universe materialized behind Chu Luo, where stars twinkled and sword energy surged mightily. This is the ultimate technique of the Emperor of Burial Jade, the Sword of the Stellar River. Hiss, this little fellow has even mastered the Emperor of Burial Jade's supreme skill. Emperor Inya, your disciple is truly remarkable. The Master of Tianyu Pavilion and several elders from the Tianji Pavilion gazed at Chu Luo in the secret realm, their faces reflecting astonishment as they expressed their admiration. Emperor Inya chuckled softly, his mood lifted at the praise for his talented disciple. Meanwhile, the ancient sage Yan Jun and the ancient sage Lan Qing began to worry for Xiaoxinga and his companion, as they too had not anticipated this turn of events. Chu Luo, this despicable creature, has unexpectedly acquired the true teachings of that ancient entity, Zhongyu. Meanwhile, the numerous disciples of the Tianji Pavilion surrounding them gazed eagerly at the celestial battle unfolding in the secret realm. Lady Yi, Brother Zhao, let us unite and vanquish him. Xiaoxinga, sensing the formidable and terrifying supreme sword intent emanating from Chu Luo, wore an expression of utmost concern as he addressed the two formidable talents beside him. Agreed. Boom. The three figures trembled as extraordinary phenomena erupted behind them. One sword to tilt the heavens. The dragon flame suppressing evil spear. Sword descending from the 9 heavens. Boom. Despicable creature, perish. They roared in fury, stepping forth in unison. Yi Qingsno's spiritual sword emitted a resonant hum, embodying immense power as it cleaved towards Chu Luo. Behind Xiaoxinga, a colossal phantom of a blazing spear intertwined with a fiery dragon apparition emerged. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongming was flanked by a spectral white sword, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Faced with the ultimate moves of the trio, Chu Luo's expression remained composed as he brandished his sword against the formidable power of the three adversaries. With a swift motion, he unleashed the forbidden ultimate technique, the Sword of the Galaxy Crossing. A resplendent river of starlight, stretching hundreds of feet, surged forth from the spirit sword in Chuluo's hand. The sword river cascaded down like the celestial Milky Way, both enchanting and perilous, in the gaze of countless onlookers. The sword river collided with the combined assault of the three prodigies. Crack! Boom! The formidable attack of the three luminaries was utterly obliterated by the sword river. Infused with terrifying power, Yiqi Luo, Xiaoxinge, and Zhao Kongming's pupils constricted, their expressions shifting dramatically. How could this be possible? How could this insignificant creature possess such strength? Not good, quickly defend. Zhao Kongming exclaimed in shock as he beheld the sword river descending upon him in an instant. In that fleeting moment before being engulfed by the sword river, each of them invoked their life-preserving measures. The ground trembled violently over a radius of several hundred miles. Dazzling sword light erupted from the earth, soaring into the heavens. The multitude of disciples from the Tiangong Pavilion, witnessing the radiant sword light rising within the secret realm, were left utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that Chuluo from the Forbidden Sect could be so extraordinarily powerful, shattering all prior conceptions. It is crucial to note that Yuqi Shui and her companions were renowned prodigies themselves, with cultivation levels surpassing Chuluo's. Those aware of their status as prodigies were astonished, while those oblivious might have mistaken them for inept fools. How could they, even in a united front, fail against Chuluo? After a considerable pause, the sword light dissipated. Under the gaze of countless witnesses, a chasm extending hundreds of miles appeared beneath Chuluo's feet. By the heavens, is he truly unscathed? At this moment, Chuluo furrowed her brows, sensing three exceedingly feeble auras emanating from the depths of the chasm. With a flurry of curses, a buzzing noise filled the air. Suddenly, three disheveled figures emerged from the abyss below. Waikunixu, Shio-Shng-G, and Zhok-Ngm were drenched in blood, utterly drained of strength. The moment they arrived, they collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any combat capability. Their faces were pallid, and an undeniable sense of panic surged within them. In a desperate attempt to withstand Chuluo's strike, they had exhausted all their trump cards, barely escaping with their lives. One of them scoffed. Do you dare to besiege me? I shall send you three to meet your ancestors. Chuluo smiled broadly, sensing Chuluo's murderous intent. The faces of Yiqing Snow and her companions changed dramatically. In a hurry, they exclaimed, "We surrender," just as the words of surrender escaped their lips. Chuluo's expression turned serious. The forbidden ultimate technique, instantaneous movement. Buzz. Stop. As soon as Yiqing Shui uttered the word halt among the three, Chuluo instantly appeared before her. With a swift motion, Chuluo drew her sword. Yiqing Snow's face was etched with terror and rage as Chuluo's blade struck her throat, silencing her instantly. She collapsed to the ground, succumbing to an eternal slumber. A subtle curve graced the corners of Chuluo's lips. This madman must not be allowed to remain. At the moment of Yiqing Shui's fall, the celestial rankings from the outside world re-emerged, stirring countless factions. Yiqing Shui's name vanished without a trace. Buzzing filled the air as two figures materialized beside Chuluo. Oh dear, this really has nothing to do with me. It was she who lagged behind these two gentlemen. As you can see, they surrendered. And I did not strike them. Chuluo watched as two figures emerged before him, hastily discarding his spiritual sword. A look of innocence plastered across his face. The individuals who had appeared were high-ranking elders from the Tianji Pavilion. One of them was Elder Lingyan, the 8th elder of the pavilion. As for the other, Chuluo did not recognize him. Chuluo, why do you not cease your actions? Elder Lingyan exclaimed, his expression darkening as he gazed upon the cold, lifeless body of Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng was someone he had brought along with his apprentice, Yu Xuanzi, to invite from the Yi family. Now, with Yu Qingsheng deceased within the Tianji Pavilion, he bore a share of the responsibility. Elder Ling, this is a tremendous misunderstanding. Look, these two gentlemen are perfectly fine. It was that madwoman. I only struck down Yi Xianzi to prompt her surrender. Esteemed elder, I implore you to see the truth. Chuluo cast a fleeting glance at Xiaoxinge and Zhao Kongming, who were slumped behind two elders, lost in thought. With a hint of grievance, they turned to another elder. Upon meeting Chuluo's gaze, Xiaoxinge and Zhao Kongming swallowed hard, sensing a trace of murderous intent and regret emanating from him. Fearful, they instinctively edged backward. From that moment forth, a profound dread took root in their hearts regarding Chuluo. They silently vowed never to provoke him again. As for the matter of eliminating Chuluo, whoever wished to pursue it could do so, but they resolutely declared it beyond their capabilities. It was evident to them that this was a deliberate act on his part. Elder Lingyan was seething with rage. Fully aware that Chu Luo had intentionally set out to slay Yi Qing's no, had they not intervened. It was likely that these two prodigies from Qiyin Valley and Lingqing sect would have met their demise at Chu Luo's hands. This wretched creature had the audacity to feign grievance first. Chu Luo cast an innocent glance at Elder Lingyan, yet her mind began to stir with thoughts. Ah, splendid. You old rascal, the score from yesterday remains unsettled, and now you dare to target me again? Heh. Chu Luo was already contemplating how to exact revenge on the elder of the Tianji pavilion before him. Suddenly, he thought of his disciple, Yushuanzi, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Somewhere within the secret realm, Yushuanzi had just seized a fragment of a divination stone and inexplicably shivered, feeling a chill creeping down his spine. At that moment, another elder was experiencing considerable distress. With the Yinya Emperor observing, he felt it inappropriate to confront Chu Luo aggressively. Thus, he advised Elder Lingyan, Elder 8, perhaps we should let the pavilion master make the final decision on this matter. Elder Lingyan noticed the expression on the elder's face, and a sudden chill gripped his heart. He had momentarily forgotten that this young man's master was still outside. His previously dark expression shifted in an instant to one of calmness as he nodded. The two turned and waved their hands, taking the slumped figures of Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming away. After their departure, Chu Luo appeared unfazed, finding a stone to sit upon while taking out a Shinsho pill to consume, awaiting the outcome. If he were to lose his qualifications, it would indeed be a significant loss. However, with the Yinya Emperor present, Chu Luo felt little concern. As Chu Luo awaited the results, a tremendous uproar had already erupted beyond the secret realm. Countless disciples of Tianji had etched Chu Luo's name into their memories, vowing to steer clear of this living embodiment of retribution in the future. Even a beauty like Yi Qingxing was capable of such ruthlessness, killing without hesitation. No wonder this fellow remained single. At this moment, on the floating island, the pavilion master of Tianyu and several elders of Tianji wore expressions of bitterness. They could clearly see that Chu Luo's actions were indeed intentional. Yet, the Yinya Emperor was present. Should they announce the revocation of Chu Luo's qualifications, the old rascal would surely cause chaos in the Tianji pavilion. Pavilion master. At that moment, Elder Lingyan and another elder emerged from the secret realm with Xiao Xinge and Zhao Kongming. The two ancient sages, upon seeing that the two had returned alive, refrained from further comment, as the deceased were not their own prodigies. Let the Yinya old ghost and Chu Luo face the repercussions from the Yi family. Unbeknownst to the Yinya Emperor, he wore a broad smile, addressing Tianyu. My dear disciple speaks true. That young girl surrendered just a fraction slower than those two. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Trust me, my vision is infallible. The Yinya Emperor's words caused the elders of Tianji Pavilion to twitch uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths. Trust you? You old rascal, your mischief knows no bounds. Throughout the vast 3,000 worlds, who does not know of your shamelessness? They thought, while also silently questioning the clarity of his vision. The pavilion master of Tianyu could only smile wryly, waving his hand as he addressed Chu Luo within the secret realm, his voice heavy with contemplation. Enough is enough, Chu Luo. This shall not be the case again. Should it happen once more, I shall personally strip you of your protector's qualifications. As soon as the system notification arrived for Chu Luo, the voice of the Lord of Tianyu Pavilion echoed in her ears. Chu Luo displayed a dazzling smile, revealing 8 pristine white teeth, exuding an innocent charm. She hastily rose and, with repeated bows towards the heavens, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Tianyu. I shall remember this. I assure you, there will not be a next time. With that, Chu Luo turned and soared into the distance. Ah, Tianyu. You are truly the one chosen by those old fellows. Boomed the Emperor of the Shadow Crow, laughter echoing without restraint as he lavished praise upon Master Tianyu. Master Tianyu could only manage a resigned smile, feeling a headache coming on. Your Majesty, perhaps you should consider how to explain this to the Yi family. Heh. The Yi family? What do I owe them an explanation for? I did not slay the individual, it was that little girl who spoke recklessly. Unable to articulate the word surrender, which led to my dear disciple's mishap, and you nearly misconstrued the situation. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow crossed his legs, a grin adorning his face as he spoke. Master Tianyu, the elders of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The disciples of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, realizing that the Emperor of the Shadow Crow was nothing short of a rogue. Everyone redirected their focus back to the depths of the secret realm. At this very moment, within the secret realm, competition was fierce. Some disciples of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion had already gathered a complete divination stone and commenced the intricate process of deciphering its celestial secrets. After departing from the battlefield, Chu Luo reached out to Ling Xuanzi. Soon, Chu Luo reunited with Ling brother Ling. Why have you yet to begin unraveling the mysteries of fate? Are you unable to do so? Curious, Chu Luo inquired. The sage of calculation shook his head, a look of admiration on his face, and replied, I observed that Brother Chu harbored intentions of eliminating his opponent, hence I refrained from divining the heavenly secrets. Had I succeeded in my divination, we would have been transported away, thereby thwarting Brother Chu's aspirations. The sage of calculation wore an expression of understanding. Ahem, said Chu Luo. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. No, Brother Chu, you indeed do. I did not. Very well, if you say so, then I shall concede. Sage, might I ask a favor? Please. Brother Chu, speak. You must perform your final divination. Why? I wish to see your senior disciple weep as he departs. Go on. I have long found him distasteful. You little rascal. Go. In a certain depth of the secret realm, a white figure gazed at the intact divination stone in hand, a smile gracing their lips. This white figure was none other than Yu Xuanzi, the favored disciple of Elder Ling Yan. Hiki, Chu Luo. Did you ever anticipate that the shards you discarded would fortuitously allow me to complete the divination stone? Yu Xuanzi chuckled with pride. Among the 5 shards previously cast away by Chu Luo, one was precisely what he needed. Now, if he could successfully divine the heavenly secrets within the stone, he would ascend to the next level. However, Yu Xuanzi was not in haste to commence his divination. For the sake of prudence, he decided to await the return of Yi Qingxue, enlisting her to safeguard him. Yet, unbeknownst to Yu Xuanzi, Yi Qingxue had long since met her demise. Who? Yu Xuanzi's expression abruptly shifted, darkening as he turned toward the woods, calling out coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures emerged from the trees, surrounding Yu Xuanzi. The 6 individuals from the forest were all core prodigies of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Each of these core disciples possessed the cultivation of the divine soul realm. Hiki. Brother Yu, hand over your divination stone. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. The leader, a man, stepped forward, brandishing a spiritual sword. Their protectors had surrendered in advance, causing them to lose their eligibility. Thus, these disciples without protectors had banded together. Otherwise, their chances of advancing to the next level would be slim. Upon seeing these 6 core disciples, Yu Xuanzi laughed. Junior Brother Fu, do you truly dare to seize my divination stone? Despite not making it onto the prodigy ranking list, Yu Xuanzi paused momentarily, his body trembling slightly. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Yu Xuanzi. His cultivation stood at the 2nd stage of primordial beginning. Were it not for his age, he would undoubtedly have a place on the prodigy list. Humph. What of the 2nd stage of primordial beginning? Everyone, attack together. Boom. The leading disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion charged at Yu Xuanzi first, with the 5 others following closely behind without hesitation. Boom. A fierce battle ensued. Not long after, the turbulence generated by the conflict subsided. Yu Xuanzi sheathed his spiritual sword, looking down at the 6 individuals sprawled on the ground, expressions contorted in pain. With a face full of disdain. Humph. They overestimated their capabilities. Yu Xuanzi scoffed coldly, preparing to leave in search of Yi Qingxue when suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Brother Yu, have you gone too far? Hearing this familiar voice, Yu Xuanzi halted abruptly, spinning around. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, fear etched across his face. For the 2 figures that appeared behind him were none other than the Sage of Calculation and Chu Luo. Sage of Calculation. Chu Luo, how could you? Yu Xuanzi stammered in disbelief. How did Chu Luo come to be here? What about Yi Qingxue and the others? Hiki, are you surprised? I, the young master, did not perish at the hands of that madwoman? Extended both hands with a grin. Yu Xuanzi swallowed hard, intending to turn and flee from the scene. However, Ling Xuanzi discerned Yu Xuanzi's intentions and swiftly obstructed his escape route. Hand over the divination stone in your possession, if you refuse to comply. I possess some knowledge of martial arts myself. While I may not dare to take your life, causing you a bit of embarrassment is certainly within the realm of possibility. Just imagine, if I were to strip you bare and hang you from a tree. Haha. Chu Luo revealed a harmless smile. Yet his laughter sent a shiver down Yu Xuanzi's spine. The mere thought of the many junior brothers waiting outside the secret realm made Yu Xuanzi tremble. You are indeed cunning. Observing Chu Luo's intention to take action, Yu Xuanzi swiftly flipped his hand and reluctantly tossed the divination stone to him. Now, may I take my leave? Yu Xuanzi's expression darkened. Chu Luo caught the divination stone and graciously remarked, "Young Master Yu, please take your leave slowly." Young Master Yu stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the distance. Chu Luo handed the divination stone to Ling Xuanzi, who then passed it on to the 6 core disciples who had just risen from the ground. The leading disciple, surnamed Fu, gazed at the divination stone in his hand, his mind swirling with confusion. "Do not worry, junior brother Fu. I have acquired the divination stone. It is merely that I cannot abide by senior brother Yu's usual conduct. We are all from the same sect, so I bestow this divination stone upon you. As for the remainder, it is up to you to fend for yourselves," Ling Xuanzi declared. Upon hearing this, the 6 core disciples expressed their profound gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Ling," they chorused, clasping their hands in appreciation. "Brother Ling, let us hasten. We must catch up with your senior brother, for he is swiftly making his escape," Chu Luo urged. "Very well." Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the direction in which Yu Xuanzi had departed. The 6 core disciples gazed at the receding figures of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for Yu Xuanzi. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xuanzi learned of Yi Qingshue's demise at the hands of Chu Luo, leaving him utterly distraught. However, he could scarcely afford to dwell on his despair, for within the secret realm, others had begun to complete their deductions and exit the domain one after another. Before long, Yu Xuanzi collected several fragments, assembling them into a deduction stone. Just as he sought a secluded spot to covertly unravel the mysteries of fate, Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, who had been shadowing him, seized the opportunity to emerge and snatch his deduction stone. This occurred repeatedly, nearly driving Yu Xuanzi to the brink of madness. "Master, Ling Xuanzi's actions are utterly lawless. His qualifications should be revoked." The elder of Ling Yin could no longer contain himself as he witnessed his disciple repeatedly lose the deduction stone to Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi. With the ominous presence of the Shadow Crow Emperor, he dared not confront Chu Luo directly, but he directed his ire towards Ling Xuanzi instead. The corner of Tian Yu's mouth twitched in irritation. Before he could voice his grievances, the ancient sage of Xuanji interjected with a cold sneer, "Elderate, my disciple and the young friend Chu have committed no heinous acts. Moreover, they have not harmed any of our fellow disciples in the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Your disciple has suffered no injury. Why then should my disciple's qualifications be revoked?" The words of the ancient sage of Xuanji brought him a sense of relief, as he had awaited this moment for a long time. His remarks elicited nods of agreement from several other elders. "Indeed, Ling Xuanzi has not harmed your disciple in the slightest. This does not constitute a violation of the rules," Tian Yu added nonchalantly. Elder Ling Yan's expression darkened, his face reddening in frustration, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, he was acutely aware that it was indeed Chu Luo, that wretched creature, seeking to retaliate against him. Not long after, among the direct disciples, apart from Yu Xuanzi and Ling Xuanzi, the remaining disciples successfully deduced the mysteries of fate and were sent out of the secret realm, returning to the square. Meanwhile, dozens of core disciples also triumphed in their trials, emerging from the secret realm. As the core disciples returned one after another, only 1 out of 100 available spots remained. This lone spot belonged to Ling Xuanzi. Should Ling Xuanzi successfully deduce and exit, the first trial would come to an end. At this moment, the 99 disciples who had succeeded in their trials, along with countless others surrounding them, could not help but shake their heads in silent disapproval as they witnessed Yu Xuanzi, seething with impotent fury against the void within the secret realm. Simultaneously, they all understood one crucial truth. Under no circumstances should they provoke Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. Otherwise, they could meet the same fate as Yi Qingxue and their own master, Yu Xuanzi. Chu Luo, this living king of hell, harbors a deep-seated grudge. Within the confines of the secret realm, upon learning that 99 disciples had successfully ascended, Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi sought a secluded spot for divination. Chu Luo stood guard, ensuring Ling Xuanzi could perform the celestial calculations uninterrupted. With Chu Luo's vigilant protection, Ling Xuanzi completed the divination of the secrets contained within the stone without a hitch. As the successful divination concluded, both Ling Xuanzi and Chu Luo were transported out of the secret realm, marking the end of the first trial. The 100 disciples who had ascended advanced to the next selection phase. A voice, ancient and imbued with authority, resonated throughout the secret realm. Upon hearing this venerable voice, the remaining disciples still within the realm felt a pang of dismay. In the next moment, the guardians of the realm and the disciples of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion were also teleported out. Among the prominent disciples, Only Yu Xuanzi failed to pass the first trial. Ling Yan, the ancient sage and one of the 9 elders, wore a grim expression. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned away, unable to face the situation any longer. Curse Chu Luo, just wait. Yu Xuanzi glared at Chu Luo in the square, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. While conversing casually with Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo suddenly sensed Yu Xuanzi's malice. He turned to see Yu Xuanzi leaving the square. Narrowing his eyes at the retreating figure, Chu Luo thought, this fellow dares to harbor ill intentions towards me? He cannot be allowed to live. It seems that should I encounter Yu Xuanzi in the future, I must eliminate him. Unbeknownst to Yu Xuanzi, he had already caught Chu Luo's attention. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the vast floating island square trembled violently. 7 stone monuments erupted at the edges of the square, each embedded with a gem. At that moment, the master of the Celestial Jade Pavilion stepped forth and addressed the 100 disciples of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Our pavilion excels in the art of celestial divination. The 7 stones embedded in these monuments contain the 7 secrets left by our esteemed leaders. You need only successfully divine all 7 to illuminate the stones and become one of the Celestial Mechanism disciples. You may also enlist the Guardian's assistance to seize the monuments. However, do not harm your fellow disciples. Violators will have their qualifications revoked immediately. You may begin now. As the Master's words resonated, the disciples of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion surged toward the 7 monuments, igniting the fierce contest for supremacy. Chu Luo, accompanied by the Spirit Calculator, swiftly seized a stone tablet. Chu Luo stood beneath the stone tablet, gazing at the core disciples who dared not approach, and said calmly, Brother Ling, you may focus on your contemplation. I shall take care of the rest. Ling Xuanzi, seated below the stone tablet, nodded slightly, turning his back to Chu Luo and promptly began his meditative practice. The disciples who had intended to compete for the stone tablet, along with their guardians, upon witnessing Chu Luo, resolutely abandoned their ambitions and redirected their efforts toward other tablets. Realizing the futility of challenging such a formidable opponent, the atmosphere was one of resignation. None of the core disciples dared to consider themselves superior to Yi Qingxue or Wang Xiaojie. Among the 7 stone tablets, Chu Luo's was the most tranquil, untouched by any contest. Brother Ling possesses truly discerning vision, one remarked. Had I known earlier, I too would have sought Chu Luo as my protector. How absurd. You wouldn't even dare approach the gates of the forbidden sect, would you? Moreover, do you truly believe someone of Chu Luo's caliber would regard you? By heavens. Do you not know how to speak? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, perhaps you should refrain from speaking entirely. Do you wish to engage in a duel? Come forth if you dare. I fear you not. As they observed Ling Xuanzi delving into his calculations with growing assurance, the disciples who had been eliminated in the first round could not help but feel envious. Ling Xuanzi had secured his place as one of the celestial strategists. A victory assured. Atop the floating island, the ancient sage of Mystique displayed a radiant countenance, while several elders nearby extended their heartfelt congratulations. In the square, Ling Xuanzi had successfully illuminated a celestial stone, while others remained embroiled in chaotic skirmishes. Oh, what is this? Bored. Chu Luo watched the fray at the other 6 stone tablets. Chu Luo discovered that the Jing Luel he had encountered previously in the secret realm wore a bracelet adorned with a string of beads that he found strikingly familiar. Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized the scene before her. At that moment, Jiang Luoli, possessing the formidable cultivation of the 5th realm of Taichu, assertively occupied a stone tablet as a prodigy of the Tianji Pavilion. When Ling Shuzi settled down to begin his calculations on the Tianji stone, Jiang Luoli exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she turned her gaze. Jiang Luoli's eyes met those of Chu Luo, and it was then that she noticed Chu Luo was staring at her wrist. Instinctively glancing down, she saw a string of golden glass beads adorning her wrist. An idea seemed to dawn upon her, and her exquisitely beautiful face changed abruptly. She hastily concealed the beaded wrist within her sleeve and turned away, choosing not to look at Chu Luo any longer. Chu Luo noticed Jiang Luoli's reaction and took a deep breath. It could not be wrong. Absolutely not. This exquisitely beautiful young girl, with the string of glass beads in her hand, was someone Chu Luo had seen before. He had encountered it with Yin Xiaofeng, the second-ranked prodigy on the genius list of their forbidden sect, who was also the most formidable figure in their sect. Yin Xiaofeng was a disciple of the Grand Elder of their forbidden sect, and he was highly regarded as a potential candidate for the Zero Sequence disciple. Once, by chance, Chu Luo had seen his senior brother Yan, who was lost in thought while gazing at a string of glass beads. The glass bead bracelet in his brother Yan's hand was identical to the one worn by this young girl. My goodness! Yin Xiaofeng had secretly fallen in love. Hee. Yin Xiaofeng, I have uncovered your great secret. Chu Luo broke into a grin, her eyes glimmering with the fire of intrigue. Soon, all 7 stone tablets were claimed. Of these, 6 were seized by the direct disciples of the Tianji Pavilion. The remaining one was captured by a core disciple who had recently stepped into the primordial realm. 6 days later, as the first rays of sunlight poured down, Ling Xuanzi suddenly rose to his feet. The final celestial stone upon the tablet before him was successfully illuminated. With a beaming smile, Chu Luo exclaimed, I have arrived at the heavenly spirit pool. Senior Ling has succeeded. He has become one of the celestial calculators. Impressive. The surrounding disciples of the celestial calculation pavilion gazed at Ling with eyes full of envy. Thank you, Brother Chu. Ling, maintaining a calm demeanor, turned to Chu Luo and offered a respectful bow. He understood well that without Chu Luo's assistance, the likelihood of his own ascension to the rank of celestial calculator would have been significantly diminished. Chu Luo waved his hand, about to speak when suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as several stone tablets illuminated simultaneously, just as the selection of Tianji Pavilion's Tianjizi was nearing its conclusion. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, a middle-aged man knelt in a cave, overwhelmed with grief as he gazed at the floating islands before him. Lying unconscious in front of him was Wang Xiaojie. This middle-aged man was none other than Wang Xiaojie's father, Wang Zhandao, revered in the outside world as the ancient saint of Zhandao. Old Ancestor. Could it be that Xiaojie's diamond ancient body can never be restored? Wang Zhandao lamented in despair. The elders on the floating islands sighed deeply, their eyes ablaze with fury. Previously, it was Wang Lin, the grandson of the evil-subduing emperor. And now it was their family's prodigy, Wang Xiaojie. This little beast from the forbidden sect is truly despicable. Alas, Wang Zhandao continued, fortunately, that old fellow of opportunity acted in time. Xiaojie's life is now secure. As for the body-devouring heavenly poison, you are well aware of its wickedness. Although that little beast's cultivation is not high, the body-devouring heavenly poison is not merely a martial technique. It resembles a curse. For years, we have sought a method to dispel it. Long ago, when an old fellow from the forbidden sect mastered such a vile technique, our Wang, Yi, and Ji families, the 3 ancient clans, secretly allied with others to successfully eradicate him. After all these years, it is shocking that this little beast from the forbidden sect has also learned such a malicious technique. We must act swiftly to eliminate it. Otherwise, when this little beast grows, it will become a heavenly poison emperor. An elder slightly shook his head, speaking solemnly. The elder's words prompted the other Wang family elders to nod in agreement. Below, Wang Zhandao felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Gazing at Wang Xiaojie lying before him, he was filled with profound sorrow. Their lineage had finally produced a diamond ancient body, only to have it destroyed by Chu Luo. Wang Zhandao implored the elders, please, enter the world on behalf of Xiaojie and seek justice for him. I want that little beast dead. Not only that little beast, but also that old Rechinya. If our Wang family does not respond, we shall be ridiculed by the 3,000 great worlds. People will think our Wang family fears the forbidden sect. Wang Zhandao repeatedly bowed his head in reverence to the figures on the floating islands. Alas, sighed an elderly man with a head full of white hair as he rose from a floating island, brushing off the dust and stretching. Upon seeing the elder rise, the other ancestors nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Zhandao below, however, continued to bow in gratitude toward this elder. With a single step, the elder vanished without a trace, not stirring even a hint of energy. Meanwhile, in a vast world created by an emperor, a middle-aged man accompanied a beautiful woman to the entrance of an ancient palace. The middle-aged man stood tall and handsome, his expression serious and imposing, emanating a faint yet palpable aura of sanctity. This striking figure was Yi Tiandi, the head of the ancient Yi family. The beautiful woman beside him was his sister, Yi Luoshang. At that moment, Yi Luoshang's eyes were red, her face etched with grief and fury. Tiandi, I implore you to meet Father. Luoshang begs to see Father. Their voices echoed at the grand entrance of the ancient palace, which served as the secluded cultivation ground of their family's ancestors. Tiandi, Luoshang, what brings you two here? A voice resonated from within the ancient palace, belonging to a man who sounded to be in his 30s or 40s. Father, your granddaughter Shui has been killed. Yi Luoshang cried out, her voice thick with sobs. After her words hung in the air for a moment, a low hum filled the atmosphere as the ancient doors of the palace began to creak open. As the doors swung wide, A terrifying imperial pressure surged forth, revealing a small world beyond. In an instant, a man who bore a resemblance to Yi Tiandi appeared at the threshold. With a single step, he was before Yi Tiandi and Yi Luoshang. This man was their father, Yi Jinquang, known in the outside world as the Sword-Mad Emperor. Father, Yi Tiandi and Yi Luoshang quickly bowed in respect. What has happened? Who is responsible for Shue's death? Yi Jinquang's brows knitted together, a chill spreading across his face. Father, Luai accompanied Shui to Tianji Pavilion a few days ago, intending to participate in the Tianjizi selection as a protector to enter the Tianling pool. However, upon arriving at Tianji City, Shui was humiliated by that little beast Chu Luo, a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Luai stepped in to defend Shui, but that little beast invoked his master, the old Wretchinya. Luai was also bullied by that old wretch, who even snatched away the Tianlin horse gifted to Shui by Tianming. Just as Luai returned to seek the aid of an elder, Shui's life token shattered. As Yi Luoshang recounted the events, her sorrow overwhelmed her, and she began to weep. Upon hearing Yi Luoshang's words, Yi Jinquang's expression darkened ominously. Father, those two from the Forbidden Sect are simply intolerable, and that Tianji Pavilion, if they do not provide us with an explanation, our Yi family will never let this matter rest. Yi Tiandi retorted coldly. Yi Jinquang nodded slightly, contemplating. It seems our Yu family has been away from the world for too long. People now think us easy to bully. Luoshang, do not worry. I will certainly seek justice for Shui. Her death will not be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jinquang stepped forward and disappeared from sight. Just as the Wang and Yu families began to take action, the selection of Tianjizi at Tianji Pavilion had concluded. The 7 Tianjizi, including Ling Xuanzi and 6 direct disciples, had been successfully selected, while the remaining Tianjizi was a core disciple. At this moment, within a grand hall of Tianji Pavilion. In the grand hall, several prodigies including Chu Luo, Ling Xuanzi, Ling Shuzi, and Jiang Luoli stood at the center. The master of Tianyu Pavilion surveyed the 7 chosen ones within the hall, nodding in satisfaction before speaking. From this day forth, you shall be the Tianjizi of my Tianji Pavilion, and we shall prioritize your cultivation. As a reward, you are permitted to enter the Tianling pool within our pavilion. As for the guardians you have summoned, they too shall be granted entry to the Tianling pool. At this juncture, the master of Tianyu waved his hand, and a resonant hum filled the air. A spatial portal materialized above the assembly. Behind this portal lay a newly established miniature world. Go forth. The extent of your gains shall depend upon your endeavors. With another flourish of his hand, a potent force enveloped everyone in the hall, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the small world beyond the spatial portal. Observing his diligent disciple's imminent entry into the Tianling pool, the Emperor of the Dark Crow could not help but feel elated. A strange sensation stirred within him. A foreboding unease. The Emperor of the Dark Crow paused momentarily, his eyelids twitching twice, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding took root in his heart. Meanwhile, upon entering this small world, Chu Luo and his companions were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming imperial aura. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures quietly materialized before them. One of these figures was an elder whom Chu Luo recognized, the formidable Emperor of Fortune who had intervened to rescue Wang Xiaojia within the secret realm. The other elder was none other than the esteemed Ancestor of the Tianji Pavilion. Ancestor, Senior, all present, whether they were the prodigies of the Tianji Pavilion or the guardians, bowed respectfully to the 2 emperors. The 2 sovereigns nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The Emperor of Fortune's gaze settled upon Chu Luo, revealing a warm smile as he kindly remarked, "Ah, the little one from the Forbidden Sect, we meet again." Chu Luo chuckled, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor as he remarked, "Hee. I didn't expect that the senior would still remember me." Beside him, another venerable elder fixed his gaze upon Chu Luo, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. He then addressed the assembly, saying, "Follow me, all of you." As his words echoed, the 2 emperors turned and led the crowd deeper into this miniature world. Ling, what are the names of these 2 elders? They seem rather amiable, unlike those wretched old fools from the Wang family and the Crimson Flame Valley. Chu Luo inquired softly. "Chu, Brother Chu, you must address them as the emperors. The esteemed individual is the Ancestor of Destiny from our Tianji Pavilion. The other is our Supreme Overlord Ancestor." Ling Xuanzi whispered. "What? The Ancestor of Chicken Chop?" Chu Luodun couldn't help but exclaim, nearly bursting into laughter. The Chicken Chop Emperor? How could anyone possess such an unusual penchant? Quite distinctive indeed. With a startled exclamation, Chu Luo rendered everyone momentarily speechless, utterly astonished. How audacious was this Chu Luo, to dare to insult the formidable Emperor Heba? Fortunately, the astute Ling Xuanzi reacted swiftly, promptly covering Chu Luo's mouth, thereby preventing her from bursting into laughter. Chu Luo also realized his mistake, and a cold sweat broke out all over him. This was because the formidable ancestor, Jiba, had halted his steps before them. His expression dark and foreboding, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. Beside him, the Emperor of Fortune was twitching uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. Did this little fellow not comprehend that Jiba, the old man, despised being misunderstood regarding his title? "Oh, esteemed ancestor Jiba, I did not mean you. Please do not take offense. I was actually denouncing Ling Xuanzi. Yes, I was indeed berating that scoundrel Ling Xuanzi. How could he only now inform me of the illustrious reputations of the two esteemed elders? It is truly deserving of reproach." Chu Luo broke free from the grasp of the spirit calculator and hurriedly offered his apologies. "Ah, yes. Please do not take offense, esteemed ancestor. Brother Chu is indeed just now reprimanding me, and certainly not referring to your revered title." The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a silent testament to their disbelief. The spirit calculator, displaying a sense of honor, chose to sacrifice his own dignity in defense of Chu Luo. Laughter erupted as one remarked, "Ha, young friend Chu is truly humorous." The ancient figure, it seemed, had his composure shattered after so many years by the wit of the young man. The great Emperor of Fortune chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the tension surrounding Chu Luo, while playfully patting the shoulder of the supreme dominator. "Huh, you old ghost, how could I possibly be swayed by a mere child?" The supreme dominator retorted with a grin directed at Chu Luo, as if to say, "I shall remember you, young one." Chu Luo forced a smile, a shiver running down her spine. Following this brief interlude, the crowd continued deeper into the area. Soon, two pools came into view, one large and one small. The larger one resembled a miniature lake, while the smaller could barely accommodate a dozen individuals. These two pools were the famed celestial spirit pools of the Tianji Pavilion, containing the ethereal celestial spirit liquid. The rich spiritual energy enveloping the newcomers invigorated their senses with just a single breath. "Is this truly the celestial spirit pool?" they marveled, recalling tales of the divine liquid produced by the heavens, which could not only be absorbed by the powerful, but also purify one's very essence. The members of the Tianji Pavilion exclaimed in excitement, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. "This is indeed the celestial spirit pool of our Tianji Pavilion. Once you enter, the amount of celestial spirit liquid you absorb depends solely on your own fortune. Furthermore, under no circumstances may anyone damage the celestial spirit pool. Any protector who transgresses this command shall be dealt with on the spot. Should any disciple of our pavilion defy this, they will lose their status as a Tianji disciple and be expelled." The formidable elder warned the assembly. "We shall remember this." The crowd responded, bowing respectfully. The Emperor of Opportunities then addressed Chu Luo and her companions. "The 7 Tianji disciples shall enter the larger celestial spirit pool, while the other 4 young friends will utilize the smaller one. You may proceed now." Upon hearing the Emperor's proclamation, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the small pool meant for only a few. A quick look at the expansive pool, akin to a small lake, revealed a stark contrast in treatment. As soon as the Emperor's words fell, the crowd dispersed towards the two pools. "Young one, you are heading the wrong way." Elder Jiba's expression darkened as he observed Chu Luo trailing behind Ling Xuanzi. His gaze turned ominous. My apologies." Chu Luo awkwardly scratched his head, casting a glance at the vast pool, filled with a sense of reluctance. After turning around, he pouted and followed Jiang Luoli into the small heavenly spirit pool. Fortunately, apart from himself, the only other entrants were Jiang Luoli, a prodigy of the undying Tao, and another prodigy from the extreme Emperor Tao, making for a total of 3. Upon entering the heavenly spirit pool, the heavenly spirit liquid soaked Jiang Luoli's garments. Her alluring figure, with its captivating curves, caused the 2 prodigies from the undying and extreme Emperor Taoist to flush crimson. Hastily suppressing the flames of desire within, they closed their eyes and began to cultivate, absorbing the heavenly spirit liquid. However, Chu Luo remained utterly oblivious to this enchanting scene. After Chu Luo entered, he immediately closed his eyes and began to circulate the forbidden mixed yuan technique. A powerful force erupted, drawing the attention of both the extreme domination ancestor and the heavenly mechanism ancestor. The two venerable emperors displayed expressions of astonishment as they beheld the faint golden light emanating from Chu Luo's body. Golden specks of light swiftly gathered around him, spinning rapidly. The ethereal liquid from the heavenly spirit pool surged violently into Chu Luo's being, as if it were being devoured. Centered around Chu Luo, the liquid formed a whirlpool, causing the level of the liquid in the pool to visibly diminish. This fellow, Jiang Luoli, with her exquisite beauty, revealed a look of disbelief. She had not anticipated that Chu Luo would absorb the ethereal liquid at such a terrifying rate. Was he a monster? This was bad. He was on the verge of exhausting the spirit liquid all by himself. The prodigies of the Undying Tao sect gasped in surprise. They quickly resumed their meditative state, employing their techniques to compete with Chu Luo for the liquid in the heavenly spirit pool. Jiang Lali and another prodigy from the Extreme Emperor sect also swiftly activated their techniques to seize the ethereal liquid. If they delayed even a moment longer, they might only be left with scraps. This young man had actually cultivated the Forbidden Sect's Forbidden Mixed Yuan technique to the 4th level. Yet, despite this, after absorbing so much ethereal liquid, he should have made a breakthrough, right? The Extreme Domination Emperor remarked in shock. The Opportunity Emperor's gaze flickered as he observed Chu Luo, who was voraciously consuming the ethereal liquid. Turning his attention to the 7 heavenly mechanism disciples by the large pool, he couldn't help but shake his head and remarked, "This child's foundational strength is unparalleled. I have never witnessed such depth. Even at his age, I was far inferior. It is a pity that such a prodigy does not belong to my heavenly mechanism pavilion." The Extreme Domination Emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Opportunity Emperor's words. Although he felt that Chu Luo had a rather insufferable demeanor, the talent he displayed was astonishing. Amidst their conversation, the ethereal liquid in the heavenly spirit pool was nearly depleted. The Opportunity Emperor and the Extreme Domination Emperor exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. The stipulated 2 hours were still far from over. They could not simply expel Chu Luo and his companions at this juncture. Thus, the Opportunity Emperor reached out with a hand, summoning the ethereal liquid from the larger heavenly spirit pool. With a hum, the liquid surged upward, forming a water dragon that flowed into the smaller heavenly spirit pool where Chu Luo and the others were situated. Instantly, the smaller pool was replenished, only to be swiftly absorbed by Chu Luo once more. What manner of monster was this young man? It was truly a significant loss for our heavenly mechanism pavilion to have brought him here. The Extreme Domination Emperor cursed under his breath as he beheld the nearly desiccated spirit pool. Once this matter settled, he would certainly discuss with the other elders the necessity of placing this young man on the blacklist. The heavenly spirit pool would be forever closed to him. What else could they do but accept their fate? Otherwise, the outside world might think that the heavenly mechanism pavilion could not handle the situation. Fortunately, the ethereal liquid in the main pool could regenerate. The Opportunity Emperor could not help but chuckle wryly. He then reached out once more to draw from the larger heavenly spirit pool, refilling the smaller one, only for it to be rapidly consumed by Chu Luo again. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoli and the other 3 prodigies could only absorb a meager portion as they were simply outmatched by Chu Luo. The forbidden primordial technique of Chu Luo is exceedingly domineering. Upon witnessing this scene, the Emperor of Fortuity and the Emperor of Supremacy were intrigued. They were eager to ascertain the true limits of Chu Luo's abilities. Consequently, the Emperor of Fortuity summoned the celestial essence a total of 4 times. The pace at which Chu Luo absorbed and refined the celestial essence gradually began to slow. Was this lad finally reaching his limits? The Extreme Overlord let out a sigh of relief, still astonished within. The Fortune Emperor nodded, curiously observing Chu Luo. Just how far could this young one break through? At this moment, Chu Luo felt the celestial essence, which he had been compressing and refining, surging through the meridians of his body like a mighty river, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. He was deeply impressed by the formidable power of his Sect's techniques. The Forbidden Sect's supreme technique, the Forbidden Primordial Art, would unleash its true might once he reached the 4th layer. This extraordinary method could refine the celestial energies countless times, subsequently compressing and stacking them to forge a robust foundation of spiritual power. This was also the reason why Chu Luo could continuously employ the forbidden ultimate arts without exhausting his internal spiritual energy. Since the inception of his cultivation in the Forbidden Primordial Art, he had discovered its wondrous capabilities. Thus, over the course of these past several years, from childhood to the present, Chu Luo did not, like other disciples, rush to break through his cultivation. Instead, from a young age, he diligently honed, compressed, and stacked his spiritual energy, establishing an extraordinarily solid foundation. Furthermore, Chu Luo discovered that the forbidden mixed yuan technique was perfectly complementary to the forbidden supreme arts. Even when he exhaustively wielded the forbidden supreme arts, once his internal spiritual energy was depleted, he could swiftly draw upon and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by circulating the technique. The forbidden mixed yuan technique was equally as astonishing as the forbidden supreme arts. However, its extraordinary qualities only began to manifest after transcending the fourth realm. As Chu Luo turned his gaze inward, he beheld a spiritual sea, brimming with an incomprehensible and profound power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, leaped to his feet, and let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. Break. Boom. At that moment, the attention of the great Emperor of Fortune and the great Emperor of Supremacy, along with the bystanders who were startled, was drawn towards Chu Luo. In the next instant, the crowd sensed that Chu Luo's aura was rapidly ascending. Second realm of primordial beginning. Third realm. Fourth realm. Boom. Chu Luo has swiftly advanced from the first realm of Taichu, achieving a remarkable breakthrough through 3 minor realms. Now reaching the fourth realm of Taichu. Incredible, Brother Chu. At this moment, Ling Xuanzi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What a remarkable young man. Even the formidable Emperor Jiba could not restrain his admiration. To break through 3 minor realms in one go is an extraordinary feat. This young man's talent is even more prodigious than that of their own Tianji Zi from the Tianji Pavilion. Chu Luo sensed the power coursing through her meridians and couldn't help but smile brightly. Indeed, this journey to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion was worth it. Brat, conceal your aura. If you have broken through, hurry back down. You are disturbing others. The Supreme Dominator Emperor scolded irritably. Chu Luo pouted slightly, feeling that this old man truly held a grudge. Thus, she descended beside the 2 great emperors, behaving like a well-mannered child, remaining utterly silent, fearful of offending the Supreme Overlord once more. Following Chu Luo, Ling Xuanzi and several other celestial figures also experienced breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoli achieved a remarkable advancement, transcending 2 minor realms and elevating her cultivation to the Nirvana stage. Chu Luo could not help but feel astonished. Yin Shixiong's little lover possessed quite the talent. Subsequently, everyone experienced breakthroughs and departed from the heavenly spirit pool. The extreme overlord emperor treated Chu Luo as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, being the first to expel her from this small world. As the group emerged from the heavenly spirit pool, the prodigies from other factions also exited the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion in succession. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, you have reaped quite the rewards. The Yin Crow Emperor observed Chu Luo's current state with great delight. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly shifted. In front of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master and several elders, he directly seized Chu Luo and tore open a rift in space. My dear disciple, hurry and flee. Heavenly Jade, we shall take our leave first and express our gratitude another time. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Yin Crow Emperor pulled the dazed Chu Luo into the rift, vanishing without a trace. The rift in space healed at an astonishing speed. In the very moment of its closure, a voice emanated from deep within the rift. Ling Xiong, take good care of my steed. I shall return. Ling Xuanzi found himself perplexed. Why was the Yin Crow Emperor in such a rush? Not only was Ling Xuanzi bewildered, but even the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master and the esteemed elders present wore expressions of confusion. Buzzing. At that moment, the Extreme Overlord Emperor and the Fortune Emperor appeared. Ancestor. The crowd bowed in respect. At this moment, the Extreme Overlord Emperor and the Fortune Emperor gazed solemnly into the void, their eyes narrowing slightly. An invisible consciousness surged forth. Moments later, their gazes returned. Ancestor, what transpired? The Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master inquired, his brow furrowed. The grave expressions of the 2 ancestors indicated that something significant had occurred. It is nothing serious. Just now, the emperors of the Yi and Wang families visited, but they have since departed, presumably in pursuit of the Yin Crow Emperor. The Fortune Emperor explained briefly before he and the Extreme Overlord Emperor turned and vanished from sight. At this moment, the Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master and the others finally understood why the Yin Crow Emperor had left in such haste. Indeed, the emperors of the Wang and Yu families had come calling. Heavenly Jade Pavilion Master, we must take our leave as well. With the absence of the Yin Crow Emperor, Yin Jun Gushing and Lan Qing Gushing hurriedly bid farewell to the Heavenly Jade and hastily exited the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic currents of the void, a tempest raged. An elderly man stood within the empty space, untouched by the swirling storms around him. This elder was the ancestral figure of the Wang family who had descended into the world. They escaped quite swiftly. The elder chuckled softly before suddenly looking up toward another direction, saying nonchalantly, "Since my friend has arrived, why not reveal yourself?" Buzz. As soon as the elder's words fell, a figure enveloped in formidable sword energy materialized out of thin air. Yi Jianquang, greetings to the esteemed Jiuyo. Yi Jianquang clasped his hands in respect toward the elder. "Oh, you are the young one from the Yi family all those years ago. I did not expect you to have grown to such heights. In a few more years, you may rival even me." Jiuyo Emperor grinned, playfully teasing. "Senior, you jest?" Yi Jianquang gently shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he pierced through the constraints of space. Catching sight of the Incro Emperor fleeing with Chu Luo in tow, it seemed as though the Incro Emperor sensed Yi Jianquang's scrutiny. For he turned his head mid-flight and made a grimace at him, grinning widely, a sight utterly unseemly. "Are you also in pursuit of the master and disciple from the forbidden sect?" Jiuyo Emperor smiled gently, resembling a kindly old man. Yi Jianquang nodded, contemplating. "Just now, I learned from the Fortune Emperor that my granddaughter met her demise at the hands of Chu Luo. He, since that is the case, why not accompany me? I have matters to attend to concerning those two as well." Jiuyo Emperor chuckled lightly. Yi Jianquang nodded slightly, and the two stepped forward in unison. Their figures vanished instantaneously from their location. At the same time, the Incro Emperor, who was frantically dragging Chu Luo, turned his face back. "Master, what are you looking at? And why are we running? Have the emperors of the Wang and Yi families arrived?" Suddenly, Chu Luo recalled the fact that she had slain Yi Qingxue and incapacitated Wang Xiaojie. Given the nature of these two families, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Indeed, my clever disciple. It is true that the Wang family has dispatched an old ghost of the sixth realm, while the Yi family has sent forth an emperor of the fourth realm. I, your master, cannot bear this burden alone. Fortunately, I took you along to flee in advance. Otherwise, our fates would surely be sealed. As long as we return to the sphere of influence of our sect, we shall be safe." The Emperor of the Shadow Crow sneered. Upon hearing that the adversary had dispatched an emperor of the sixth and fourth realms, Chu Luo could not help but gaze earnestly at her esteemed master, inquiring, "Master, can we truly escape?" The Emperor of Incro, with a resolute gesture, patted his chest and swore, "Rest assured, my dear disciple, my greatest skills lie in evasion and the art of retreat. Especially retreat. I have practiced diligently for this." That is reassuring, Chu Luo thought, finding comfort in her master's unwavering confidence. Yet, in the next moment, the Emperor of Incro turned his head, and his expression shifted drastically. He beheld the sword-mad Emperor and the nine Nether Emperor approaching them with an alarming swiftness. It would not be long before they were upon them. "My dear disciple, you must flee." The Emperor of Incro suddenly regained his composure, thrusting his hand forward, propelling Chu Luo into the space ahead. Boom. "Ah, master, you have struck my waist." Chu Luo transformed into a streak of light, propelling forward at an astonishing velocity through the expanse of space. The Shadow Crow Emperor swiftly turned, gathering a potent force in his hand, devoid of any discernible fluctuations. He intoned, invoking the forbidden ultimate technique, Blood Fiend Demonic Poison. In a mountain range 1,000 miles away from the forbidden sect, the void suddenly fractured. A streak of light surged downward, crashing into a small grove nestled within the mountains. "Ouch, that hurts." In the grove, Chu Luo leaned against a tree trunk with one hand while clutching his waist with the other, grimacing in pain. He felt as though his very essence had been shattered by his master's recent strike. As Chu Luo regained his composure, he surveyed the surroundings and leapt into the void. After examining the mountainous terrain, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had returned to the jurisdiction of his sect. A journey of several thousand miles to the east would lead him to his forbidden sect. Suddenly, the fabric of the void in the distance shattered, and a stream of crimson light shot forth from the rift, plummeting rapidly downward. "Master!" Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the crimson light, Chu Luo's expression changed drastically, and he hastened toward it. Upon impact, the blood-red glow struck a mountain range, unleashing a tremendous force that created a deep crater in the ground. Curse it. This old wretch. How could something like this cause me pain? From the depths of the crater emerged a disheveled, dirt-streaked elder. A closer inspection would reveal that this woeful figure was none other than his master, the Emperor of Shadows, Inya. "Master, are you all right?" Chu Luo rushed to the scene, his heart filled with concern as he observed the elder's battered appearance, with traces of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. "My dear disciple, what are you doing here? Come, we must flee at once. As long as we return to our territory, we will be safe." The Emperor of Shadows was equally astonished to see Chu Luo. Grasping his disciple's hand, he sought to tear open the fabric of space once more. Master, we are already within the sect's jurisdiction. Just a few thousand miles to the east lies our sect. Chuluo hurriedly spoke. The Dark Crow Emperor paused, casting a careful glance at his surroundings. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity nearby. It turned out he was home. Haha. Well, that settles it. The Dark Crow Emperor sighed in relief, releasing his imperial might that enveloped a vast expanse of land. At that moment, the void shattered once more, and two figures quietly descended. Among them was Yi Jianquang, filled with fury and a murderous intent, gazing down at the Dark Crow Emperor. If anyone were present, they would surely be astonished. Yi Jianquang's entire left arm had vanished. An immense power surged from his shoulder, staunching the flow of blood from the wound. The incision at his shoulder was clean, evidently inflicted by some sharp instrument. The longsword in Yi Jianquang's hand dripped with golden blood infused with imperial power. Haha. The Dark Crow Emperor sneered at the severed arm of the sword-mad emperor. That arm was his doing. After sending Chuluo away, he had immediately launched a surprise attack, employing forbidden techniques to ambush Yi Jianquang, who had only reached the 4th level of imperial cultivation. The attack had been successful, striking his arm. However, what the Dark Crow Emperor had not anticipated was that upon sensing the strange poison coursing through his arm, Yi Jianquang had swiftly swung his sword, severing his own arm. You old fool, today I shall slay you. Yi Jianquang, consumed by rage, emanated a palpable murderous intent, causing the temperature of the surrounding world to plummet dramatically. He had never imagined that as a formidable 4th-level emperor, he could be ambushed by someone of merely 1st-level cultivation. With this thought, Yi Jianquang raised his sword, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that was violent, wild, and bloodthirsty. In the next moment, the winds howled and the skies shifted, manifesting countless anomalies. The myriad powerful beings throughout the vast 3,000 worlds sensed this overwhelming sword intent. That figure was Yi Jianquang of the Yi clan. How did the sword-mad emperor enter the realm? Look, the sword-mad emperor is injured. Where has his other arm gone? With whom is he battling? The powerful figures of innumerable factions gazed in shock at the distant celestial phenomena, unable to suppress their astonishment, just as the Dark Crow Emperor and Chuluo wore grim expressions. A sudden, intense spatial fluctuation erupted behind them. Both the sword-mad emperor and the 9 nether emperors' eyes narrowed. The void trembled, and a dense aura of death permeated the air. Within this deathly atmosphere resided an astonishing imperial might. 3 aged figures emerged from the rift in space. Upon seeing these 3 figures, Yi Jianquang relinquished his sword, his formidable presence and the anomalies surrounding him vanishing, replaced by a grave and vigilant demeanor. Even the 9 nether emperor, standing beside him, wore an expression of utmost seriousness upon witnessing the arrival of these 3 individuals. Chu Luo and the Emperor of Yin Crow suddenly turned around, their hearts swelling with joy. Ancestor. Indeed, the 3 figures that appeared behind Chu Luo and the Emperor of Yin Crow were none other than the Emperor of Burial Jade, the Emperor of Sky Dust, and the Emperor of Daosaurs from the Forbidden Sect. Leading them, the Emperor of Burial Jade remained clad in white garments, exuding an aura of death. His aged visage appeared exceedingly pale, as if he were on the verge of transcending into the afterlife at any moment. Ancestor, save me. Chu Luo hurriedly concealed herself behind the 3 venerable ancestors. The Shadow Crow Emperor approached, rubbing his chest, and bowed respectfully to the 3 esteemed elders. Ahem. The 3rd elder said, Are you all right? The Burial Jade Emperor coughed lightly, gazing at the Shadow Crow Emperor with concern. Rest assured, venerable ancestor, I am not yet at death's door. However, do exercise caution regarding that old fellow from the Wang family. His cultivation is exceedingly formidable. The Shadow Crow Emperor offered this warning before, like Chu Luo, retreating behind the 3 elders. Youngster, I can understand why the old ghost from the Wang family is targeting you, but why has the Emperor of the Yi family also come to trouble you? Have you, perchance, slain one of their prodigies? The Dao Source Emperor inquired, his gaze fixed upon the sword-mad emperor, a look of curiosity in his eyes. Indeed, Chu Luo interjected. You elders are unaware, but that mad girl from the Yi family is utterly despicable. In the secret realm of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, she actually conspired with the prodigies of the Crimson Flame Valley and the Lingqing sect to besiege our disciples. Yet, neither of the 3 stood a chance against them. However, that mad girl from the Yi family delayed her surrender just slightly, and one of our disciples inadvertently killed her. Elders, you must come to our aid. Chu Luo expressed her grievances. It turns out this is merely a matter among the younger generation. Fear not, young one, with this ancestor present. They shall not harm you. Zhongyu spoke coldly. At that moment, Within Chu Luo's being, the system emitted 3 notifications. Protection value from Ancestor Zhongyu increased by 10,000. Protection value from Ancestor Shaochen increased by 10,000. Protection value from Ancestor Dao Yuan increased by 10,000. Chu Luo was overwhelmed with joy as he eagerly checked his protective value. Now, he had accumulated over 200,000. Yet the goal of 2 million still felt like a distant dream. In matters among the younger generation, death was merely a testament to one's inferiority. It was rather excessive for you old-timers to emerge and pursue the elders and disciples of my forbidden sect. The expression of the ancestor Zhongyu remained serene, his aura of death intensifying. He cast a fleeting glance at Yu Jianquang, then shifted his gaze towards the Emperor of the Nine Nether. It appeared as though the Emperor Zhongyu regarded Yu Jianquang with indifference. Yu Jianquang's countenance darkened. With a hum, he raised his hand towards the severed arms wound and pointed with a finger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, flesh and blood began to coalesce at his shoulder, swiftly forming a new arm. Zhongyu, it has been over 100,000 years since we last met, yet you remain as arrogant as ever. The only difference now is that you have aged more than I. Moreover, your days are numbered. I have come this time for that lad behind you. That lad behind you has slain the prodigy of my Wang family and destroyed the sacred body of my Wang family. If you hand him over to me, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to engage you in combat. I wonder how much of your lifespan will remain after a confrontation with me? As he spoke, the Emperor of the Nine Nether wore a sinister smile. Despicable. The old man truly was vile. Ancestor, should we not surrender the lad? After all, keeping him around is merely asking for trouble. The Dao Source Ancestor cursed vehemently, casting a glance at Chu Luo before addressing the Emperor Zhongyu. What? No, Ancestor. By the way, Ancestor, I have a sacred longevity pill here. Perhaps it would be of use to you. Ancestor, please consume the medicine. Upon hearing the words of the venerable Dao Yuan, Chu Luo felt utterly dismayed. She hastily stepped forward, beseeching the Emperor of Buried Jade, presenting the sacred longevity pill in her outstretched hands. Esteemed Ancestor, this cannot be. He is my cherished disciple. At this moment, the Emperor of the Shadow Crows also displayed a change in countenance, quickly interjecting his concern. The Emperor of Buried Jade cast a sidelong glance at Dao Yuan and smiled kindly at Chu Luo, saying, Little one, your kind intentions are duly noted. Yet the sacred longevity pill bears no utility for me. It is best that you keep it for yourself. Furthermore, Dao Yuan was merely jesting with you. There is no need for alarm. With the ancestors present, even that ancient wretch from the Nine Hells cannot harm you. Cough, cough, cough. The Emperor of Buried Jade coughed violently, producing a sword in his hand, and fixed his gaze upon the Emperor of Nine Hells. Upon hearing these words, Chu Luo was deeply touched and instinctively glanced towards Dao Yuan, only to find him stifling a chuckle. Chu Luo was rendered speechless. This Dao Source Ancestor was truly unreliable. In such dire times, he still dared to jest. Alas, with a heavy heart, the Jiuyo Emperor declared, Zhongyu, let us engage in battle in the void beyond. A deep sigh escaped him, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a colossal emperor's avatar rose behind him, obscuring the heavens. With a single step, the Jiuyo Emperor traversed into the void beyond. Zhongyu, come forth to fight. His voice resounded across the 3,000 great worlds, sending shockwaves through countless formidable beings. The War of Emperors was about to commence once more. That was the Jiuyo Emperor of the Wang clan. Good heavens, it was indeed the Jiuyo Emperor. Just moments ago, he seemed to have referred to the Zhongyu Emperor of the Forbidden Sect. The Forbidden Sect and the Wang clan were clashing again. Surely, it was due to that scoundrel, Chu Luo. That cunning old man. You guessed it right. I heard that Chu Luo nearly eliminated Wang Xiaojia, the prodigy of the Wang clan, during the Tianji Pavilion selection. Not only that, but Yu Qi Snow, the esteemed prodigy of the Yi clan, has also fallen prey to Chu Luo's venomous hands. Henceforth, there shall be no more Qing No in this world. Hiss. The numerous strong beings of the 3,000 great worlds gazed out into the void beyond. The Emperor's avatar, standing upon the universe, surrounded by an endless sea of clouds, ignited fervent discussions among them. Shaochen, take this young lad and the third elder back to the sect. The elder remarked, It has been so many years since we last met. Let us see how your strength has progressed compared to over 100,000 years ago. Boom. Zhongyu Emperor smiled slightly, holding a spirit sword, stepping forward. In the blink of an eye, Zhongyu's figure appeared beside Yu Jianquang. Yi Jianquang's pupils contracted sharply. The moment Zhongyu materialized next to him, he sensed an overwhelming sword pressure emanating from the Zongyu Emperor, as if a primordial divine mountain was pressing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Furthermore, the wild, bloodthirsty sword intent emanating from him crumbled instantaneously. A mere glance from Zongyu was enough to unleash such devastation. Boom. Pft. Under the watchful eyes of countless formidable beings, Yi Jianquang's face turned pale, and he coughed up blood. The sword intent enveloping him vanished, and his hand, gripping the spirit sword, trembled involuntarily. Yi Jianquang's complexion was ashen, terror filling his eyes. The chasm between him and Zongyu in the realm of swordsmanship was insurmountable. A distance of 100,000 miles felt like an insurmountable chasm. Today, I shall spare your life. Should you dare return to my forbidden sect, I shall show no mercy. Zongyu, standing beside Yi Jianquang, left behind a chilling proclamation before vanishing into the void. How could the disparity be so vast? What significance did my years of relentless pursuit in this path hold? Was this truly Zongyu, the unparalleled prodigy from 100,000 years ago? Hiki. Pft. Yi Jianquang found it difficult to accept. In the face of Zongyu's sword intent, he lacked even the courage to wield his own. At this moment, cracks appeared in Yi Jianquang's stout heart. With his heart unstable, he faced a backlash. Elders, now is the time. Seize the opportunity while he is weakened. Strike him down. Upon witnessing Yi Jianquang suddenly spitting blood, Chu Luo promptly whispered a reminder to Dao Yuan and Xiaochen. You rascal. What a shame. Dao Yuan chuckled, playfully scolding Chu Luo. He then turned his gaze towards the dazed Yi Jianquang, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes as he remarked, if we truly eliminate this fellow, we will irrevocably sever ties with the Yi family. This could trigger a grander imperial war, perhaps even a full-blown conflict between the two great powers. At this juncture, it is not the time for our forbidden sect to clash with these ancient families. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo clicked his tongue, lamenting the squandered opportunity, considering that this individual had just pursued him and his master. Let us return to the sect. Xiaochen glanced at the bewildered Yi Jianquang and gestured with a grand sweep of his hand. A surge of power enveloped Chu Luo, propelling him toward the direction of the forbidden sect. The two emperors, Enya and Dao Yuan, followed suit, returning to their sect. Meanwhile, Yi Jianquang stood in a state of despair, raising his gaze to the boundless void. He beheld a towering figure, enveloped in an aura of death yet exuding an air of elegance and power. Subsequently, Yi Jianquang tore through the fabric of space and departed. Boom. At that very moment, a resounding roar echoed across the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds, heralding the commencement of the Emperor War deep within the realms beyond. The battle intensified. The Jiu Emperor brandished a battle blade radiating a grayish light. A terrifying intent from the blade, intertwined with the supreme sword intent of Zongyu, enveloped the infinite universe. The combined might of blade and sword obliterated the stars within a billion-mile radius, creating a domain of swords and blades. In this domain, the figures of Jiu Emperor and Zongyu Emperor clashed fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy, imbued with the essence of blade and sword, rippled outward like water, sweeping across the cosmos. The two emperors stirred chaos, their power overwhelming. The cataclysmic clash between the two sixth-tier emperors naturally drew the attention of numerous hidden old monsters from various top-tier forces. All of them believed that the battle between Zongyu and Jiu would hasten the depletion of Zongyu's vitality. Even Jiu himself held this conviction, intending to exhaust Zongyu to death. However, the course of this battle defied all expectations. It stretched on for a full day and night. Each time Jiu and the countless hidden old ghosts thought Zongyu was on the brink of collapse, he surprisingly remained resilient, always seeming just a hair's breadth away from defeat. Ultimately, Zongyu unleashed a terrifying killing move, engaging Jiu in a head-on confrontation. Following this move, Jiu was struck by a blade and fled back to his clan. After Jiu's escape, the deathly aura surrounding Zongyu thickened, as if he were on the verge of sitting down and perishing right there. In that moment, Zongyu sensed the murderous intent emanating from numerous ancient beings observing him. What? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my sword? Zongyu, though aged, still possessed a formidable blade. Even in death, I shall take a few down with me. If you do not believe, feel free to come and try. Coughing, Zongyu felt the presence of those wandering in the void, imbued with murderous intent. Thus, he addressed the various forces of the 3,000 great worlds, his chest heaving as he spoke weakly. Upon hearing his words, several hidden old ghosts hesitated before ultimately withdrawing their intent. They harbored a fear of Zongyu and were unwilling to be the first to stick their necks out, risking advantage for others. Sensing the retreat of those thoughts, Zhang Yu felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. He then took a step forward, returning to the forbidden sect. At this moment, Chu Luo had already returned to the peak of Nianxia. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, who was enveloped in a deathly aura, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief. "Young one, come to the forbidden ground." Just then, Zhang Yu's aged voice echoed in Chu Luo's ear. Chu Luo was taken aback, utterly perplexed. What could the venerable ancestor Zhang Yu possibly want with him? Did he intend to punish him for stirring up trouble everywhere? Though a sense of unease lingered within Chu Luo, he resolutely decided to venture to the forbidden grounds to meet the revered ancestor Zhang Yu. Just as he was about to depart from the mountain peak towards the forbidden area, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. "Brother Chu." Chu Luo turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld a streak of light swiftly approaching from the distance, landing before him. Upon seeing the visitor, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, as if a memory had resurfaced. The individual before him was none other than Tang He, who had initially invited Chu Luo to embark on the journey to Nantian Prefecture and train in the Beast Mountain Range. Chu Luo recalled that she had indeed made a promise to someone. She had just heard from other junior disciples that Senior Brother Chu had returned, and to her surprise, it was true. "Senior Brother Chu, several other junior disciples have been waiting for you. When do you plan to set off for Southern Heaven Prefecture?" Tang He scratched his head, looking at Chu Luo with eager anticipation. Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly, and he cleared his throat, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "That Tang Junior Brother, the ancestor just asked me to make a trip to the forbidden area." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tang He's eyes. Yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "It's all right, Brother Chu. If you truly don't have the time, then it's fine. My fellow brothers and I can go by ourselves." Although the disappointment in Tang He's gaze was skillfully concealed, it did not escape the keen observation of Chu Luo. With a heart full of compassion, Chu Luo smiled broadly, revealing her 8 gleaming white teeth. "Junior Brother Tang, I have promised you all that I would go, and I shall certainly keep my word. Please wait here for a moment while I visit the ancestor." Without granting Tang He any opportunity to respond, Chu Luo swiftly turned and soared towards the direction of the forbidden area. Tang He, watching her retreating figure, couldn't help but smile with joy. He hurried off to share this delightful news with the other junior brothers. Before long, Chu Luo arrived at the outskirts of the forbidden zone of the forbidden sect. However, just as she was about to step inside, fate intervened. The second elder Zhao Sheng and the fourth elder Qin Yi happened to pass by together. They caught sight of Chu Luo, with one foot already entering the forbidden area. Chu Luo, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, the three of them exchanged glances, enveloped in a profound silence. Elder, if I were to tell you that it was the ancestor who sent me to find him, would you believe me?" Zhao Sheng widened his eyes, preparing to unleash a tirade when suddenly, an ancient voice resonated from the depths of the forbidden area. "Since you have arrived, young one, why do you hesitate to enter?" Upon hearing this voice, imbued with a faint imperial authority, the two elders, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, hastily clasped their hands in respect and bowed towards the depths of the forbidden zone. They then dismissed Chu Luo as if he were inconsequential, departing in cheerful conversation. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Chu Luo gazed into the depths of the forbidden zone, took a deep breath, and stepped into its confines. Shortly after her entrance, she soon beheld a stone tablet inscribed with the 3,000 forbidden arcane arts. Before this tablet stood 2 guardians, the venerable Dao Yuan ancestor and the esteemed Shaochen ancestor. Chu Luo descended before the 2 ancient ancestors, clasping his hands in a gesture of reverence as he bowed, exclaiming, "Esteemed ancestors." In that fleeting moment of salutation, Chu Luo's gaze furtively darted towards the stone tablets behind the 2 ancestors. "Youngster, should your eyes dare to wander again, I shall promptly turn them into dark rings," the Dao Yuan ancestor said with a smile, observing Chu Luo. Chu Luo hastily averted his gaze, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he cast a disdainful glance at Dao Yuan ancestor. "Old ancestor, are you two here merely to prevent me from clandestinely acquiring knowledge?" "Haha." The old man boomed with laughter. "Congratulations, young one, you have guessed correctly." Dao Yuan ancestor chuckled heartily, increasingly finding Chu Luo to his liking. In response, Chu Luo seethed with anger, cursing inwardly. How could the sect hoard such profound skills without fear of them being lost to time? "Enough, Dao Yuan, do not torment this young lad any further," interjected the amiable and refined Shaochen ancestor, unable to bear the sight any longer. With a playful reprimand, he gestured toward a nearby mountain peak, indicating, "Young one, you should proceed. Ancestor Zhang Yu awaits you." Chu Luo nodded. He saluted the venerable ancestor Shaochen with a bow. then made a playful face at the venerable ancestor Dao Yuan. Swiftly, he darted off towards the distant peak. This young lad possesses quite the charm. The venerable ancestor Dao Yuan chuckled, scolding lightly as he observed Chu Luo's departing figure, finding it exceedingly amusing. Undoubtedly, Chu Luo is far more intriguing than the other prodigious disciples of the sect. This lad is endowed with remarkable talent and displays decisive prowess in battle. Yet, he is also whimsical and cunning, perfectly aligning with Dao Yuan's tastes. At times, the venerable ancestor even contemplated personally taking Chu Luo under his wing as a disciple. Before long, Chu Luo arrived at the peak before him. Atop the summit stood a towering, ancient tree, its branches lush and vibrant, the green leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Beneath the ancient tree, there was a quaint tile-roofed house and a small courtyard. Outside the house, a stone table was set with tea utensils. At this moment, the venerable ancestor Songyu, clad in white and exuding a faint aura of death, was seated on a stone chair, preparing tea. Chu Luo descended onto the stone table, facing the venerable ancestor Zhongyu, and bowed respectfully. A smile revealing 8 gleaming white teeth graced his face, exuding an innocent demeanor as he spoke. "Ancestor, your disciple has arrived." Ancestor Zhongyu cast a casual glance at the young man before him and replied with a faint smile, "Little one, since you are here, feel free to take a seat." The youth hesitated, not daring to sit, and inquired, "May I ask, Ancestor, what is the purpose of your summons?" Chu Luo cupped his hands in inquiry. The ancestor Zhongyu gazed at Chu Luo with profound meaning, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Can you truly not act? Do you think you can put on a facade in front of me? Come, take a seat." With that, the ancestor Zhongyu placed a cup of tea upon the table before him. "Ha ha ha, having been seen through by you, Ancestor, I shall not stand on ceremony." Chu Luo scratched his head and took a seat at the stone table, cradling the cup of tea presented by the venerable ancestor of burial jade in his hands. He examined it closely and inhaled its fragrance. Given the esteemed status and profound cultivation of the ancestor of burial jade, it was evident that this cup of tea was no ordinary brew. Yet, at this moment, Chu Luo could not discern what made this tea unique. Was it possible that his cultivation was insufficient to perceive the intricacies within this cup? In her heart, Chu Luo muttered softly. After finishing a cup of tea, the venerable ancestor Zhongyu observed Chu Luo, who was lost in thought while holding his cup. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly and remarked, "Young one, this is merely an ordinary cup of tea." Upon hearing this, the corner of Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Was this truly just an ordinary cup of tea? Hadn't it been said that these ancient emperors consumed and utilized nothing of the mundane? Was he jesting with him? Upon discovering that the cup of tea in her hand was merely an ordinary brew, Chu Luo did not hesitate and downed it in one swift motion. After a couple of tentative movements of her lips, she found no discernible flavor. "Master," she inquired, "I have consumed the tea, but I wonder what matter has prompted your disciple's visit? If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave, as my fellow disciples await my presence for our training in the Monster Mountain Range." Chu Luo mustered his courage to inquire, "What a restless little fellow. Very well. Follow me." The ancestor Zhongyu chuckled reproachfully, slowly rising to his feet and turning towards the humble tiled house. Curiosity enveloped Chu Luo. Upon his arrival, he had also taken note of the modest tile-roofed house. Consequently, he rose to follow the venerable ancestor Zhongyu. The two arrived at the threshold of the dwelling, where Zhongyu gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. As Chu Luo entered, he was immediately captivated by the scene that unfolded before him. In the living area of the tile house, a spirit table was prominently positioned, adorned with an array of spirit tablets densely arranged upon its surface. In the shadows, Chu Luo quietly counted. Precisely 200 spirit tablets lay before her. Before these tablets stood a grand jade vase, upon which formidable restrictions had been meticulously placed. The esteemed ancestor of burial jade stepped forward, adjusting his garments with a dignified demeanor. He then bowed respectfully to the 200 spirit tablets before him. Beside him, Chu Luo mirrored his reverence, inclining her body in homage to the tablets. Chu Luo speculated that these 200 spirit tablets must belong to the ancestors of his forbidden sect who had fallen throughout the generations. Chu Luo noticed that one of the spiritual tablets bore the inscription Heavenly Poison Great Emperor. This name, upon first hearing, evoked an unsettling impression. Summoning his courage, he inquired of the venerable Zhongyu Great Emperor beside him, "Ancestor, are the souls represented by these tablets the fallen ancestors of our forbidden sect throughout the ages?" Zhongyu Great Emperor nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, our forbidden sect has seen the demise of 200 ancestors from ancient times to the present. We, too, are nearing our end." It may not be long before our names are etched among those tablets. A hint of melancholy and reluctance flickered in Zhang Yu's gaze, a sentiment that did not escape Chu Luo's notice. Rest assured, Ancestor, we shall ensure that our forbidden sect continues to stand resolute amidst the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. We will even strive to retain our position at the pinnacle of the foremost powers within these realms. Chu Luo pondered earnestly. He had long regarded the forbidden sect as his home. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never stand idly by and witness the decline of the sect. The ancestor Zhang Yu let out a hearty laugh, expressing his satisfaction. Young one, it is truly commendable that you think this way. If the spirits of the esteemed ancestors were to hear your words, they would undoubtedly feel immense gratification. Scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise from the elder. By the way, elder, is it true that the celestial poison Great Emperor fell due to being besieged by others? The burial jade Great Emperor paused, looking at with a hint of curiosity. How do you know? Indeed, the celestial poison elder was besieged by over a dozen great emperors, which led to his grievous injuries and eventual demise. As he spoke, the burial jade elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of terrifying killing intent flashing within. Chu Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this elder had indeed been beaten to death by a group of people. Chu Luo scratched his head and replied, I can only speculate, but our esteemed ancestor certainly bears a name that does not evoke benevolence. In his lifetime, he must have been the kind of figure vilified by those so-called eminent righteous individuals. Thus, I surmise that our venerable ancestor likely met his demise at the hands of a brutal mob. Upon hearing Chu Luo's explanation, the countenance of Emperor Zhang Yu twisted with a frantic twitch, his expression darkening ominously. Without uttering another word, Emperor Zhang Yu stepped forward, grasped the large jade bottle from the table, and with a gentle touch of his finger, dispelled the enchantments that bound it. He then extended the jade bottle towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo took the jade bottle and asked curiously, Ancestor, what is contained within? As she spoke, she opened the jade bottle. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying green vitality erupted from the bottle, soaring into the sky. What an astonishing force of life! Chu Luo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Soon, the vitality that had surged forth from the jade vial gradually dissipated. Chu Luo gazed at the jade bottle, discovering within it 10 emerald pills radiating a verdant glow, infused with a rich essence of vitality. These were the longevity pills, crafted from the blood of martial artists with eternal life and numerous precious spiritual herbs. Although named longevity pills, they do not grant immortality. Yet, for those who consume them, as long as life remains, they can be revived. You, having mastered 1,000 forbidden arts, need only to ingest a single longevity pill. The vitality contained within will sustain you for an entire month, alleviating any concerns of lifespan loss from employing these forbidden techniques. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked at the 10 longevity pills in the jade bottle, his face ablaze with fervor. He had not anticipated that the ancestor possessed such remarkable treasures. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Observing the aura of death surrounding the ancestor of burial jade, he hesitantly inquired, Ancestor, why do you not consume such a miraculous pill? The ancestor of burial jade waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to Chu Luo as he replied, I have long since consumed it. Now, these pills hold no efficacy for me. The longevity pills are a legacy from antiquity. Now, only these 10 remain, all of which I bestow upon you. Take your pills and be gone. Chu Luo was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden outburst of anger from the ancestor of burial jade. Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, these ancestors possess eccentric temperaments, fluctuating between moods like the weather. This disciple takes their leave. Chu Luo hastily stowed away the jade vial in his possession and respectfully bowed to the ancestor of buried jade. He then turned and swiftly departed from the mountaintop, soaring towards the forbidden grounds beyond, fearful that the ancestor of buried jade might renege on his promise and reclaim the 10 elixirs of immortality. After Chu Luo departed, Ancestor Zhang Yu emanated a faint glow, shedding his disguise to revert to his youthful and graceful appearance. However, at this moment, Ancestor Zhang Yu was far from his previous calm demeanor, hastily bowing to the spirit tablet of the heavenly poison emperor with clasped hands, exclaiming, Please do not hold it against me, Ancestor. Innocently, he continued, Chu Luo did not intend to insult you. If one day, Ancestor, you encounter him in the other realm, I hope you will not take offense. As soon as Ancestor Zhang Yu finished speaking, the spirit tablet inscribed with the name of the heavenly poison emperor suddenly trembled twice before falling silent once more. Witnessing this, Ancestor Zhang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a certain dark world, an ominous, eerie, and bloodthirsty aura permeated the air. Upon a towering peak, an imposing figure gazed upward at the sky, where time seemed to freeze around him, and the laws of the universe roared in chaos. A terrifying presence emanated from this figure, enveloping the entire dark realm. Ah, Chuluo, is it? I shall remember you, young man. The 3,000 great worlds are indeed nostalgic, the towering figure mused, his face obscured, yet his voice betrayed a youthful essence. With a thunderous crack, a colossal bolt of lightning shattered the gloom above the dark world, illuminating the shadows behind the mighty figure. In a fleeting glimpse, it was revealed that behind him lay countless corpses, a river of blood flowing beneath. Each corpse exuded a suffocating aura. Then, the towering figure took a step forward and vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the entire dark realm quaked violently, before ultimately dissipating into nothingness, forever lost. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, a spatial rift quietly opened. A figure radiating imperial might emerged from the fissure, the returning Emperor Jiuyu. A wound adorned his shoulder, from which golden light flickered, and a terrifying sword energy relentlessly invaded. Emperor Jiuyu placed his hand over the wound, a soft glow emanating from his palm. In an instant, the injury vanished, replaced by a formidable surge of sword energy in his grasp. A slight smile graced Emperor Jiuyu's lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. With a gentle grip, he shattered the immense sword energy in an instant. Within the cave, the countenance of several indistinct ancestors of the Wang family varied. They had been closely observing the battle between Emperor Jiuyu and Emperor Zhongyu. The ancestors had anticipated that after their clash, Emperor Zhongyu would have exhausted his lifespan. However, to their surprise, Emperor Zhongyu proved to be more resilient than they had imagined, enduring the battle without succumbing. Yet, after this confrontation, the deathly aura surrounding him grew increasingly heavy. An elder, shrouded in a powerful aura, spoke solemnly. The situation in the Forbidden Sect appears to be more dire than we had anticipated. The others nodded slightly, their eyes filled with a cold, killing intent. Ha! Emperor Jiuyu chuckled darkly. The influence of this deathly aura has diminished Zhongyu's strength even further. Were it not for the fear of mutual destruction, I would have preferred to prolong his suffering. However, he cannot withstand many more battles. The Forbidden Sect is no longer the same as it was over 100,000 years ago. With a frosty gaze directed towards the Forbidden Sect, Emperor Jiuyu turned and stepped back onto his small floating island, sitting down to meditate. A trace of sword energy still lingered within him. Meanwhile, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, the returned sword-mad emperor wore a despondent expression. The sword path he had painstakingly studied crumbled before Emperor Zhongyu with apparent ease. If his sword intent was a rushing river, then that of Emperor Zhongyu was an endless ocean. Before Emperor Zhongyu, he found himself devoid of the courage to wield his sword. Ha, he lamented. What significance does my decade of hard work hold? Sitting upon a meditation mat, his aura fluctuated dangerously, as if he might lose his composure at any moment. Sword-mad was deeply shaken, his heart on the verge of collapse. Sword-mad, you have disappointed us greatly. Nearly as Zhongyu, and yet. Over 100,000 years ago, countless emperors fell beneath him. Yet none of them were like you. As a fourth realm emperor, how can you be so fragile? We had high hopes for you, but at this moment, you have let us down. Behind sword-mad emperor, several imposing figures of emperors emerged. The foremost figure glared down, chastising the despondent, sword-mad emperor. Indeed, Zhongyu is already on the brink of the grave, so his terrifying sword intent is unsurprising. You are still young, a sword genius of the Yi family. If you allow yourself to be crushed by such adversity, you do not deserve that title. Sword-mad. There will always be a higher mountain. You should strive to surpass that old man, not return like a beaten dog, wallowing in despair and self-doubt. Indeed, sword-mad, you are still young. You have ample time ahead. The Emperor Phantoms echoed, their booming, majestic voices resonating like ancient bells in sword-mad Emperor's ears. A spark ignited within sword-mad Emperor's eyes. Yes, he was still young. There was still time to pursue, to replace, and even to surpass. In that fleeting thought, his aura gradually stabilized, and his crumbling resolve began to solidify. Rising slowly, he bowed deeply to the Emperor Phantoms behind him, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ancestors. With that, sword-mad Emperor turned and stepped into the void, heading towards a towering mountain. A more terrifying, violent, bloodthirsty sword intent surged from him, enveloping the ancestral grounds. The Emperor Phantoms looked on in astonishment, their gazes filled with admiration for sword-mad Emperor, who had unexpectedly gained insight from his misfortune. The matter with the Forbidden Sect is far from over. Those who have harmed my Yi family have nearly shattered the hearts of our emperors. This vengeance shall not be forgotten. At the forefront stands a majestic statue of an emperor, its terrifying gaze cold as if it emanates from the depths of the underworld, fixating upon the direction of the Forbidden Sect with a palpable intent to kill. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Forbidden Sect, the Emperor of Morning Jade, having just emerged from a modest dwelling, seems to sense something. His eyes dart towards two distinct directions, and a peculiar smile graces his lips. The directions he gazes upon are precisely where the Wang and Yi families reside. Moments ago, he detected two surges of murderous intent emanating from these locations. The Emperor of Morning Jade retracts his gaze, takes a step forward, and vanishes from sight. In the blink of an eye, he materializes beside the Emperor of Celestial Dust and the Emperor of Tao Source. Ancestor. The two venerable emperors are momentarily taken aback and hastily bow in reverence to the Emperor of Morning Jade. With his hands clasped behind his back, he observes the stone tablet behind the two, which records the 3,000 forbidden arcane arts, and with a faint smile, he addresses Tao Source. The third elder is in seclusion to heal. That young rascal has quite the knack for attracting trouble. During this period, you shall be responsible for his covert protection. Tao Source Emperor smirks and replies, Ancestor, since Chu Luo is such a troublemaker, why not confine him to the forbidden grounds and allow us to instruct him personally? That way, he won't be out stirring up trouble every day. The issue is that this little scoundrel specifically targets the most formidable factions to wreak havoc. If we take him under our wing, combined with his extraordinary comprehension, his future achievements will be remarkable. He will at least rise to the rank of an emperor. The Emperor of Morning Jade chuckles softly and shakes his head, saying, between life and death lies great terror. Only under such circumstances can prodigies grow swiftly. If that lad were confined and meticulously taught by us, he would be no different from those delicate flowers in a greenhouse, beautiful yet lacking in utility. Besides, compared to causing chaos, this boy pales in comparison to our ancestors of the Forbidden Sect. In their youth, which of our ancestors was ever truly docile? A subtle twitch appears at the corner of Tao Source Emperor's mouth. Upon reflection, he realizes that this indeed holds true. The troubles that Chu Luo has recently caused pale in comparison to the mischief that those old-timers engaged in during their youth. Chu Luo was as docile as a little lamb, much like the venerable Zhang Yu before her. In his youth, he had instigated no fewer than 10 calamitous upheavals, compelling the sect to initiate several sectarian wars. Each of these conflicts was accompanied by a deluge of blood and the fall of emperors. Yes, Ancestor, replied Dao Yuan Emperor, acknowledging with a nod before vanishing from sight. After departing from her ancestral land, Chu Luo intended to honor her promise and seek out several of her junior brothers from Tangha, accompanying them to the Demon Beast Mountains in South Tianzhou for their training. Chu Luo initially intended to have his master accompany him, as both the Wang and Yi families had begun to fixate on him. However, to his dismay, his master had entered seclusion to recuperate. Yet, before entering seclusion, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow had bestowed upon him a token, assuring that should he encounter peril, a manifestation of the Emperor would appear to extricate him from danger. Despite this, Chu Luo remained uneasy. Before seeking out Tang He decided to visit the sect leader, Lin Feng, in hopes of enlisting the discreet protection of 1 or 2 elders from the 8 major elders. Upon learning of Chu Luo's intention to venture to the southern heaven continent, Lin Feng scolded him with irritation. You reckless lad. Having caused such great trouble for the sect outside, how dare you go out again? No, from this moment forth, you shall remain at your Nianxia Peak. His admonition stemmed from a genuine concern for Chu Luo's safety. With the Emperor of the Shadow Crow in seclusion for healing, Lin Feng would not object if the Emperor were to accompany him. Furthermore, the southern heaven continent lay far from the Forbidden Sect. Should anything happen to Chu Luo, it would take time for the Emperor to arrive. Hearing this, Chu Luo's expression fell. Was he destined to break his appointment with his junior brother Tang He once more? Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Lin Feng's ear. He, let this lad go, for I shall protect him from the shadows. The voice belonged to the Emperor of the Tao Source. Lin Feng hesitated briefly before nodding slightly and reluctantly addressing Chu Luo below. Very well, very well. If you wish to go, then go. However, the other elders are either preoccupied with important matters or in seclusion. I shall assign an outer sect elder to accompany you. The southern heaven continent is quite remote. As long as you keep a low profile and refrain from causing trouble, 1 outer sect elder should suffice. Thank you, sect leader. Chu Luo replied, expressing his gratitude before taking his leave. Chu Luo, fearful of Lin Feng's potential change of heart, hastily bid farewell. Although he could only secure the company of an outer sect elder for their journey, Chuluo felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, Lin Feng's words held truth. The southern region of Tnzhu was rather remote, and the formidable powers of the elite seldom ventured to such distant locales. The presence of a sage-level expert was more than sufficient. As he watched Chuluo depart, Lin Feng rubbed his temples and let out a wry smile, silently wishing that the young man would refrain from causing any further troubles for their sect. After Chuluo departed from the Grand Hall, he swiftly made contact with Tang He. Outside the sect, Tang He and 5 core disciples had been waiting for quite some time. "It is Senior Brother Chu," exclaimed the disciples, their faces alight with excitement upon seeing the figure soaring toward them from within the sect. Indeed, the one approaching was none other than Chuluo. "Senior Brother Chu." Chuluo approached a few individuals. Tang He and the 5 core disciples behind him all respectfully clasped their hands in greeting to Chuluo. Chuluo smiled broadly, casting his gaze upon the 5 core disciples behind Tang He, who left him with an indelible impression. Alongside Tang He, these 6 individuals were the very disciples who had accompanied him in the Emperor's secret realm, scavenging for spiritual herbs and excavating spiritual soil. "Ha! My dear junior brothers, there is no need for formalities. I remember you all. You are Wang Sheng. And you, Lu Dali. You, Li Xian, and the 2 of you, Qi Hao and Song Jia. It was indeed you 2 who toiled the hardest in digging the spiritual soil." The 5 core disciples were taken aback, surprised that Chuluo still remembered them. Their hearts swelled with admiration for him, emanating from the very depths of their beings. "Haha, I have heard that the Beast Mountain Range is teeming with spiritual herbs and abundant opportunities. With Senior Brother Chu by our side, our expedition into the Beast Mountain Range is sure to be fruitful. Indeed, one must not forget the stature of our Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu, during this journey into the Beast Mountain Range, we shall follow your every command. Should you instruct us to head east, we shall undoubtedly not stray west." The core disciples spoke in unison, their enthusiasm palpable. "Senior Brother Chu, it grows late. Shall we not set forth?" Tang He interjected, revealing a wooden boat that he had mysteriously produced. Chuluo waved his hand towards Tang He and said, "Don't rush. There are others." Tang He and the 5 core disciples were momentarily taken aback. Buzzing sounds filled the air. As soon as Chuluo's words fell, a sudden surge of potent energy fluctuations emerged behind him. Shortly thereafter, a kindly elder, donned in a dark robe and with hair graced by age, materialized before the gathered onlookers. Upon glimpsing this venerable figure, Tang He and the 5 core disciples promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Elder Qingwei." This Elder Qingwei was dispatched by Lin Feng to accompany Chuluo and his companions on their journey to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. His cultivation level stood at the 6th stage of the Sage Realm. With a warm smile and gentle demeanor, Elder Qingwei surveyed the 6 disciples, his gaze finally settling on Chuluo. The aura emanating from Chuluo did not escape the perceptive senses of the sage, who could not help but marvel internally. Truly, he was the direct disciple of the Enying Emperor. Elder Qingwei recalled that when Chuluo first emerged within the sect, he had merely possessed the cultivation of the primordial stage. How little time had passed since then, yet he had astonishingly advanced to the 4th stage of the primordial realm. What a remarkable prodigy he was. Regaining his composure, Elder Qingwei nodded slightly and advised Chuluo and the core disciples. "The sect leader has entrusted me to safeguard your journey, little ones. However, let it be known that since this is a trial, I shall refrain from intervening unless your lives are in dire peril." Upon hearing this, Tang He and the other core disciples nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. Instinctively glancing toward Chuluo, they understood well that it was precisely because their esteemed senior brother was accompanying them that the sect leader had dispatched a sage-level guardian. After all, their senior brother Chuluo had become a renowned prodigy across the realm. In essence, they were merely basking in the brilliance of Chuluo's reputation. "Ha! Elder Qingwei chuckled. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence our journey." Chuluo let out a hearty laugh as she turned her gaze towards Tang He. Tang He tossed the wooden boat into the void and swiftly formed seals with his hands, pointing a finger at it. Instantly, the palm-sized vessel expanded into a colossal size. The crowd leaped onto the ship, followed closely by Tang He and Wang Xing, who were tasked with propelling the warship at great speed towards the direction of Southern Heaven Continent. Given the vast distance from the Forbidden Sect to Southern Heaven Continent, it would take them at least half a month to arrive at their current velocity. Consequently, the remaining disciples settled down to meditate, entering a state of cultivation. Among them was Elder Qingwei, Only Chu Luo stood idly at the bow, sipping the cool breeze. At that moment, she noticed red luminous points emanating from Elder Qing Wei, yet there were no signs of spiritual or breath fluctuations around him. These red points were familiar to Chu Luo. They were the result of cultivating a certain forbidden technique. Was Elder Qing Wei practicing a forbidden art? Chu Luo carefully examined the scene and finally discerned which forbidden art Elder Qing Wei was practicing. Chu Luo's lips twitched uncontrollably. He never anticipated that this seemingly gentle and benevolent Elder Qing Wei was, in fact, practicing such a sinister and forbidden arcane art. Just imagine. Beneath that kind exterior lies the most malevolent of ultimate techniques. It is truly reminiscent of a cunning old fox. Elder Qing Wei, you are cultivating the most taboo of the forbidden arts, the silent blood curse, aren't you? With a gentle smile, Chu Luo remarked. The blood-red specks surrounding Elder Qing Wei, who was in the midst of his cultivation, gradually faded away as he slowly opened his eyes. Several core disciples, who had also entered a state of meditation, blinked in surprise at Chu Luo. Indeed, Chu Luo, you have also mastered this technique? What insights do you possess? Elder Qing Wei inquired, devoid of the aloof demeanor typically associated with an outer sect elder. Instead, he regarded Chu Luo with a benevolent expression, eager to learn more. He had heard that Chu Luo had grasped several forbidden arts of the sect. These forbidden arts, transcending the rank of imperial techniques, are exceedingly arduous to cultivate. Without sufficient innate talent, even those of their esteemed rank would find it challenging to even approach mastery of such techniques. Thus, it is evident that Chu Luo's talent is nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, Elder Qing Wei's interest was piqued. Chu Luo smiled broadly and addressed Elder Qing Wei, saying, Elder Qing Wei, is it not true that when you employ this extraordinary technique, the results are less than satisfactory, aside from the immense consumption of your vitality and lifespan? The enemy has ample time to react, thus evading your ultimate trump card. Additionally, I wonder if you have been practicing this technique for an extended period, yet have merely grazed its threshold, unable to master it fully? Upon hearing these words, Elder Qing Wei was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Luo in disbelief. How did you know? He inquired. 2 years ago, I engaged in combat with an ancient sage from the Crimson Flame Valley. I intended to slay him and resorted to this technique. Unexpectedly, that old fellow managed to evade my attack, ultimately escaping. At this juncture, Elder Qing Wei paused, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Chu Luo. Have you discerned the inadequacies in my mastery of this technique? I implore you to offer your guidance. With this, Elder Qing Wei bowed respectfully before Chu Luo in the presence of several core disciples. This spectacle left the core disciples utterly astonished. A sage, of all beings, was seeking counsel from Chu Luo? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed such an event. Ha ha, Elder Qing Wei exclaimed. You flatter me. How could a junior dare to instruct a senior? I merely possess some insights regarding this technique. In truth, Elder Qing Wei, you have been mistaken from the very beginning. Mistaken? Elder Qing Wei replied, puzzled. In what way am I mistaken? He appeared much like an eager student at that moment. Chu Luo smiled gently and continued, Elder Qing Wei, our sect's technique, the silent blood curse, is a profound art of the shadows, primarily relying on the element of surprise and catching the opponent off guard. Earlier, I observed that you first ignited your blood essence and lifespan before forming the seals. This preliminary act of consuming your blood essence and lifespan undoubtedly generates a significant fluctuation in your aura, which is why your adversary was able to anticipate and evade your ultimate move. When performing the silent blood curse, one should primarily focus on igniting a trace of blood essence first. The fluctuations produced by this minuscule ignition are practically negligible. This can serve as a diversion, allowing for a swift formation of seals, followed by the burning of lifespan as a sacrifice to unleash the blood curse sealed within, ultimately achieving the element of surprise. Just like this. As soon as Chu Luo's words fell, her hands swiftly formed seals. Throughout the process of sealing, not a trace of breath or fluctuation was produced. In the span of a single breath, Elder Qing Wei beheld a familiar, ethereal seal manifesting at the tips of Chu Luo's fingers. The personal demonstration by Chu Luo left Elder Qing Wei profoundly shaken. In his mind, he incessantly replayed each movement exhibited by Chu Luo. After a considerable time, Elder Qing Wei took a deep breath, seemingly enlightened. He swiftly formed hand seals. As the hum resonated, a crimson seal manifested at the tips of his fingers, identical to that in Chu Luo's hand. However, in comparison to Chu Luo's seal, Elder Qing Wei's bore a hint of awkwardness. It was evident that his execution of the silent blood curse was not yet as adept as Chu Luo's. Nevertheless, compared to his previous attempts, Elder Qingwei had significantly surpassed the threshold of mere initiation, yielding substantial progress. Calming the tumult of emotions within, Elder Qingwei bowed respectfully to Chu Luo once more. "Thank you. I have learned much from you," he expressed, his heart swelling with appreciation. Chu Luo's talent is utterly more terrifying than that of the top 10 prodigies. Fortunately, Chu Luo is a direct disciple of their taboo. Had Chu Luo been a disciple of any other top-tier force, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Tang He and the other 6 core disciples are utterly in awe of Chu Luo. They could never have anticipated this outcome. Brother Chu is astonishingly capable of guiding the sage. It is simply outrageous. However, a few individuals pondered that if they could receive Brother Chu's guidance, their strength would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Contemplating this, the 6 core disciples of Tang He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Chu Luo waved his hand, revealing a harmless smile. "Elder Qingwei, you flatter me. However, what surprised me was that despite your benevolent appearance, it turns out you practice such formidable techniques in private. Elder Qingwei, you are quite the cunning one." Upon hearing this, the corners of Elder Qingwei's mouth twitched slightly. How could this young man be so impervious to flattery? Just moments ago, he had praised him, only to turn around and label him as cunning. Clearing his throat, Elder Qingwei averted his gaze slightly. As an outer elder of the sect, it is only natural for me to be familiar with its profound techniques. How could I possibly be that sort of insidious person? You must not slander me. As Elder Qingwei uttered these words, the others present, including Tang He, could not help but exchange knowing glances, silently rolling their eyes at him. "We believe you, old man. You are quite the sly one." The core disciples finally began to discern the true nature of their Elder Qingwei. Without a doubt, he was indeed cunning. Who else would practice such devious techniques? "Ah. So that's how it is. In fact, I have quite a good understanding of another insidious technique of our sect, the soul enchantment spell. I had intended to discuss it with the elder, but it appears I misjudged him. Perhaps it is best to let it be." With a feigned sigh, Chu Luo spoke. Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei's eyes narrowed slightly, soon sparkling with excitement, though he swiftly masked it. At that moment, Tang He, Wang Xing, and 6 other core disciples gazed at Chu Luo with eager eyes, clearly wishing to learn as well. Elder Qingwei's expression shifted, his face stern as he addressed Tang He and the other 6 core disciples with grave sincerity. "The forbidden arts of our sect are extraordinary. Merely practicing them will consume your lifespan. With your current cultivation and lifespans, you are unable to grasp them. You should focus on your training." Facing the stern countenance of Elder Qingwei, Tang He and the other 6 core disciples respectfully cupped their hands, then obediently returned to their training. After dismissing Tang He and the others, Elder Qingwei's expression changed once more as he leaned closer to Chu Luo and whispered, "Ah, Chu Luo, a few days ago, I acquired several bottles of superior spirit wine from Elderly Tian. Would you care to sample some?" Elder Qingwei winked at Chu Luo. A knowing smile immediately graced Chu Luo's face. This old man, indeed, is quite the sly one. If he wishes to learn, he should simply express it outright. Chu Luo did not refuse and nodded eagerly, akin to a chit pecking at grains. "Very well, I shall humbly comply." With that, they proceeded towards the cabin for a drink. "By the way, Chu Luo, is the beast summoning spell difficult?" "Rest assured, Elder, it is not at all challenging. Others may struggle and falter, but you, Elder, will undoubtedly master it." "Is that so? That puts my mind at ease." Time swiftly passed, and half a month flew by. Nestled in a remote area, Southern Heaven Province is characterized by its undulating mountains and towering peaks, with the second-largest Beast Mountain Range situated within its borders. This Beast Mountain Range is one of the treacherous zones among the 3,000 Great Worlds. It is rumored that deep within the Beast Mountain Range lies an incomprehensibly terrifying entity. Even the mightiest of the top forces dare not tread lightly into its depths. Despite the inherent dangers of the Beast Mountain Range, it is renowned as a place of peril where countless celestial herbs flourish, drawing martial artists from all corners of the 3,000 Great Worlds. In Southern Heaven Province, there stands a magnificent city known as Southern Heaven City, the only city in the region, due to its proximity to the Beast Mountain Range. Southern Heaven City is bustling with martial artists arriving from various parts of the 3,000 Great Worlds. "Senior Brother Chu, this is Southern Heaven City. Let us enter through the southern gate, rest for the night, and set off towards the Beast Mountain Range from the northern gate at dawn." Outside the southern gate of Southern Heaven City, beside Chu Luo, Tang He pointed towards the distant gate of Nanan City and spoke. The leading figure, Chu Luo, nodded slightly, her face perpetually adorned with an innocuous smile. After a fortnight of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Nantian Prefecture. Meanwhile, Elder Qingwei remained concealed in the shadows. To her surprise, Nantan City was quite lively. Chu Luo gazed at the incessant flow of warriors entering and exiting, feeling a twinge of surprise. "Senior brother Chu," he remarked. "This city, situated near the Beast Mountain Range, witnesses countless powerful individuals daily, all drawn towards the mountains. Consequently, this city has transformed into a resting station for these martial artists. It is said that South Heaven City is jointly governed by 5 third-rate factions from South Heaven Prefecture." Tang He elucidated. Chu Luo nodded. "Let us proceed to the city and rest for the night. We shall embark on our journey tomorrow." Chu Luo, accompanied by several individuals, made her way towards the city gate. However, at that moment, Chu Luo suddenly noticed that a large number of martial artists had gathered before the city gate, as if they were observing something intriguing. "Brother Chu, it seems something has occurred up ahead," remarked Wang Sheng, his consciousness probing forward. He discerned that within the crowd, there were intermittent surges of intense energy fluctuations. Chu Luo smiled broadly. He relished the excitement of lively scenes. "Come, let us go take a look. After all, we must enter the city." Chu Luo, accompanied by the crowd, approached the scene. Among the throng of onlookers, 5 groups of young individuals clad in distinct attires were discernible, seemingly representing 5 different factions. Of these, dozens of disciples from 3 factions obstructed the city gate, while a mere handful from the remaining 2 factions found themselves trapped outside the entrance. From his vantage point at the rear of the gathering, Chu Luo observed that the disciples of the 2 besieged factions bore varying degrees of injuries. Chu Luo utilized her consciousness to discreetly scan the surroundings. She discovered that among the disciples of the 3 formidable factions blocking the entrance, the leading trio, 2 males and 1 female, each possessed cultivation at the first level of the Divine Soul Realm. Conversely, the 2 factions stranded outside were represented by a male and a female. The male's cultivation was comparable to that of the trio, also at the first level of the Divine Soul Realm, while the young woman beside him boasted a cultivation at the 6th level of the Primordial Realm. In comparison to the disciples trailing behind them, the cultivation of these 5 individuals was quite commendable. What has transpired with this elder brother? With great curiosity, Chu Luo turned to a nearby onlooker and inquired. The man was taken aback for a moment, glanced at Chu Luo, and replied, "Young fellow, you are also an outsider. Aren't you?" Chu Luo nodded. The man continued, "No wonder you are unaware." Chu Luo cast a discreet glance at the man beside her, thinking to herself, "Isn't this a redundant statement? If I knew, why would I ask you?" The man pointed towards the 3 factions blocking the city gate and whispered, "The disciples stationed at the entrance are from the Poison Heaven Sect, the Rakshasa Cult, and the Enchantment Sect. Do you see the 3 young leaders? They are the prodigies from these powerful sects, Su Jingong, Fang Guangqiang, and Zhu Mei. The 2 factions obstructed at the gate are disciples from the Endless Sect and the Huaxian Pavilion. Their leaders are Bai Shiran from the Endless Sect and Yilinga from the Huaxian Pavilion. Originally, the South Heaven City was jointly governed by these 5 factions. But just yesterday, the powerful members of the Poison Heaven Sect, the Rakshasa Cult, and the Enchantment Sect injured the strong members of the Endless Sect and the Huaxian Pavilion, expelling them from the city. Now, the South Heaven City is under the control of these 3 factions. Today, Bai Shiran and Yilinga, accompanied by their disciples, intended to enter the city, but unexpectedly found themselves blocked by these 3 prodigies at the gate. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo instantly grasped the situation. It was a struggle for supremacy among the sections. "Su Jingyang, you are going too far. Our higher-ups have already reached an agreement. We merely came to retrieve our disciples today," Yilinga from Huaxian Pavilion exclaimed, her anger palpable. "Yilinga, if you wish to take your people, you have 2 options, either defeat us in battle and enter on your own, or pay 10,000 spirit stones each, or perhaps, if you spend a night with me, I might just let you in." Su Jingyang from the Poison Heaven Sect replied with a cold smirk, his gaze lingering on Yilinga's enchanting figure, a flicker of desire igniting within him. "You." Yilinga, infuriated, gripped her spirit sword tightly, wishing she could pierce this scoundrel with a single strike. The onlookers around them shook their heads in dismay, recognizing the deliberate provocation from the 3 factions against the Endless Sect and Huaxian Pavilion. Su Jingyang speaks the truth, Yilinga and Bai Shiran. If you wish to enter, you must either defeat us or pay the toll of 10,000 spirit stones each, Zhu Mei, standing beside Su Jingyang, added with a seductive smile, her allure palpable in the air. Su Jingong licked his lips, casting a furtive glance at Zhu Mei, his heart racing with excitement. By Shiran. Linger, do not waste your efforts. You are no match for the three of us. If you are wise, hand over 10,000 spirit stones each. Otherwise, should anything happen to your disciples after today, we will not take responsibility. Fang Guangqiong from the Rakshasa cult interjected, a cold smile gracing his lips. Despicable. Bai Shiran roared. Enraged, raising his spirit sword once more and charging forward. As he lunged at them, Su Jingong, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangqiong merely sneered. Bai Gongzi, be careful. Linger exclaimed in alarm, hastily warning him. Yet, in the next moment, a deafening crash resounded, and a powerful aura radiated outward, sending the spectators reeling. They then witnessed Bai Shiran spitting blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. Senior brother. Several disciples from the Endless Sect rushed forward to assist the severely injured Bai Shiran. Su Jingong, observing Bai Shiran's plight, wore a look of disdain. Then addressed the surrounding crowd with a chilling tone. From this day forth, South Heaven City shall be governed by our three factions. Any martial artist wishing to enter this city must pay an entry fee of 10 spirit stones. Su Jingyang's proclamation set the onlookers abuzz with disbelief. What? 10 spirit stones? How dare the three factions impose this? Indeed, why don't they just rob us? They murmured, realizing that although the three factions wielded considerable power in South Heaven Prefecture, they were still merely third-rate forces. It seems the Poison Heaven Sect, the Rakshasa cult, and the Enchantment Sect have allied themselves with the Tontian Sect, which is a subsidiary of the top-tier force, the Qian Valley. Someone exclaimed, connecting the dots. No wonder they have the audacity to demand an entry fee. It appears South Heaven Prefecture is on the brink of upheaval. Chuluo, hearing the surrounding discussions, felt a flicker of annoyance and smirked. Why was it that he always encountered these top-tier forces? Now that these three factions had become lackeys of Qian Valley, he could not remain an idle observer any longer. Let us proceed into the city. Chu Luo smiled broadly and addressed Tang He and the others beside him. Tang He, Wang Sheng, and the other 6 core disciples were momentarily taken aback. However, smiles quickly spread across their faces. Their senior brother, Chu, was about to stir up some excitement again. Rather than feeling apprehensive, the 6 of them became exceedingly exhilarated at the prospect of Chu Luo's antics. Tang He, Wang Sheng, and the other 6 core disciples immediately began to cheer and create a path for Chu Luo. The onlookers were astonished and promptly parted to clear a way. Chu Luo, accompanied by 6 disciples, made their way directly towards the city gates. At that moment, Su Jingong gazed upon the severely injured Bai Shiran, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He slowly approached, intent on incapacitating Bai Shiran. Several disciples from the Huaizong quickly positioned themselves in front of him. Meanwhile, Linger from the Huaxian mansion grew increasingly anxious. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? Su Jingyang scoffed coldly, just as he was about to strike. A mocking voice emerged from behind Bai Shiran. Hey there, are you dead yet? If not, get up and take a few steps, you're blocking my path. With a grim expression, Bai Shiran suddenly froze, turning alongside his disciples. They beheld Chu Luo and his 6 disciples approaching. Su Jingong, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangqiong all cast their gazes toward the approaching group. With the assistance of 2 disciples, Bai Shiran gradually rose to his feet and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting towards Chu Luo, murmuring, "My apologies," nodded slightly, then led Tang He and 6 disciples towards the city gate. The onlookers were filled with curiosity about him and his companions. Just which faction did these individuals belong to? Daring to enter the city at such a time? Under the gaze of the crowd, the 6 individuals from Chu Luo strode past Su Jingyang, disregarding his presence. Su Jingong was momentarily taken aback. His gaze sharpened and his expression darkened as he spoke. Young man, did you not hear what I just said? Each person must pay 10 spirit stones to enter the city. You are a total of 7, amounting to 70 spirit stones. Concurrently, the disciples from the 3 major factions also obstructed the path of Chu Luo and his group. Chu Luo unhalted his movements, a smile spreading across his face as he gradually turned around. Behind Chu Luo stood 6 members of the Tang River, struggling to suppress their laughter. This Su Jingong truly had a death wish. How dare he demand a toll from their senior brother Chu, a veritable lord of death? It was akin to illuminating a cesspool, an invitation to demise. Everyone present anticipated that Chu Luo would submissively pay the spirit stones. However, Chu Luo approached Su Jingong with an innocuous demeanor, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Su Jingyang's gaze turned icy as he coldly replied, "I said, slap." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a resounding slap silenced the entire crowd. All onlookers stared in shock at Chu Luo. How dared he? It was crucial to note that Su Jing'eng was the young master of the Poison Heaven sect. The audacity of Chu Luo's slap left Zhu Mei, Fang Guanqiong, Yilinger, and Bai Shiran utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that this audacious youth had just struck Su Jingyang. In that moment, Su Jingyang was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. An evident handprint marred the right side of his face, drawing attention as it began to swell. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Regaining his composure, a chilling murderous intent emanated from Su Jingyang, and his expression darkened. You dare slap. Boom. Just as Su Jingyang coldly began to speak. Chu Luo struck again, delivering yet another sudden slap to the right side of Su Jingyang's face. However, this was no ordinary slap. With a single strike, Chu Luo sent Su Jingyang flying, crashing heavily against the city wall, unable to extricate himself. On the ground lay a few bloodstained teeth. This. Yilinger and Bai Shiran were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Not only were they taken aback, but even Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiong were momentarily stunned. The onlookers around them were equally astounded, their jaws dropping in shock. Who were these remarkable youths? They were in grave danger. This was the territory of the three major powers. Now that the young man had struck Su Jingyang, retaliation was inevitable. Young master, capture these brats. The disciples of the Poison Heaven sect quickly regained their composure and charged towards Chu Luo. At that moment, Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiong also snapped back to reality. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from the two of them as they advanced, intent on subduing Chu Luo. Be careful, young master, Yilingo hastily warned. Boom. Just then, Tang He, Wang Xing, Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jia unleashed their formidable auras. In an instant, 6 high-level spiritual presences enveloped the scene. The 6 moved in unison, their forms becoming mere shadows. With a resounding crash, a chilling scream pierced the air. The spectators, witnessing the gruesome spectacle before them, turned pale with fear. Outside the city gates lay a horrific scene of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The disciples of the three major powers had been ruthlessly slain by Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jia. Meanwhile, Zhu Mei and Fang Guanqiong, who had attempted to assault Chu Luo, were swiftly intercepted and subdued by Tang He and Wang Shang. The subdued Zhu Mei and Fang Guanqiong turned ashen, staring wide-eyed at the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, their mouths watering in disbelief. These 6 appeared younger than themselves yet possessed formidable high-level spiritual prowess. They must have been either direct disciples of a first-rate power or elite disciples from a top-tier force. They had certainly encountered formidable opposition. Impressive. Yilinger and Bai Shiran could not help but draw a deep breath, astonished as they beheld Chu Luo and his companions. At this moment, even the dimmest of minds understood that the forces backing Chu Luo were anything but ordinary. Under the gaze of all present, the tension in the air was palpable. Chu Luo approached the city wall, effortlessly lifting Su Jingyang, who was embedded within it, as if he were a mere chick. At that moment, Su Jingyang was barely clinging to life. Gazing at Chu Luo's seemingly innocuous smile, his eyes were filled with terror. I am the young master of the Poison Heaven sect. My father is the sect leader. Please, spare me, he pleaded, not lacking in wit. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Tang He and his companions, he finally comprehended that this group was far from ordinary. Hastily, he turned to Chu Luo and spoke. Chu Luo smiled broadly, playfully patting Su Jingyang on the other side of his face. My friend, what nonsensical words are you uttering? Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you demand an entry fee from me? Su Jingyang swallowed hard, tentatively responding, who are you? In that instant, the entire venue fell silent, with everyone straining to hear, eager to discover the true identity of Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled faintly and replied, I am Chu Luo, a disciple of the Forbidden Clan. The voice of Chu Luo was soft, yet it resonated with everyone present. Is he not the direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect? Chu Luo? The apprentice of the Shadow Crow Emperor. My heavens, so he is indeed Chu Luo. Just as the rumors suggest, he is a merciless killer. Su Jingyang was doomed. Why did he provoke this living harbinger of death? Indeed, Chu Luo had the audacity to slay the esteemed prodigies of the foremost powers, let alone a mere junior master of a third-rate sect. If Chu Luo wished to eliminate him, even his father could not save him. Countless martial artists surrounding them were struck with astonishment. They never anticipated that the seemingly harmless youth before them was the infamous living harbinger of death. The assassin of the prodigy list, Chu Luo. The subdued Zhu Mei and Fang Guanqing turned ashen, unable to suppress their mounting dread. their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had not expected to encounter Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect in this place. So he is indeed Chu Luo. No wonder Linger and Bai Shiran were equally astonished upon learning his identity. They exchanged glances, and a glimmer of realization flickered in their eyes. In stark contrast, Su Jingyang, upon discovering Chu Luo's identity, nearly succumbed to fear on the spot. "Young Master Chu, please spare me. I am blind to your greatness. I can offer you anything you desire." Su Jingyang pleaded desperately with Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled broadly, his gaze leisurely as he remarked, "Are you not rather foolish? My friend, if I were to eliminate you, would not your possessions then belong to me? How dare you demand an entrance fee from me? The last person who attempted to rob me now has grass growing 3 feet high over their grave. By the way, I have heard whispers that you have committed quite a few unscrupulous deeds in this city, haven't you?" As soon as Chu Luo spoke, a cacophony of voices erupted from the gathered crowd. "Young Master Chu, slay him. This beast has defiled my daughter. Indeed, put him to death. The members of the Poison Heaven sect are utterly despicable. Su Jingyang's subordinates last time stole my spatial ring and even harmed me." Hearing these fervent exclamations from the crowd, Su Jingyang's countenance darkened significantly, revealing a look of palpable terror. With a glimmering gaze, Chu Luo smiled broadly. "My friend, you see, it is not that I am unwilling to let you off the hook. Rather, your actions have provoked the ire of both man and deity alike. Today, I shall act as the instrument of justice." As he spoke, Chu Luo raised his palm and aimed to strike at Su Jingyang's head. No. Su Jingyang's pupils dilated in horror, but before his protest could fully escape his lips, Chu Luo's blow shattered his skull. "Excellent. Well struck." A chorus of exhilarated cheers erupted from the crowd. "Senior Brother Chu, what shall we do with these two?" At that moment, Tang Yi turned to Chu Luo and inquired. Upon turning, Chu Luo discovered Zhu Mei and Feng Guangqiang, both subdued. A subtle glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Chu Luo stepped forward, approaching the two subdued individuals. The onlookers around, filled with curiosity, pondered how Chu Luo would address Zhu Mei and Feng Guangqiang. "Please, young Master Chu, I implore you, spare my life. I am not ready to die." Feng Guangqiang, who had been suppressed by Wang Xing, trembled at the sight of Chu Luo before him. Chu Luo flashed a smile, surveying Feng Guangqing from head to toe, and remarked, "With your demeanor, you dare to call yourself a prodigy? Do you know what nickname I possess outside? The living king of hell. So, you dared to lay hands on me, and now you seek mercy?" Indeed, Feng Guangqing stammered. "It is my grave error, my inability to recognize greatness. I beseech you, young Master Chu." Before he could finish his plea, Chu Luo swiftly delivered a powerful slap to his forehead. The sheer force caused Feng Guangqing to bleed from his 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. The surrounding martial artists could not help but gulp at Chu Luo's ruthless display. This individual was indeed, as the rumors suggested, a veritable embodiment of the living king of hell. Did you all hear that? He himself proclaimed his demise. I merely fulfilled his request. Honestly, I have never encountered such a foolish demand in my life. Chu Luo shrugged his shoulders, extending his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The onlookers could not help but twitch their lips in amusement. Indeed, we all heard it. It was this fellow who requested it himself. And it had nothing to do with our esteemed Brother Chu. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. It is astonishing that there are still individuals who seek their own demise. Alas, Brother Chu, you are too compassionate. You ought to let this individual truly experience the agony of death if that is what he desires." At this moment, Wang Sheng and the others also chimed in agreement. Upon hearing the words of the disciples from the Forbidden Sect, the spectators around them suddenly realized their error. It turned out that the living Yama was not solely Chu Luo. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were all akin to living Yamas. Chu Luo turned around. Lowering her head, she gazed at Zhu Mei, who was pinned beneath Tang He's foot, and spoke with a playful smile. "Little fairy, it's your turn. Do you have any requests?" Zhu Mei's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with an abyss of terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Chu Luo wore an innocuous smile. Yet in her eyes, it resembled a demon whispering sinister secrets. "Please, don't kill me," Zhu Mei stammered, trembling, her eyes misty with tears. An invisible allure radiated from her, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy from the surrounding warriors. Some even contemplated rushing to rescue her from Chu Luo, the living embodiment of death, to cradle her and offer solace. However, recalling Chu Luo's previous ruthlessness, these warriors weighed their own strength and broke into a cold sweat. Ultimately, fear triumphed over desire. In the face of Zhu Mei's seductive prowess, Chu Luo could only smile. How dare a mere being of the spirit realm dare to wield such charms before her? Moreover, the present Zhu Mei was far less enchanting than the crazed Yi Qingxue. What audacity she possessed. Dear fairy, perhaps you should change your lines. Those two pleas for mercy have already been spoken. I can hardly bear to hear them again. Chu Luo casually cleaned his ear, inadvertently dislodging a chunk of earwax that flew away, and smiled cheerfully. Zhu Mei was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her allure would have no effect on Chu Luo. In an instant, she was drenched in cold sweat. If you could spare me tonight, I would submit to your every whim. Zhu Mei's expression shifted, becoming delicately coy as she spoke softly to Chu Luo. This scene ignited a fervor among the surrounding warriors, their blood surging with excitement. The second one, unable to contain himself, raised his head high, feeling an overwhelming envy towards Chu Luo. Is that so? Well then, I have never laid a hand on a woman. Chu Luo revealed a lewd smile, waving her hand dismissively. Tang He was taken aback, exchanging glances with Wang Xing and the others. Brother Chu, could it be that he has truly taken a liking to this woman? However, as everyone turned back to contemplate, Brother Chu has remained within the sect, yet he is still without a partner. He has never indulged in carnal pleasures, which is quite understandable for a man. A fleeting thought crossed Tang He's mind as he withdrew his foot from Zhu Mei's back. Zhu Mei was overjoyed, contemplating that if she could win Brother Chu's favor, her status within the sect would be unparalleled. With this thought, Zhu Mei swiftly rose, gently massaging her chest, and with a pitiful demeanor, said, Young Master Chu, your junior brother has caused me great pain. Tonight, young Master Chu must take good care of me. Meanwhile, Tang He's lips twitched uncontrollably as he instinctively cast a glance at Chu Luo. Surely, Brother Chu will not hold any grievances against him. Alas, Brother Tang, you truly are careless, lacking in restraint. Little fairy, come here quickly and show me where you are hurt. Chu Luo admonished Tang He, his gaze fixated on Zhu Mei's bosom, revealing a lascivious demeanor. Zhu Mei's lips curved into a subtle smile. What of the esteemed direct disciple of the forbidden sect? In the end, he too succumbed to her allure. At this moment, Yilinger and Bai Shiran's expressions turned grim. They never anticipated that this Chu Luo would also be a man of lecherous inclinations. If Zhu Mei were to manipulate Chu Luo against their sect, it would spell great trouble. As Zhu Mei stepped forward, she was about to leap into Chu Luo's embrace. In an instant, Chu Luo's expression changed dramatically. Her gaze turned icy, and her face was filled with disdain. Suddenly, everyone was left in a state of shock. In her hand, a dagger had appeared out of nowhere, piercing directly into Zhu Mei's heart. Zhu Mei's face drained of color as she looked at Chu Luo, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Heh, Chu Luo remarked. I did say I wouldn't strike you, but I never claimed I wouldn't take your life. Those who dare to lay a hand on me have long since found their graves. Even at death's door, you still attempt to bewitch me. But fret not. Take heed in your next life. Chu Luo smiled faintly and gently pushed Zhu Mei. Instantly, Zhu Mei succumbed to slumber, entering an eternal sleep. The surrounding warriors, at that moment, found themselves at a loss for words. Chu Luo truly lives up to the rumors, exhibiting a ruthless demeanor. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he truly devours men without the slightest seasoning. Hidden within the void, Elder Qingwei, who has been silently observing Chu Luo, feels a subtle twitch on his face. Chu Luo is indeed a troublemaker. No wonder the sect leader sent him here. However, those individuals from the three major forces truly deserve their fate. After all, they have become the lackeys of the Crimson Flame Valley. It seems that tonight is destined to be anything but peaceful. The elder, with a resigned smile, continues to secretly protect Chu Luo and his companions. Hee. Now it is settled. The three groups of bandits who obstructed our path have been dealt with, so there is no need for concern. No one dares to demand city fees from us any longer. You need not thank us. Chu Luo glanced around at the surrounding warriors and smiled. Then, accompanied by Tang He and the 6 others, he swaggered into the city under the gaze of the onlookers. The surrounding warriors soon regained their senses. As they gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 3 great prodigies, they couldn't help but sneer. These 3 outstanding figures from the major forces had met a deserved end today. Nevertheless, the crowd expressed their gratitude for Chu Luo's actions. Consequently, the spectators hastily made their way into the city, eager to rescue the disciples of their 2 sects who were being held captive. Observing the retreating figures of Chu Luo and his companions, Bai Shiran quickly reminded, "Let us go." Indeed, Yilinger nodded, and together with Bai Shiran, they hurried into the city with their respective groups. Before long, news of Su Jingong, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guanqiong, the prodigies of the 3 major forces, falling at the hands of Chu Luo spread throughout the entire southern Sky City. Some, skeptical of the claims, rushed to the southern city gate, only to find the bodies of the three prodigies coldly lying on the ground. At that moment, everyone in southern Sky City was convinced. However, the representatives of the three major forces soon appeared to collect the bodies. Who would have thought that this living hell, Chu Luo, actually ventured into our southern Sky City? Indeed, just half a month prior, he had instigated a great battle between the Wang family and the Forbidden Sect. But what could Chu Luo possibly want in southern Sky City? Surely, the warriors here are all drawn by the allure of the Monster Beast mountain range. It seems that Chu Luo and the disciples of the Forbidden Sect also intend to hone their skills in the Monster Beast mountain range. That is likely, someone chimed in. Ah, but the drama is far from over. Su Jingyang is the son of Su Huan, the leader of the Poison Heaven Sect. I just saw several disciples of the Poison Heaven Sect hastily leaving southern Sky City with Su Jingyang's body. I saw it too. Moreover, the overseers of the Miqing Sect and the Rakshasa Sect stationed in southern Sky City also hurriedly left with their respective groups. Yet what of it? Chu Luo is not only a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect but also the disciple of the ominous Emperor Inya. I refuse to believe that the three major forces would dare to retaliate. You have a point. As the entire southern Sky City buzzed with discussions about Chu Luo, no one noticed Bai Shiran of the Huaizong and Yi Lingo of the Waxian feud discreetly departing with dozens of injured disciples. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from southern Sky City, a colossal sect stood tall, the Poison Heaven Sect. Within a grand hall of this sect, several figures sat, with a faint aura of holiness emanating from one seated figure. The entire hall was shrouded in an oppressive sanctity. Taoist Qin Shui, it is settled then. 3 days hence, we shall obliterate the Huaizong and the Waxian feud. An elderly man with white hair, seated in the principal position, addressed another elder seated below him. This man was none other than the founder of the Poison Heaven Sect, the Poison Sage. Beside the Poison Sage stood a middle-aged man, the current leader of the Poison Heaven Sect, Su Huan. The elder referred to as Qin Shui was an elder from Tongtian Sect in the Extreme Heaven Continent. Since the Huaizong and the Waxian feud are so ungrateful, let them be extinguished. The Qin Shui sage nodded, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Very well, my Miqing sect shall lend our full support. Our Rakshasa sect shall also mobilize our entire sect. The other two figures, a beautiful woman and a hunchbacked old man, rose slowly and bowed to the Qin Shui sage. These two were the ancestors of the Miqing sect and the Rakshasa sect, respectively, known as the Miqing sage and the Rakshasa sage. Just as the Miqing sage and the Rakshasa sage were about to depart, an elder from the Poison Heaven Sect rushed in, clutching a headless corpse. Leader. The young leader is in trouble. The elder carefully placed the headless body down, revealing it to be Su Jingyang, whose head had been obliterated by Chu Luo's palm strike. Younger. Su Huan's eyes widened in horror upon recognizing the familiar attire. He rushed down, cradling Su Jingyang's body, his eyes red with anguish. The Miqing sage and the Rakshasa sage, who had just intended to leave, were taken aback. Su Huan's son had been murdered. Who did this? The Poison Sage's countenance darkened instantly, a terrifying aura emanating from him as he coldly pondered. The elder, nearly breathless under the weight of the Poison Sage's presence, clasped his fists in a bow, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Reporting to the Ancestor, it was Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. He killed the young leader. Not only him, but Zhu Mei of the Miqing Sect and Fang Guangchong of the Rakshasa Sect also perished at the hands of that Chu Luo. What? The elder's words sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. The Miqing sage and the Rakshasa sage's expressions darkened significantly. Zhu Mei and Fang Guangchong were the most gifted disciples of their respective sects, now slain by Chu Luo. Devastated? Su Huan's face turned grim upon learning that his son was killed by Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. If it were any other force, he would have countless ways to avenge his son. However, against a formidable force like the Forbidden Sect, even their ordinary disciples were beyond his reach for retribution. Let alone Chu Luo, a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Should he provoke the Forbidden Sect, not only would he suffer, but the entire Poison Heaven Sect would accompany him to doom. In that moment, both the grieving Su Huan and the revered sages of the three major forces fell into a profound silence. Having lived for so long, they were undoubtedly astute individuals, aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Since it was Chu Luo who had acted, the three major forces could only swallow their pride and accept this bitter pill. After all, his master was the Emperor Inya. The Qing Shui sage's eyes flickered with curiosity about why Chu Luo had appeared in southern Sky Continent. He thus questioned the elder. Pray, enlighten us on the circumstances. The Qing Shui sage's voice shattered the silence, drawing the attention of all present to the elder. It transpired as follows. The elder, not daring to withhold any details, recounted everything he had learned to the assembly. Upon hearing the elder's account, Su Huan was overcome with grief, exclaiming, "That wretch is truly ruthless. My son had already pleaded for mercy. Why did he not spare Yang?" Su Huan's face was a mix of fury and helplessness. Alas, the Qing Shui sage lamented, Chu Luo, relying on his status as a disciple of an emperor and a direct disciple of the forbidden sect, dares to strike down even the prodigies of top-tier powers like the ancient Wang family, the ancient Yu family, the Qian Valley, and the Lingqing sect without hesitation. Not to mention the disciples of the three great factions. But if Master Su wishes to seek vengeance, it is certainly feasible. The sage of Clear Water sighed, and then, with a sudden shift in tone, spoke up. Su Huan was taken aback, directing a fierce gaze towards the sage of Clear Water, inquiring with barely contained fury, "What method?" "Master." The sage of Poison, seated at the head, changed expression and hastily admonished. Su Huan fell silent, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, filled with reluctance. "Fear not, my friend Poison." The sage of Clear Water replied with a hint of mirth. "Perhaps this is a tremendous opportunity for all of you. It is possible that through this chance, our Tongtian sect, along with your three great sects, could soar to new heights. The cultivation of the three of you may well advance further." The sage of Clear Water smiled gently. The sages of Poison, Enchantment, and Rakshasa all turned their gazes towards the sage of Clear Water, their eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Although the three great sages harbored deep apprehensions regarding the forbidden sect, fearing the annihilation of their own sects, the prospect of enhancing their own powers was another matter entirely. As the saying goes, one must not act in self-interest, lest heaven and earth conspire against them. Sometimes, sacrificing certain things is justified. Perhaps you could elaborate? The sage of Poison was the first to break the silence. Su Huan reignited the flames of vengeance, looking expectantly at the sage of Clear Water. With a calm smile, the sage of Clear Water began. "That Chuluo from the forbidden sect is exceedingly arrogant. According to what I have learned, the Crimson Flame Valley has long sought to eliminate him. However, they have consistently lacked an opportune moment. If we were to inform them of Chuluo's whereabouts in Southern Heaven Province, you would merely need to cooperate with the strong ones from the Crimson Flame Valley. In doing so, you could not only exact your revenge but also gain their favor. The benefits, I trust, need not be elaborated upon." As the sage of Clear Water paused, the eyes of those present brightened with intrigue. "I shall convey this matter back to the sect immediately, allowing the sect master to contact the Crimson Flame Valley." The sage of Clear Water observed the three old ancestors nodding in agreement. He then produced a token, sending the message back. Meanwhile, in the realm of Jishianzhao, within the Tongdian sect's grand hall, a tall middle-aged man observed the communication jade token in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. This man was Qin Xian, the sect master of Tongtian sect. He did not expect that Chuluo, a direct disciple of the forbidden sect, would appear in Southern Heaven Province. With a cold chuckle, Qin Xian flipped his hand, revealing a crimson token. He pointed a finger, and a stream of light shot into the token. The next moment, the token emitted a red glow, accompanied by a surge of heat and a faint aura of sanctity. Following this, a shadowy elder materialized before Qin Xian. "Qin Sect Master, what business do you have in contacting me?" The ethereal elder's eyes glimmered, his tone devoid of warmth. "Elder Yan, our sect has just received news from Elder Qing Shui in Southern Heaven Province. It appears that the disciples of three minor factions have been slain by Chuluo of the Forbidden Sect. It is suspected that Chuluo intends to venture into the Beast Mountain range for training," Qin Xian replied urgently. The elder from Crimson Flame Valley paused, scrutinizing Qin Xian intently, pondering, "Is this information accurate?" "Absolutely true." The elder nodded slightly, his voice cold. "I never imagined that this little wretch would venture to Southern Heaven Province." "Indeed," the elder continued, "this presents a prime opportunity to eliminate this little wretch. It is said that the Nine Nether Emperor of the Wang family and the Sword-Mad Emperor of the Yi family pursued the Shadow Crow and this little wretch. The old fellow from Shadow Crow was injured and is likely still in seclusion, recovering. After all, an injured emperor does not heal easily. This means Chuluo is currently unprotected by any emperor." Elder Yan's eyes narrowed, a chilling intent radiating from him. The other senior elders present nodded in silent agreement. Crimson Flame Valley's leader, Qi Wuji, also nodded, a glimmer of deadly intent crossing his gaze as he addressed the outer elder. "Inform Tongtian sect to relay the message to those three factions in Southern Heaven Province. They must immediately eliminate that little wretch." They need not fear the Forbidden Sect. We at Crimson Flame Valley will ensure their safety. Furthermore, let them know that whoever eliminates that little wretch will receive our abundant resources, elevating them to a second-rate or even first-rate faction. Should they refuse, we will annihilate the 3 factions. The gravity of Chi Wuji's words resonated clearly with the senior elders present, who understood his intent to test whether any formidable protectors surrounded that little wretch. A clever maneuver. Understood. The outer elder promptly exited the grand hall. Elder Yin, I must trouble you with another task. Please visit the Wang family and the Yi family to inform them of this little wretch's whereabouts. Should he indeed perish, these 2 ancient families can help us mitigate the wrath of the Forbidden Sect. Moreover, upon learning of this little wretch's presence in Southern Heaven Province, it is certain they will dispatch a substantial number of powerful individuals to his location. That little wretch will undoubtedly meet his demise. Upon hearing this, Elder Yan's eyes gleamed with a sinister smile. Yes, Sect Master. Elder Yan promptly departed Crimson Flame Valley to convey the news to the 2 ancient families. As night descended, deep into the night, within an inn in Southern Heaven City, Chu Luo sat by the window of the guest room, sipping on a fine wine and nibbling on a chicken leg, while admiring the resplendent moon hanging in the sky, feeling utterly content. However, the entire Southern Heaven City was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a powerful divine consciousness surged forth from the distance. Soon after, an unseen force swept towards Southern Heaven City, shrouding the inn where Chu Luo resided. Sensing this abrupt surge of power, she was filled with a sense of sacred majesty. Chu Luo's eyelids fluttered slightly, instantly awakening a sense of vigilance within him. This force harbored an astonishingly formidable killing intent, one that was directed solely at him. Who goes there? Chu Luo let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. As soon as Chu Luo's voice faded, a violent spatial fluctuation rippled through the cloudless night sky. Subsequently, a rift in space quietly manifested. With a thunderous roar, at the precise moment the rift opened, 3 formidable waves of sanctity enveloped the entirety of Southern Heaven City. Following this, 3 towering figures, treading upon the river of spiritual energy, bore the majestic visages of saints. Descending from the void as if divine beings stepping into the mortal realm. Saints. Chu Luo gasped, her complexion shifting as she discerned the countenances of the 3 venerable beings descending from the void above. What an intimidating aura of sanctity. A saint has arrived. What on earth is happening? Those 3 appear to be the saint of poison, the saint of enchantment, and the saint of Rakshasa. My heavens. The ancestral saints of the 3 major factions have personally come, undoubtedly to confront Chu Luo. Under the overwhelming pressure of their formidable presence, the townsfolk, who were initially at rest, were abruptly roused from their slumber. They rushed outside, and upon beholding the figures in the sky, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. From the cacophony that reached his ears, Chu Luo discerned the origins of the 3 revered sages. He was taken aback to discover that the patriarchs of the 3 great powers had personally come to seek him out. For one who had endured grand spectacles like Chu Luo, the presence of these 3 sages elicited no fear. Where is the Forbidden Sect's Chu Luo? Step forth, or I shall take matters into my own hands. The Poison Sky Sage lowered his gaze, his eyes locking on to the inn where Chu Luo resided, his voice resonating with immense power that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The martial artists in the city felt their eardrums ache from the intensity of his proclamation. Upon hearing the Poison Sky Sage mention Chu Luo by name, countless strong individuals were engulfed in confusion. Did they dare retaliate against Chu Luo? Were the patriarchs of the 3 great powers not concerned about the repercussions from the Forbidden Sect? At that moment, sleep eluded the crowd, who eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Brother Chu. At this juncture, Tang He, Wang Sheng, and Lu Dali rushed into Chu Luo's chamber. These old codgers were truly shameless. Our youthful conflicts. And yet these elders insist on intervening. How infuriating. Indeed, Brother Chu, do not venture out. Elder Qingwei will surely not stand idly by. The 6 core disciples of Tang, he glared at the 3 figures suspended in the void outside the window, unleashing their ire in a torrent of curses. They were not prepared for this escalation, were they? Chu Luo couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. At some point, a blood-red jade token had appeared in his hand. He needed to be ever ready to summon the ethereal projection of his master. However, he was uncertain whether Elder Qingwei could withstand these 3 old geezers. The jade token bestowed upon him by his master could only be utilized twice. Chu Luo felt that dealing with the 3 saints by employing the jade token was a considerable waste. It seemed that the saint would have to personally capture you. The Poison Heaven Saint coldly chuckled, fixating on the inn beneath him, lost in contemplation. Chu Luo was abruptly drawn back to reality by the voice of the Poison Heaven Saint. You all stay here for the time being. Do not venture outside. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, make your swift escape. Chu Luo instructed the 6 disciples, who nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at grains. Chu Luo leaped from the window, soaring into the void. It is Chu Luo. The martial artists of Nantian City, upon witnessing Chu Luo's emergence, were filled with eager anticipation. Yet, one could not help but wonder if the ominous Crow Emperor lurked in the shadows, guarding his path. Esteemed elders, I apologize. I was in a deep slumber. May I inquire if you seek my assistance? Chu Luo stepped into the void, stifling a yawn as he clasped his hands together and inquired of the 3 individuals before him, appearing as though he had just awakened from slumber. The expressions of the Poison Heaven Sage, the Enigmatic Sage, and the Rakshasa Sage shifted to one of surprise as they regarded the youthful Chu Luo. They were utterly taken aback, realizing that he possessed the cultivation of the 4th realm of Taichu at such a tender age. Truly, he was worthy of being a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. His talent was indeed formidable. Humph. The Poison Heaven Sage, with a darkened countenance, fixed a penetrating gaze upon Chu Luo and spoke. Is it you who has slain my sect's young master? Ah. The realization dawned upon him that the lad from earlier was indeed the young master of the Poison Heaven Sect. Elder, this is a grave misunderstanding. It was your young master who recklessly brought his face into contact with my palm. I had no intention of harming him. Chu Luo's face was a portrait of grievance. Upon witnessing the perpetually gloomy figure of the Poison Sky Saint, Chu Luo forcibly swallowed the word seeking death that lingered on the tip of his tongue. This utterance from Chu Luo directly incited a myriad of powerful figures within the city, their lips twitching uncontrollably in reaction. They observed Chu Luo with a mixture of incredulity and amusement as he spoke with utmost seriousness, yet uttered such absurdities. Chu Luo. Do you truly believe that being a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect grants you the liberty to act without restraint? Today, I shall administer a lesson on behalf of the sects you have wronged. Boom. The Poison Sky Saint's gaze swept across the surroundings, as if wary of an impending threat. With a cold expression, he uttered a low murmur, extending his hand toward Chu Luo with a forceful grasp. A formidable power surged forth, enveloping Chu Luo in an instant. Chu Luo. Watch out. The 6 core disciples within the gasped in shock upon witnessing the Poison Sky Saint's intent to strike Chu Luo. Even Chu Luo himself felt a surge of indignation. This old wretch must perish today. Buzz. Poison Sky, bewitchment, and you, Rakshasa. Do you truly believe yourselves invulnerable to death? How dare you lay hands on the disciple of the Dark Crow Emperor? Just as Chu Luo prepared to summon the avatar of his master to descend. Above Chu Luo's head, 2 streams of equally potent and divine power unraveled the force exerted by the Poison Heaven Saint. Chu Luo was taken aback, quietly retracting the jade token in her hand. Who? The Poison Saint, the Enchantment Saint, and the Rakshasa Saint could not help but feel a surge of tension. They raised their gazes to the expanse above Chu Luo's head. The 3 subtly mobilized their spiritual energy, seemingly preparing to escape at a moment's notice. A hum resonated amidst the multitude of onlookers. Above Chu Luo's head, a rift in space opened. Immediately thereafter, 2 elderly men with white hair descended. Chu Luo squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the 2 suddenly arrived saints. He did not recognize them. They were the Endless Saint of the Endless Sect and the Huasian Saint of the Huasian Mansion. To his astonishment, it was indeed these 2 saints who had intervened. How curious. Why would they choose to rescue Chu Luo? Could it be that he held some connection to these 2 powerful factions? TCH, you seem to misunderstand. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The murmurs of some warriors in the city reached Chu Luo's ears. It turned out that these 2 elders were the ancestors of the Endless Sect and the Huasian Mansion. Humph. This saint had assumed the identity of the unexpected visitors was someone of greater significance. It was merely these 2 old fellows. Upon seeing the 2 newcomers, the Poison Sky Saint, the Enchanted Saint, and the Rakshasa Saint all breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, the 3 had feared that a powerful figure from the Forbidden Sect had emerged. It now appeared that there were no hidden dangers from the Forbidden Sect lurking beside Chu Luo. A thought flashed through their minds, and the 3 saints exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. Chu Luo noticed the expressions of the 3 men, his eyes narrowing slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that these 3 old fellows had ulterior motives for approaching him. Each of these seasoned individuals had lived for an extensive period. Akin to cunning old foxes, and as patriarchs of their respective factions, they must surely have considered the repercussions of their actions against him, particularly the wrath of the Forbidden Sect. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Is young friend Chu injured? Just as Chu Luo was deep in thought, an aged voice broke the silence. Chu Luo turned his head and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the infinite sage and the celestial fairy had already arrived by his side. I am immensely grateful to both of you for your timely assistance. Chu Luo expressed his heartfelt thanks. Chu Luo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the two individuals. My young friend, you are too courteous. These three old fellows have targeted us for some time now. Today, we cannot allow them to achieve their aims. Moreover, as long as we can save you. My young friend, these three will inevitably face the wrath of the Forbidden Sect or your master, the Shadow Emperor, after today. This, without a doubt, serves our own interests as well. There is no need for such formality. The Endless Sage waved his hand dismissively and spoke candidly to Chu Luo. The sincerity of the Endless Sage sparked a sense of admiration in Chu Luo. At least he was forthright, without any obfuscation. Endless, Huasien. I advise you both to refrain from meddling in this matter. Perhaps then your two sects may survive a little longer. Otherwise, this night shall witness the annihilation of your factions. The Poison Sky Sage pointed at the Endless Sage and the Huasien Sage, his face dark with foreboding. At present, the three major sects had crossed a point of no return. They could only capture or eliminate Chu Luo. Ha! Poison Sky, I am not afraid to tell you. With us two here today, you shall not lay a finger on my young friend. The Huasien Sage laughed heartily, showing no fear of the Poison Sky Sage's threats. Hee. Then I must trouble you both, esteemed elders. If you can ensure my safety today, the three major sects shall surely be eradicated. Should you succeed in vanquishing these three old wretches, from this day forth, the two of you shall reign supreme in the Southern Sky Prefecture. I pledge this on behalf of my master. Chu Luo smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon the three great saints opposite him, and he spoke calmly. Thank you, young friend Chu. A flicker of joy passed through the eyes of the Waya Saint and the Huasien Saint. It seemed that their decision to intervene was indeed the wisest choice. Today, while they were still troubled by the alliance of the three major forces, their returning disciples, Bai Shiran and Linger, had informed them of Chu Luo's presence in South Heaven City, as well as his annihilation of Su Jingyang and his cohorts. Thus, the two venerable ancestors reached a consensus and decided to ally with Chu Luo by supporting the Forbidden Sect. However, to their astonishment, upon arriving in South Heaven City, they encountered the three great ancestors seeking retribution. Consequently, they seized the opportunity to lend their aid. My esteemed friends, the two old ghost Waya and Huastin have been entrusted to you. I shall deal with that young wretch. With a thunderous roar, the Poison Heaven Saint secretly transmitted his voice to the Enchanting Saint and the Rakshasa Saint beside him. In an instant, he erupted with astonishing might. Excellent. Boom. Waya old ghost. Huasin old ghost. Embrace death. The Enchanting Saint and the Rakshasa Saint surged forward with terrifying power, charging at Waya and Huastin. The two saints were taken aback and promptly stepped forward to confront their opponents. Meanwhile, the Poison Heaven Saint seized this moment, his figure flickering as he darted towards Chu Luo. Waya and Huasien, compelled to retaliate, unleashed their attacks against the Poison Heaven Saint. Boom. Young friend Chu, flee quickly. Waya Saint bellowed, pivoting to counter the tenacious Enchanting Saint. However, at that moment, their assaults were intercepted by the Poison Heaven Saint. From the rising smoke, the figure of the Poison Heaven Saint shot forth, reaching out towards Chu Luo from a distance. You shall perish, young one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Luo's pupils constricted, and a sense of suffocation enveloped him. It felt as though he bore the weight of an ancient divine mountain upon his back. It seemed that in the next moment, he would be crushed by the impending force. Elder Qingwei, please save me. Murder. I am going to die, and yet you remain idle? Are you merely waiting for the new year in the shadows? At this moment, Chu Luo suddenly recalled the elusive Elder Qingwei, who had yet to reveal himself. Consequently, he shouted aloud. The Poison Heaven Saint was taken aback by this revelation. Was there an elder from the Forbidden Sect lurking in the shadows? The Forbidden Arts. The Silent Blood Curse. In the fleeting moment of the Poison Heaven Saint's distraction, a voice laced with mockery resonated beside him. The Poison Heaven Saint felt a surge of unprecedented peril. He swiftly turned his head, and with a single finger, he pierced through the fabric of the void. At the tip of his finger, a blood-red seal coiled ominously. Whoosh. In an instant, a beam of crimson light erupted from that finger, hurtling towards the Poison Heaven Saint. Reacting with remarkable speed, he unleashed a terrifying counterattack, attempting to thwart this assault. Yet, to the astonishment of onlookers, this blood light bizarrely penetrated the attack unleashed by the Poison Heaven Saint. Boom. The blood light struck the Poison Heaven Saint squarely in the chest. Immediately thereafter, a rift in space opened at the fingertip, revealing a kindly old man, who looked at the Poison Heaven Saint with a smile. This man was none other than Elder Qingwei, who had been hiding in the shadows for a considerable time. The sixth realm of saints. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Elder Qingwei, the Poison Heaven Saint gasped in horror, his expression paling to an extreme. The ancestors of their three major factions were only at the fourth or fifth realm. The enthralled Saint of Passion and the Saint of Azura, engaged in combat, were equally shocked. They had not anticipated that there was indeed a powerful protector from the forbidden sect beside Chu Luo. What is happening? At that moment, a multitude of blood-red markings spread across the Poison Heaven Saint's visage. His internal spiritual energy was dissipating at an alarming rate. The flesh upon his body began to rot away. What have you done to me? The Poison Heaven Saint was engulfed in terror. He could sense his life force dwindling at an astonishing velocity. His previously aged face rapidly shriveled, and his white hair gradually fell out. Soon, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, rendering him a horrifying sight. At this juncture, the world fell silent. All present were petrified by the grotesque spectacle unfolding before the Poison Heaven Saint. Such an eerie method was utterly unheard of. Yet, Elder Qingwei maintained a benevolent demeanor. Gazing at the frightened Poison Heaven Saint, his eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. The silent blood curse, he had finally perfected it. Heh, he chuckled. In the disputes among the younger generation, the forbidden sect has never intervened. However, if the young lack skill and the old dare to emerge, do not blame us for not being reasonable. How dare these trifling third-rate factions bully a disciple of the forbidden sect? If you do not perish, who shall? Elder Qingwei radiated an overwhelming aura of sanctity. Under the oppressive weight of his divine presence, the moonlit sky became shrouded in dark clouds. The powerful beings of Southern Heaven City found it difficult to breathe beneath Elder Qingwei's formidable might. A protective aura from Elder Qingwei surged by an additional 3,000. Chu Luo gazed at the imposing figure of Elder Qingwei, rolling her eyes in exasperation. This old man, possessing the strength of a peak sage, had lurked in the shadows for so long, only to make his entrance now. Moreover, it was infuriating that he, with the power to easily crush 3 great sages, resorted to such underhanded tactics. How despicable! As a sage, how could he dare to launch a surprise attack? Did he not fear the scorn of the world? If he had the ability, he should engage in a fair fight. How dare you? The Poison Sky Sage, realizing he could not suppress the strange force within him, roared in terror at Elder Qingwei, attempting to provoke him into releasing the bizarre energy so that they could battle honorably. Should Elder Qingwei fall for his ruse and lift the strange force, he would immediately flee, disappearing into obscurity forever. The martial artists in Southern Sky City were now watching Elder Qingwei with trepidation. They had not anticipated that the seemingly kind and benevolent elder of the forbidden sect would resort to such a vicious ambush. Humph. My sect's ultimate technique cannot even be unraveled by its wielder. Just lie there and await your demise. Boom. Fellow Taoists, assist me in suppressing these 2 old wretches. Elder Qingwei cast a cold smile at the Poison Sky Sage, glancing towards the Enchantment Sage and the Rakshasa Sage. Then, a golden sage apparition rose behind him, stepping forth with overwhelming divine might, charging towards the Enchantment Sage and Rakshasa Sage. Ha! Excellent. We shall lend our strength to our friend. Die! With a resounding roar. The Endless Sage and the Huasyan Sage laughed heartily, unleashing their tremendous power to besiege the Enchantment Sage and Rakshasa Sage. At this moment, the 2 great sages wore grim expressions, their hearts filled with profound regret. Yet, it was too late for any words. They had no chance to escape now. They had no choice but to fight desperately. Boom. In the void above, the battle of sages erupted. 5 sage apparitions enveloped the heavens, akin to deities. The overwhelming force surged like an ocean, subduing the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone stood agape, gazing at the sage conflict unfolding in the depths of the void. Damn it. Boy, even if I perish, I will take you down with me. At that moment, the countless powerful beings observing the battle were drawn to the anguished cry of the Poison Sky Sage. They turned towards the sound, only to behold the Poison Sky Sage. His body grotesquely mangled, a horrifying sight to behold. A thick aura of death emanated from him, and he was acutely aware that his time was running short. With eyes filled with hatred, he glanced at the still-standing Chu Luo and, summoning the last remnants of his strength, lunged forward through the air to strike at her. Chu Luosi remained utterly unperturbed, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Struck by the silent blood curse, his spiritual energy would dissipate at an accelerated rate. Suddenly, the Poison Heavenly Sage, who had just lunged towards Chu Luosi, felt his pupils constrict. The blood energy within him surged violently under a peculiar force, causing his entire being to swell rapidly. Observing this, Chu Luosi took a step back, retreating to a safer distance. As Chu Luo's feet had barely left the ground, a deafening explosion occurred. The body of the poisonous celestial sage expanded and detonated instantaneously, leaving not a trace of its remains. Even its soul was reduced to ash under the blood curse. The inhabitants of the city were engulfed in terror, swallowing hard in disbelief. A dignified sage had fallen before their very eyes, and in that fleeting moment of the poisonous celestial sage's demise, the atmosphere was thick with dread. Unbeknownst to Chu Luo, atop a towering peak 1,000 miles from Nantian City, a venerable figure stood resolutely. He chuckled, realizing that only a sixth realm saint accompanied this young man. This would simplify matters. A cold smile graced his aged visage as the moonlight illuminated his weathered features. This man was none other than the elder of the Tongtian sect, the saint of pure water. He remained indifferent to the demise of the saint of poisonous heavens and promptly retrieved the jade tablet. Whispering a few incantations before stowing it away, the saint of pure water slightly raised his gaze. His eyes fixed upon the depths of the universe where the battle of saints unfolded, a sneer escaping his lips. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, piercing through the constraints of space. Landing upon Chu Luo, a glint of murderous intent emerging. Chu Luo, just wait, he said with a sinister smile before vanishing from sight. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted from the battlefield and the void. Following this, two agonizing cries echoed through the heavens and earth. The myriad phenomena of the void, along with the immense illusory forms of the saints, dissipated into nothingness. Within Nantian City, all present held their breath, transfixed. Had the battle concluded? Who had emerged victorious? The martial artists in the city stared intently into the depths of the void, their eyes unblinking. With a subtle smile gracing the corners of Chu Luo's lips, he did not need to ponder. It was undoubtedly Elder Qingwei who had emerged victorious. As anticipated, three radiant figures returned from the depths of the universe. Elder Qingwei, the Wise Saint, and the Huasqian Saint. The aura of saintly blood surged around Elder Qingwei, and the keen-eyed would notice the blood on his hands, which was evidently not his own. The Wise Saint and the Huasqian Saint gazed at Elder Qingwei with profound reverence. Although they had aided him, only they understood the true extent of his terrifying power. During the recent battle of saints, they had merely played a supportive role, ensuring that the mesmerizing saint and the Rakshasa saint could not escape. Elder Qingwei had single-handedly subdued both adversaries, leaving them utterly defenseless before ultimately slaying them. Elder Qingwei warned, I caution you once more. Regardless of the rivalry among peers, my forbidden sect shall not intervene. If one perishes, it is merely a matter of lacking skill. However, should the younger ones provoke the elders, you shall face their wrath. With a grand gesture, he cast aside two severed heads still exuding the essence of saints. The crowd beheld the visages of the mesmerizing saint and the Rakshasa saint, drawing sharp breaths of astonishment. Many martial artists in Nandan City bowed deeply to Elder Qingwei, vowing, we shall remember. They silently pledged to steer clear of the living nightmare that was Chu Luo should they encounter him in the Beast Mountain range. Dear friends, Elder Qingwei addressed, not only have you rescued my kin, the esteemed Chu Luo, but you have also assisted me in vanquishing two saints. Out of both sentiment and reason, my forbidden sect owes you a debt of gratitude. I have heard that your factions are under pressure from the other three major forces, who have recently allied with the Tongtian sect, becoming the lackeys of the Crimson Flame Valley. Fear not, for the Crimson Flame Valley has never been on good terms with my forbidden sect. I shall communicate with our sect leader shortly, and your factions will receive our protection. This shall repay your kindness. Elder Qingwei smiled gently at the Wise Saint and the Huasqian Saint. Upon hearing this, the two saints were overjoyed and promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, friend. Elder Qingwei waved his hand, displaying a benevolent demeanor, while those in the city looked on with envy. The Wise Sect and Huasqian Manor had indeed soared to new heights, having allied themselves with the formidable Forbidden Sect. From now on, their standing in the southern heaven continent would be unmatched by any other force. Elder, what shall be done about the Poison Sky Sect, the Mesmerizing Valley, and the Rakshasa cult? Wise Saint inquired hesitantly, wishing to eradicate these three factions. Yet, he felt compelled to seek Elder Qingwei's counsel first. Without his approval, they would hesitate to act against these sections. Humph! Elder Qingwei scoffed. These old fools dare to bully my kin, the disciple Chu Luo. If Elder Inya were to learn of this, I assure you, these three sects would find themselves completely uprooted. Therefore, allow me to make the decision on behalf of Elder Inya. If I am unable to act, then I must trouble you two to bring them to ruin. The resources of these 3 sects are of no interest to my forbidden sect, and I leave them to you." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Elder Qingwei's kind gaze as he coldly addressed the 2 saints. "Thank you, Elder." The Waya Saint and the Hua Xian Saint bowed deeply before turning, stepping forth and vanishing from sight. At that moment, a notification from the system within Chu Luo resonated once more. In the shadows, Chu Luo gave Elder Qingwei a thumbs up. To be frank, although Elder Qingwei had a reputation for being somewhat cunning, his performance this time was commendable overall. Subsequently, Elder Qingwei and Chu Luo returned to the inn. "You should all retire for the night. Tomorrow we shall embark on our training in the Monster Beast Mountains." Elder Qingwei turned to Tang He and the 6 others, his expression grave. "Yes, Elder." The 6 of them bowed respectfully and returned to their respective rooms.